of the Ancient World. Written and published by Ciro Ermisai. Feel free to subscribe for more content. Now let's get into the book. Introduction. In the pantheon of history's great conquerors, Alexander the Great stands as an immortal figure. Born in 356 BCE in the ancient kingdom of Macedonia, he rose swiftly to power and, within a span of just over a decade, created one of the largest empires the world had ever seen. From the age of 20 until his untimely death at 32, Alexander led his army across deserts, through dense forests, and over treacherous mountains, covering more than 20,000 miles and bridging the distance from Greece to the edges of India. But Alexander was more than just a military genius. He was a visionary, driven by a relentless ambition to unify the East and the West under one cultural and political system. Influenced by his teacher Aristotle, Alexander saw himself not only as a conqueror but as a civilizer. He founded over 20 cities, spread Hellenistic culture, and encouraged the exchange of ideas between diverse peoples, setting the groundwork for what would become known as the Hellenistic Age. In this book, we will explore the multifaceted life of Alexander the Great, from his early days under the tutelage of philosophers to his thrilling victories on the battlefield and his ultimate, mysterious death in Babylon. We'll examine not just the military feats but also the personal qualities that fueled his rise, his curiosity, his charisma, and, at times, his ruthlessness. Alongside Alexander, we'll traverse the ancient world, experiencing the grand alliances, fierce loyalties, and betrayals that marked his reign. Why does Alexander's legacy endure? Perhaps because he embodies a timeless archetype, the courageous leader who challenges limits, the figure who envisions unity amid diversity. His life offers insights not only into the ancient world but also into the universal human desire for achievement, glory, and purpose. This introduction to Alexander is only the beginning. As we embark on this journey, prepare to see the ancient world anew through his eyes, witnessing both the triumphs and the sacrifices of an empire builder whose name still echoes through history. Chapter 1. The Roots of a Legend. The story of Alexander the Great begins long before his first battle or his rise to kingship. His roots were firmly planted in the ancient kingdom of Macedonia, a place that, despite its rough and mountainous landscape, produced one of history's most remarkable dynasties. Born in 356 BCE to King Philip II and Queen Olympias, Alexander was thrust into a world shaped by political ambition, cultural traditions, and the art of war. These early influences laid the groundwork for the legendary conqueror he would become. The Macedonian legacy and family influence. Macedonia was a northern Greek kingdom, often viewed by southern Greek city-states with disdain and regarded as rough, even barbaric. However, under King Philip II's transformative leadership, Macedonia rose to become a formidable military and political power. Philip was a man of exceptional vision and an unparalleled strategist. By reorganizing the Macedonian army, creating the powerful phalanx formation, and instituting a permanent standing army, he established the framework that Alexander would later use to stunning effect. Growing up, Alexander witnessed his father's achievements firsthand. Philip's campaigns, military innovations, and his strategic marriage alliances demonstrated to Alexander that effective leadership was as much about strategy and foresight as it was about courage. Yet, Alexander's relationship with his father was complex. Philip was a dominating figure, and Alexander often felt overshadowed, perhaps fueling his own desire to outshine his father. On the other hand, Alexander's mother, Olympias, was equally influential, though in a different manner. A passionate and fiercely ambitious woman, she came from Epirus, a region known for its deep connections to ancient Greek mythology and religious rituals. Olympias instilled in Alexander a sense of divine purpose, convincing him from a young age that he was descended from the god Zeus, which played into Alexander's later self-image and his belief in his destiny to rule over the known world. Olympias was a deeply religious figure, engaging in the mystery rites of Dionysus, which exposed Alexander to a blend of mysticism, prophecy, and a sense of his unique role in the world. Alexander's education under Aristotle. Perhaps one of the most profound influences on young Alexander's mind was his education under Aristotle, the great Greek philosopher. When Alexander was 13, Philip hired Aristotle to tutor him at the Temple of the Nymphs in Mysa, away from the distractions of court. For several years, Alexander and a select group of young Macedonian nobles were immersed in a rigorous program covering philosophy, ethics, politics, medicine, and natural sciences. Aristotle instilled in Alexander a love of learning and a curiosity that would later define his rule. Alexander learned the importance of reason and logic, but he also absorbed Aristotle's views on the superiority of Greek culture, which contributed to his desire to spread Hellenic ideals throughout his empire. Aristotle introduced him to Homer's Iliad, and Alexander became captivated by the hero Achilles, whom he would later see as his own role model. In fact, he reportedly kept a copy of the Iliad with him during his campaigns, seeking inspiration from Achilles' bravery and honor. This education broadened Alexander's view of the world and gave him a sense of cultural superiority, which justified, in his mind, his future conquests. But Aristotle's influence was not without limitations. Although Alexander respected the teacher-student relationship, he often diverged from Aristotle's teachings, particularly in matters of race and integration. While Aristotle believed in the inherent superiority of Greeks over non-Greeks, Alexander later embraced the concept of a multicultural empire, encouraging marriages between his soldiers and Persian women and integrating foreign soldiers into his ranks. Early military training and demonstrations of bravery. Beyond philosophical and academic knowledge, Alexander's youth was filled with rigorous military training, equipping him for the physical and mental demands of leadership. He learned swordsmanship, horsemanship, and how to command troops from a young age. His courage and ambition became evident early in his life, perhaps best exemplified by the famous episode of taming the horse Bucephalus. According to legend, Bucephalus, a large, spirited stallion, was deemed unmanageable with no one able to control him. However, young Alexander noticed that the horse was afraid of its own shadow. With a calm and calculated approach, Alexander turned Bucephalus toward the sun, so the shadow would fall behind him, and then mounted and tamed the horse. This remarkable feat impressed Philip, who is said to have remarked, "My boy, you must find a kingdom big enough for your ambitions. Macedonia is too small for you." This incident was a turning point in Alexander's life. Bucephalus became his loyal companion, carrying him through countless battles, and symbolizing Alexander's unique combination of courage, intelligence, and confidence. Alexander's bold spirit, combined with his keen observational skills, would later enable him to outmaneuver and outwit opponents on the battlefield, earning him an unmatched reputation as a military strategist. The dream of a unified Greece. Philip's ambitions extended beyond Macedonia. He dreamed of uniting the often warring Greek city-states under one rule and leading them in a grand campaign against Persia. This idea of Pan-Hellenism, uniting all Greeks in a common cause, would be inherited by Alexander and ultimately expanded. Philip's conquests set the stage, bringing much of Greece under Macedonian hegemony through either diplomacy or force. By the time of his assassination in 336 BCE, he had nearly achieved his vision. Alexander, however, would inherit not only the throne but also his father's ambitions. Unlike Philip, who was focused primarily on military conquest, Alexander envisioned something more. An empire where Greek culture, language, and values would serve as the foundation of a new, cosmopolitan society. Inspired by both his father's military prowess and his mother's sense of destiny, Alexander believed he could create a lasting legacy that would unify the disparate cultures of Europe, Asia, and beyond. The turning point, Philip's assassination. Alexander's rise to power was accelerated by the sudden assassination of Philip in 336 BCE during a festival in Egi. The circumstances surrounding Philip's death remain mysterious, shrouded in political intrigue and personal vendettas. Some speculate that Olympias may have played a role, given her fierce ambition for her son, although there is no concrete evidence. Others suggest that Philip's assassination was orchestrated by political rivals or even by disgruntled nobles. With Philip's death, Alexander was thrust onto the throne of Macedonia at just 20 years old. He faced immediate challenges to his rule, including dissent among the Greek city-states and factions within his own court. Yet he acted quickly and decisively, displaying a remarkable level of leadership for someone so young. Alexander's swift response to rebellion and his consolidation of power would mark the beginning of his illustrious, albeit short, reign as one of history's greatest conquerors. In these formative years, Alexander acquired the qualities that would define his legacy: an unyielding sense of purpose, a vision of a unified empire, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Influenced by his parents, educated by one of the world's greatest philosophers, and seasoned by early military training, Alexander emerged as a young king prepared not just to rule Macedonia but to change the world. Chapter 2: Ascension to Power. At the age of 20, Alexander ascended to the throne of Macedonia, a kingdom on the brink of greatness yet vulnerable to both internal and external threats. Inheriting his father's legacy was not a simple task. Philip II had not only transformed Macedonia into a powerful military state but also laid the groundwork for uniting Greece under Macedonian rule, with plans to invade the Persian Empire. However, Philip's sudden assassination in 336 BCE left a void that Alexander had to fill quickly and decisively. This chapter explores Alexander's early steps as king, his swift consolidation of power, and his bold moves to maintain control over Greece. We'll see how he quelled rebellions, secured alliances, and finally set his sights on his father's unrealized ambition, the conquest of Persia. The immediate challenges of succession. Alexander's ascension to the throne was not without opposition. Macedonia's leadership transition was fraught with danger, as rival claimants, political factions, and rebellious factions in the Greek city-states all saw Philip's death as an opportunity to assert their own power. Within Macedonia itself, Alexander faced dissent among the noble families, some of whom had grown increasingly wary of the young prince's ambition. The abrupt loss of Philip, a seasoned and charismatic leader, left many skeptical of Alexander's ability to lead. One of Alexander's first moves as king was to eliminate any immediate threats within his own court. He ordered the execution of potential rivals, including several nobles who might challenge his rule. Among them was a cousin who claimed a right to the throne and several military commanders who were rumored to harbor dissent. Though this decision was ruthless, it demonstrated Alexander's commitment to securing his position. His approach sent a clear message to his subjects: Alexander's rule would not be questioned. This period also saw the deepening of Alexander's relationship with his mother, Olympias, who remained a key ally. Olympias wielded significant influence and used her own network of loyalists to support Alexander's consolidation of power. Their partnership was built on mutual respect and ambition, even if it often took on a complex and occasionally strained dynamic. The unification of Greece. Having secured his throne in Macedonia, Alexander turned his attention to Greece, where Philip's death had sparked hope among city-states for independence. Athens, Thebes, and several other city-states viewed the transition of power in Macedonia as an opportunity to break free from Macedonian dominance. Thebes, in particular, had a history of rivalry with Macedonia and had fought Philip's forces in previous battles. When reports reached Alexander of potential revolts, he knew he needed to act swiftly and decisively to demonstrate his strength. In 335 BC, Alexander led a rapid and forceful campaign southward, moving his forces with such speed that many Greek city-states were taken by surprise. His army reached Thebes before the city could fully mobilize. Thebes attempted to resist, but Alexander's military prowess and superior tactics proved overwhelming. In a brutal display of power, he crushed the Theban resistance, sparing only those who had supported Macedonian rule and razing much of the city. This act was a warning to other Greek states that defiance would not be tolerated. The destruction of Thebes had the desired effect. Athens and other city-states quickly reaffirmed their allegiance to Macedonia, avoiding conflict. Alexander's decisive action established his authority over Greece and demonstrated his commitment to his father's legacy of unification. However, his brutality at Thebes also served as a reminder that, while he had inherited Philip's dream of a united Greece, he would pursue it on his own terms. The vision of a new campaign, Persia. With Greece under control, Alexander turned his attention to an even greater prize, Persia. For decades, the Persian Empire had been the dominant power in the ancient world, spanning from the eastern Mediterranean to the edges of India. It was an empire of immense wealth, diversity, and complexity. Conquering Persia was a feat that had been dreamed of by Greek leaders, including Alexander's father, who had planned an invasion before his untimely death. For Alexander, however, the invasion of Persia was more than just the fulfillment of his father's ambition. It was a chance to prove himself on the world stage. Alexander's campaign against Persia was fueled by both personal and political motivations. He wanted to be seen not only as a conqueror but as a liberator of Greek cities under Persian rule and as a new kind of leader who could bridge east and west. To fund this monumental campaign, Alexander consolidated resources from Macedonian treasury and sought additional support from Greek city-states. Recognizing the wealth and influence of Persia, he promised his troops and allies that this campaign would bring unparalleled riches, fame, and glory. Many Greek city-states and their leaders, despite previous rivalries, rallied behind Alexander, enticed by the promise of spoils and the allure of defeating their longtime foe. The assembling of the Macedonian army. Alexander's next step was to organize his military forces, a task that required both strategic acumen and diplomatic skill. The Macedonian army, strengthened by years of reform under Philip, was one of the most advanced of its time. It featured the phalanx, an infantry formation renowned for its effectiveness in battle, and a well-trained cavalry, which Alexander would use to devastating effect. The phalanx, made up of heavily armed infantrymen called pezzeteroi, foot companions, was a signature of Macedonian military power. Each soldier carried a long spear called a sarissa, which could be up to 18 feet in length, allowing the phalanx to maintain distance from enemies while striking with precision. Alexander personally trained his forces, instilling in them not only discipline but also loyalty, creating an army that was as cohesive as it was powerful. In addition to Macedonian troops, Alexander enlisted soldiers from Greek city-states, forging an alliance that symbolized the unity he sought to create. Among his ranks were skilled archers, engineers for siege warfare, and auxiliary troops from Thrace and Illyria. This diversity in his army reflected Alexander's vision for a broader cultural integration, even if the primary objective remained military conquest. Alexander's cavalry, the hetairoi or companion cavalry, was his elite unit and a source of great pride. Led by close friends and trusted generals, the companion cavalry provided Alexander with a mobile and deadly force capable of rapid strikes and strategic maneuvers. It would become one of the most iconic elements of his campaigns, often delivering decisive blows that turned the tide in critical battles. Crossing the Hellespont. The journey begins. In 334 BCE, after securing Greece and amassing his forces, Alexander made his first move against Persia by crossing the Hellespont, modern-day Dardanelles, the narrow strait that separates Europe from Asia. This act was both practical and symbolic. By crossing into Asia, Alexander was marking the beginning of his grand campaign, a gesture that emphasized his commitment to bringing Greek ideals and influence to the East. Upon landing on Asian soil, Alexander made an offering to the gods, paying homage to his divine lineage and reaffirming his belief in his destiny. He also visited the ancient city of Troy, where he honored the legendary heroes of the Trojan War, especially Achilles, his own personal hero. This ceremonial start to the campaign inspired his troops and added a sense of historical and divine significance to their mission. The initial stages of the campaign saw Alexander demonstrating his skill as a leader and tactician. His first encounters with Persian forces tested his strategies, and he quickly adapted to the unfamiliar terrain and tactics of his opponents. The Battle of the Granicus River, his first major engagement with the Persians, set the tone for the rest of his campaign. Despite being outnumbered, Alexander's innovative use of the phalanx and cavalry led to a decisive victory, earning him the respect of his troops and sending a message to Persia that he was a formidable foe. The birth of a legend. By the time Alexander crossed into Asia, he was no longer just the young king of Macedonia. He was transforming into a living legend. His charisma, courage, and willingness to lead from the front inspired both his men and the regions he conquered. Stories of his bravery spread, and many came to see him as a hero in the mold of Achilles or Hercules, a man with divine favor destined to change the world. In the early stages of his Persian campaign, Alexander's actions showed that he was not only a brilliant strategist but also a leader with a vision that extended beyond mere conquest. He respected the customs of the cities he captured, treated defeated enemies with dignity, and often spared those who surrendered willingly. This policy of clemency earned him the loyalty of some of the people he conquered and laid the foundation for the cultural blending that would later characterize his empire. Chapter 3: Crossing into Asia. In 334 BCE, with Greece united under his command and an army loyal to his leadership, Alexander set his sights on Persia. This was not merely a military campaign but the start of a journey that would define his legacy as one of the greatest conquerors of the ancient world. His crossing of the Hellespont, the narrow strait separating Europe and Asia, was a pivotal moment that symbolized his ambition to expand the Greek world and unify diverse cultures under his rule. This chapter covers the initial phase of Alexander's Persian campaign, his first encounters with Persian forces, and the strategic maneuvers that demonstrated his genius as a military leader. We'll delve into his motives, his relationship with his men, and the intricate tactics that led him to his first significant victory on foreign soil. The crossing of the Hellespont, a momentous start. Alexander's crossing of the Hellespont was not a mere logistical maneuver, it was a deliberate and symbolic act. By stepping into Asia, he proclaimed his intention to conquer and reshape the ancient world. The crossing itself was meticulously organized, with troops, horses, and supplies transported across the strait in a carefully coordinated effort. Alexander, ever conscious of the historical and divine implications of his actions, paused at the shores of Asia to perform a series of rituals and sacrifices. In a ceremonial gesture, he cast a spear into the soil, symbolizing his right of conquest over Asia. This act was rooted in Greek custom and belief, reflecting Alexander's conviction that his campaign was not just a conquest but a mission blessed by the gods. His respect for tradition and his confidence in divine favor inspired his men, reinforcing their belief that they were part of something larger than themselves. Once on Asian soil, Alexander took the opportunity to visit the ancient city of Troy, where he paid homage to Achilles, his childhood hero and role model. The legacy of Achilles had always been a powerful influence on Alexander, fueling his desire to achieve greatness. He made offerings at the supposed tomb of Achilles, reinforcing his identity as a warrior destined for eternal glory. For Alexander and his men, the stop at Troy was a reminder of the epic nature of their campaign, a journey that would echo the legendary feats of their ancestors. The Persian Empire, an imposing foe. Before we delve into Alexander's initial victories, it is important to understand the scale and power of his enemy, the Persian Empire. Founded by Cyrus the Great in the 6th century BCE, the Persian Empire had grown to encompass territories from the Aegean Sea to the borders of India. It was a vast and culturally diverse realm ruled by Darius III, a king who inherited a complex and extensive bureaucracy, a formidable military, and vast wealth. Unlike the city-states of Greece, Persia was a centralized empire, capable of mobilizing enormous resources and manpower. The Persian military was diverse, drawing soldiers from across its vast territories, each bringing unique skills and fighting styles. However, while the Persian Empire boasted sheer numbers and wealth, it also faced internal divisions and logistical challenges, as Darius struggled to maintain control over such a sprawling domain. Alexander, aware of these weaknesses, planned to exploit them through rapid, decisive actions and psychological warfare. Alexander's campaign against Persia would be a test of endurance, ingenuity, and strategy. His army, though smaller, was highly trained, disciplined, and equipped with the latest military innovations, particularly the Macedonian phalanx. Alexander was not merely focused on victory. He aimed to dismantle Persian rule and establish himself as the successor to its throne. The Battle of the Granicus River, a bold gamble. The first major confrontation between Alexander's forces and the Persian army occurred at the Granicus River, a fast-flowing river in modern-day Turkey. Persian satraps, regional governors, had amassed an army to confront Alexander, intending to stop him at the very edge of Asia. Their strategy was simple: hold their position on the opposite bank, using the river as a natural barrier to slow Alexander's advance and allow reinforcements to arrive. Alexander, however, was not deterred by the challenge. Viewing the Granicus not as an obstacle but as an opportunity to showcase his might, he decided to launch a bold frontal assault. His strategy defied conventional military wisdom, which would have dictated caution, especially when crossing a river under enemy fire. Yet, Alexander's calculated risk would prove decisive. As his army approached the riverbank, Alexander personally led the initial cavalry charge, plunging into the water and urging his men to follow. This act of bravery inspired his troops and destabilized the Persian defense. Alexander's phalanx units moved with precision, advancing in a tight formation that maintained cohesion despite the difficult terrain. The Macedonian cavalry, led by the elite companion cavalry, struck the Persian lines with devastating force, breaking through their ranks. The Persian forces, unprepared for such a direct assault, struggled to hold their ground. Alexander's infantry soon joined the battle, pushing the Persians back with a relentless advance. In the chaos of combat, Alexander demonstrated his personal courage by engaging in hand-to-hand combat and narrowly escaping death after a Persian noble struck him with an axe, only to be saved by one of his officers. His willingness to fight alongside his men and face danger head-on won him their loyalty and respect. Within hours, the Persian army was routed, and Alexander emerged victorious. The Battle of the Granicus River was a defining moment in Alexander's career. It demonstrated his audacity, tactical skill, and the loyalty of his troops. News of his victory spread quickly, earning him respect and admiration even among his enemies. Diplomacy and integration, securing his foothold in Asia. Following his victory at Granicus, Alexander faced a strategic choice: to pillage and plunder or to build alliances and secure loyalty among the local population. He chose the latter, believing that a policy of clemency and respect would aid his long-term goal of unifying the East and West. Rather than punishing the captured Persian officials and soldiers, Alexander integrated them into his administration, keeping many satraps in their positions and allowing them to govern under his authority. This approach was part of a broader strategy to win the hearts of the conquered peoples. Alexander's goal was not simply to defeat Persia but to create a new empire that blended Greek and Persian traditions. His policy of tolerance encouraged many cities to welcome him as a liberator rather than a conqueror. He honored local customs, respected religious practices, and encouraged his soldiers to engage with the local population. By doing so, he fostered loyalty and minimized resistance, allowing him to maintain control over newly conquered regions with minimal force. The importance of logistics: sustaining the army on foreign soil. A crucial but often overlooked aspect of Alexander's campaign was the logistical support required to sustain an army deep in enemy territory. Alexander understood that a well-fed, well-supplied army was essential to maintaining morale and combat effectiveness. His campaign in Asia required careful planning and coordination to ensure that his troops had access to food, shelter, and medical care, even as they ventured farther from Macedonia. Alexander relied on local resources whenever possible, forging alliances with communities that could provide supplies. He also established supply lines and organized a network of depots where his army could rest and resupply. His attention to detail in logistics allowed him to maintain a rapid pace, outmaneuvering Persian forces and achieving victories that often relied on his ability to surprise his enemies. Building momentum: the march deeper into Asia. With his victory at Granicus, Alexander gained a valuable foothold in Asia Minor. His momentum was building, and his army was growing stronger with each victory. As he marched through the region, he liberated Greek cities that had been under Persian control for decades. Each victory brought new allies, swelling the ranks of his forces and enhancing his reputation as a liberator of Greek culture. In each city, Alexander left behind a small garrison to maintain order, ensuring that his conquests were not fleeting but lasting. He appointed loyal commanders and local leaders who were sympathetic to his cause, establishing a network of alliances that would support his advance deeper into the Persian Empire. His actions demonstrated a blend of military skill, diplomatic acumen, and a visionary sense of leadership. Alexander was not only a conqueror, he was a statesman, a builder, and a strategist who recognized the importance of laying a foundation for the empire he envisioned. As he moved farther into Asia, his reputation as an invincible leader grew, and many cities surrendered without resistance, choosing alliance over destruction. The legacy of the Granicus: a new phase of conquest. The Battle of the Granicus was more than just a military victory. It was the beginning of Alexander's transformation from a Macedonian king into a world leader. His campaign had officially begun, and he had demonstrated to the Persian Empire and the world that he was a force to be reckoned with. The victory cemented his reputation as a brilliant strategist and inspired his troops with a sense of invincibility. With each step deeper into Persian territory, Alexander's vision expanded. No longer content with a quick campaign, he began to see himself as the ruler of a vast, unified empire where Greek and Persian cultures could coexist. His journey was just beginning, and the conquest of Asia would unfold in a series of dramatic encounters that would test his endurance, intelligence, and ambition. With Asia Minor secured and his troops emboldened by their victories, Alexander was ready for his next challenge: Darius III himself. The campaign was about to intensify as Alexander moved toward one of the most significant battles of his life, setting the stage for the legendary confrontations that would define his legacy. Chapter 4: The Battle of Issus. The Battle of Issus, fought in 333 BCE, was one of the most pivotal encounters in Alexander the Great's campaign against Persia. This engagement pitted Alexander's comparatively small but highly disciplined army against the massive forces of Darius III, the Persian king. The stakes were enormous. A victory would cement Alexander's control over Asia Minor and give him a psychological advantage over Darius, while a loss could potentially end his ambitions altogether. The events leading up to Issus and the tactics used during the battle reveal much about Alexander's strategic genius, his courage, and his ability to inspire his men against seemingly insurmountable odds. In this chapter, we'll delve into the build-up to the Battle of Issus, examine the battle's tactical elements, and explore the aftermath, which would forever alter the balance of power in the ancient world. The strategic importance of Issus. Following his decisive victory at the Granicus River, Alexander pushed south along the Mediterranean coast, systematically capturing Persian-held cities in Asia Minor. His campaign strategy was clear: secure control over the region to protect his rear flank and secure supply lines before advancing deeper into the Persian Empire. His victories had not gone unnoticed, and by the time he reached the region of Issus, Darius III recognized the need to confront Alexander personally to prevent further losses and restore Persian dominance. Issus was strategically located near the Cilician Gates, a narrow mountain pass that linked Asia Minor to Syria. Control of Issus was critical for both sides. For Alexander, victory would grant him an unhindered path southward toward the heart of Persia. For Darius, Issus represented the last barrier preventing Alexander from invading the core territories of his empire. Darius assembled a massive army, far larger than Alexander's, and sought to leverage his numbers to crush the Macedonian forces once and for all. Alexander's army, preparation and positioning. Despite the disparity in size between his forces and Darius's, Alexander was confident in his army's discipline, training, and cohesion. His troops were battle-hardened from the campaign's grueling pace and recent victories, and they had developed an unshakable loyalty to Alexander, who consistently led from the front and shared in their hardships. By the time they reached Issus, Alexander's men were experienced in fighting the Persian military and were well-versed in his tactics. Alexander's army consisted of his renowned phalanx infantry, armed with the long sarissa spears that allowed them to strike from a distance, and his elite hetairoi or companion cavalry, led by Alexander himself. Supporting these units were archers, javelin throwers, and light infantry who could respond quickly to shifting battlefield conditions. Each soldier knew his role within the army, and Alexander's strategies were built on precision and cohesion, which would prove crucial against the Persian forces' overwhelming numbers. Upon reaching Issus, Alexander took up a defensive position, stationing his army along the Panaris River. The narrow plain limited the space available to Darius's forces, neutralizing much of the Persian numerical advantage. By choosing a battleground that constrained the Persian army, Alexander effectively leveled the playing field, allowing his smaller but highly organized force to engage with the vast Persian ranks more manageably. The battle begins: Persian overconfidence and Alexander's tactical mastery. When Darius arrived with his army, he likely expected an easy victory. The size of his forces was immense, with tens of thousands of soldiers from across the Persian Empire, archers, cavalry, infantry, and charioteers armed with scythed wheels intended to break through enemy lines. Confident in his overwhelming numbers, Darius placed himself at the center of his line, in the tradition of Persian kings, expecting that his mere presence would bolster his troops and intimidate the Macedonians. However, Darius had underestimated both Alexander's tactical prowess and his soldiers' loyalty and experience. Recognizing Darius's position at the center, Alexander formulated a strategy to exploit this predictable deployment. He aimed to pierce through the Persian left flank with a rapid cavalry assault, then roll back through the enemy lines, destabilizing Darius's center and causing chaos among his forces. As the battle commenced, Alexander ordered his phalanx to hold the line along the river, using their long spears to resist the Persian infantry's advance. Meanwhile, he personally led the Hittairoi in a thunderous charge against the Persian left flank. The Macedonian cavalry, honed to perfection in previous battles, struck with speed and precision, shattering the Persian soldiers' resolve and driving them into retreat. Alexander's attack on the flank had a ripple effect, weakening the entire Persian formation and creating openings that his infantry could exploit. Darius's retreat, the turning point. Realizing that his left flank was collapsing, Darius made a fateful decision. He abandoned his position at the center of the battlefield and fled, leaving his army in disarray. For a Persian king, retreat was almost unheard of, as it signified defeat and dishonor. Darius's flight had a devastating effect on his troops. Seeing their king abandon the fight, the Persian soldiers lost their resolve, and many began to flee as well, leaving behind equipment and supplies in a frantic escape. Alexander, seizing the opportunity, ordered his troops to press the advantage. His men pursued the retreating Persians, capturing high-ranking officers and seizing vast quantities of treasure and military supplies. The victory was overwhelming. Alexander had defeated an army many times the size of his own, capturing both resources and symbolic value that further bolstered his campaign. The aftermath, the impact on Persia and Alexander's growing legend. The Battle of Issus marked a significant turning point in Alexander's campaign and in the larger Greco-Persian conflict. With Darius in retreat, Alexander now had a psychological and strategic advantage over the Persian Empire. The defeat at Issus shattered the myth of Persian invincibility and demonstrated that the Macedonian king was not only a skilled tactician but also a formidable leader capable of challenging the mightiest empire of his time. The battle also cemented Alexander's reputation as a leader favored by the gods, fueling his belief in his divine mission to unite the known world. His troops, already fiercely loyal, saw Issus as proof that their king was destined for greatness, and their commitment to him only deepened. Issus had shown them that, under Alexander's command, they could overcome any challenge, regardless of the odds. In the aftermath of the battle, Alexander found another unexpected prize: the family of Darius III. Among the captured were Darius's wife, mother, and children, whom Alexander treated with respect and dignity, allowing them to maintain their royal status in captivity. This act of clemency earned him admiration, even among his enemies, and contrasted sharply with the image of the ruthless conqueror. By sparing Darius's family, Alexander sought to demonstrate both his power and his sense of honor, positioning himself as a more compassionate leader than the Persian king. Strategic gains: control of Asia Minor and access to Persian wealth. Beyond its symbolic importance, the victory at Issus had immediate and tangible benefits. Alexander now controlled all of Asia Minor, giving him access to crucial resources, including food, materials, and money to fund the next phases of his campaign. Issus opened the door to further advances along the Mediterranean coast, where Persian garrisons in cities like Tyre and Gaza would become Alexander's next targets. The wealth and supplies captured from the Persian camp were substantial, bolstering Alexander's finances and enabling him to pay his troops generously. The morale boost from the victory, combined with the material gains, strengthened his army and allowed him to attract additional recruits. Alexander's forces, now well-provisioned and well-paid, became even more formidable, and the Macedonian king began to take on an almost mythic status, as stories of his victories spread across the ancient world. Issus and Alexander's vision of empire. The Battle of Issus was more than just a military victory. It was a significant step toward Alexander's vision of empire. By defeating Darius and gaining control of Asia Minor, Alexander could now focus on expanding his influence across the eastern Mediterranean. His goal was not simply to conquer lands but to establish a new world order, where Greek and Persian cultures could merge under his leadership. Issus had demonstrated that this vision was within reach, and Alexander's determination to create a lasting legacy became stronger than ever. Issus also served as a crucible in which Alexander's leadership style was tested and refined. He showed that he could inspire his men through courage, that he was capable of mercy even amid conflict, and that his strategic vision extended beyond immediate gains. The victory marked the beginning of Alexander's transformation from a brilliant general to a statesman and visionary leader, one who aspired to reshape the world. The Battle of Issus proved Alexander's military genius and solidified his reputation as an unstoppable force. It showed both his resilience in the face of overwhelming odds and his ability to inspire those around him. With Darius in retreat and Asia Minor firmly under his control, Alexander prepared for the next phase of his campaign. His attention turned toward the fabled city of Tyre and the lands of Egypt, where he would further establish his legacy as the conqueror who redefined the ancient world. Chapter 5: Conquest of Egypt and the Founding of Alexandria. After his resounding victory at the Battle of Issus and the securing of Asia Minor, Alexander turned his gaze southward, toward the rich and strategically critical lands of Egypt. Egypt was a vital part of the Persian Empire, valued not only for its fertile lands and abundant resources but also for its position along critical trade routes connecting the Mediterranean to the Near East and beyond. Conquering Egypt would not only weaken Persia but also strengthen Alexander's control over the eastern Mediterranean and grant him access to immense wealth. This chapter explores Alexander's journey through Egypt, his interactions with Egyptian culture, and the founding of Alexandria, a city that would become a beacon of learning and culture, immortalizing his name for centuries to come. The path to Egypt: Siege of Tyre and Gaza. Before reaching Egypt, Alexander faced a formidable challenge in the Phoenician city of Tyre. Tyre was a wealthy, fortified island city with strong defenses and a powerful navy, and it was a key ally to Persia. Knowing that the Persians could use Tyre as a naval base to threaten his rear, Alexander decided to capture it, despite the city's impregnable appearance. The Siege of Tyre was one of the most challenging operations of Alexander's career, lasting 7 months. The city was located on an island half a mile from the coast, and the Tyrians believed themselves safe from land-based attacks. Alexander, however, was determined to conquer Tyre. He ordered his engineers to construct a massive causeway, or mole, from the mainland to the island, allowing his troops to approach the walls directly. The construction was slow and dangerous, with Tyrian forces launching constant attacks from the sea, but Alexander's persistence and ingenuity paid off. Once the causeway was completed, Alexander's army launched a full assault. With the support of siege towers and battering rams, his troops breached the walls, and after fierce fighting, Tyre fell. The capture of Tyre was a testament to Alexander's resolve and his ability to overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Following Tyre, Alexander swiftly moved to Gaza, another strategic location. Gaza, too, resisted fiercely, but Alexander's army quickly overwhelmed it, securing his path to Egypt. With Tyre and Gaza subdued, Alexander could now turn his attention to Egypt. The conquest of these cities demonstrated his willingness to wage extended sieges and his adaptability in the face of complex challenges, qualities that would serve him well in Egypt. Arrival in Egypt: a conqueror welcomed as a liberator. In late 332 BCE, Alexander and his forces entered Egypt, where they encountered minimal resistance. Egypt, under Persian rule for nearly 2 centuries, had become restless and discontented, and Alexander's arrival was seen as an opportunity for liberation rather than further subjugation. The Egyptians welcomed Alexander as a liberator, eager to escape Persian dominance and reclaim their cultural heritage. Recognizing the value of their support, Alexander treated the Egyptians and their traditions with respect, adapting his policies to align with local customs. Unlike other conquerors, Alexander did not impose Greek culture upon the Egyptians. Instead, he embraced and respected Egyptian customs and beliefs. He restored the local religious practices and supported the Egyptian priesthood, winning the loyalty of the people. This approach allowed Alexander to govern Egypt with minimal resistance and positioned him as a unifying leader who valued and preserved the cultural diversity of his empire. Journey to the Oracle of Siwa, claiming divine favor. One of the most intriguing episodes of Alexander's time in Egypt was his journey to the Oracle of Ammon at Siwa, located deep in the western desert. According to ancient tradition, the Oracle of Ammon was a source of divine wisdom, and Alexander believed that consulting the oracle would confirm his status as a leader favored by the gods. This pilgrimage was not just a quest for spiritual insight. It was a symbolic act that bolstered Alexander's image as a divinely sanctioned ruler. The journey to Siwa was grueling, as Alexander and his entourage crossed vast stretches of desert with limited supplies. According to legend, they were guided by miraculous signs, such as sudden rainstorms and mysterious birds that led them to the oasis. When they finally arrived, the priests at Siwa welcomed Alexander and reportedly declared him the son of Ammon, the Egyptian equivalent of Zeus. Alexander's consultation with the oracle is shrouded in mystery, but he left Siwa with a renewed sense of purpose, viewing himself as not just a king but as a semi-divine figure with a mission to unify the world. This experience profoundly influenced Alexander's self-image and his vision for his empire. By aligning himself with the Egyptian god Ammon, Alexander reinforced his appeal to the Egyptians and laid the foundations for his later adoption of Persian and Eastern customs. His journey to Siwa was both a spiritual and political act, strengthening his legitimacy in the eyes of his diverse subjects and setting the stage for the fusion of cultures that would characterize his rule. The founding of Alexandria, vision for a cultural hub. One of Alexander's most lasting contributions to Egypt and to history was the founding of the city of Alexandria. While in Egypt, Alexander identified a strategic location along the Mediterranean coast where he envisioned a new city that would serve as a center of Greek culture, trade, and learning. He chose the site carefully, selecting a location near the Nile Delta with access to both the Mediterranean and the rich agricultural lands of Egypt. In 331 BC, Alexander laid the foundation of Alexandria, personally overseeing the city's design and development. According to legend, he marked out the city's boundaries himself, using barley to trace the layout of its streets and structures. He consulted architects and planners, envisioning a metropolis that would blend Greek and Egyptian influences and serve as a symbol of the new world order he sought to create. Alexandria would become a center of commerce, knowledge, and cultural exchange, attracting scholars, traders, and artists from across the ancient world. Over time, Alexandria grew to embody Alexander's vision, becoming one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. It housed the famous Library of Alexandria, a monumental repository of knowledge, and the Lighthouse of Alexandria, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The city became a beacon of Hellenistic culture, where Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and other traditions coexisted and flourished. Although Alexander would not live to see its full glory, Alexandria immortalized his legacy as a founder of civilizations, bridging East and West. Egyptian integration, governing with respect and diplomacy. Alexander's time in Egypt exemplified his strategy of integration and respect for local cultures. Unlike previous conquerors who had imposed foreign rule upon Egypt, Alexander adopted Egyptian customs and practices, incorporating local leaders into his administration. He appointed Egyptian governors to oversee the day-to-day affairs of the region, while maintaining a Macedonian military presence to secure his control. To further strengthen his relationship with the Egyptians, Alexander endorsed Egyptian religious practices, including the worship of the gods and the pharaoh cult. He even took on the traditional title of pharaoh, a gesture that underscored his respect for Egyptian heritage and solidified his legitimacy as their ruler. By embracing Egyptian identity, Alexander avoided the resentment that often accompanies foreign rule, fostering a stable and prosperous relationship that would benefit his empire. This approach to governance set a precedent for Alexander's later conquests in Persia and beyond. Rather than imposing a single cultural identity on his empire, he sought to create a mosaic of traditions that respected the unique customs of each region. His time in Egypt demonstrated that his vision extended beyond mere conquest. He was committed to building an empire united by mutual respect and shared prosperity. Departure from Egypt, the path forward. By the end of his time in Egypt, Alexander had solidified his control over one of the wealthiest and most culturally significant regions of the ancient world. Egypt would provide him with resources, wealth, and strategic positioning that would support his further campaigns. His relationship with the Egyptians was secure, and his vision of a unified empire that respected and celebrated cultural diversity was well underway. As he prepared to leave Egypt, Alexander's focus shifted once again to the Persian heartland. His ultimate goal was to confront Darius III and establish himself as the supreme ruler of Persia. The successes in Egypt and the founding of Alexandria had strengthened Alexander's resolve and expanded his vision of what his empire could be. He was no longer just a king seeking glory through conquest. He was a leader striving to create a legacy that would transcend his lifetime. Legacy of Alexandria, a city that endures. The foundation of Alexandria remains one of Alexander's most enduring achievements. Over centuries, the city would grow into a thriving metropolis, renowned for its intellectual and cultural contributions. The Library of Alexandria became a center for scholarship, attracting thinkers from across the ancient world, and the city itself embodied the blending of Greek, Egyptian, and other cultural influences that Alexander had envisioned. For Alexander, Alexandria was not merely a city, it was a symbol of his ideals. It represented the fusion of different cultures, the pursuit of knowledge, and the legacy of a ruler who saw himself not just as a conqueror but as a builder of civilizations. Through Alexandria, Alexander's vision of unity and cultural exchange continued long after his death, impacting generations to come. With Egypt firmly within his grasp and a strong base established in Alexandria, Alexander was prepared to face his next great challenge. His sights turned eastward, toward the core of the Persian Empire, where he would encounter Darius III once again in the decisive Battle of Gaugamela, a confrontation that would bring him to the threshold of achieving his greatest ambition. Chapter 6: The Siege of Tyre and the Battle of Gaugamela. After his successful campaign in Egypt and the founding of Alexandria, Alexander the Great was ready to face the might of the Persian Empire once again. His sights were set on a final, decisive confrontation with Darius III. However, securing a path to the heart of Persia required overcoming key strategic locations, particularly the well-fortified city of Tyre and, later, a decisive victory at Gaugamela. Each of these challenges would test Alexander's resolve, tactical skill, and leadership, solidifying his reputation as one of history's most brilliant military strategists. In this chapter, we delve into Alexander's meticulous approach to the siege of Tyre, his strategic brilliance at the Battle of Gaugamela, and the impact these victories had on his campaign to reshape the ancient world. The siege of Tyre, overcoming an impregnable fortress. Following his campaign in Egypt, Alexander understood that securing control over the eastern Mediterranean was critical for protecting his supply lines and ensuring safe passage for his troops as they advanced deeper into Persian territory. Tyre, a powerful and wealthy Phoenician city-state located on an island half a mile from the coast, represented the last major obstacle along this route. It was well known for its formidable defenses, and its citizens had long believed their city to be impenetrable. When Alexander approached Tyre in early 332 BC, he requested permission to enter the city and make sacrifices to the god Melkart, a deity worshipped both by the Tyrians and by Alexander, who saw him as equivalent to Heracles, Hercules. The Tyrians, suspicious of Alexander's intentions, denied his request and prepared for a siege. Recognizing Tyre's strategic importance, Alexander could not afford to bypass the city and risk a Persian resurgence along his supply lines. He decided to conquer Tyre, regardless of the difficulties it presented. Alexander's plan to capture Tyre was audacious and ambitious. Lacking a sufficient navy to besiege an island city, he ordered his engineers to construct a massive causeway, or mole, stretching from the mainland to the island. This would allow his soldiers and siege engines to approach Tyre's walls directly. The construction was an arduous task, as Tyrian defenders launched relentless attacks on the workers, using ships to strike at the causeway and hurling projectiles from the city walls. Alexander responded by fortifying the mole with protective structures and deploying his own siege engines to counter the Tyrians' assault. Despite the Tyrians' fierce resistance and attempts to destroy the causeway, Alexander's determination was unwavering. After several months of grueling work, the mole was completed, and Alexander's army launched a full assault on Tyre's walls. Using siege towers and battering rams, his troops managed to breach the defenses, leading to a brutal and bloody confrontation within the city. The fall of Tyre marked a significant victory for Alexander, proving that no obstacle was too great for his ambition. The siege of Tyre became legendary, not only for the scale of Alexander's engineering feats but also for the sheer resolve he displayed in overcoming a seemingly impregnable fortress. Tyre's fall sent a clear message to the rest of the Persian Empire. Alexander was an unstoppable force, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. The march eastward, preparing for the final confrontation. With Tyre subdued, Alexander continued his march eastward, securing his supply lines along the Mediterranean and leaving behind a series of garrisons to protect the region. By now, word of his victories had spread across the ancient world, and he became known not only as a conqueror but as a liberator, especially among cities that had long resented Persian rule. His reputation inspired loyalty, and he garnered support from various regions, swelling his ranks and providing additional resources for his campaign. Alexander's path toward Persia's heartland led him to yet another formidable target, the city of Gaza. Like Tyre, Gaza resisted fiercely, but after a determined siege, Alexander's forces overcame the city's defenses. With the conquest of Gaza, Alexander secured his control over the eastern Mediterranean, paving the way for an unimpeded advance into Mesopotamia, the core territory of the Persian Empire. As he moved eastward, Alexander faced the daunting challenge of confronting Darius III and his vast Persian forces in open battle. Darius, humiliated by his previous defeat at Issus, was determined to restore Persian dominance and assembled one of the largest armies in history to meet Alexander in what would become known as the Battle of Gaugamela. The Persian preparations at Gaugamela. Darius III, fully aware of the threat Alexander posed to his empire, gathered an immense army drawn from every corner of Persia. His forces included infantry, cavalry, archers, and war chariots equipped with scythes designed to mow down enemy ranks. Darius chose the plains of Gaugamela, near modern-day Erbil in Iraq, as the battlefield. The open terrain provided ample space for his larger numbers to maneuver, and he believed it would give him a decisive advantage over Alexander's smaller army. To prepare the battlefield, Darius ordered his engineers to flatten the terrain, creating a smooth surface for his chariots to maximize their impact. Confident in his numerical superiority, Darius positioned himself at the center of his forces, surrounded by his elite bodyguard and Persian nobles. His confidence was bolstered by his massive army, which outnumbered Alexander's forces by a wide margin. Darius believed that Alexander's luck had run out and that the overwhelming Persian numbers would crush the Macedonian army. Alexander's strategic genius at Gaugamela. As Alexander's army approached Gaugamela, he took stock of the Persian forces and realized the magnitude of the challenge before him. He knew that a direct engagement would be disastrous, given the sheer size of Darius's army and the terrain that favored Persian chariots. Instead, Alexander devised a plan that would exploit the flexibility and discipline of his forces, focusing on creating openings in the Persian lines that he could exploit with speed and precision. On the day of the battle, Alexander arranged his army in a unique formation, with his phalanx positioned at the center and his companion cavalry on the right flank, which he personally commanded. He placed additional troops on the left flank and positioned light infantry at the rear to counter the threat of Persian chariots. Alexander's strategy involved drawing the Persian forces outward, creating gaps in their formation that he could then penetrate. As the battle commenced, Alexander ordered his right flank to advance at an oblique angle, slowly drawing the Persian left wing away from their center. Darius, seeing an opportunity to strike Alexander's flanking force, ordered his left wing to engage fully. This maneuver, however, played directly into Alexander's plan, as the gap created in the Persian lines allowed Alexander to launch a concentrated cavalry charge directly at Darius's position. In a brilliant tactical move, Alexander led his companion cavalry in a sudden and decisive attack through the opening, driving toward Darius himself. The sight of Alexander's cavalry bearing down upon him caused panic among the Persian ranks, and Darius, fearing capture or death, chose to flee the battlefield. As their king abandoned them, the Persian troops lost their morale and began to scatter. Aftermath: the fall of the Persian Empire. The Battle of Gaugamela was a defining moment in Alexander's campaign. With Darius in retreat and his army in disarray, Alexander emerged victorious, effectively sealing his conquest of Persia. The defeat at Gaugamela shattered the Persian Empire's ability to resist, and Alexander's path to the heart of Persia was now unobstructed. In the aftermath of Gaugamela, Alexander pursued Darius, who fled deeper into Persia, hoping to regroup. However, Darius was eventually betrayed by his own nobles and assassinated, ending the Achaemenid dynasty and leaving Alexander as the undisputed ruler of the former Persian Empire. This victory marked the beginning of a new era, as Alexander adopted Persian customs, married into the Persian aristocracy, and sought to integrate Greek and Persian cultures. The fusion of cultures, Alexander's new vision. With Persia under his control, Alexander's ambitions expanded. He was no longer simply a Greek king or a Macedonian conqueror. He saw himself as the ruler of a unified, multicultural empire. To achieve this vision, Alexander encouraged marriages between his officers and Persian women, promoted Persian customs alongside Greek practices, and adopted elements of Persian royal attire and ceremony. Alexander's policies aimed to bridge the cultural divide between his Greek and Persian subjects. He introduced the practice of proskynesis, a Persian custom of bowing or prostration before the king, among his court, though this was met with resistance from his Macedonian companions, who viewed it as incompatible with Greek values. Despite the challenges, Alexander remained committed to his vision of a blended empire, even if it meant facing dissent from those closest to him. The Battle of Gaugamela and the subsequent integration of Persian customs marked the start of what would later be known as the Hellenistic Age. This era saw the spread of Greek culture across the East and the incorporation of Eastern traditions into the Greek world. Alexander's empire would become a melting pot of ideas, languages, and traditions, creating a legacy that would endure long after his death. Legacy of Gaugamela, Alexander's unyielding ambition. The victory at Gaugamela stands as one of Alexander's greatest military achievements, showcasing his brilliance in strategy, his ability to inspire loyalty among his men, and his relentless pursuit of his vision. This battle was more than a military triumph. It marked the beginning of Alexander's transformation from a conqueror of nations to a builder of civilizations. His ambition was no longer limited to conquest. He envisioned a new world order where East and West could coexist and thrive under his rule. With the Persian Empire defeated and a new vision for his empire taking shape, Alexander's journey was far from over. His sights turned even farther eastward, toward the unknown lands of Central Asia and beyond, where he would face new challenges and test the limits of his empire. Chapter 7: The March Eastward and the Founding of New Cities. With the Persian Empire under his control, Alexander was no longer bound by the ambitions of his predecessors. Instead, he sought to expand his empire beyond the known boundaries of the ancient world, marching eastward into the uncharted territories of Central Asia. This journey was not only a military campaign but also an opportunity for Alexander to spread Greek culture and establish a network of cities that would serve as lasting symbols of his rule and vision. In this chapter, we follow Alexander's march through Central Asia, his founding of new cities, and the difficulties he faced as he pushed his army deeper into foreign lands. We'll explore how his vision evolved, the resilience of his soldiers, and the complex interactions between the Greeks and the diverse cultures they encountered along the way. The drive eastward, a new phase of conquest. After his victory at Gaugamela and the subsequent death of Darius III, Alexander was in command of the vast expanse of the former Persian Empire, stretching from Egypt to the western borders of India. Yet, despite the enormity of his achievement, Alexander was not content to stop. The Persian Empire, though rich in history and resources, represented only a part of Alexander's growing ambition. His gaze turned eastward, toward the lands of Central Asia and India, regions rich in both mystery and wealth. The decision to continue the campaign into Central Asia reflected Alexander's relentless ambition and his belief in a destiny that demanded constant expansion. Many of his generals and soldiers, however, were beginning to show signs of weariness. They had marched thousands of miles, endured intense battles, and were now being asked to enter regions that were less familiar and more dangerous. Yet, Alexander's charisma and determination inspired loyalty, and his men followed him as he led them into the wilds of Central Asia. The founding of new cities, spreading Hellenistic culture. As Alexander advanced through Central Asia, he established numerous cities that would later serve as administrative and military hubs, helping to secure his new territories. Each city became a center for Greek culture and governance, populated with settlers from Alexander's army and civilians from across the empire. These cities, often named Alexandria in honor of their founder, became symbols of his vision for a unified empire where Greek and local cultures could merge. Among the most famous of these cities was Alexandria Eskate, or Alexandria the Furthest, located in what is now Tajikistan. This city represented the easternmost point of Alexander's empire and served as a gateway between Greek and Central Asian cultures. Founded in 329 BCE, Alexandria Eskate became a vibrant cultural and trade center, facilitating exchanges between Greek settlers and the local Sogdian population. Each city was designed with Greek architectural features, such as theaters, temples, and marketplaces, blending Hellenistic and local influences. By establishing these urban centers, Alexander hoped to create a lasting legacy that would outlive his military conquests. These cities served as hubs for Greek language, art, and philosophy, fostering a blend of cultures that would define the Hellenistic age. Over time, these cities developed into thriving communities where Greek settlers, Persian nobles, and local elites lived side by side, creating a unique cultural fusion that became one of Alexander's most enduring legacies. The Sogdian Campaign: Resilience against Resistance. As Alexander moved deeper into Central Asia, he encountered fierce resistance from the local populations, particularly in the region of Sogdia, which includes modern-day Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. The Sogdians, led by a local noble named Spitamines, launched a series of guerrilla attacks against Alexander's forces, using their knowledge of the mountainous terrain to their advantage. Unlike previous Persian forces, the Sogdians did not engage Alexander in direct battle but instead adopted hit-and-run tactics that frustrated his troops and stretched his supply lines. The Sogdian campaign proved to be one of the most grueling parts of Alexander's journey. His army faced not only military resistance but also the harsh realities of the Central Asian environment, from extreme temperatures to rugged landscapes that made travel and resupply difficult. Despite these challenges, Alexander was determined to subdue the region. He divided his forces to cover more territory, launching simultaneous campaigns to hunt down resistance fighters and secure key strongholds. One of the most notable moments of the Sogdian campaign was Alexander's capture of the Sogdian Rock, a mountain fortress considered impregnable by the locals. When Alexander demanded their surrender, the defenders mocked him, saying that only men with wings could reach them. In response, Alexander ordered a group of his most skilled climbers to scale the cliffs under cover of night. The sight of Macedonian soldiers atop the fortress the following morning stunned the defenders, who surrendered in awe of Alexander's resolve and tactical ingenuity. The campaign in Sogdia tested Alexander's patience and resilience, but it also demonstrated his adaptability and willingness to employ unconventional tactics. By conquering this difficult region, he solidified his control over Central Asia and broke the power of the Sogdian resistance, allowing him to continue his march eastward. Marriages and diplomacy, integrating cultures. During his campaign in Central Asia, Alexander increasingly embraced the idea of cultural integration. He began encouraging his soldiers to marry local women, fostering a blending of Greek and Persian traditions that aligned with his vision of a united empire. Alexander himself married Roxana, a Sogdian noblewoman, in a union that symbolized his commitment to cultural unity. Their marriage was both a personal and political act, aimed at securing his influence in Sogdia and demonstrating respect for local traditions. Alexander's policy of integration extended beyond marriage. He encouraged the adoption of Persian dress and customs within his court, and he appointed Persians and other local elites to positions of power within his administration. These actions were controversial among his Macedonian officers, many of whom saw them as a betrayal of Greek values. However, Alexander believed that the success of his empire depended on a genuine fusion of cultures, where Greek and local customs could coexist and strengthen one another. These diplomatic and cultural efforts marked a significant shift in Alexander's approach to empire building. He was no longer merely a conqueror. He aspired to be a ruler who could bridge cultural divides and create a harmonious and enduring legacy. His actions in Central Asia reflected a broader vision of empire that transcended Greek or Persian identity, paving the way for a multicultural society that would define the Hellenistic world. The approach to India: encounters with new cultures. Having secured Central Asia, Alexander set his sights on India, a land of immense wealth and mystique that lay beyond the known boundaries of the Greek world. India was rumored to be filled with exotic riches and powerful kings, and Alexander was drawn to the challenge of conquering this new frontier. However, the journey toward India brought new challenges, as his army began to show signs of exhaustion and dissent. Alexander's encounters with Indian culture and customs further fueled his fascination with the diversity of his empire. As he approached the Indian subcontinent, he encountered peoples and practices vastly different from those of Persia or Greece. Intrigued by these differences, Alexander sought to learn more about Indian religion, philosophy, and warfare, seeing India not only as a land to conquer but as a source of new ideas and knowledge that could enrich his empire. At the same time, the march toward India tested the loyalty of his troops. Many of his soldiers, weary from years of continuous campaigning, began to question the necessity of further expansion. They had journeyed thousands of miles from their homeland, endured harsh conditions, and fought countless battles. The prospect of venturing into yet another unknown land filled some with dread, while others saw it as a final test of their loyalty to their leader. The founding of new cities along the route. As he advanced toward India, Alexander continued his policy of founding cities along the way, creating outposts that served both military and cultural functions. These cities, like those he established in Central Asia, became vital centers of Greek influence and administration. They provided his army with secure bases, helped consolidate his hold over newly conquered territories, and encouraged the spread of Greek culture and language. Each city was a testament to Alexander's commitment to creating a network of urban centers that would facilitate communication and trade across his vast empire. By establishing these cities, he hoped to leave behind a lasting infrastructure that would endure long after his campaign ended. These cities not only served as military strongholds but also as symbols of Hellenistic influence, where Greek, Persian, and local traditions merged into a unique cultural blend. The legacy of the Eastern Campaign. The march eastward marked a transformative period in Alexander's life and career. His encounters with diverse cultures, his marriage to Roxana, and his establishment of new cities reflected an evolving vision for his empire, one where integration and cultural exchange were just as important as military conquest. His actions laid the groundwork for the Hellenistic Age, a period characterized by the fusion of Greek and Eastern cultures, advancements in science, art, and philosophy, and the spread of Greek influence across Asia. Alexander's Eastern campaign also highlighted the challenges of maintaining an empire that spanned diverse cultures and landscapes. His vision of a multicultural empire was bold and unprecedented, but it was also fraught with tensions, both within his ranks and among the conquered populations. The further he ventured from Macedonia, the more difficult it became to balance the demands of his troops with his aspirations for unity. As he prepared to cross into India, Alexander faced the dual challenge of fulfilling his ambition while managing the growing strain within his army. His relentless pursuit of expansion had brought him to the edge of the known world, and the journey into India would test the limits of both his empire and his leadership. Chapter 8. The Indian Campaign and the Battle of the Hydaspes. As Alexander pushed beyond the limits of the known world, he reached the fabled land of India in 327 BC. For both Alexander and his troops, India represented a new frontier, an exotic and mysterious land, rumored to be filled with wealth, powerful kings, and formidable warriors. Driven by his boundless ambition and a desire to test his limits, Alexander began his Indian campaign, confronting new challenges in the form of monsoons, dense jungles, and fierce opponents. This phase of his conquest would culminate in the Battle of the Hydaspes, one of the most challenging and memorable battles of his career, where he would face King Porus, a ruler whose bravery and resilience would earn Alexander's respect. In this chapter, we follow Alexander as he embarks on his journey through India, examining his encounters with Indian culture, his difficult campaign through unfamiliar terrain, and the historic confrontation at the Hydaspes River. The journey into India, new challenges and tensions. Alexander's journey into India was marked by a series of unexpected challenges. The terrain was unlike anything his army had encountered before, with dense jungles, sweltering heat, and heavy monsoon rains that slowed their progress and tested their endurance. The soldiers, already exhausted from years of continuous campaigning, found the Indian climate particularly punishing. The unfamiliar environment took a toll on both their morale and their physical well-being. Moreover, as Alexander's campaign moved deeper into the Indian subcontinent, tensions within his ranks began to escalate. Many of his men, weary from years of warfare, questioned the necessity of further expansion. They had marched thousands of miles from home, facing perilous battles, difficult terrain, and countless hardships. Alexander's relentless drive to push forward strained his relationship with his soldiers, who began to wonder if his ambition had become reckless. Despite these difficulties, Alexander's charisma and determination continued to inspire loyalty among his core supporters. His vision of a united, multicultural empire, combined with his own willingness to endure the same hardships as his men, kept morale from collapsing entirely. Nevertheless, the signs of dissent were becoming increasingly apparent, setting the stage for future challenges to his authority. Encounters with Indian culture and philosophy. As Alexander advanced through the regions of the Indian subcontinent, he encountered new cultural practices, philosophies, and religious beliefs that intrigued and fascinated him. India's spiritual traditions were unlike anything he had seen in Greece or Persia, and he took a keen interest in learning about them. One of the most significant encounters he had was with Indian ascetics, who practiced forms of meditation and self-discipline that piqued Alexander's intellectual curiosity. Alexander's interest in Indian philosophy reflected his lifelong commitment to learning and his desire to incorporate diverse ideas into his empire. He held discussions with local philosophers and priests, showing a genuine respect for their knowledge and way of life. This openness to different cultures and perspectives was a hallmark of his leadership, and it furthered his reputation as a ruler who valued not only military conquest but also cultural enrichment. At the same time, Alexander's fascination with Indian culture presented an opportunity for diplomatic connections. He established alliances with local rulers, who provided him with resources and guides to navigate the challenging terrain. These alliances were crucial for Alexander's campaign, as they allowed him to gain knowledge of the region and maintain his supply lines, easing the burdens of his journey through India. The approach to the Hydaspes River, preparing for battle. As Alexander advanced, he learned of a powerful local ruler, King Porus, who governed the territory along the Hydaspes River, modern-day Jhelum River in Pakistan. Porus was known for his strength, courage, and command over a well-trained army, which included war elephants, a formidable force unfamiliar to Alexander's troops. Recognizing the strategic importance of the Hydaspes, Alexander decided to confront Porus, determined to secure his position in northern India. The Hydaspes River was swollen with monsoon rains, creating a natural barrier that Porus believed would deter Alexander from crossing. Confident in his defensive position, Porus stationed his forces on the far bank, preparing to repel any attempt by the Macedonians to cross the river. However, Alexander's tactical genius allowed him to turn this obstacle into an opportunity. In a move that demonstrated his adaptability and mastery of strategy, Alexander devised a plan to cross the river under the cover of night. He divided his forces, leaving a portion of his army at the primary crossing to distract Porus, while he led a select group of soldiers to a hidden crossing point further upstream. Using stealth and speed, Alexander's troops crossed the river undetected, gaining a strategic advantage by positioning themselves on Porus's flank. The Battle of the Hydaspes, Courage and Strategy. The Battle of the Hydaspes began at dawn, with Alexander's forces advancing from the flank and catching Porus off guard. The Macedonian phalanx and cavalry, bolstered by their surprise positioning, launched a fierce assault. Porus responded by mobilizing his war elephants, which charged at Alexander's infantry with terrifying force. The elephants trampled the Macedonian ranks, causing initial chaos and fear among Alexander's soldiers, who had never encountered such creatures in battle. Yet Alexander quickly adapted his tactics, ordering his troops to target the elephants' handlers and isolate the animals. His light infantry used javelins to harry the elephants, while his archers rained arrows on Porus's forces from a distance. Alexander's cavalry, led by the Hetairoi, companion cavalry, maneuvered skillfully around the elephants, striking at Porus's infantry and gradually weakening his lines. As the battle raged, the discipline and cohesion of Alexander's troops began to prevail over the formidable Indian forces. Porus himself fought valiantly, standing over 7 feet tall and cutting an imposing figure on the battlefield. Despite the intensity of the Macedonian assault, he held his ground, displaying exceptional bravery and resilience. His courage earned him the respect of both his own soldiers and Alexander's, who marveled at his refusal to yield. After several hours of intense fighting, Alexander's strategy and the discipline of his troops finally broke the Indian lines. Porus was wounded and surrounded, but even in defeat he retained his dignity, refusing to surrender outright. When he was eventually captured and brought before Alexander, he stood tall and unbroken, meeting the conqueror's gaze with defiance. The aftermath: respect between conqueror and king. Impressed by Porus's bravery and strength, Alexander treated him with respect and magnanimity. When Alexander asked how he wished to be treated, Porus famously replied, "Like a king." This simple, dignified answer struck a chord with Alexander, who recognized in Porus a kindred spirit, a ruler who valued honor, courage, and the loyalty of his people. Rather than treating him as a defeated enemy, Alexander restored Porus to his throne and granted him additional territories, solidifying an alliance that would strengthen his influence in India. The respect and generosity Alexander showed toward Porus were emblematic of his broader approach to leadership. By treating Porus as an ally rather than a subjugated foe, Alexander fostered loyalty and stability in the region, ensuring that his conquest would endure beyond mere military control. This act of clemency furthered his vision of a multicultural empire, where diverse cultures and traditions could coexist under his rule. The alliance with Porus also provided Alexander with valuable knowledge of the region, facilitating his continued advance into India. Porus's forces, now allies, aided Alexander's army as they navigated the complex landscape, and local leaders viewed Alexander's treatment of Porus as a sign of his respect for Indian culture and customs. Challenges and exhaustion: the army's reluctance to continue. Despite the victory at the Hydaspes, Alexander's army was reaching its limit. The campaign through India had been grueling, and many soldiers were homesick, exhausted, and wary of venturing further into unknown territory. Stories of vast, powerful kingdoms and fearsome war elephants in the lands beyond the Ganges River fueled their reluctance to proceed. The troops, who had followed Alexander faithfully for years, began to question the wisdom of further expansion. Recognizing their weariness, Alexander called a council to address their concerns. He passionately argued for the continuation of their journey, invoking their past victories and the glory of reaching the edge of the world. Yet, even his charisma and determination were not enough to sway his men. For the first time, Alexander faced a limit to his ambition, imposed not by his enemies, but by the exhaustion and resistance of his own soldiers. Reluctantly, Alexander agreed to end the campaign and turn back, marking the Hydaspes as the easternmost point of his conquests. This decision was a poignant moment in his life, symbolizing the first time he had to accept a boundary to his aspirations. The journey home, however, would prove to be as challenging as any battle, as Alexander and his army would encounter further hardships in their march back through treacherous terrain. The legacy of the Indian campaign, new ideas and a cultural exchange. The Indian campaign left a lasting impact on Alexander's empire. His encounters with Indian culture, philosophy, and military tactics enriched the cultural tapestry of his rule and left a legacy that would influence the Hellenistic world for centuries. Greek and Indian scholars began to exchange ideas, laying the groundwork for advancements in fields such as mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The influence of Indian art and philosophy also permeated the Hellenistic world, fostering a period of intellectual and cultural flourishing. The Battle of the Hydaspes, in particular, demonstrated Alexander's ability to adapt to new challenges and his respect for valor and courage even in his adversaries. The respect he showed for Porus and his willingness to integrate Indian customs into his governance illustrated his commitment to a vision that transcended mere conquest. In India, Alexander had encountered a culture rich in history and wisdom, and his openness to learning from it became a hallmark of his leadership. Alexander's decision to turn back at the edge of India reflected both the limits of his power and the scope of his vision. His conquests had stretched from Greece to the far reaches of the known world, creating an empire that was as diverse as it was vast. Though he would not live to see the full realization of his vision, the legacy of his Indian campaign would endure, leaving an indelible mark on both Greek and Indian history. Chapter 9. The Return and the Tragic End. Following his decision to turn back from India, Alexander's journey home marked the beginning of a new and challenging phase. His empire, stretching from Greece to the edges of India, was the largest the world had ever seen. Yet the trek back through hostile terrain and the desert wastelands of Gidroja would push his troops to their limits and foreshadow the struggles that awaited Alexander and his empire. While his ambitions remained undimmed, the hardships of the return journey and his increasingly strained relationships with his inner circle would cast a shadow over his final days. This chapter explores Alexander's arduous march home, the personal toll of his conquests, and the events leading to his untimely death in Babylon, marking the end of an era. The decision to turn back. A moment of reflection. Alexander's decision to halt his campaign and turn back from India was a watershed moment. It was the first time he had faced an insurmountable obstacle, not from an external enemy but from within his own ranks. His soldiers, exhausted and yearning for home, had reached the limit of their endurance. Despite his own ambitions to continue exploring and expanding, Alexander recognized the need to respect his men's wishes. This decision to turn back was bittersweet for Alexander, who saw his vision of reaching the edge of the world curtailed by the limitations of human endurance. Though he agreed to lead his army back to Persia, Alexander's resolve to leave a lasting legacy did not waver. His focus shifted from further conquest to the consolidation and administration of his empire, uniting the diverse peoples and cultures under his rule. Along the way, he continued to found new cities, establish governance structures, and integrate the cultures he had encountered into his empire. The journey home would be both a physical and symbolic retreat, a time for reflection on the immense achievements and challenges that lay ahead. The harrowing march through the Gidrojan desert. One of the most grueling challenges Alexander and his army faced on their journey back was the crossing of the Gidrojan desert, modern-day Baluchistan in Pakistan and Iran. This treacherous stretch of barren land was infamous for its harsh conditions, including scorching heat, lack of water, and unforgiving terrain. Alexander's decision to take this route has been the subject of much debate among historians, with some suggesting it was an attempt to test his army's endurance or to emulate the legendary hardships of earlier conquerors. The desert crossing proved to be one of the deadliest episodes of Alexander's campaign. His troops, already weakened by years of combat and exhaustion, faced extreme dehydration, starvation, and exposure to the relentless sun. Many soldiers and camp followers perished, succumbing to thirst and heat, while others were left disoriented by the vast, featureless landscape. Alexander himself endured these hardships alongside his men, refusing any comforts not available to them and demonstrating his commitment to sharing in their suffering. Despite his leadership, the toll of the desert crossing was immense. The Gedrosian March stands as a testament to both Alexander's determination and the severe limits of endurance. By the time they emerged from the desert, his forces were significantly diminished, and morale was at an all-time low. The experience left Alexander reflective and somber, aware of the high price his men had paid for his ambition. Tensions and mutiny, growing friction with his generals. As Alexander approached the heart of his empire, the toll of continuous conquest began to show in his relationships with his inner circle. Many of his Macedonian generals, once loyal and unwavering, had grown wary of Alexander's increasing adoption of Persian customs and practices, which they viewed as a departure from Greek traditions. Alexander's insistence on adopting Persian dress, rituals, and titles, such as the Persian practice of proskynesis, or bowing before the king, caused considerable resentment among his Macedonian companions, who felt these practices undermined their values. One of the most significant confrontations came with his general, Clitus the Black, a longtime friend and supporter who had saved Alexander's life at the Battle of Granicus. During a heated argument, fueled by anger and alcohol, Clitus criticized Alexander's increasing arrogance and his embrace of Persian customs. In a moment of blind rage, Alexander killed Clitus with a spear. The incident shocked the court and deeply troubled Alexander, who mourned the death of his friend and regretted his actions. It was a turning point that revealed the strain between Alexander's ambitions and the loyalty of his men. The tensions culminated in an attempted mutiny at the city of Opis, where his Macedonian troops, feeling marginalized by the inclusion of Persian soldiers in the army, openly revolted. Alexander responded with a display of authority, executing the leaders of the mutiny and delivering a passionate speech to remind his soldiers of their shared sacrifices. Though he ultimately reconciled with his troops, the incident underscored the growing divide between Alexander's vision of a multicultural empire and the traditional values of his Macedonian followers. Babylon, the vision of a united empire. In 323 BCE, Alexander returned to Babylon, the heart of his empire, with plans to consolidate his rule and prepare for future campaigns. He envisioned Babylon as the capital of a united, multicultural empire where Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, and others could coexist and contribute to a shared civilization. He began organizing a series of ambitious projects, including the construction of a grand fleet and an exploration of the Arabian Peninsula, aiming to further expand his empire and strengthen trade networks. Alexander's time in Babylon marked a period of intense activity and vision. He introduced policies aimed at integrating his diverse subjects, encouraging intermarriage between his soldiers and local populations, and appointing Persian and other non-Greek officials to positions of power. These policies reflected his vision of a world where cultural differences would enrich his empire rather than divide it. Babylon became a vibrant center of learning, culture, and commerce, embodying Alexander's dream of a harmonious and unified empire. However, this vision was not without its challenges. The strains of continuous warfare, the cultural divides within his court, and the logistical challenges of governing such a vast empire weighed heavily on Alexander. Despite his best efforts, he faced the reality that his empire would require a strong and unified administration, one that could balance the needs and values of its diverse people. Alexander's final days, illness and mystery. In the early summer of 323 BCE, Alexander fell ill after a night of intense drinking and feasting. His condition rapidly deteriorated, with symptoms that included high fever, weakness, and intense pain. Despite the efforts of his physicians, his health continued to decline over the following days, and he became bedridden, unable to speak or move. The cause of his illness remains a subject of historical debate, with theories ranging from natural causes, such as malaria or typhoid fever, to the possibility of poisoning by political rivals. As he lay on his deathbed, Alexander's generals gathered around him, anxious and uncertain about the future of his empire. When asked who should succeed him, Alexander's reported response was simply, "To the strongest." This ambiguous answer reflected both the immense power he wielded and the lack of a clear plan for succession, a flaw that would lead to decades of conflict among his former generals. On June 10 or 11, 323 BCE, at the age of 32, Alexander the Great died in Babylon, leaving behind an empire that stretched from Greece to India. His death marked the end of an era, and his vision of a united, multicultural empire would soon give way to the rivalries and ambitions of his successors, known as the Diadochi, who divided his empire into competing territories. The legacy of Alexander, a conqueror's impact on history. Alexander's death marked a profound turning point in world history. In just over a decade, he had reshaped the ancient world, uniting East and West under a single rule and spreading Greek culture across vast territories. His vision of a blended empire, where Greek, Persian, Egyptian, and Indian cultures could coexist and enrich one another, left a lasting legacy that endured long after his empire fractured. The cities he founded, most notably Alexandria in Egypt, became centers of learning, culture, and trade, preserving and spreading Hellenistic culture. Alexander's conquests ushered in the Hellenistic Age, a period characterized by unprecedented cultural exchange, scientific advancements, and philosophical inquiry. Greek language, art, and philosophy spread across the Eastern Mediterranean and into Asia, influencing generations of thinkers, artists, and leaders. The fusion of Greek and Eastern traditions created a vibrant, interconnected world that would shape the future of Western and Eastern civilizations. While Alexander's empire did not survive intact, his legacy as a visionary, a strategist, and a leader remains unparalleled. His life and achievements have inspired countless historians, writers, and leaders who see in him a symbol of ambition, courage, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. His dream of a united world, though ultimately unrealized, continues to resonate as an ideal of cross-cultural unity and understanding. Chapter 10: Legacy of an Empire. The death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC left an empire without a single, cohesive ruler but with an indelible legacy that would shape civilizations for centuries. The empire he built, stretching from Greece to India, was unlike anything the world had ever seen, a vast multicultural realm united, however briefly, under one vision. Though his empire fragmented after his death, Alexander's influence endured through the cities he founded, the cultures he integrated, and the ideas he propagated. His ambition created a fusion of Greek and Eastern traditions that gave rise to the Hellenistic Age, a period of remarkable cultural, scientific, and intellectual advancements. In this chapter, we explore Alexander's enduring legacy, examining how his conquests changed the ancient world and laid the foundations for a new era of cultural exchange, scientific exploration, and philosophical thought. The Hellenistic Age, a fusion of cultures. Alexander's conquests brought Greek culture, language, and ideas to regions that had previously been isolated from the Greek world. The resulting fusion of Greek and Eastern traditions marked the beginning of the Hellenistic Age, a period characterized by cultural synthesis and intellectual curiosity. Greek cities like Alexandria in Egypt, Antioch in Syria, and Seleucia in Mesopotamia became bustling centers of learning, where scholars, scientists, and philosophers gathered to share knowledge and advance human understanding. In these cities, Greek thought combined with Egyptian, Persian, and Indian philosophies, resulting in unprecedented developments in fields such as astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and art. The Greek language became the lingua franca of the Hellenistic world, facilitating communication and exchange across the empire. Greek theaters, temples, and schools were established in distant lands, making Greek culture accessible to people from diverse backgrounds. This blending of cultures, which Alexander had envisioned as the foundation of his empire, gave rise to a cosmopolitan society where ideas flowed freely, sparking new forms of creativity and expression. One of the most iconic examples of this cultural fusion was the Library of Alexandria in Egypt, founded by Ptolemy, one of Alexander's former generals. The library became a symbol of Hellenistic knowledge, housing thousands of scrolls and attracting scholars from across the known world. It was here that Greek scholars worked alongside Egyptian, Persian, and Jewish thinkers, creating a unique intellectual environment that would influence generations to come. Scientific advancements and the spread of knowledge. The Hellenistic age saw remarkable progress in science and philosophy, largely due to the cultural openness that Alexander had fostered. Scholars like Euclid, the father of geometry, and Archimedes, the mathematician and inventor, made groundbreaking discoveries that would influence mathematics and engineering for centuries. In Alexandria, the mathematician and astronomer Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth with impressive accuracy, while Hippocrates and Herophilus advanced medical knowledge through anatomical studies and the scientific method. These achievements were made possible by the blending of Greek rationalism with the ancient knowledge of Egypt, Persia, and India. The scientific curiosity and systematic inquiry that defined Greek thought found fertile ground in the Hellenistic world, where scholars could access and build upon the diverse intellectual traditions of Alexander's empire. The advancements of this period laid the groundwork for modern science, influencing fields ranging from mathematics and physics to medicine and astronomy. Alexander's vision of a united world, where knowledge was valued and shared across cultures, was reflected in the achievements of Hellenistic scholars. His legacy extended beyond military conquest, manifesting in the intellectual advancements that defined the era and set the stage for the scientific revolution centuries later. The enduring influence on philosophy and art. The Hellenistic age also witnessed the spread of Greek philosophy, with schools of thought such as Stoicism and Epicureanism finding adherents across the empire. These philosophies offered answers to questions of ethics, the nature of happiness, and the role of the individual in society, reflecting the diversity and complexity of the Hellenistic world. Stoicism, founded by Zeno of Citium, emphasized resilience and self-discipline, while Epicureanism, developed by Epicurus, advocated for a life of balance and pleasure. These ideas resonated across the vast empire, influencing both Greek and non-Greek thinkers alike. Art and architecture also flourished in the Hellenistic world, evolving to reflect the multicultural nature of Alexander's empire. Hellenistic art became more realistic and expressive, capturing emotions and movements in ways that classical Greek art had not. Statues and paintings from this period often depict a wider range of subjects, including people of various ages, ethnicities, and social classes, reflecting the diversity of Alexander's empire. Monumental structures, such as the Lighthouse of Alexandria and the temples of Pergamon, showcased architectural innovation and the influence of Eastern design. These structures, built to awe and inspire, embodied Alexander's vision of a grand and united world. The spread of Hellenistic art and architecture influenced Roman culture, and through Rome, these styles would shape Western civilization for millennia. The cities of Alexander, centers of trade and culture. The cities that Alexander founded or influenced became enduring symbols of his legacy, serving as centers of trade, culture, and administration. Alexandria in Egypt, in particular, became the crown jewel of the Hellenistic world, renowned for its wealth, knowledge, and cultural diversity. It was a cosmopolitan city where Egyptians, Greeks, Jews, and others lived side by side, exchanging ideas and goods. Alexandria's strategic location on the Mediterranean made it a crucial hub for trade, connecting the riches of Africa, Asia, and Europe. Other cities, such as Alexandria Eskate in Central Asia, Antioch in Syria, and Seleucia in Mesopotamia, became centers of Hellenistic culture in their respective regions. These cities facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and traditions, linking the diverse cultures of Alexander's empire. Through trade and cultural exchange, Alexander's cities spread Hellenistic ideals far beyond the Mediterranean, leaving a lasting impact on Asia and the Near East. These urban centers were designed to reflect Greek values while incorporating local influences, embodying Alexander's vision of a world where different cultures could coexist and enrich one another. The cities outlived Alexander's empire, continuing to thrive as centers of Hellenistic influence long after his death. The political fragmentation of the empire. While Alexander's cultural legacy endured, his empire did not survive intact. Following his death, his generals, known as the Diadochi, divided the empire into competing kingdoms, each seeking control over Alexander's territories. This division led to a series of conflicts known as the Wars of the Diadochi, which reshaped the political landscape of the ancient world. Alexander's empire fragmented into several Hellenistic kingdoms, including the Ptolemaic kingdom in Egypt, the Seleucid Empire in Mesopotamia and Persia, and the Antigonid kingdom in Macedonia. Despite the political fragmentation, these Hellenistic kingdoms preserved and spread Greek culture across their territories, maintaining Alexander's vision of a culturally interconnected world. The rulers of these kingdoms continued to promote Greek language, art, and philosophy, integrating them with local traditions and fostering a new synthesis of cultures. The Hellenistic kingdoms became influential powers in their own right, and their cultural impact extended beyond their borders, influencing regions as far as India and the Western Mediterranean. Alexander's legacy, a symbol of ambition and unity. Alexander the Great's life and achievements have inspired generations of leaders, writers, and thinkers. He is remembered not only as a brilliant military strategist but as a visionary who sought to unite diverse cultures under a single empire. His ambition, courage, and intellect have become legendary, symbolizing the relentless pursuit of greatness. Alexander's vision of a world united by shared values and mutual respect remains a powerful ideal, one that continues to resonate in the modern world. Alexander's legacy can be seen in the countless leaders who have emulated his conquests, from Julius Caesar to Napoleon Bonaparte. His life has been the subject of literature, art, and philosophy, serving as a model of the heroic individual who transcends the ordinary. Yet, his story also serves as a cautionary tale, illustrating the limits of ambition and the challenges of governing a vast, diverse empire. The immortal conqueror, a lasting influence. Though his empire fragmented, Alexander's influence endured, shaping the course of history for centuries. His vision of a world where Greek and Eastern traditions could coexist laid the groundwork for a new era of cultural exchange, intellectual exploration, and artistic innovation. The cities he founded, the philosophies he inspired, and the knowledge he encouraged continued to flourish, transforming the ancient world and leaving a legacy that would shape future civilizations. Alexander's life, though brief, remains a testament to human potential and the power of vision. His empire may not have survived, but his dream of unity and cultural fusion has inspired countless generations. Alexander the Great, the immortal conqueror, lives on in the ideals of knowledge, cultural exchange, and ambition that continue to drive humanity forward. Conclusion: the immortal conqueror. Alexander the Great's life is a story of extraordinary ambition, relentless conquest, and visionary leadership that has resonated through history. Though he died young, at only 32, his achievements spanned continents, shaped civilizations, and set in motion a cultural transformation that bridged East and West. His empire may not have survived intact, but the ideals and innovations he championed lived on, influencing societies for centuries and laying the groundwork for what would become known as the Hellenistic Age. Alexander's legacy transcends his military conquests. His vision extended beyond the battlefield, encompassing a new world order where Greek ideals could mingle with the rich traditions of Persia, Egypt, and India. His curiosity and respect for foreign cultures distinguished him from other conquerors, and his policies of integration, whether through founding cities, adopting local customs, or encouraging intermarriage, were as bold as his military campaigns. Alexander saw his empire not as a collection of conquered territories but as a cohesive realm, united by shared knowledge, art, and philosophy. Alexander's vision, an empire of cultural fusion. Alexander's true legacy lies in his vision of a multicultural empire where knowledge, philosophy, and art flourished through the interaction of diverse traditions. His policy of cultural fusion fostered a dynamic exchange of ideas, leading to remarkable advancements in science, philosophy, and the arts. The cities he established became centers of learning, where Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and Indian scholars could share their insights and build on each other's knowledge. This intellectual legacy would inspire generations of thinkers, from the scholars of the Library of Alexandria to the philosophers of Rome. His approach to governance and cultural exchange left a lasting impact on history, as leaders and empires in subsequent centuries looked to Alexander's achievements as a model. His vision of unity through diversity remains a powerful ideal, reflecting a world where cooperation and shared values transcend cultural differences. A cautionary tale of ambition. While Alexander's achievements are awe-inspiring, his life also serves as a cautionary tale. His ambition was boundless, and his relentless pursuit of conquest came at a high cost to both his followers and the regions he controlled. His soldiers, once fiercely loyal, grew weary of his endless campaigns, and the friction between Alexander's vision and their fatigue led to moments of mutiny and dissent. The Gedrosian desert crossing, which claimed many lives, and his deadly confrontation with Clitus the Black highlighted the human toll of his ambitions. The empire he built was vast but fragile, and the lack of a clear succession plan led to its rapid fragmentation after his death. This political instability underscored the challenges of uniting diverse peoples under a single rule and raised questions about the sustainability of such an expansive empire. Alexander's story thus serves as a reminder of the limits of power and the importance of governance in securing a legacy. An enduring influence. Alexander's legacy continued to shape history long after his empire's collapse. The Hellenistic Age, spurred by his conquests, fostered a period of cultural and intellectual growth that influenced the Mediterranean and Near Eastern worlds for centuries. The cities he founded became enduring symbols of his impact, while the Greek language, art, and philosophy spread across Asia and inspired new generations of thinkers and artists. Alexander's influence extended into Rome, where leaders such as Julius Caesar and Augustus looked to his achievements as models for their own empires. His story has been immortalized in literature, art, and philosophy, symbolizing the power of human ambition and the transformative potential of visionary leadership. His life and achievements have become emblematic of both the triumphs and the challenges of empire building, resonating with historians, writers, and leaders across centuries. The immortal conqueror. In the end, Alexander's dream of a united world, driven by shared values and cultural exchange, has outlived the political structures of his empire. His vision of bridging East and West created a lasting framework for cultural cooperation, one that continues to inspire ideals of unity and mutual respect. Alexander remains one of history's most celebrated figures, a symbol of ambition, resilience, and intellectual curiosity. His life, though brief, embodies the enduring spirit of exploration and the human desire to push beyond known boundaries. Alexander's journey from Macedonia to the edges of India reflects an unwavering belief in the potential for greatness and the power of human will. His legacy is not only a testament to his conquests but a reminder of the possibilities that arise when diverse cultures come together. Alexander the Great lives on as a beacon of ambition and a symbol of the endless pursuit of knowledge, leaving an indelible mark on history as the immortal conqueror. This concludes our exploration of Alexander's life, achievements, and legacy. From a young king of Macedonia to the conqueror of the ancient world, his journey has left an impact that continues to resonate. For those inspired by his legacy, the ideals of unity, knowledge, and cultural exchange remain as relevant today as they were in Alexander's time. Thank you for following this journey through history.
Cognitive Bias, How Our Minds Trick Stati Uniti. Written and published by Ciro Irmici. Feel free to subscribe for more content. Now let's get into the book. Introduction. Unmasking the Hidden Forces of Cognitive Bias. Have you ever caught yourself jumping to conclusions, clinging to a decision that isn't quite right, or noticing only the information that reinforces what you already believe? You're not alone. These are all common examples of cognitive bias at work, hidden mental shortcuts that shape the way we interpret, judge, and react to the world around Stati Uniti. Our brains, as fascinating as they are, often rely on these shortcuts to save time and energy. While they can be useful, they also distort our thinking in ways we don't always see coming. The truth is, cognitive biases are woven into the very fabric of human thought. They're like invisible filters over our minds, subtly influencing our beliefs, relationships, and decisions. Understanding cognitive biases doesn't mean we can eliminate them, we're all human, after all, but it does give Stati Uniti a chance to recognize their influence and make more thoughtful choices. This awareness can change the way we approach everything from personal decisions to professional challenges, helping Stati Uniti question assumptions and, ultimately, grow. Throughout this book, we'll explore some of the most common cognitive biases that trick our minds every day. From confirmation bias, where we seek out only the information that supports what we already believe, to the halo effect, where a single positive trait influences our entire perception of Someone. We'll take an honest look at how these biases shape our worldview. Each chapter dives into one bias at a time, unpacking why it exists, how it shows up in our lives, and what we can do about it along the way. You will find relatable examples, thought-provoking questions, and practical tips to help you think more clearly, judge more fairly, and make decisions that align with your real values and goals. As you read, keep an open mind. Some of these biases may seem familiar, while others may surprise you. You might even feel a little defensive when you recognize one in your own thinking that is completely natural. The goal isn't to feel bad about ourselves or become hypercritical. Instead, it's about gaining insight into our minds and learning how to use this knowledge to navigate our world with more intention and self-awareness. So, let's embark on this journey to unmask the hidden forces of cognitive bias. By the end, you will have the tools to catch these biases in action, respond to them with curiosity, and begin making more balanced choices in every area of your life. Welcome to the world of cognitive bias. Prepare to see yourself and the world a little more clearly. Chapter 1. The Anatomy of Cognitive Bias. Imagine you're in a bustling cafe, chatting with a friend. As you talk, you start noticing things: a person gesturing animatedly at a nearby table, the smell of coffee, your friend's voice rising and falling. But amidst this flurry of details, your mind is filtering out most of it, focusing only on what it deems relevant. Our brains are remarkably good at making these quick decisions, cutting through a world of sensory overload so we can concentrate on what is important. This is where cognitive biases come in. Cognitive biases are like mental shortcuts, helping students navigate an overwhelming amount of information quickly. Psychologists call these shortcuts heuristics, efficient rules or guidelines our minds create based on previous experiences to make rapid decisions. While these mental tricks help students survive and function, they don't always lead to the most accurate conclusions. These biases often influence our choices without students even realizing it, shaping our beliefs, assumptions, and actions in ways that feel automatic. Why cognitive biases exist? Cognitive biases have been with students for a long time, stemming from our evolutionary need to process information quickly. In our early days, we didn't have the luxury of slow, deliberate decision-making when faced with immediate threats. A rustling in the bushes might be the wind, but it could also be a predator. Our ancestors who reacted quickly to potential dangers tended to survive, so this rapid processing became ingrained. The brain began to favor efficiency over accuracy, a trait that is still deeply rooted in our decision-making today. In modern times, though, these shortcuts don't always serve students as well as they did in the wild. In fact, they often lead students astray. For example, our brains tend to simplify complex information to make it more digestible, which can result in oversimplified judgments or assumptions. The result? Biases that can cloud our thinking in ways we're rarely aware of. Types of cognitive biases, a sneak peek. There are dozens of recognized cognitive biases, each with its own unique influence on our thinking. Here are just a few that we'll explore in detail throughout this book. Confirmation bias, the tendency to seek, interpret, and remember information that confirms what we already believe. Anchoring bias, the reliance on the first piece of information encountered when making decisions. Availability heuristic, when we overestimate the importance of information that comes to mind quickly, often because it's recent or emotionally impactful. Halo effect, a one tree, often unrelated, colors our entire perception of a person or thing. Each bias operates differently but shares a common thread. They lead students to filter information through a subjective lens rather than a purely logical one. The cost of biases, what is at stake? Cognitive biases don't just exist in a vacuum, they influence countless aspects of our lives, from the personal to the professional. Imagine a hiring manager reviewing a candidate's resume. The first impression, anchoring bias, might lead them to give undue weight to the first few lines they read, whether positive or negative. This initial assessment can color their view of the entire application. Or think of how confirmation bias might affect someone's political views. Rather than seeking balanced information, they tend to gravitate toward sources that confirm what they already think, reinforcing a possibly narrow worldview. The stakes are high because biases can impact our decisions in significant ways. Our relationships, careers, financial decisions, and even health choices can all be swayed by these subtle mental habits. But with awareness, we can start to shift our approach. Recognizing bias, the first step toward change. The most powerful tool for combating cognitive bias is self-awareness. Simply being aware that these biases exist and understanding how they work can make a big difference. Once we see how biases creep into our thinking, we can begin to slow down, question our assumptions, and make more deliberate decisions. One of the most effective ways to recognize bias is to ask ourselves questions. When forming an opinion or making a choice, TR asking, am uno considering all sides? Do uno have no information, or am uno leaning too heavily on what he already know? Could he be influenced by recent events or by what he heard first? This practice of reflection allows Unity to bring a touch of intentionality to the fast, automatic processes of the mind. In this chapter, we've laid the foundation for understanding cognitive biases, the evolutionary advantage they offer, and the ways they can mislead Unity. Now that we've introduced the concept, we'll delve deeper into individual biases, exploring how each one influences our thoughts and decisions. As we move forward, keep in mind that these biases are universal. They don't mean we're flawed, they mean we're human. By becoming more aware, we gain the opportunity to make better choices, stay open-minded, and see the world a little more clearly. Chapter 2. Confirmation Bias, Seeing What We Want to See. Imagine you're debating with a friend about a topic you feel strongly about, let's say, whether a certain diet is the healthiest choice. You both pull out your phones to look up facts. Quickly, you find articles and studies that back up your point of view, confident that your position is right. But here's the catch, your friend does the same, finding sources that confirm their belief as well. How can two people, each using what seems like credible information, come away with completely opposing conclusions? This is confirmation bias at work. What is confirmation bias? Confirmation bias is the tendency to search for, interpret, and remember information in a way that confirms what we already believe. It's one of the most pervasive and, often, most deceptive cognitive biases. When under the influence of confirmation bias, we give more weight to evidence that supports our beliefs, while disregarding or undervaluing information that contradicts them. This doesn't happen because we're deliberately ignoring the facts, rather, it's a natural shortcut our brains take to make processing information easier. This bias affects how we gather information, judge new ideas, and even recall past events. By reinforcing our existing beliefs, confirmation bias gives Unity a sense of security. We feel validated and assured in our understanding of the world. But discomfort comes at a cost. It narrows our perspective and limits our capacity to grow, question, and change. Why does confirmation bias happen? At its core, confirmation bias stems from a human need for consistency. Psychologists have found that our minds favor harmony and resist conflict. When we encounter information that challenges our worldview, it creates a state known as cognitive dissonance, the discomfort we feel when we hold conflicting beliefs or ideas. Rather than wrestling with that discomfort, it's easier and faster to align our perception with what we already think. For instance, if you strongly believe in the effectiveness of a particular health supplement, you're likely to focus on studies that highlight its benefits while downplaying any research suggesting otherwise. Our brains do this to protect Unity from the unsettling feeling of having our beliefs challenged. Evolutionarily, it's also linked to survival. Sticking to familiar ideas or practices could have made life more predictable and safer for our ancestors. The impact of confirmation bias in everyday life. Confirmation bias doesn't just affect what we think, it influences we behave. Let's look at a few examples where this bias plays out in real life and how it can shape decisions. Personal beliefs and attitudes. Think about politics, a field where confirmation bias is especially strong. People often seek out news outlets or online communities that align with their pre-existing beliefs. By surrounding ourselves with like-minded perspectives, we reinforce our views and deepen the divide between Stati Uniti and them. This can lead to polarization and make it harder for people to understand or empathize with differing viewpoints. Relationships. In relationships, confirmation bias can subtly distort our perception of others. If you believe that a colleague is difficult to work with, you will likely notice every instance where they're being uncooperative while ignoring moments when they're helpful. Over time, this selective perception reinforces your belief, potentially harming a relationship that might have been different if viewed through a less biased lens. Health and lifestyle choices. Confirmation bias often shapes our approach to health and wellness. For instance, if someone believes that a particular diet is beneficial, they might selectively read only positive reports on it while ignoring studies that offer a more balanced view. This can lead to an unbalanced understanding of what might actually be best for their health. Investing and financial decisions. Investors frequently fall prey to confirmation bias, especially when it comes to stocks they already own. Instead of taking in the full picture, they focus on news that suggests their chosen stock will rise, while downplaying any signs of potential risk. This selective approach can lead to poor financial choices based on incomplete information. Recognizing confirmation bias in action. One of the most powerful tools for overcoming confirmation bias is awareness. Recognizing when this bias is in play can allow Stati Uniti to step back and question our thinking before making a decision. Here are a few strategies to help identify confirmation bias. 1. Ask yourself, am I seeking diverse sources? When gathering information, make an effort to consult multiple sources, especially those that may not align with your initial beliefs. For instance, if you're researching a new topic, seek out perspectives from reputable sources on different sides of the issue. By doing so, you're more likely to get a balanced view. 2. Challenge your assumptions. Consciously ask yourself, what if I'm wrong? This simple question can be surprisingly effective. When we challenge our own beliefs, we open ourselves up to possibilities we might not have considered otherwise. This doesn't mean you have to abandon your beliefs, but it does encourage a more thoughtful, critical approach. 3. Practice active listening. Especially in discussions or debates, try to genuinely understand the other person's perspective rather than focusing on countering their points. Active listening can help you see where confirmation bias may be blocking you from fully appreciating another person's viewpoint. 4. Keep a bias journal. Try writing down instances when you catch yourself selectively seeking information or judging others. Recording these moments can help you spot patterns in your thinking and become more mindful over time. Confirmation bias and the online world. In the digital age, confirmation bias is reinforced like never before. Algorithms on social media and search engines track our preferences, showing Stati Uniti more of what we already like. This phenomenon, known as an echo chamber, makes it increasingly easy to surround ourselves with information that supports our beliefs while filtering out conflicting perspectives. As a result, we end up in filter bubbles that can reinforce our biases even further. Consider a simple example: searching for reviews of a product you're considering buying. If you already believe the product is great, you're more likely to click on and believe the positive reviews. Algorithms notice your clicks and may show you even more positive content, further reinforcing your initial opinion. In this way, our online habits can lead to increasingly narrow viewpoints, unless we make a conscious effort to seek diversity in our information sources. Moving beyond confirmation bias. The path to overcoming confirmation bias is not about becoming a neutral person who has no opinions, it's about learning to hold our beliefs with curiosity and flexibility. By questioning our assumptions, seeking out balanced information, and remaining open to change, we can cultivate a mindset that values understanding over validation. This doesn't mean abandoning deeply held beliefs, but rather making them more resilient by ensuring they're based on a fuller, more accurate picture of the world. As we journey through this book, we'll continue to uncover cognitive biases, each one adding another layer to our understanding of how our minds work. Next up, we'll explore the anchoring bias, a mental shortcut that shapes our decisions by placing too much weight on the first piece of information we encounter. Like confirmation bias, it can subtly influence our choices in ways we might not expect. Let's dig deeper and continue building our toolkit for more balanced, intentional thinking. Chapter 3. Anchoring bias, the power of first impressions. Imagine you're buying a car. The salesperson tells you the first model you look at costs $30. As you continue to look at the other cars, from budget to luxury models, you can't help but compare them all to that initial $30 price tag. Even when you find a cheaper car, part of you feels like you're getting an incredible deal by comparison. This is anchoring bias at work, a cognitive tendency to rely heavily on the first piece of information or anchor we encounter when making decisions. Anchoring bias is surprisingly powerful. That initial figure, statistic, or detail we're exposed to holds an outsized influence over subsequent judgments. It's not always a price tag. It could be a statistic, a piece of data, or even the first impression we form of someone. This bias isn't about willful ignorance or lack of experience, it's about how our brains process information. Once an anchor is set, our minds tend to adjust our thinking around it rather than starting fresh with each new piece of information. Anchoring is a natural and efficient mental shortcut, but it often leads students astray. Why our brains rely on anchors? The origins of anchoring bias are rooted in the brain's need for efficiency. We're faced with countless choices and data points each day, and processing all of them individually would be mentally exhausting. So, when we encounter new information, our brains often latch on to the first piece of data, using it as a benchmark. This benchmark, or anchor, simplifies our decision-making by giving students a quick starting point. For many routine choices, this shortcut is helpful. But in complex situations, it can distort our thinking in ways that we may not realize. Take salary negotiations as another example. If a job candidate suggests a salary range of $60 to $70, they're setting an anchor. The employer, even if they were initially considering a lower salary, is likely to adjust their offer closer to this anchor. By establishing a starting figure, the candidate influences the conversation. The employer may think they're negotiating objectively, but research shows that the anchor has a lasting impact, subtly steering the final offer. Anchoring bias doesn't just affect large decisions, it permeates small, everyday choices as well. Think about restaurant menus. Have you ever noticed that some menus list the most expensive items first? This is often done deliberately to set a anchor, making other items appear more reasonably priced by comparison. Whether we're aware of it or not, anchors shape our perceptions constantly. How anchoring bias manifests in different contexts. Anchoring bias appears in a wide range of situations, from financial decisions to social interactions. Consider real estate. Prospective home buyers are often anchored by the list price of a property, even if it's out of line with market value. That first figure looms large, influencing how buyers assess the home and any adjustments they're willing to consider. Even after seeing other house, the anchor remains, subtly shaping perceptions of value. This bias doesn't only show up in financial matters. Anchoring also influences how we view people. Imagine you're meeting a new colleague, and Simeone mentions that they're incredibly organized but can be a little intense. Right away, your perception is anchored by this description. Even if your colleague seems relaxed and pleasant later, that initial impression colors your interactions. Anchors can be powerful because they're immediate, shaping our perceptions before we've had a chance to form independent opinions. In the judicial system, anchoring bias has even been shown to influence sentencing. Studies reveal that judges, when given a suggested sentencing term, are often swayed by that initial figure, even if it's irrelevant or arbitrary. Anchoring doesn't just shape our choices in mundane matters, it can impact serious, consequential decisions as well. Breaking free from the grip of anchoring bias. Awareness is the first step in countering anchoring bias, but it isn't always easy to spot in the moment. This bias is often subtle, disguising itself as reasonableness or context. One of the best ways to counter it is to make a conscious effort to re-evaluate information independently. Here are some strategies that can help. 1. Slow down the decision-making process. When you recognize that you might be influenced by an anchor, slow down and give yourself time to process. Pause. Take a few deep breaths and mentally separate the anchor from your decision. Ask yourself, if you hadn't heard that first number, would you view the situation differently? Deliberately stepping back can give you a clearer perspective. 2. Seek a variety of data points. In situations where anchoring might affect your choice like pricing, salary negotiations, or large purchases, actively seek out multiple sources of information. Look at comparables, check averages, and avoid focusing too heavily on any single figure. This can help you gain a balanced view and prevent any one anchor from disproportionately influencing your choice. 3. Challenge the anchor. Anchors are often arbitrary. If a salesperson offers an initial price, ask for the rationale behind it. If a colleague describes Simeone in a way that might bias your view, remind yourself that their perception is subjective. By questioning the validity of anchors, you can start to dismantle their power. Anchoring bias and the digital world. The online world is rife with anchors. From the original price on e-commerce sites to the suggested donations on fundraising pages, anchors are used to steer consumer behavior. Let's consider the world of online shopping. If you see a shirt listed as $100, now only $50, that $100 original price serves as an anchor, making the discounted price seem more appealing. This pricing tactic, known as price anchoring, is used widely in marketing to nudge consumers toward a desired outcome. While it's a legitimate sales tool, It can lead to poor financial choices if we rely on the anchor alone rather than considering what the item is truly worth to Stati Uniti. Social media platforms are also filled with subtle anchors, especially when it comes to content engagement. For instance, a post that has already garnered thousands of likes and comments creates a social anchor, suggesting it's popular and worth engaging with. This can lead Stati Uniti to evaluate the content more favorably, influenced by the anchor of social validation. In a world where algorithms are constantly shaping what we see, understanding anchoring bias is key to developing a more critical, independent view. Real-world stories of anchoring bias. Let's look at a real-world example. In a study conducted by behavioral economists, participants were asked to write down the last 2 digits of their social security number. Then, they were shown items like wine and asked how much they would pay for them. Surprisingly, participants with higher social security digits listed significantly higher prices. This seemingly arbitrary anchor affected their willingness to spend, illustrating just how powerful even nonsensical anchors can be. Another example comes from salary negotiation. A well-known tech company experimented with presenting job candidates with an initial offer compared to industry standards. This anchored candidates' expectations, making the offer appear attractive and resulting in faster acceptance. Even in high-stakes situations, our decisions are often anchored by the first figures we see, whether they're reasonable or not. Moving forward. Making conscious choices. Anchoring bias reminds Stati Uniti that our decisions aren't always as logical as we might assume. Recognizing the power of first impressions, whether it's a price, a description, or a reputation, gives Stati Uniti the chance to reclaim control over our judgments. Rather than seeing each new piece of information through the lens of the first, we can learn to approach decisions with a fresh perspective, independent of initial influences. In this chapter, we've uncovered the way anchoring shapes our thinking and actions, often without Stati Uniti realizing it by slowing down, questioning initial figures, and considering alternative data points. We can begin to minimize anchoring's impact. Anchors may help Stati Uniti make fast choices, but by being mindful of their influence, we can make more informed and balanced decisions. Chapter 4. Availability Heuristic, the Influence of Recent Events. Imagine this, you're scrolling through the news, and you see several alarming stories in quick succession. There's an article about a plane crash, a report of a violent crime in your city, and a piece on a new, rapidly spreading virus. By the end of your scrolling session, you're feeling tense, perhaps even a bit fearful. As you go about your day, you start thinking more about these dangers, subtly adjusting your behavior. Maybe you reconsider an upcoming flight, feel a bit wary in unfamiliar place, or stock up on hand sanitizer. This is the availability heuristic at work, a mental shortcut that leads Stati Uniti to overestimate the likelihood of events based on how easily we can recall them. The availability heuristic is a powerful cognitive bias that shapes our perception of risk and frequency. When an event is vivid, recent, or emotionally charged, it's easier for our brains to recall. Our minds tend to equate easier to remember with more likely to happen. This bias isn't intentional, it's simply the brain's way of making sense of a complex world. But it often leads to distorted views, creating anxiety over low-risk situations or causing Stati Uniti to underestimate common but less memorable threats. Why our minds lean on the availability heuristic? The availability heuristic is rooted in the brain's need for efficiency and survival. In our revolutionary past, remembering recent or dramatic events was essential. If our ancestors saw another person attacked by a predator at a nearby river, their brain likely stored that incident front and center, helping them avoid danger by recalling it whenever they approached water. This mental shortcut kept them vigilant about threats in their environment, a trait that significantly improved survival. Today, however, the availability heuristic can have counterproductive effects. We live in an information-saturated world, exposed to dramatic stories daily, especially with the constant cycle of news and social media. Our brains still operate as if these vivid memories represent actual, immediate danger, even when we're relatively safe. Seeing an alarming story about a violent event doesn't mean it's common, but the intensity of our recall can make it feel that way. In this way, the availability heuristic tends to skew our sense of risk and probability, making rare events seem common and making common risks seem negligible. The real-life impact of the availability heuristic. The availability heuristic doesn't just create personal anxieties, it also affects society on a larger scale. Consider the public as a perception of air travel versus car travel. Plane crashes, too extremely rare, are highly memorable. When they happen, they receive intense media coverage, with details that stick in our minds, images of wreckage, eyewitness accounts, investigations. Car accidents, by contrast, are much more common but rarely receive the same attention unless they're particularly horrific. This difference in exposure leads many people to feel more afraid of flying than driving, despite the statistical reality that air travel is significantly safer. This bias also extends to our health conscience. For instance, after watching media coverage of an unusual disease outbreak, people might feel a heightened need to take precautions even if the disease poses a relatively low risk compared to more common health threats. By contrast, conditions like heart disease, which kills millions worldwide, rarely receive the same kind of dramatic, sustained media attention. People are therefore less likely to feel the same urgency about preventive measures for heart disease as they are about high-profile outbreaks, even though the risk of heart disease is much higher. Social attitudes are similarly shaped by the availability heuristic. If we frequently hear about instances of certain types of crime or social unrest, we may start to believe these incidents are more common than they actually are. This can lead to policy demands, changes in community behavior, or shifts in how people relate to one another, based on a perception of reality that doesn't necessarily reflect true frequencies. How media amplifies the availability heuristic. The 24-hour news cycle and social media platforms are powerful amplifiers of the availability heuristic. By prioritizing dramatic or unusual events, media outlets capture our attention but also skew our perceptions. For example, when a rare but terrifying event occurs, such as a mass shooting, an act of terrorism, or a major natural disaster, the extensive media coverage and social media reactions make the event feel larger and more immediate in our minds. Even if we logically understand these events are rare, our emotions tell unity otherwise, and we often act accordingly. On social media, the availability heuristic is even further reinforced by trending topics and viral posts. When an event goes viral, it gains momentum, spreading quickly across timelines and headlines. This rapid exposure creates a sense of immediacy and importance, as if the event represents a widespread or frequent occurrence. We're bombarded with emotional responses, opinions, and discussions, which make the event difficult to forget. This effect intensifies our feeling that the event is common, urgent, or likely to happen again soon, even when that is not statistically true. Imagine you see a friend share a post about a recent crime near your neighborhood. It's accompanied by personal comments, photos, and reactions from others, making the event more vivid. You're more likely to remember that story and less likely to consider broader statistics, which show that the area is generally safe. The vividness of the event, combined with the availability heuristic, means that the memory sticks, affecting your sense of security, even if rationally you know the likelihood of danger remains low. Combating the availability heuristic. Recognizing and addressing the availability heuristic isn't about ignoring real risks, it's about achieving a balanced, more realistic understanding of probability. To counter the availability heuristic, it's important to actively seek out broader perspectives, especially statistical data that offer a clear, evidence-based view. One of the best tools for overcoming this bias is questioning how representative an event truly is. When a particular news story or event feels significant, ask yourself, is this an isolated case? Does it reflect the bigger picture? By stepping back and analyzing the data, you can place the event in context, gaining a sense of how common or rare it actually is. Another helpful approach is to diversify your sources of information. If your primary source of news is particularly sensational or focused on specific types of stories, consider expanding your reading to include outlets that offer data-driven, balanced coverage. This practice doesn't only apply to news but to any type of information you're absorbing. When we see only high emotion, high drama narratives, we're more likely to misjudge their relevance to our lives. Lastly, remind yourself that memorable events often leave an emotional imprint that skews our thinking. Emotions are powerful motivators, and our minds tend to treat them as signals of importance. But by recognizing this effect, you can train yourself to pause and think critically before letting vivid memories dictate your actions. A real-world example: the aftermath of natural disasters. The availability heuristic is especially pronounced in the aftermath of natural disasters. When a major earthquake, hurricane, or flood strikes, media coverage spikes, and for good reason. These are devastating events with immediate consequences. However, this exposure can make people overestimate the likelihood of such events happening in their area, even if they live in a region where these risks are low. For instance, after a powerful hurricane strikes, people living far inland might suddenly feel the need to prepare for a similar storm, even if they're in a low-risk area. In regions with real exposure, awareness and preparedness are wise, but elsewhere, the risk remains minimal. The availability heuristic makes the event feel omnipresent, pushing people to take actions that may not align with actual, localized risks. A similar phenomenon occurs with air travel after a high-profile plane crash. Flight bookings tend to dip, and people often express heightened fears, even though statistically, air travel remains one of the safest modes of transportation. The crash is vivid, recent, and emotional, leading our brains to give it more weight than warranted by the probabilities. Rethinking risk and reality. The availability heuristic shows Stati Uniti just how much our perceptions can be shaped by immediacy and emotion. Our brains are built to remember what is recent and intense, but by pausing to evaluate the true likelihood of events, we can develop a more accurate, less reactionary view of the world. This isn't about ignoring real dangers but about seeing them in their proper context, so that our actions are informed and proportionate. Chapter 5. The Halo Effect: How One Tree Colors Everything. Imagine you're meeting someone for the first time. They walk into the room with a confident smile, well-dressed and articulate, introducing themselves with a friendly handshake. Instantly, you find yourself liking them, perhaps even forming a positive impression of their intelligence, kindness, or trustworthiness. What you're experiencing is known as the halo effect, a cognitive bias that leads Stati Uniti to allow one positive quality or characteristic to shape our entire perception of a person, object, or situation. It's as if one favorable trait casts a halo over everything else, blurring our ability to assess other traits independently. The halo effect is incredibly powerful, often leading the Stati Uniti to make sweeping assumptions based on limited information. When someone is attractive, we may subconsciously assume they're also intelligent, capable, or ethical, even though appearances no real bearing on these qualities. If someone is highly skilled in one area, we might assume they excel in others. This bias isn't necessarily a conscious choice, it's a natural tendency, a shortcut our brains take to simplify the complex task of evaluating others. However, while the halo effect may make decisions easier, it can also lead to distorted judgments and missed opportunities for true understanding. Origins of the halo effect, a psychological short circuit. The halo effect has roots in our brain's need for efficiency. Assessing people and situations quickly has always been important for survival, especially when resources, allies, or threats must be identified on the spot. Our ancestors needed quick assessments of others' intentions and abilities to form groups, avoid danger, or compete for resources. As a result, the brain developed shortcuts for rapidly judging others, often based on a few prominent traits or signals. In the modern world, where first impressions can make a significant difference in social, professional, and even political contexts, the halo effect continues to play a role. Psychologists have noted that we tend to favor positive first impressions, which often color our perception of everything that follows. It's why a polished resume, a well-chosen outfit, or a charismatic introduction can carry so much weight. These initial cues serve as anchors, shaping our thoughts about a person's competence, character, and worth long after that first interaction. This bias is especially evident in environments where people make quick, high-stakes decisions like hiring, judging a candidate for a promotion, or evaluating a person's trustworthiness. The halo effect makes Stati Uniti believe that if someone has one good quality, other qualities must also align with that perception. While this can sometimes lead to accurate judgments, it also often leads Stati Uniti to overlook weaknesses, limitations, or red flags. The halo effect in action, how it shapes our perceptions. The halo effect plays out in numerous ways in everyday life, impacting not only our interpersonal relationships but also our views on brands, products, leaders, and even entire groups of people. Take, for example, a celebrity who excels in one particular field, such as acting. Fans may assume that this person is also wise, ethical, or capable of speaking knowledgeably on various topics simply because they are skilled in their craft. This halo around their talent can lead people to take their opinions seriously, even if the celebrity lacks expertise in those areas. Another instance of the halo effect can be seen in education. Teachers, for example, are often influenced by a student's demeanor and appearance. Studies have shown that when a student is well-behaved and presentable, teachers may rate their academic performance more favorably, even if the student's actual work doesn't warrant high marks. The student's positive behavior creates a halo, which influences the teacher's perception of their overall abilities. In the workplace, the halo effect can influence hiring decisions. If a candidate has a prestigious degree, is well-spoken, or appears confident, an employer might assume they are more competent than they actually are. This halo effect can be so powerful that the interviewer may overlook actual skills and experience, hiring someone based on perceived potential rather than objective qualifications. This bias doesn't just stop at hiring. It can affect performance evaluations, project assignments, and opportunities for promotion. The halo effect can even shape our perception of entire brands. Take a well-known tech company that is known for innovation and high-quality products. Because of its reputation, consumers may assume that every product it releases is revolutionary and well-designed, even without closely evaluating each item. This assumption may lead people to overlook flaws or limitations in specific products simply because they trust the brand's overarching halo. The reverse of the halo effect, the horn effect. Just as a positive trait can create a halo, a negative trait can create a horn effect. This is when one perceived flaw or negative characteristic leads Stati Uniti to assume other negative attributes as well. If a person comes across as unkempt or unfriendly, we may, consciously or unconsciously, associate them with other negative qualities, such as being unreliable, less competent, or difficult to work with. The horn effect is particularly problematic because it prevents Stati Uniti from seeing people in a balanced way, making it harder to appreciate their strengths or potential contributions. Imagine, for example, a job candidate who seems nervous and unpolished during an interview. The interviewer might allow this one aspect to color their entire impression, overlooking the candidate's qualifications and potential simply because of an initial negative impression. The horn effect can lead to biased decisions and missed opportunities, as it makes it challenging for Stati Uniti to separate one characteristic from the whole. Why the halo and horn effects persist? Our brains naturally seek out patterns, and the halo and horn effects are products of this tendency. When we see one good, or bad, quality, we instinctively fill in the blanks, assuming consistency across other traits. This inclination is partly due to cognitive ease. Filling in the blanks with assumptions requires less mental energy than carefully evaluating each trait on its own. Additionally, the halo effect persists because it often feels rewarding to see people and things in a simplified, consistent way. When we like someone, it's pleasant to believe they are as good as they seem. Conversely, when we dislike someone, it feels easier to assume their qualities are consistently negative. The halo and horn effects provide Stati Uniti with a feeling of coherence and control, making the world seem more predictable. Breaking free from the halo effect. Overcoming the halo effect requires conscious effort, as it's a deeply ingrained bias. Here are some approaches that can help counteract it. First, pause before forming judgments. When you meet someone new or evaluate a situation, make a deliberate effort to focus on individual traits rather than letting one quality overshadow others. For example, if a job candidate impresses you with their confidence, remind yourself to evaluate their other qualifications independently. This pause can be difficult, especially in high-stakes situations where quick judgments feel necessary, but it's crucial for avoiding skewed perceptions. Next, consider evidence objectively. Try to separate your emotional response from the facts. If you're assessing someone's skills or qualities, focus on tangible accomplishments, skills, and experience, rather than relying on the initial impression they made. Creating checklists or criteria can help, as it forces you to evaluate each three separately rather than letting one characteristic dominate your view. Another helpful approach is to seek second opinions. When possible, ask for the perspectives of others who may have observed the person or situation from a different angle. This can provide balance and reveal aspects that the halo effect may have caused you to overlook. For instance, in a hearing context, you might involve multiple interviewers to gain a more rounded view of a candidate. Real-world implications of the halo effect. The halo effect as influence can have profound implications. It can affect legal judgments, where a well-dressed, polite defendant might be perceived as more trustworthy, potentially influencing the jury's decision. In healthcare, studies have found that doctors sometimes allow the halo effect to influence their treatment decisions, with patients who appear well-informed or proactive being viewed as healthier or more compliant, even without evidence. This bias can also shape societal issues, such as we perceive leaders. Charismatic leaders often benefit from the halo effect, where their charm and persuasive skills lead Stati Uniti to assume competenze, even in areas outside their expertise. In romantic relationships, the halo effect can be especially strong. When we fall for someone, we often idealize them, seeing their positive traits while ignoring potential incompatibilities or flaws. This love blindness can lead to misunderstandings or disappointments later, as the initial halo fades, revealing the more nuanced and complex reality of the person. The halo effect, ultimately, is a reminder of how subjective our perceptions can be. While it's natural to lean on first impressions, these biases limit our understanding, keeping Stati Uniti from seeing people and situations as they truly are. By practicing awareness and challenging our initial reactions, we can start to see the world and the people in it with greater clarity and depth. Chapter 6. Sunk cost fallacy, why we hold on to lost causes. Imagine you've started watching a movie. Halfway through, it's clear the plot is thin, the acting is subpar, and you're not enjoying it yet. You tell yourself, I've already watched an hour, I might as well finish it. This is the sunk cost fallacy in action. It's the tendency to continue investing in something simply because we've already invested time, money, or energy into it, even when the returns aren't there. The sunk cost fallacy drives many of our daily choices, from sticking with an underwhelming movie to staying in a job that doesn't fulfill Stati Uniti. We hold on to these investments because the thought of wasting our initial effort feels unbearable. This bias doesn't stem from rational decision-making. Instead, it's tied to our emotions, particularly our reluctance to acknowledge loss or admit we made a mistake. The irony is that by staying committed to things no longer serving Stati Uniti, we often end up losing even more. The psychological roots of the sunk cost fallacy. The sunk cost fallacy is a product of two primary psychological forces, loss aversion and our desire for consistency. Loss aversion refers to the fact that humans tend to feel the pain of loss more acutely than the pleasure of an equivalent gain. Losing something, whether it's money, time, or effort, feels intensely uncomfortable, so we're wired to avoid it whenever possible. This aversion makes it hard to cut our losses because doing so feels like accepting defeat. By sticking with our initial investment, even when it's clear the payoff is limited, we avoid the psychological discomfort of admitting a loss. Another factor at play is our need for consistency. When we make a decision like choosing a career path, starting a relationship, or buying an expensive product, our self-image becomes tied to that choice. To abandon it feels like admitting inconsistency or failure, which can be jarring. The sunk cost fallacy allows Stati Uniti to protect our self-image by maintaining the course, even when it's clear the path may no longer serve Stati Uniti. Interestingly, the sunk cost fallacy is not only an individual tendency but also a social one. We fear the judgment of others. The idea of explaining why we left a job after only a few months or stopped working on a long-term project can feel embarrassing. This social dimension adds another layer of resistance, compelling Stati Uniti to stick with choices that may no longer align with our goals simply to avoid the perception of inconsistency or failure. Everyday examples of the sunk cost fallacy. This fallacy is surprisingly common in our lives, shaping choices in ways we often don't recognize. Consider a couple who has been in a long-term relationship that is no longer fulfilling or healthy. They may stay together because they've put so many years into it, rather than focusing on their happiness or compatibility in the present. The thought of wasting those years holds them back, even if it means postponing their chance for a more fulfilling future. In the professional world, the sunk cost fallacy often manifests as career inertia. Imagine an individual who has spent years working in a particular field, investing heavily in education, training, and networking. Even if they feel unfulfilled and yearn for a different path, they may resist a change because of the investment they've already made. The cost of changing feels steep, even if they're currently dissatisfied. This commitment to the sunk cost keeps them tied to a trajectory that no longer aligns with their aspirations. A powerful example of the sunk cost fallacy in the business world is found in corporate projects that are clearly failing but continue to receive funding. Managers often keep pouring resources into projects that are over budget or missing milestones, reluctant to acknowledge the initial investment as a loss. By doubling down on these sunk investments, companies can end up incurring even greater losses, all in the name of preserving prior commitments. How the sunk cost fallacy shapes decision-making. The sunk cost fallacy reveals itself in countless small ways. Think about food. For instance, when we've paid for a large meal at a restaurant, many of Stati Uniti feel compelled to finish it, even when we're already full. The cost has been paid, but the feeling that we'll get our money as worth keeps Stati Uniti eating, disregarding our physical comfort. Similarly, when we buy tickets to a concert or event we end up not wanting to attend, we may still go just because we spend the money, even if staying home would make Stati Uniti happier. This fallacy isn't limited to the past, it also impacts our ability to make future-oriented decisions. When we focus on sunk costs, we ignore the potential for better outcomes down the line. By remaining loyal to previous choices, we often sacrifice future opportunities, creating a self-imposed barrier to new experiences or more aligned goals. Our minds convince Stati Uniti that abandoning something means admitting failure, when in reality, pivoting may open doors to growth and discovery. The sunk cost fallacy in the digital age. In today's digital world, the sunk cost fallacy has new avenues for influence, especially in online shopping and subscriptions. Consider streaming services. We may pay for a monthly subscription to a service we barely use, but instead of cancelling, we justify the expense by occasionally watching something we're only half interested in. The same goes for smartphone apps that offer upgrades or in-app purchases. After spending money on a game or service, we're more likely to keep engaging with it, feeling compelled to get our money as worth, even if our interests waned. Social media is another fertile ground for this fallacy. Imagine spending hours crafting a post or updating a profile for a particular purpose, only to realize it doesn't serve you as much as expected. Instead of pivoting, people may continue using the platform the same way, investing more time in it simply because of the initial effort put into building a presence. This dedication to sunk costs is not just a financial or emotional drain, it's a use of time and energy that could be better directed elsewhere. How to overcome the sunk cost fallacy? Breaking free from the sunk cost fallacy is challenging because it goes against our natural inclinations. But with conscious effort, we can train ourselves to make decisions based on the future rather than clinging to the past. One of the most effective ways to counter this bias is to shift your perspective to the present. When faced with a decision, ask yourself if you hadn't already invested in this, would you still choose it today? This question helps separate the past investment from the current choice, allowing you to evaluate it based on present-day relevance and alignment with your goals. By refocusing on the here and now, you can reduce the emotional attachment to past efforts. Another approach is to embrace the idea that not all investments yield returns. Accepting that some ventures will end in loss can actually be liberating. Recognize that learning from a sunk cost can provide valuable insight, even if the investment itself didn't turn out as planned. Every experience, even if it ends in a loss, contributes to personal growth, so you're not truly starting from zero. By framing it as a learning opportunity, you can detach from the feeling of wasted effort and make room for new opportunities. It can also be helpful to envision the potential outcomes of letting go. Ask yourself what could one gain if you stopped investing in this. Imagining the freedom and possibilities that come from releasing unproductive commitments can shift your focus from loss to opportunity. This reorientation allows you to see that moving on isn't about waste. It's about creating space for growth and alignment with your true goals. Real-world examples of moving past sunk costs. To see the power of letting go, consider a well-known example from the world of technology. When Apple was developing the original iPhone, the company initially focused on using a plastic screen, which was cheaper and easier to manufacture. But halfway through development, Steve Jobs decided that glass would provide a more durable, high-quality product, even though it meant scrapping a significant investment in plastic screen production. Apple cut its losses and switched to glass, a decision that contributed to the iPhone's success. By not succumbing to the sunk cost fallacy, the company was able to make a more future-oriented choice, one that ultimately paid off. Another example can be found in the film industry. Directors and studios often pour enormous resources into films, and some projects prove unworkable or destined for failure. In such cases, production companies occasionally make the difficult decision to halt the project altogether, rather than sinking further funds into a film that may fail to recoup its costs. By cutting their losses, studios protect themselves from greater financial damage, even if the decision to halt feels painful. Embracing change over commitment. The sunk cost fallacy shows Stati how challenging it can be to let go, even when it's in our best interest. Recognizing that past investments don't determine future success requires a mental shift, one that values adaptability over rigid commitment. When we release the weight of sunk costs, we're able to make choices that genuinely serve Stati Uniti, creating room for growth, exploration, and fulfillment. Each time we let go of a sunk investment, whether it's a project, a relationship, or a habit, we gain a little more clarity and courage for the future. Learning to walk away from things that no longer serve Stati Uniti isn't about giving up, It's about making room for choices that align with our current needs and values. Chapter 7. Overconfidence bias, the illusion of certainty. Picture yourself in a trivia game. The host asks a question you're sure you know the answer to, so you confidently give your response. But when the correct answer is revealed, it's different from what you thought. A mix of surprise and disbelief hits you. How could you have been so sure, yet so wrong? This is overconfidence bias at work, the tendency to overestimate our knowledge, abilities, and control over situations. Overconfidence bias isn't just a minor quirk, it's a deeply ingrained cognitive habit that affects decisions big and small. It can lead Stati Uniti to take risks we aren't prepared for, underestimate challenges, or ignore helpful advice. While confidence is an essential quality, enabling Stati Uniti to face challenges and pursue ambitious goals, overconfidence takes it a step further, blurring the line between healthy self-assurance and an inflated sense of certainty. When we fall prey to overconfidence bias, we're likely to make decisions based on our perception of knowing better or being capable rather than on an accurate assessment of reality. Why overconfidence is so compelling? Overconfidence stems from a complex mix of psychological needs, one of which is the desire for control. By feeling certain about our knowledge or abilities, we gain a comforting sense of command over our lives and surroundings. This need for control is closely tied to self-esteem. Believing in our competence boosts our confidence and helps Stati Uniti feel capable of navigating the world. Yet, this assurance can also blind Stati Uniti to our limitations, making Stati Uniti more prone to take on challenges beyond our current level of skill or preparation. Another powerful driver of overconfidence is social validation. Society values confidence, often associating it with competence, leadership, and decisiveness. People who project confidence, whether grounded in reality or not, tend to be viewed as more capable, which in turn reinforces their own sense of self-belief. This positive feedback loop makes it easy for overconfidence to flourish, as individuals are rewarded for projecting certainty, regardless of whether that certainty is justified. This tendency can be particularly pronounced in high-stakes environments, like business or politics, where the appearance of confidence can carry as much weight as actual expertise. Additionally, our brains are wired to favor stories of success. When we achieve something challenging, the satisfaction reinforces our belief in our abilities. Rarely do we focus on the role of luck, support from others, or circumstance beyond our control. By attributing success mainly to our skill, we build a narrative that promotes overconfidence, making it difficult to recognize the nuanced, often unpredictable factors that influence outcomes. Everyday manifestations of overconfidence. The effects of overconfidence are pervasive, impacting everything from our financial choices to our interpersonal relationships. Consider, for instance, the field of investing. Investors who experience early gains may start to believe in their own financial insight, feeling sure they can predict market trends and time trades accurately. Buoyed by a sense of expertise, they might begin to take bigger risks, investing in volatile stocks or speculative ventures. Unfortunately, this overconfidence often blinds them to the risks, leading to losses when the market shifts unpredictably. It's a common saying in finance that past performance does not guarantee future results, yet overconfident investors frequently disregard this caution, seeing their previous success as proof of future reliability. The professional world is another arena where overconfidence often plays out. A project manager who has successfully led previous initiatives may assume they can tackle increasingly complex projects without necessarily adapting their strategies or seeking additional input. Their past successes provide a sense of certainty, leading them to underestimate new challenges or assume they can overcome difficulties through sheer skill alone. This can lead to misjudgments, inadequate planning, and missed deadlines when unexpected hurdles arise. In academia, overconfidence can sometimes lead students to underestimate the complexity of a subject or overestimate their understanding after a few successful exams. This may lead them to spend less time studying or preparing for future tests, only to find themselves struggling when they encounter more difficult material. A similar phenomenon occurs in sports, where athletes might push themselves too hard or ignore warning signs of injury, assuming their skills or resilience will carry them through. Overconfidence in one's abilities can, in these cases, lead to setbacks or injuries that could have been avoided with a more cautious approach. Relationships, too, are influenced by overconfidence. We may assume we know a friend or partner so well that we overlook changes in their feelings or needs. Overconfidence can lead Stati Uniti to ignore the subtleties of human dynamics, making Stati Uniti blind to problems until they become a crisis. This bias prevents Stati Uniti from empathizing fully or seeking input, potentially damaging trust and intimacy with others. The risks of overconfidence in high-stakes situations. The impact of overconfidence grows exponentially in high-stakes situations. Think about medical professionals who, despite the immense importance of their work, are not immune to this bias. A doctor who has successfully diagnosed and treated dozens of patients may become overconfident in their diagnostic ability, potentially overlooking a rare condition or dismissing a patient's symptoms because they know what is likely. While medical training emphasizes caution and evidence-based practice, the high level of confidence often necessary in this field can sometimes blur the line, leading even skilled professionals to miss crucial details. Overconfidence also affects leaders and policymakers. History offers ample examples of leaders who believed so strongly in their vision that they ignored or downplayed opposing viewpoints, often with disastrous consequences. For instance, during wartime, political leaders may overestimate their country's military strength or underestimate the resilience of their opponent, leading to strategic missteps. Overconfidence can prevent leaders from considering alternative approaches, acknowledging their own limits, or asking for advice from experienced advisors, resulting in actions that have far-reaching and sometimes devastating consequences. In entrepreneurship, overconfidence often manifests as what is called founder's syndrome. When founders of a startup believe so deeply in their product or vision that they ignore market signals, consumer feedback, or financial limitations, they risk leading the company into unsustainable territory. The desire to see their dream come true makes it difficult for them to acknowledge when changes are needed, whether that is pivoting the product, seeking input from others, or even stepping down to allow more experienced leadership. This form of overconfidence doesn't only endanger the founder's reputation but also the livelihood of employees, investors, and stakeholders who depend on the company's success. The fine line between confidence and overconfidence. It's worth noting that confidence itself is not inherently negative. In fact, confidence is often necessary to pursue challenging goals, lead effectively, and innovate. Confidence enables Stati Uniti to take risks, believe in our abilities, and step outside our comfort zones. The key difference between healthy confidence and overconfidence lies in self-awareness and adaptability. Healthy confidence acknowledge uncertainty. It involves recognizing strength while also understanding limitations and being open to feedback or alternative perspectives. Confident individuals approach challenges with a sense of curiosity and flexibility, willing to adjust their approach when faced with new information. Overconfidence, on the other hand, is rigid, seeing confidence as synonymous with certainty. Overconfident individuals often ignore feedback, downplay risks, and push forward with their perspective, regardless of contradictory evidence. One way to gauge whether confidence is crossed into overconfidence is to examine the role of ego. Confidence is about trusting one's abilities, while overconfidence often centers around protecting one's self-image or sense of authority. A confident leader can admit when they're wrong. An overconfident leader sees admitting fault as a threat to their identity. Strategies for recognizing and mitigating overconfidence. Overcoming overconfidence bias requires both awareness and intentional strategies. The first step is to cultivate self-reflection. Regularly examining one's past decisions, especially those that didn't go as planned, can provide invaluable insight. Ask yourself questions like, what were my assumptions? Was I ignoring any information that contradicted my view? By analyzing decisions with the benefit of insight, you can begin to recognize patterns of overconfidence and take corrective steps. Another effective strategy is to actively seek out opposing perspectives. When faced with a major decision, challenge yourself to consider arguments against your position. This practice, known as counterfactual thinking, helps temper overconfidence by broadening your understanding of potential outcomes. Engaging with diverse opinions, whether from colleagues, mentors, or research, provides a more balanced view and reveals blind spots. Practicing humility is another powerful way to counter overconfidence. By embracing humility, we remind ourselves that no one has a monopoly on knowledge or success. Humility doesn't mean downplaying achievements but rather recognizing that even the most accomplished individuals have room to grow and learn. It's about remaining open to the reality that external factors, timing, and even luck play roles in our achievements, tempering our tendency to attribute everything solely to skill. Finally, developing a habit of curiosity can help keep overconfidence in check. Approaching challenges and projects with a beginner's mind allows students to ask questions, learn from others, and adapt to changing circumstances. Curiosity encourages students to explore new perspectives, creating a buffer against the tunnel vision that often accompanies overconfidence. Overconfidence bias in context, real-world consequences and insights. To illustrate the power of overconfidence, let's look at a famous example from the world of business, Kodak. For much of the 17th century, Kodak was a giant in the photography industry, leading the market in film sales. In the 1970s, however, a Kodak engineer invented the digital camera. Despite this innovation, the company largely ignored it, confident that film photography would remain the dominant format. This overconfidence ultimately contributed to Kodak's downfall. As the digital market expanded, Kodak struggled to adapt, eventually declaring bankruptcy in 2012. Overconfidence in their business model and dismissing digital photography as a passing trend kept Kodak from adjusting to a rapidly changing industry. In the field of aviation, overconfidence can also be a significant hazard. Pilots, especially experienced ones, sometimes fall prey to overestimating their skill, resulting in decisions that put safety at risk. This phenomenon, often referred to as get-there-itis, describes the overconfident drive to push on toward a destination despite adverse weather or mechanical issues. Tragically, these biases led to avoidable accidents. Today, aviation training places a strong emphasis on humility, teamwork, and risk assessment to combat the effects of overconfidence. Embracing informed confidence. The path beyond overconfidence isn't about doubting ourselves but about refining our confidence to include flexibility, openness, and realism. When we cultivate a balanced sense of confidence, we're better equipped to make thoughtful decisions, learn from our experiences, and grow in ways that rigid overconfidence can never allow. Overconfidence bias teaches Stati Uniti that certainty is often an illusion, one that can prevent Stati Uniti from seeing the world as it truly is by embracing a confident yet curious mindset. We can approach challenges with a genuine willingness to adapt and learn, even if it means acknowledging when we don't have all the answers. Chapter 8. Insight Bias, the Inuit All-Alone Fallacy. Think back to a time when an unexpected event unfolded, a surprising outcome in a sports match, an unexpected twist in a friend's life, or perhaps a global event you hadn't anticipated. After learning the outcome, did you find yourself thinking, "I should have seen that coming," or "it was obvious all along"? This phenomenon is called insight bias, often referred to as the Inuit all-along fallacy. It's the cognitive bias that leads Stati Uniti to believe, after an event has occurred, that we foresaw it with clarity, even though, in reality, we may not have anticipated it at all. Insight bias skews our understanding of past events and gives Stati Uniti an inflated sense of predictability. When we look back on a situation with the outcome already in mind, our brains rearrange the narrative, convincing Stati Uniti that we knew the outcome all along. This bias affects not only our perception of the past but also our approach to future decisions, often making Stati Uniti feel overly confident in our ability to predict events. The consequence: we become less open to considering multiple outcomes, overly simplifying complex situations, and underestimating the value of cautious preparation. Why insight bias occurs? The roots of insight bias lie in our mind's need for coherence. Our brains are natural storytellers, constantly seeking to make sense of the world. When an event's outcome is known, our minds often revise the story to fit the ending. This storytelling impulse satisfies our desire for order, making the sequence of events appear more logical and inevitable. By reshaping the past, insight bias gives Stati Uniti a comforting sense of control, as if the world operates in clear, predictable patterns. Unfortunately, this illusion of order can prevent Stati Uniti from seeing the complexities and uncertainties that characterize real-life situations. Another driver of insight bias is cognitive is our tendency to favor information that is easy to understand and recall. When an event has already occurred, our brains can quickly assemble a simple, cohesive narrative that seems obvious in hindsight. We look back and cherry-pick the signs that match the outcome, creating a neat storyline that feels intuitively correct. This cognitive shortcut simplifies our view of the past but also strips away the complexities that were present before the outcome was known. Emotion plays a significant role in insight bias as well. When we experience strong emotions around an event such as relief, disappointment, or excitement, we tend to remember those emotions vividly. Our brains then retroactively apply this emotional intensity to the lead-up to the event, giving the Stati Uniti the sense that we knew it would happen, even if that knowledge is entirely constructed after the fact. Everyday examples of insight bias. Insight bias manifests in many aspects of our daily lives, shaping our perception of events big and small. Tech sports, for example. Fans often experience this bias when looking back on a match after a game ends, particularly if the outcome is surprising. Fans will claim they knew the star player would make a winning play or that the underdog team would upset the favorites. They recall moments that seem like telltale signs of the final score and overlook details that contradict the outcome. This revisionist view makes the unpredictable seem predictable, reshaping memories to fit the result. The workplace is another environment where insight bias frequently occurs. Consider a manager who hires a promising candidate for a new role. If the candidate excels, the manager might think he could tell from the interview that they would be a star. On the other hand, if the candidate performs poorly, the manager may retrospectively notice supposed red flags that hinted at the outcome. By revising their memory to fit the outcome, the manager inadvertently bolsters their sense of insight and predictive ability. Insight bias makes both success and failure seem more foreseeable than they were in reality, reinforcing a false sense of expertise. Personal relationships are also susceptible to this bias. Imagine a friend goes through a breakup, and you suddenly recall moments that, in insight, appear to have predicted the end of the relationship. Maybe you remember subtle disagreements or moments of discomfort. At the time, these moments seemed trivial or unremarkable, but with the breakup in mind, they now appear like clear signs. This tendency not only simplifies complex relational dynamics but can also lead to self-blame or an inflated sense of knowing better after the fact. Insight bias also affects larger societal events, such as political shifts or financial crises. After a major event, like an economic recession, people look back and identify signs that should have warned them of the impending downturn. However, before the event, these signs were often ambiguous and interpreted in various ways. Once the outcome is clear, it's easy to overestimate the predictability of complex phenomena, thinking that the warning signs were obvious all along. Even though experts and analysts themselves struggled to predict it. The consequences of insight bias. While insight bias may seem harmless, its effects can be far-reaching. By creating a false sense of predictability, this bias can lead Stati Uniti to become overly confident in our judgments and decisions. If we believe that events are easily foreseeable, we are less likely to prepare for unexpected outcomes or take seriously the uncertainties that exist in any decision. This overconfidence can, in turn, lead to riskier behaviors, as we trust that we'll see it coming next time, even though real-world events are rarely so predictable. Insight bias also has implications for learning and growth. When we think we knew it all along, we miss opportunities to examine the real reasons behind our decisions and outcomes. Instead of reflecting on the complexities of a situation, we oversimplify, believing that the outcome was inevitable. This can stifle our ability to learn from experiences, as we fail to critically analyze what truly contributed to an outcome. In the workplace, for example, insight bias can prevent teams from improving project planning or risk management if they believe that any missteps were obvious and could have been avoided with minimal effort. In legal and medical fields, insight bias can have significant consequences. In medicine, for example, healthcare professionals might look back on a misdiagnosis and believe the correct diagnosis was obvious, undermining an understanding of the diagnostic challenges faced in real time. This bias can lead to unfair judgments of medical professionals, as their decision-making processes are judged through the lens of known outcomes rather than the ambiguity of the initial situation. Similarly, in the legal realm, insight bias can affect juries and judges, who may see the signs of a defendant's guilt as clear only because they know the final verdict. This can result in unjust judgments, as the complexities and uncertainties of the case are overshadowed by insight. Recognizing and reducing insight bias. To mitigate insight bias, it's important to adopt a mindset of genuine curiosity and openness to uncertainty. Rather than approaching situations with a sense of assumed certainty, try to remain aware of the full range of possibilities, even after an outcome is known. This can be achieved by actively questioning your recollection of events and reminding yourself of the complexities that were present before the outcome was clear. One helpful approach is to revisit your initial thought process. When a situation is resolved, take time to reflect on what you actually knew and felt at the beginning. What assumptions did you make? What options did you consider? By mentally rewinding to your initial perspective, you can gain a more realistic view of how much was actually predictable. This practice keeps you anchored in the reality of uncertainty, making it less likely that you will fall into the trap of insight bias. Journaling can be a powerful tool for reducing insight bias. By keeping a record of your thoughts, predictions, and reasons for making certain choices, you create a snapshot of your genuine mindset at the time. When you look back later, these records prevent you from rewriting your memory to fit the outcome. Instead, you can see how your thought process evolved and recognize any biases or assumptions that may have influenced your decisions. Another effective method is to practice counterfactual thinking, where you actively consider alternative outcomes. If something turned out a certain way, imagine what would have happened if conditions had been different. What if another candidate had been hired? What if an investment decision hadn't paid off? By contemplating other scenarios, you cultivate a more flexible perspective, realizing that outcomes are often shaped by numerous unpredictable factors rather than being inevitable. Lastly, acknowledge the role of luck and external factors. Insight bias often causes Stati Uniti to overlook the impact of circumstances beyond our control, leading Stati Uniti to assume that outcomes were the result of personal insight or skill alone. By recognizing that luck, timing, and external factors play significant roles in shaping events, you can avoid falling into the trap of seeing outcomes as inevitable. This awareness not only tempers overconfidence but also promotes a balanced understanding of success and failure. Real-world examples of insight bias. To see insight bias in action, consider the 2008 financial crisis. In the years leading up to it, few analysts, investors, or policymakers accurately predicted the collapse of the housing market and the subsequent recession. However, after the crisis unfolded, many people looked back and claimed that the warning signs were obvious: over-leveraged banks, risky lending practices, and inflated housing prices. In reality, these signs were interpreted in various ways before the crisis, with many experts downplaying the risks or assuming the market would stabilize. Insight bias made the crisis seem more predictable than it actually was, influencing subsequent regulatory changes and public perception. Another example is the 2016 US presidential election, which took many analysts and pollsters by surprise. After the election, some commentators claimed they saw it coming all along, pointing to moments during the campaign that, in hindsight, seemed like clear indicators of the final outcome. Yet, throughout the campaign, the election was widely regarded as unpredictable, with fluctuating polls and numerous variables. Insight bias simplified the complex dynamics of the election, making it seem as though the result was obvious when, in reality, it was anything but. Moving forward, embracing uncertainty and learning from the past. Insight bias teaches Stati Uniti a powerful lesson about the nature of knowledge. What seems obvious in retrospect was rarely so clear in the moment. By acknowledging this truth, we can cultivate a more humble and open-minded approach to understanding events and outcomes. Instead of rewriting the past to fit a narrative of inevitability, we can embrace the uncertainty and complexity that characterize life as twists and turns. Letting go of insight bias requires Stati Uniti to develop a genuine respect for uncertainty, recognizing that the future is rarely as predictable as it seems in hindsight. By learning to view past events without the distortion of knew it all along, we can better prepare for the future, understanding that the unexpected will always be a part of our journey. Chapter 9. Groupthink, the pitfalls of collective decision-making. Imagine you're in a meeting with a team at work. The group is discussing a new project proposal, and everyone seems excited. While you have some reservations about potential risks, you hesitate to speak up, noticing everyone else appears enthusiastic. You tell yourself, maybe I'm overthinking this, and eventually go along with the group as a consensus. This scenario exemplifies a powerful psychological bias known as groupthink, where the desire for unity or harmony within a group suppresses individual opinions, critical thinking, and dissent. Groupthink is more than just going with the flow. It's a phenomenon that can stifle independent thought, cloud decision-making, and sometimes lead to serious consequences. When groupthink takes hold, members of a team or community prioritize consensus over quality, often brushing aside doubts or overlooking alternative perspectives. This bias isn't always intentional. It happens subtly as people strive to maintain the cohesion of the group, assuming that agreeing is better than challenging. However, when everyone moves in the same direction without critical examination, the group risks making flawed or even dangerous decisions. Why groupthink happens? Groupthink stems from a mix of social and psychological forces, including our need for belonging, the pressure to conform, and the influence of authority figures. One of the strongest drivers of groupthink is the need for social acceptance. Humans are social creatures by nature, and being part of a group brings comfort and a sense of identity. Expressing disagreement within a group can feel uncomfortable, creating tension and possibly risking exclusion. To avoid standing out or alienating themselves, individuals might suppress personal conscience, choosing instead to conform to the dominant opinion, even if they have doubts. Another significant factor in groupthink is the pressure to conform. When most people in a group appear to be in agreement, individuals often feel compelled to align with the majority view. This tendency can be especially strong in hierarchical environments where people feel reluctant to challenge authority figures or senior members. In a corporate setting, for example, if the chair or project leader expresses a preference, employees might hesitate to voice differing opinions for fear of seeming disrespectful or uncooperative. This dynamic is known as deference to authority and can stifle open discussion, leading the group to follow a single perspective without fully exploring alternatives. Groupthink is also fueled by a psychological shortcut known as pluralistic ignorance, the belief that, because no one else is voicing conscience, everyone else must genuinely agree. In reality, others in the group may also harbor doubts but assume they are the only ones. This assumption creates a cycle where everyone remains silent, reinforcing the appearance of consensus and, ironically, deepening each person's reluctance to speak up. This quiet conformity feeds groupthink, as the group collectively moves forward without considering diverse viewpoints. The consequences of groupthink. The impact of groupthink can be seen in a range of decisions, from everyday business choices to historical events. One of the classic examples is the ill-fated launch of the Space Shuttle Challenger in 1986. Engineers had expressed concerns about the shuttle's O-rings, a critical component that could fail in cold temperatures. However, due to pressure to launch on schedule and a reluctance to push back against the collective momentum, these warnings went unheeded. The shuttle launched as planned, only to tragically disintegrate shortly after liftoff, resulting in the deaths of 7 astronauts. Investigations later revealed that groupthink had played a significant role, as individuals failed to assert their conscience in the face of the group's drive to proceed. Groupthink doesn't only affect large, high-stakes decisions, it also influences more routine choices in workplaces, schools, and social circles. In a corporate setting, groupthink can lead to flawed strategic decisions. Imagine a company launching a new product without adequate testing because everyone in the team believes it will succeed. If dissenting voices are ignored or dismissed, the team may overlook potential issues, resulting in a failed product launch, financial losses, and damage to the company's reputation. Groupthink leads to an echo chamber effect, where only ideas that align with the dominant perspective are considered, leaving little room for critical analysis. Another effect of groupthink is the polarization of opinions. When individuals are surrounded by like-minded voices, their views can become more extreme. In political groups, for instance, groupthink can lead to more radical positions, as each person's ideas reinforce the group's shared beliefs. This dynamic discourages moderation, as those who might otherwise hold nuanced views feel pressured to adopt the group's stance fully. The result is often a rigid and polarized perspective, where alternative solutions or compromise become difficult, if not impossible. In personal relationships, groupthink can show up subtly, as friend groups or families agree on certain views or behaviors without question. This may mean going along with a decision that feels uncomfortable but aligns with the group's expectation, such as making a risky financial choice, adopting a lifestyle change, or choosing activities that don't match everyone's interests. Over time, groupthink can erode individuality within relationships, as people conform to shared expectations rather than expressing personal preferences. Identifying groupthink in real time. Recognizing groupthink as it happens requires acute self-awareness and social awareness. One telltale sign of groupthink is an unusually quick consensus. If a decision seems to gain unanimous approval without much discussion or debate, it's worth pausing to consider whether groupthink may be at play. When everyone agrees instantly, it's possible that individual voices are being suppressed, especially if the decision is complex and could reasonably invite differing opinions. Another red flag is self-censorship, where people hold back dissenting ideas or feedback. You might notice this in meetings where someone seems hesitant to speak or quickly retracts a point after mild pushback. People who engage in self-censorship often feel that voicing their conscience would disrupt the group's harmony or be seen as problematic. They may appear quiet, nodding along without contributing alternative views, as though silently conceding to the majority. Groupthink is also marked by a sense of invulnerability within the group. Members may express unwarranted confidence in their decision, dismissing risks or downplaying potential issues. This weak anti-be-wrong attitude prevents the group from realistically assessing challenges or vulnerabilities. In such cases, the group's shared belief in its rightness creates a barrier to critical thinking, making it easy to overlook potential pitfalls or weaknesses. Lastly, mind guards, people who act as self-appointed protectors of the group's consensus, are common in groupthink-prone environments. These individuals may discourage dissent, either subtly or overtly, by redirecting discussions or dismissing opposing viewpoints. Mind guards believe they are helping the group by keeping it on track, but in reality, they are further deepening the groupthink cycle, ensuring that only favorable information reaches the group's attention. Overcoming groupthink, fostering a culture of openness. Counteracting groupthink requires a conscious commitment to creating an environment where diverse ideas are encouraged and valued. One of the most effective strategies is to promote a culture of open dialogue. This means actively inviting feedback and dissenting opinions, particularly from those who may feel uncomfortable challenging the group. Leaders can play a crucial role here by explicitly encouraging differing perspectives, making it clear that thoughtful disagreement is not only accepted but welcomed. Another powerful approach is to appoint a devil's advocate in group discussions. This person's role is to question assumptions, challenge the consensus, and raise potential issues. By designating someone to argue against the group's direction, teams can prevent a premature consensus and ensure that multiple perspectives are considered. The devil's advocate role reduces the risk of groupthink by breaking the illusion of unanimous agreement and allowing others to see that dissent can lead to a more balanced, well-rounded decision. Encouraging individual reflection before group discussions can also help reduce groupthink. When people form their opinions independently before engaging with the group, they are less likely to conform automatically. Individual reflection provides an opportunity for people to develop and voice their own ideas, making it easier to bring unique viewpoints to the table. This practice also helps prevent the echo chamber effect, as each person arrives with a distinct perspective rather than simply mirroring the group. The importance of diverse voices. A key to preventing groupthink lies in actively seeking out diverse voices. Research consistently shows that diversity in teams, whether in terms of background, experience, or perspective, leads to better decision-making. When groups include members with varied viewpoints, it becomes harder for a single perspective to dominate, creating a natural check against groupthink. Diversity encourages healthy debate, as each person brings a unique lens to the discussion, helping the group identify blind spots and consider a broader range of solutions. Companies and organizations that prioritize diversity are often better equipped to avoid groupthink and the costly mistakes it can lead to. For example, in product development, a team composed of individuals from diverse demographic and professional backgrounds is more likely to identify and address flaws that a more homogeneous group might overlook. This is because each person's background informs their perspective, revealing issues that might otherwise go unrecognized. The result is a product or solution that better serves a wider audience and is less prone to oversights or unintended biases. Real-world examples of groupthink and its consequences. One of the most well-known examples of groupthink occurred during the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. The US government, under President Kennedy, planned a covert operation to overthrow the Cuban government, expecting it to be quick and successful. Advisors around Kennedy, reluctant to challenge the consensus or voice doubts, allowed the plan to proceed despite clear risks. The operation ended in disaster, with many analysts later pointing to groupthink as a critical factor. In this case, the desire for unity and support for the president led advisors to suppress their doubts, resulting in a flawed and costly decision. In corporate history, the collapse of Enron also highlights the dangers of groupthink. Enron's leaders fostered a culture of aggressive growth and risk-taking, creating a highly competitive environment where employees felt pressured to conform to the company's vision. Those who raised concerns about the company's financial practices were marginalized or ignored, reinforcing a culture of unchecked ambition. This culture of conformity contributed to Enron's eventual downfall, as employees continued to ignore red flags until the company's financial misdeeds became impossible to conceal. Embracing independent thinking and constructive dissent. Understanding groupthink reminds Stati Uniti of the importance of cultivating independent thought and constructive dissent within any group, team, or community. While unity and harmony are valuable, they should never come at the cost of critical thinking or open debate. Learning to recognize and counteract groupthink empowers Stati Uniti to make better, more informed decisions, particularly when the stakes are high. Moving beyond groupthink isn't about encouraging conflict for conflict's sake but rather about fostering an environment where questioning and discussion are seen as tools for growth and improvement. By valuing independent thinking and promoting diversity of thought, groups can avoid the pitfalls of conformity and make decisions that are truly reflective of all voices involved. Chapter 10. Combating Cognitive Bias, Strategies for Better Thinking. As we've journeyed through the world of cognitive biases, from confirmation bias to groupthink, we've seen how these mental shortcuts shape our perceptions, influence our decisions, and sometimes lead Stati Uniti astray. These biases are, at their core, natural human tendencies, designed to simplify the complex task of navigating an uncertain world. Yet, while they can be helpful, they often cloud our judgment and limit our potential for growth and clear thinking. Now, in this final chapter, we will focus on practical strategies for recognizing and counteracting these biases in our daily lives, empowering ourselves to make more thoughtful, objective, and well-informed decisions. The path to better thinking is not about eradicating biases entirely, which is neither possible nor desirable. Rather, it's about developing self-awareness and cultivating habits that allow Stati Uniti to question, reflect, and approach situations with a more open and balanced mind. Through a blend of mindfulness, critical thinking, and intentional practices, we can reduce the influence of biases, bringing clarity and objectivity to our thought processes. The power of self-awareness. The foundation of overcoming cognitive bias lies in self-awareness. Awareness enables Stati Uniti to catch biases in action, giving Stati Uniti the chance to pause, reflect, and question our initial judgments. Without awareness, biases remain hidden, subtly shaping our thoughts and actions without our realizing it. Cultivating self-awareness requires Stati Uniti to consistently observe our own thinking. Asking ourselves questions like, why am I drawn to this perspective? Am I dismissing other viewpoints too quickly? One powerful method for building self-awareness is mindfulness meditation. Mindfulness encourages Stati Uniti to become more attuned to our thoughts, emotions, and reactions, helping Stati Uniti observe our mental processes without judgment. This practice creates a mental space between ourselves and our thoughts, allowing Stati Uniti to examine them more objectively. Over time, mindfulness can reveal patterns in our thinking, showing Stati Uniti where certain biases, like confirmation bias or overconfidence, tend to arise. By developing this level of insight, we can learn to recognize bias as it emerges and make a conscious choice to respond differently. Another way to build self-awareness is to keep a decision journal. In this journal, you can record significant decisions, noting your reasoning, expectations, and any emotions you felt at the time. Then, after the outcome unfolds, revisit your notes to see if biases played a role in your thought process. This practice not only helps uncover patterns of bias but also allows you to learn from your decisions, refining your judgment over time. The simple act of writing down your thought process encourages you to slow down, reflect, and consider alternative perspectives, fostering a more deliberate approach to decision-making. Practicing intellectual humility. Intellectual humility is the recognition that we don't have all the answers and that our knowledge and understanding are limited. This humility doesn't mean downplaying our abilities. Rather, it means remaining open to learning, questioning, and re-evaluating our beliefs. When we cultivate intellectual humility, we become more willing to acknowledge the possibility of error and more receptive to alternative viewpoints, making it easier to combat biases like overconfidence or confirmation bias. One effective way to practice intellectual humility is to actively seek out information that contradicts your views. For instance, if you have strong opinions on a particular topic, make a habit of reading reputable sources with opposing perspectives. This doesn't mean you need to adopt these views, but by exposing yourself to diverse viewpoints, you become less entrenched in your own beliefs and more open to seeing the strengths and weaknesses in all arguments. Over time, this practice tempers the impact of confirmation bias, helping you make decisions based on a fuller understanding of the situation. In discussions or debates, practicing intellectual humility involves asking more questions than giving answers. Instead of asserting your viewpoint, try to understand the other person's reasoning by asking open-ended questions like, how did you come to that conclusion? What factors influenced your perspective? This approach not only broadens your understanding but also fosters a more collaborative, respectful exchange of ideas. Intellectual humility teaches Stati Uniti that listening is as valuable as speaking and that, often, the wisest choice is to approach conversations with curiosity rather than certainty. Embracing critical thinking. Critical thinking is one of the most effective tools for reducing cognitive bias. At its core, critical thinking involves evaluating information logically, assessing evidence, and questioning assumptions. By practicing critical thinking, we can identify and challenge biases before they cloud our judgment. One helpful critical thinking technique is the 5 method. When faced with a decision or a belief, ask yourself why 5 times to dig deeper into your reasoning. This process helps uncover the assumptions underlying your thought process, bringing biases to the surface. For example, if you're confident that a project will succeed, ask yourself why you believe this. Each why response should go deeper, revealing potential blind spots or areas where biases like overconfidence may be influencing your perspective. By forcing yourself to articulate your reasoning, the 5 method encourages you to examine your assumptions critically and thoroughly. Another effective approach is to reframe your perspective by considering the opposite. Known as considering the opposite, this technique involves intentionally exploring the reasons why your belief or assumption might be wrong. For instance, if you're certain that a plan will succeed, challenge yourself to list reasons it might fail. This exercise forces you to look beyond your initial impression and consider factors you might have overlooked, providing a more balanced view. By training yourself to think critically in this way, you can guard against biases like confirmation bias and the halo effect, which often lead students to ignore conflicting information. Creating a culture of feedback and dissent. In group settings, one of the most effective ways to prevent biases like groupthink is to encourage a culture of feedback and constructive dissent. When everyone feels comfortable sharing their opinions even if they differ from the majority, the group benefits from a broader range of perspectives, reducing the risk of flawed decision-making. This culture doesn't just emerge on its own. It requires leaders and team members to actively create an environment where all voices are respected and heard. One powerful way to foster this culture is to appoint a devil's advocate in group discussions. The devil's advocate's role is to question assumptions, challenge the group's direction, and highlight potential flaws in the reasoning. By formalizing dissent, the devil's advocate makes it acceptable, even expected, to voice disagreement. This technique not only breaks up the consensus effect but also encourages each team member to think more critically, preventing premature agreement and fostering a more balanced decision-making process. Another strategy is to implement structured decision-making processes that encourage input from all members before any consensus is reached. For instance, you can ask each person to write down their thoughts independently before sharing them with the group. This ensures that individual perspectives are preserved, rather than conforming to the first dominant idea that arises. Structured methods help counteract biases like anchoring and the bandwagon effect, both of which can lead people to adopt opinions based on the initial voices they hear. Practicing mindful decision-making. In the fast-paced, decision-filled world we live in, biases often arise because we make choices too quickly. Mindful decision-making is the practice of slowing down and bringing intentionality to our thought processes. By taking the time to examine our assumptions, weigh evidence, and consider alternatives, we can make more informed decisions. To practice mindful decision-making, start by creating a habit of pausing before making important choices. In these moments, ask yourself a few key questions. Am I rushing this decision? Could I benefit from more information? Are there any biases influencing my perspective? By incorporating this pause, you create a space to reflect, increasing the chance of identifying potential biases before they shape your actions. Visualization can also be a powerful tool in mindful decision-making. Imagine a range of possible outcomes, both positive and negative, for any significant decision. Picture yourself in each scenario and consider how it might feel, what challenges might arise, and what benefits you the experience. This exercise helps you move beyond a singular vision of success or failure, giving you a clearer picture of the risks and rewards involved. Visualization also tempers the effects of biases like overconfidence and optimism bias, as it reminds students of the unpredictable nature of reality. Seeking diverse perspectives. When we engage only with people who share similar backgrounds, beliefs, or experiences, our worldview becomes narrow, reinforcing our existing biases. Actively seeking out diverse perspectives challenges students to think differently, question our assumptions, and expand our understanding. Exposure to different viewpoints doesn't just broaden our thinking, it also creates a more balanced approach to decision-making, making it harder for biases to thrive. Engaging with people from different fields, cultures, or ideologies can provide valuable insights that you wouldn't gain from within your own echo chamber. For example, if you're facing a tough business decision, talking with someone from a completely different industry or background might reveal options you hadn't considered. Diversity fosters innovation and creativity, as varied perspectives introduce ideas and solutions that challenge conventional thinking. By actively seeking diverse voices, you equip yourself with a well-rounded view, which is invaluable in avoiding biases that stem from limited perspectives. Accepting ambiguity and embracing uncertainty. Finally, one of the most effective ways to reduce cognitive bias is to embrace the uncertainty and ambiguity of life. Many biases, such as insight bias or the availability heuristic, arise because we crave certainty and predictability. But the reality is that life is filled with uncertainty, and outcomes are often shaped by unpredictable factors. Instead of striving to eliminate uncertainty, try to become more comfortable with it. Accepting that you can't always predict or control outcomes fosters a mindset of openness and adaptability. This acceptance helps reduce biases that arise from the desire for control or certainty, allowing you to make decisions based on what is actually known, rather than what feels certain. This approach also makes unity more resilient, as we're less likely to be thrown off course by unexpected events or disappointed when things don't go as planned. A lifelong practice of mindful thinking. Combating cognitive bias is not a one-time effort, it's a lifelong practice of self-reflection, curiosity, and humility. By implementing these strategies, cultivating self-awareness, practicing intellectual humility, embracing critical thinking, fostering open-minded discussions, and embracing uncertainty, we develop the tools to recognize and reduce biases in our lives. As we move forward, let's remember that the goal is not to eliminate biases entirely but to keep them in check. When we strive for clearer, more balanced thinking, we make choices that are more aligned with reality, allowing unity to navigate life's complexities with greater wisdom and integrity. By approaching each decision with mindfulness and a commitment to growth, we empower ourselves to see the world and ourselves more clearly. In closing, remember that the journey to better thinking is ongoing. Every choice, reflection, and interaction is an opportunity to practice awareness and refine our understanding. Through patience and practice, we can cultivate a mindset that values truth over certainty, curiosity over convenience, and growth over comfort. Let this journey toward mindful thinking be a guiding force, opening doors to more thoughtful, intentional, and fulfilling experiences in every aspect of life. Conclusion: embracing awareness in a biased world. Throughout this journey into the world of cognitive biases, we've uncovered the many ways our minds can achieve unity. From confirmation bias and the halo effect to groupthink and overconfidence, each chapter has revealed how these invisible forces shape our thoughts, judgments, and decisions. We've seen that biases are not merely quirks of the mind but deeply ingrained mechanisms that affect everything from our personal relationships to global events. The challenge isn't to eliminate these biases, an impossible task, but to recognize them and manage their influence, striving for clarity and balance in our thinking. Cognitive biases are part of being human. They evolved to help unity make quick decisions in a complex world. In many ways, they served our ancestors well, helping them survive and adapt in environments where swift action was critical. Yet, in today's world, where we are inundated with information and face increasingly complex decisions, these same shortcuts often lead Stati Uniti astray. The good news is that with awareness, intention, and practice, we can learn to navigate our biases more effectively, making choices that are thoughtful and aligned with our real goals and values. The power of awareness. The first and most crucial step in combating cognitive bias is awareness. It's about acknowledging that biases are not something other people experience. They are a universal part of human cognition. This recognition empowers Stati Uniti to observe our own thinking patterns without judgment. Rather than seeing bias as a flaw, we begin to understand it as a natural but sometimes misguided process that can be corrected with the right tools. By developing a habit of self-reflection, we can start to catch biases as they occur. This isn't always easy, and it requires patience and humility. It means becoming comfortable with the idea that our initial impressions, no matter how confident or logical they may seem, could be shaped by factors we aren't fully aware of. It means pausing before making a decision, questioning our assumptions, and being willing to adjust our views when new information comes to light. The importance of flexibility and adaptability. In addition to awareness, flexibility and adaptability are crucial in managing cognitive biases. Biases often thrive in rigid thinking, where certainty and routine override the curiosity and openness. Developing a flexible mindset involves being open to changing one's mind, adapting to new information, and questioning long-held beliefs. This approach doesn't mean being indecisive or lacking conviction. It means cultivating a willingness to adjust and grow, understanding that the world is complex and constantly evolving. Flexibility also means accepting that ambiguity and uncertainty are part of life. Many biases, such as insight bias and the availability heuristic, arise because we crave predictability and seek to make sense of events in ways that feel certain. However, life rarely offers neat, predictable patterns. By embracing uncertainty, we can move beyond the illusion of control, making decisions that are more realistic and grounded. This openness allows Stati Uniti to better navigate challenges, respond to unexpected outcomes, and remain resilient in the face of ambiguity. Embracing diversity in thought. To truly manage cognitive bias, we must also recognize the value of diversity in thought. Engaging with people who have different perspectives, backgrounds, and experiences broadens our understanding of the world and helps Stati Uniti identify our own blind spots. When we surround ourselves with diverse voices, we create a buffer against the echo chambers and groupthink dynamics that reinforce biases. Organizations, communities, and social groups thrive when they prioritize diversity and open dialogue. Diverse teams make better decisions because they draw from a wider range of experiences and viewpoints. This principle holds true on an individual level as well. By actively seeking out different perspectives, engaging in challenging conversations, and learning from people whose experiences differ from our own, we can build a more nuanced and balanced view of the world. Building a bias-resilient mindset. One of the most powerful takeaways from understanding cognitive biases is the opportunity to build a bias-resilient mindset. This means developing habits and strategies that make Stati Uniti less vulnerable to the influence of biases. Practicing mindfulness, as discussed, helps Stati Uniti observe our thoughts without immediate judgment, creating space to recognize when biases are affecting our thinking. Another key aspect of a bias-resilient mindset is intellectual humility. Acknowledging that we don't have all the answers and that our understanding is always evolving keeps Stati Uniti open to learning and growth. Humility encourages Stati Uniti to seek feedback, consider alternative explanations, and question our own assumptions, helping Stati Uniti to stay grounded and receptive to new information. A bias-resilient mindset also involves practicing patience, especially in decision-making. By slowing down and taking the time to consider various angles, gather more information, and reflect on potential outcomes, we can counteract the tendency to jump to conclusions based on initial impressions. This deliberate approach not only improves our decisions but also trains our minds to resist the pull of cognitive shortcuts that may lead Stati Uniti astray. The journey beyond bias. While we can't completely eliminate cognitive biases, the goal is not perfection but progress. Each step toward greater awareness and understanding of our mental processes brings Stati Uniti closer to making decisions that reflect our true values and goals. It's an ongoing journey, one that requires continuous learning, self-reflection, and openness to change. In practical terms, this journey means creating habits that reinforce unbiased thinking, regularly exposing ourselves to new ideas, engaging in self-reflection, practicing mindfulness, and seeking feedback from others. It means acknowledging our biases when they appear, not as failures, but as opportunities to grow and learn. The more we practice these habits, the more naturally they become integrated into our everyday thinking, helping Stati Uniti make clearer, more thoughtful choices. The world is full of uncertainty and complexity, but by embracing a mindset that values awareness, flexibility, and diversity, we can navigate these challenges with greater clarity and purpose. Cognitive biases will always be part of the human experience, but they don't have to control our lives. With the right tools, we can manage their influence, leading Stati Uniti to more balanced, informed, and meaningful outcomes. Embrace the process, not the perfection. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate biases completely but to develop a process that helps Stati Uniti manage them effectively. This process involves a commitment to self-awareness, critical thinking, and an openness to the perspectives of others. It's about embracing the journey of understanding our minds and using that knowledge to navigate our lives with intention. In a world where information is abundant and opinions are plentiful, the ability to think clearly and critically is more valuable than ever. By committing to a path of self-awareness and growth, we not only improve our own lives but also contribute to a culture where thoughtful, informed, and unbiased thinking is the norm. Embrace the journey, embrace the process, and let a deeper understanding of the mind guide you toward a more fulfilling, balanced, and intentional life.
Cognitive Bias: How Our Minds Trick Us. Written and published by Ciro Ermisai. Feel free to subscribe for more content. Now let's get into the book. Introduction: Unmasking the Hidden Forces of Cognitive Bias. Have you ever caught yourself jumping to conclusions, clinging to a decision that isn't quite right, or noticing only the information that reinforces what you already believe? You're not alone. These are all common examples of cognitive bias at work. Hidden mental shortcuts that shape the way we interpret, judge, and react to the world around us. Our brains, as fascinating as they are, often rely on these shortcuts to save time and energy. While they can be useful, they also distort our thinking in ways we don't always see coming. The truth is, cognitive biases are woven into the very fabric of human thought. They're like invisible filters over our minds, subtly influencing our beliefs, relationships, and decisions. Understanding cognitive biases doesn't mean we can eliminate them, we're all human after all, but it does give us a chance to recognize their influence and make more thoughtful choices. This awareness can change the way we approach everything from personal decisions to professional challenges, helping us question assumptions and ultimately grow. Throughout this book, we'll explore some of the most common cognitive biases that trick our minds every day. From confirmation bias, where we seek out only the information that supports what we already believe, to the halo effect, where a single positive trait influences our entire perception of someone, we'll take an honest look at how these biases shape our worldview. Each chapter dives into one bias at a time, unpacking why it exists, how it shows up in our lives, and what we can do about it. Along the way, you'll find relatable examples, thought-provoking questions, and practical tips to help you think more clearly, judge more fairly, and make decisions that align with your real values and goals. As you read, keep an open mind. Some of these biases may seem familiar, while others may surprise you. You might even feel a little defensive when you recognize one in your own thinking. That's completely natural. The goal isn't to feel bad about ourselves or become hypercritical. Instead, it's about gaining insight into our minds and learning how to use this knowledge to navigate our world with more intention and self-awareness. So, let's embark on this journey to unmask the hidden forces of cognitive bias. By the end, you'll have the tools to catch these biases in action, respond to them with curiosity, and begin making more balanced choices in every area of your life. Welcome to the world of cognitive bias. Prepare to see yourself and the world a little more clearly. Chapter 1: The Anatomy of Cognitive Bias. Imagine you're in a bustling cafe chatting with a friend. As you talk, you start noticing things. A person gesturing animatedly at a nearby table, the smell of coffee, your friend's voice rising and falling. But amidst this flurry of details, your mind is filtering out most of it, focusing only on what it deems relevant. Our brains are remarkably good at making these quick decisions, cutting through a world of sensory overload so we can concentrate on what's important. This is where cognitive biases come in. Cognitive biases are like mental shortcuts, helping us navigate an overwhelming amount of information quickly. Psychologists call these shortcuts heuristics, efficient rules or guidelines our minds create based on previous experiences to make rapid decisions. While these mental tricks help us survive and function, they don't always lead to the most accurate conclusions. These biases often influence our choices without us even realizing it, shaping our beliefs, assumptions, and actions in ways that feel automatic. Why cognitive biases exist? Cognitive biases have been with us for a long time, stemming from our evolutionary need to process information quickly. In our early days, we didn't have the luxury of slow, deliberate decision-making when faced with immediate threats. A rustling in the bushes might be the wind, but it could also be a predator. Our ancestors who reacted quickly to potential dangers tended to survive, so this rapid processing became ingrained. The brain began to favor efficiency over accuracy, a trait that's still deeply rooted in our decision-making today. In modern times, though, these shortcuts don't always serve us as well as they did in the wild. In fact, they often lead us astray. For example, our brains tend to simplify complex information to make it more digestible, which can result in oversimplified judgments or assumptions. The result? Biases that can cloud our thinking in ways we're rarely aware of. Types of cognitive biases. A sneak peek. There are dozens of recognized cognitive biases, each with its own unique influence on our thinking. Here are just a few that we'll explore in detail throughout this book. Confirmation bias. The tendency to seek, interpret, and remember information that confirms what we already believe. Anchoring bias. The reliance on the first piece of information encountered when making decisions. Availability heuristic. When we overestimate the importance of information that comes to mind quickly, often because it's recent or emotionally impactful. Halo effect. How one trait, often unrelated, colors our entire perception of a person or thing. Each bias operates differently but shares a common thread. They lead us to filter information through a subjective lens rather than a purely logical one. The cost of biases. What's at stake? Cognitive biases don't just exist in a vacuum. They influence countless aspects of our lives, from the personal to the professional. Imagine a hiring manager reviewing a candidate's resume. The first impression, anchoring bias, might lead them to give undue weight to the first few lines they read, whether positive or negative. This initial assessment can color their view of the entire application. Or think of how confirmation bias might affect someone's political views. Rather than seeking balanced information, they tend to gravitate toward sources that confirm what they already think, reinforcing a possibly narrow worldview. The stakes are high because biases can impact our decisions in significant ways. Our relationships, careers, financial decisions, and even health choices can all be swayed by these subtle mental habits. But with awareness, we can start to shift our approach. Recognizing bias, the first step toward change. The most powerful tool for combating cognitive bias is self-awareness. Simply being aware that these biases exist and understanding how they work can make a big difference. Once we see how biases creep into our thinking, we can begin to slow down, question our assumptions, and make more deliberate decisions. One of the most effective ways to recognize bias is to ask ourselves questions. When forming an opinion or making a choice, try asking, am I considering all sides? Do I have enough information, or am I leaning too heavily on what I already know? Could I be influenced by recent events or by what I heard first? This practice of reflection allows us to bring a touch of intentionality to the fast, automatic processes of the mind. In this chapter, we've laid the foundation for understanding cognitive biases, the evolutionary advantages they offer, and the ways they can mislead us. Now that we've introduced the concept, we'll delve deeper into individual biases, exploring how each one influences our thoughts and decisions. As we move forward, keep in mind that these biases are universal. They don't mean we're flawed, they mean we're human. By becoming more aware, we gain the opportunity to make better choices, stay open-minded, and see the world a little more clearly. Chapter 2: Confirmation Bias, Seeing What We Want to See. Imagine you're debating with a friend about a topic you feel strongly about. Let's say whether a certain diet is the healthiest choice. You both pull out your phones to look up facts. Quickly, you find articles and studies that back up your point of view, confident that your position is right. But here's the catch. Your friend does the same, finding sources that confirm their belief as well. How can two people, each using what seems like credible information, come away with completely opposing conclusions? This is confirmation bias at work. What is confirmation bias? Confirmation bias is the tendency to search for, interpret, and remember information in a way that confirms what we already believe. It's one of the most pervasive and, often, most deceptive cognitive biases. When under the influence of confirmation bias, we give more weight to evidence that supports our beliefs, while disregarding or undervaluing information that contradicts them. This doesn't happen because we're deliberately ignoring the facts. Rather, it's a natural shortcut our brains take to make processing information easier. This bias affects how we gather information, judge new ideas, and even recall past events. By reinforcing our existing beliefs, confirmation bias gives us a sense of security. We feel validated and assured in our understanding of the world. But this comfort comes at a cost. It narrows our perspective and limits our capacity to grow, question, and change. Why does confirmation bias happen? At its core, confirmation bias stems from a human need for consistency. Psychologists have found that our minds favor harmony and resist conflict. When we encounter information that challenges our worldview, it creates a state known as cognitive dissonance, the discomfort we feel when we hold conflicting beliefs or ideas. Rather than wrestling with that discomfort, it's easier and faster to align our perception with what we already think. For instance, if you strongly believe in the effectiveness of a particular health supplement, you're likely to focus on studies that highlight its benefits while downplaying any research suggesting otherwise. Our brains do this to protect us from the unsettling feeling of having our beliefs challenged. Evolutionarily, it's also linked to survival. Sticking to familiar ideas or practices could have made life more predictable and safer for our ancestors. The impact of confirmation bias in everyday life. Confirmation bias doesn't just affect what we think, it influences how we behave. Let's look at a few examples where this bias plays out in real life and how it can shape decisions. Personal beliefs and attitudes. Think about politics, a field where confirmation bias is especially strong. People often seek out news outlets or online communities that align with their pre-existing beliefs. By surrounding ourselves with like-minded perspectives, we reinforce our views and deepen the divide between us and them. This can lead to polarization and make it harder for people to understand or empathize with differing viewpoints. Relationships. In relationships, confirmation bias can subtly distort our perception of others. If you believe that a colleague is difficult to work with, you'll likely notice every instance where they're being uncooperative while ignoring moments when they're helpful. Over time, this selective perception reinforces your belief, potentially harming a relationship that might have been different if viewed through a less biased lens. Health and lifestyle choices. Confirmation bias often shapes our approach to health and wellness. For instance, if someone believes that a particular diet is beneficial, they might selectively read only positive reports on it while ignoring studies that offer a more balanced view. This can lead to an unbalanced understanding of what might actually be best for their health. Investing and financial decisions. Investors frequently fall prey to confirmation bias, especially when it comes to stocks they already own. Instead of taking in the full picture, they focus on news that suggests their chosen stock will rise, while downplaying any signs of potential risk. This selective approach can lead to poor financial choices based on incomplete information. Recognizing confirmation bias in action. One of the most powerful tools for overcoming confirmation bias is awareness. Recognizing when this bias is in play can allow us to step back and question our thinking before making a decision. Here are a few strategies to help identify confirmation bias. 1. Ask yourself, am I seeking diverse sources? When gathering information, make an effort to consult multiple sources, especially those that may not align with your initial beliefs. For instance, if you're researching a new topic, seek out perspectives from reputable sources on different sides of the issue. By doing so, you're more likely to get a balanced view. 2. Challenge your assumptions. Consciously ask yourself, what if I'm wrong? This simple question can be surprisingly effective. When we challenge our own beliefs, we open ourselves up to possibilities we might not have considered otherwise. This doesn't mean you have to abandon your beliefs, but it does encourage a more thoughtful, critical approach. 3. Practice active listening. Especially in discussions or debates, try to genuinely understand the other person's perspective rather than focusing on countering their points. Active listening can help you see where confirmation bias may be blocking you from fully appreciating another person's viewpoint. 4. Keep a biased journal. Try writing down instances when you catch yourself selectively seeking information or judging others. Recording these moments can help you spot patterns in your thinking and become more mindful over time. Confirmation bias in the online world. In the digital age, confirmation bias is reinforced like never before. Algorithms on social media and search engines track our preferences, showing us more of what we already like. This phenomenon, known as an echo chamber, makes it increasingly easy to surround ourselves with information that supports our beliefs while filtering out conflicting perspectives. As a result, we end up in filter bubbles that can reinforce our biases even further. Consider a simple example: searching for reviews of a product you're considering buying. If you already believe the product is great, you're more likely to click on and believe the positive reviews. Algorithms notice your clicks and may show you even more positive content, further reinforcing your initial opinion. In this way, our online habits can lead to increasingly narrow viewpoints, unless we make a conscious effort to seek diversity in our information sources. Moving beyond confirmation bias. The path to overcoming confirmation bias is not about becoming a neutral person who has no opinions. It's about learning to hold our beliefs with curiosity and flexibility. By questioning our assumptions, seeking out balanced information, and remaining open to change, we can cultivate a mindset that values understanding over validation. This doesn't mean abandoning deeply held beliefs, but rather making them more resilient by ensuring they're based on a fuller, more accurate picture of the world. As we journey through this book, we'll continue to uncover cognitive biases, each one adding another layer to our understanding of how our minds work. Next up, we'll explore the anchoring bias, a mental shortcut that shapes our decisions by placing too much weight on the first piece of information we encounter. Like confirmation bias, it can subtly influence our choices in ways we might not expect. Let's dig deeper and continue building our toolkit for more balanced, intentional thinking. Chapter 3, Anchoring Bias, The Power of First Impressions. Imagine you're buying a car. The salesperson tells you the first model you look at costs $30,000. As you continue to look at other cars from budget to luxury models, you can't help but compare them all to that initial $30,000 price tag. Even when you find a cheaper car, part of you feels like you're getting an incredible deal by comparison. This is anchoring bias at work, a cognitive tendency to rely heavily on the first piece of information, or anchor, we encounter when making decisions. Anchoring bias is surprisingly powerful. That initial figure, statistic, or detail we're exposed to holds an outsized influence over subsequent judgments. It's not always a price tag. It could be a statistic, a piece of data, or even the first impression we form of someone. This bias isn't about willful ignorance or lack of experience. It's about how our brains process information. Once an anchor is set, our minds tend to adjust our thinking around it rather than starting fresh with each new piece of information. Anchoring is a natural and efficient mental shortcut, but it often leads us astray. Why our brains rely on anchors. The origins of anchoring bias are rooted in the brain's need for efficiency. We're faced with countless choices and data points each day, and processing all of them individually would be mentally exhausting. So, when we encounter new information, our brains often latch onto the first piece of data, using it as a benchmark. This benchmark, or anchor, simplifies our decision-making by giving us a quick starting point. For many routine choices, this shortcut is helpful. But in complex situations, it can distort our thinking in ways that we may not realize. Take salary negotiations as another example. If a job candidate suggests a salary range of $60,000 to $70,000, they're setting an anchor. The employer, even if they were initially considering a lower salary, is likely to adjust their offer closer to this anchor. By establishing a starting figure, the candidate influences the conversation. The employer may think they're negotiating objectively, but research shows that the anchor has a lasting impact, subtly steering the final offer. Anchoring bias doesn't just affect large decisions. It permeates small, everyday choices as well. Think about restaurant menus. Have you ever noticed that some menus list the most expensive items first? This is often done deliberately to set a high anchor, making other items appear more reasonably priced by comparison. Whether we're aware of it or not, anchors shape our perceptions constantly. How anchoring bias manifests in different contexts. Anchoring bias appears in a wide range of situations, from financial decisions to social interactions. Consider real estate. Prospective homebuyers are often anchored by the list price of a property, even if it's out of line with market value. That first figure looms large, influencing how buyers assess the home and any adjustments they're willing to consider. Even after seeing other houses, the anchor remains, subtly shaping perceptions of value. This bias doesn't only show up in financial matters. Anchoring also influences how we view people. Imagine you're meeting a new colleague and someone mentions that they're incredibly organized but can be a little intense. Right away, your perception is anchored by this description. Even if your colleague seems relaxed and pleasant later, that initial impression colors your interactions. Anchors can be powerful because they're immediate, shaping our perceptions before we've had a chance to form independent opinions. In the judicial system, anchoring bias has even been shown to influence sentencing. Studies reveal that judges, when given a suggested sentencing term, are often swayed by that initial figure, even if it's irrelevant or arbitrary. Anchoring doesn't just shape our choices in mundane matters, it can impact serious, consequential decisions as well. Breaking free from the grip of anchoring bias. Awareness is the first step in countering anchoring bias, but it isn't always easy to spot in the moment. This bias is often subtle, disguising itself as reasonableness or context. One of the best ways to counter it is to make a conscious effort to reevaluate information independently. Here are some strategies that can help. 1. Slow down the decision-making process. When you recognize that you might be influenced by an anchor, slow down and give yourself time to process. Pause, take a few deep breaths, and mentally separate the anchor from your decision. Ask yourself, if I hadn't heard that first number, would I view the situation differently? Deliberately stepping back can give you a clearer perspective. 2. Seek a variety of data points. In situations where anchoring might affect your choice, like pricing, salary negotiations, or large purchases, actively seek out multiple sources of information. Look at comparables, check averages, and avoid focusing too heavily on any single figure. This can help you gain a balanced view and prevent any one anchor from disproportionately influencing your choice. 3. Challenge the anchor. Anchors are often arbitrary. If a salesperson offers a high initial price, ask for the rationale behind it. If a colleague describes someone in a way that might bias your view, remind yourself that their perception is subjective. By questioning the validity of anchors, you can start to dismantle their power. Anchoring bias in the digital world. The online world is rife with anchors. From the original price on e-commerce sites to the suggested donations on fundraising pages, anchors are used to steer consumer behavior. Let's consider the world of online shopping. If you see a shirt listed as $100, now only $50, that $100 original price serves as an anchor, making the discounted price seem more appealing. This pricing tactic, known as price anchoring, is used widely in marketing to nudge consumers toward a desired outcome. While it's a legitimate sales tool, it can lead to poor financial choices if we rely on the anchor alone rather than considering what the item is truly worth to us. Social media platforms are also filled with subtle anchors, especially when it comes to content engagement. For instance, a post that has already garnered thousands of likes and comments creates a social anchor, suggesting it's popular and worth engaging with. This can lead us to evaluate the content more favorably, influenced by the anchor of social validation. In a world where algorithms are constantly shaping what we see, understanding anchoring bias is key to developing a more critical, independent view. Real-world stories of anchoring bias. Let's look at a real-world example. In a study conducted by behavioral economists, participants were asked to write down the last 2 digits of their social security number. Then they were shown items like wine and asked how much they would pay for them. Surprisingly, participants with higher social security digits listed significantly higher prices. This seemingly arbitrary anchor affected their willingness to spend, illustrating just how powerful, even nonsensical, anchors can be. Another example comes from salary negotiation. A well-known tech company experimented with presenting job candidates with a high initial offer compared to industry standards. This anchored candidates' expectations, making the offer appear attractive and resulting in faster acceptances. Even in high-stakes situations, our decisions are often anchored by the first figures we see, whether they're reasonable or not. Moving forward, making conscious choices. Anchoring bias reminds us that our decisions aren't always as logical as we might assume. Recognizing the power of first impressions, whether it's a price, a description, or a reputation, gives us the chance to reclaim control over our judgments. Rather than seeing each new piece of information through the lens of the first, we can learn to approach decisions with a fresh perspective, independent of initial influences. In this chapter, we've uncovered the way anchoring shapes our thinking and actions, often without us realizing it. By slowing down, questioning initial figures, and considering alternative data points, we can begin to minimize anchoring's impact. Anchors may help us make fast choices, but by being mindful of their influence, we can make more informed and balanced decisions. Chapter 4. Availability Heuristic: The Influence of Recent Events. Imagine this. You're scrolling through the news and you see several alarming stories in quick succession. There's an article about a plane crash, a report of a violent crime in your city, and a piece on a new rapidly spreading virus. By the end of your scrolling session, you're feeling tense, perhaps even a bit fearful. As you go about your day, you start thinking more about these dangers, subtly adjusting your behavior. Maybe you reconsider an upcoming flight, feel a bit wary in unfamiliar places, or stock up on hand sanitizer. This is the availability heuristic at work. A mental shortcut that leads us to overestimate the likelihood of events based on how easily we can recall them. The availability heuristic is a powerful cognitive bias that shapes our perception of risk and frequency. When an event is vivid, recent, or emotionally charged, it's easier for our brains to recall. Our minds tend to equate easier to remember with more likely to happen. This bias isn't intentional, it's simply the brain's way of making sense of a complex world. But it often leads to distorted views, creating anxiety over low-risk situations or causing us to underestimate common but less memorable threats. Why our minds lean on the availability heuristic. The availability heuristic is rooted in the brain's need for efficiency and survival. In our evolutionary past, remembering recent or dramatic events was essential. If our ancestors saw another person attacked by a predator at a nearby river, their brain likely stored that incident front and center, helping them avoid danger by recalling it whenever they approached water. This mental shortcut kept them vigilant about threats in their environment, a trait that significantly improved survival. Today, however, the availability heuristic can have counterproductive effects. We live in an information-saturated world, exposed to dramatic stories daily, especially with the constant cycle of news and social media. Our brains still operate as if these vivid memories represent actual, immediate danger, even when we're relatively safe. Seeing an alarming story about a violent event doesn't mean it's common, but the intensity of our recall can make it feel that way. In this way, the availability heuristic tends to skew our sense of risk and probability, making rare events seem common and making common risks seem negligible. The real-life impact of the availability heuristic. The availability heuristic doesn't just create personal anxieties, it also affects society on a larger scale. Consider the public's perception of air travel versus car travel. Plane crashes, though extremely rare, are highly memorable. When they happen, they receive intense media coverage with details that stick in our minds. Images of wreckage, eyewitness accounts, investigations. Car accidents, by contrast, are much more common but rarely receive the same attention unless they're particularly horrific. This difference in exposure leads many people to feel more afraid of flying than driving, despite the statistical reality that air travel is significantly safer. This bias also extends to our health concerns. For instance, after watching media coverage of an unusual disease outbreak, people might feel a heightened need to take precautions, even if the disease poses a relatively low risk compared to more common health threats. By contrast, conditions like heart disease, which kills millions worldwide, rarely receive the same kind of dramatic, sustained media attention. People are therefore less likely to feel the same urgency about preventive measures for heart disease as they are about high-profile outbreaks, even though the risk of heart disease is much higher. Social attitudes are similarly shaped by the availability heuristic. If we frequently hear about instances of certain types of crime or social unrest, we may start to believe these incidents are more common than they actually are. This can lead to policy demands, changes in community behavior, or shifts in how people relate to one another, based on a perception of reality that doesn't necessarily reflect true frequencies. How media amplifies the availability heuristic. The 24-hour news cycle and social media platforms are powerful amplifiers of the availability heuristic. By prioritizing dramatic or unusual events, media outlets capture our attention but also skew our perceptions. For example, when a rare but terrifying event occurs, such as a mass shooting, an act of terrorism, or a major natural disaster, the extensive media coverage and social media reactions make the event feel larger and more immediate in our minds. Even if we logically understand these events are rare, our emotions tell us otherwise, and we often act accordingly. On social media, the availability heuristic is even further reinforced by trending topics and viral posts. When an event goes viral, it gains momentum, spreading quickly across timelines and headlines. This rapid exposure creates a sense of immediacy and importance, as if the event represents a widespread or frequent occurrence. We're bombarded with emotional responses, opinions, and discussions, which make the event difficult to forget. This effect intensifies our feeling that the event is common, urgent, or likely to happen again soon, even when that's not statistically true. Imagine you see a friend share a post about a recent crime near your neighborhood. It's accompanied by personal comments, photos, and reactions from others, making the event more vivid. You're more likely to remember that story and less likely to consider broader statistics, which show that the area is generally safe. The vividness of the event, combined with the availability heuristic, means that the memory sticks, affecting your sense of security, even if rationally you know the likelihood of danger remains low. Combating the availability heuristic. Recognizing and addressing the availability heuristic isn't about ignoring real risks. It's about achieving a balanced, more realistic understanding of probability. To counter the availability heuristic, it's important to actively seek out broader perspectives, especially statistical data that offer a clear, evidence-based view. One of the best tools for overcoming this bias is questioning how representative an event truly is. When a particular news story or event feels significant, ask yourself, is this an isolated case? Does it reflect the bigger picture? By stepping back and analyzing the data, you can place the event in context, gaining a sense of how common or rare it actually is. Another helpful approach is to diversify your sources of information. If your primary source of news is particularly sensational or focused on specific types of stories, consider expanding your reading to include outlets that offer data-driven, balanced coverage. This practice doesn't only apply to news but to any type of information you're absorbing. When we see only high-emotion, high-drama narratives, we're more likely to misjudge their relevance to our lives. Lastly, remind yourself that memorable events often leave an emotional imprint that skews our thinking. Emotions are powerful motivators, and our minds tend to treat them as signals of importance. But by recognizing this effect, you can train yourself to pause and think critically before letting vivid memories dictate your actions. A real-world example: the aftermath of natural disasters. The availability heuristic is especially pronounced in the aftermath of natural disasters. When a major earthquake, hurricane, or flood strikes, media coverage spikes, and for good reason. These are devastating events with immediate consequences. However, this exposure can make people overestimate the likelihood of such events happening in their area, even if they live in a region where these risks are low. For instance, after a powerful hurricane strikes, people living far inland might suddenly feel the need to prepare for a similar storm, even if they're in a low-risk area. In regions with real exposure, awareness and preparedness are wise, but elsewhere, the risk remains minimal. The availability heuristic makes the event feel omnipresent, pushing people to take actions that may not align with actual localized risks. A similar phenomenon occurs with air travel after a high-profile plane crash. Flight bookings tend to dip, and people often express heightened fears, even though statistically, air travel remains one of the safest modes of transportation. The crash is vivid, recent, and emotional, leading our brains to give it more weight than warranted by the probabilities. Rethinking risk and reality. The availability heuristic shows us just how much our perceptions can be shaped by immediacy and emotion. Our brains are built to remember what's recent and intense, but by pausing to evaluate the true likelihood of events, we can develop a more accurate, less reactionary view of the world. This isn't about ignoring real dangers but about seeing them in their proper context, so that our actions are informed and proportionate. Chapter 5. The Halo Effect: How One Trait Colors Everything. Imagine you're meeting someone for the first time. They walk into the room with a confident smile, well-dressed and articulate, introducing themselves with a friendly handshake. Instantly, you find yourself liking them, perhaps even forming a positive impression of their intelligence, kindness, or trustworthiness. What you're experiencing is known as the halo effect, a cognitive bias that leads us to allow one positive quality or characteristic to shape our entire perception of a person, object, or situation. It's as if one favorable trait casts a halo over everything else, blurring our ability to assess other traits independently. The halo effect is incredibly powerful, often leading us to make sweeping assumptions based on limited information. When someone is attractive, we may subconsciously assume they're also intelligent, capable, or ethical, even though appearance has no real bearing on these qualities. If someone is highly skilled in one area, we might assume they excel in others. This bias isn't necessarily a conscious choice. It's a natural tendency, a shortcut our brains take to simplify the complex task of evaluating others. However, while the halo effect may make decisions easier, it can also lead to distorted judgments and missed opportunities for true understanding. Origins of the halo effect: a psychological short circuit. The halo effect has roots in our brain's need for efficiency. Assessing people and situations quickly has always been important for survival, especially when resources, allies, or threats must be identified on the spot. Our ancestors needed quick assessments of others' intentions and abilities to form groups, avoid danger, or compete for resources. As a result, the brain developed shortcuts for rapidly judging others, often based on a few prominent traits or signals. In the modern world, where first impressions can make a significant difference in social, professional, and even political contexts, the halo effect continues to play a role. Psychologists have noted that we tend to favor positive first impressions, which often color our perception of everything that follows. It's why a polished resume, a well-chosen outfit, or a charismatic introduction can carry so much weight. These initial cues serve as anchors, shaping our thoughts about a person's competence, character, and worth long after that first interaction. This bias is especially evident in environments where people make quick, high-stakes decisions, like hiring, judging a candidate for a promotion, or evaluating a person's trustworthiness. The halo effect makes us believe that if someone has one good quality, other qualities must also align with that perception. While this can sometimes lead to accurate judgments, it also often leads us to overlook weaknesses, limitations, or red flags. The halo effect in action. How it shapes our perceptions. The halo effect plays out in numerous ways in everyday life, impacting not only our interpersonal relationships but also our views on brands, products, leaders, and even entire groups of people. Take, for example, a celebrity who excels in one particular field, such as acting. Fans may assume that this person is also wise, ethical, or capable of speaking knowledgeably on various topics simply because they are skilled in their craft. This halo around their talent can lead people to take their opinions seriously, even if the celebrity lacks expertise in those areas. Another instance of the halo effect can be seen in education. Teachers, for example, are often influenced by a student's demeanor and appearance. Studies have shown that when a student is well-behaved and presentable, teachers may rate their academic performance more favorably, even if the student's actual work doesn't warrant high marks. The student's positive behavior creates a halo, which influences the teacher's perception of their overall abilities. In the workplace, the halo effect can influence hiring decisions. If a candidate has a prestigious degree, is well-spoken, or appears confident, an employer might assume they are more competent than they actually are. This halo effect can be so powerful that the interviewer may overlook actual skills and experience, hiring someone based on perceived potential rather than objective qualifications. This bias doesn't just stop at hiring. It can affect performance evaluations, project assignments, and opportunities for promotion. The halo effect can even shape our perception of entire brands. Take a well-known tech company that's known for innovation and high-quality products. Because of its reputation, consumers may assume that every product it releases is revolutionary and well-designed, even without closely evaluating each item. This assumption may lead people to overlook flaws or limitations in specific products simply because they trust the brand's overarching halo. The reverse of the halo effect. The horn effect. Just as a positive trait can create a halo, a negative trait can create a horn effect. This is when one perceived flaw or negative characteristic leads us to assume other negative attributes as well. If a person comes across as unkempt or unfriendly, we may, consciously or unconsciously, associate them with other negative qualities such as being unreliable, less competent, or difficult to work with. The horn effect is particularly problematic because it prevents us from seeing people in a balanced way, making it harder to appreciate their strengths or potential contributions. Imagine, for example, a job candidate who seems nervous and unpolished during an interview. The interviewer might allow this one aspect to color their entire impression, overlooking the candidate's qualifications and potential simply because of an initial negative impression. The horn effect can lead to biased decisions and missed opportunities, as it makes it challenging for us to separate one characteristic from the whole. Why the halo and horn effects persist. Our brains naturally seek out patterns, and the halo and horn effects are products of this tendency. When we see one good or bad quality, we instinctively fill in the blanks, assuming consistency across other traits. This inclination is partly due to cognitive ease. Filling in the blanks with assumptions requires less mental energy than carefully evaluating each trait on its own. Additionally, the halo effect persists because it often feels rewarding to see people and things in a simplified, consistent way. When we like someone, it's pleasant to believe they are as good as they seem. Conversely, when we dislike someone, it feels easier to assume their qualities are consistently negative. The halo and horn effects provide us with a feeling of coherence and control, making the world seem more predictable. Breaking free from the halo effect. Overcoming the halo effect requires conscious effort, as it's a deeply ingrained bias. Here are some approaches that can help counteract it. First, pause before forming judgments. When you meet someone new or evaluate a situation, make a deliberate effort to focus on individual traits rather than letting one quality overshadow others. For example, if a job candidate impresses you with their confidence, remind yourself to evaluate their other qualifications independently. This pause can be difficult, especially in high-stakes situations where quick judgments feel necessary, but it's crucial for avoiding skewed perceptions. Next, consider evidence objectively. Try to separate your emotional response from the facts. If you're assessing someone's skills or qualities, focus on tangible accomplishments, skills, and experience, rather than relying on the initial impression they made. Creating checklists or criteria can help, as it forces you to evaluate each trait separately rather than letting one characteristic dominate your view. Another helpful approach is to seek second opinions. When possible, ask for the perspectives of others who may have observed the person or situation from a different angle. This can provide balance and reveal aspects that the halo effect may have caused you to overlook. For instance, in a hiring context, you might involve multiple interviewers to gain a more rounded view of a candidate. Real-world implications of the halo effect. The halo effect's influence can have profound implications. It can affect legal judgments, where a well-dressed, polite defendant might be perceived as more trustworthy, potentially influencing the jury's decision. In healthcare, studies have found that doctors sometimes allow the halo effect to influence their treatment decisions, with patients who appear well-informed or proactive being viewed as healthier or more compliant, even without evidence. This bias can also shape societal issues such as how we perceive leaders. Charismatic leaders often benefit from the halo effect, where their charm and persuasive skills lead us to assume competence, even in areas outside their expertise. In romantic relationships, the halo effect can be especially strong. When we fall for someone, we often idealize them, seeing their positive traits while ignoring potential incompatibilities or flaws. This love blindness can lead to misunderstandings or disappointments later, as the initial halo fades, revealing the more nuanced and complex reality of the person. The halo effect, ultimately, is a reminder of how subjective our perceptions can be. While it's natural to lean on first impressions, these biases limit our understanding, keeping us from seeing people and situations as they truly are. By practicing awareness and challenging our initial reactions, we can start to see the world, and the people in it, with greater clarity and depth. Chapter 6, Sunk Cost Fallacy, Why We Hold On to Lost Causes. Imagine you've started watching a movie. Halfway through, it's clear the plot is thin, the acting is subpar, and you're not enjoying it. Yet you tell yourself, I've already watched an hour, I might as well finish it. This is the sunk cost fallacy in action. It's the tendency to continue investing in something simply because we've already invested time, money, or energy into it, even when the returns aren't there. The sunk cost fallacy drives many of our daily choices, from sticking with an underwhelming movie to staying in a job that doesn't fulfill us. We hold on to these investments because the thought of wasting our initial effort feels unbearable. This bias doesn't stem from rational decision-making. Instead, it's tied to our emotions, particularly our reluctance to acknowledge loss or admit we made a mistake. The irony is that by staying committed to things no longer serving us, we often end up losing even more. The psychological roots of the sunk cost fallacy. The sunk cost fallacy is a product of two primary psychological forces: loss aversion and our desire for consistency. Loss aversion refers to the fact that humans tend to feel the pain of loss more acutely than the pleasure of an equivalent gain. Losing something, whether it's money, time, or effort, feels intensely uncomfortable, so we're wired to avoid it whenever possible. This aversion makes it hard to cut our losses because doing so feels like accepting defeat. By sticking with our initial investment, even when it's clear the payoff is limited, we avoid the psychological discomfort of admitting a loss. Another factor at play is our need for consistency. When we make a decision, like choosing a career path, starting a relationship, or buying an expensive product, our self-image becomes tied to that choice. To abandon it feels like admitting inconsistency or failure, which can be jarring. The sunk cost fallacy allows us to protect our self-image by maintaining the course, even when it's clear the path may no longer serve us. Interestingly, the sunk cost fallacy is not only an individual tendency but also a social one. We fear the judgment of others. The idea of explaining why we left a job after only a few months or stopped working on a long-term project can feel embarrassing. This social dimension adds another layer of resistance, compelling us to stick with choices that may no longer align with our goals simply to avoid the perception of inconsistency or failure. Everyday examples of the sunk cost fallacy. This fallacy is surprisingly common in our lives, shaping choices in ways we often don't recognize. Consider a couple who has been in a long-term relationship that's no longer fulfilling or healthy. They may stay together because they've put so many years into it, rather than focusing on their happiness or compatibility in the present. The thought of wasting those years holds them back, even if it means postponing their chance for a more fulfilling future. In the professional world, the sunk cost fallacy often manifests as career inertia. Imagine an individual who has spent years working in a particular field, investing heavily in education, training, and networking. Even if they feel unfulfilled and yearn for a different path, they may resist change because of the investment they've already made. The cost of changing feels steep even if they're currently dissatisfied. This commitment to the sunk cost keeps them tied to a trajectory that no longer aligns with their aspirations. A powerful example of the sunk cost fallacy in the business world is found in corporate projects that are clearly failing but continue to receive funding. Managers often keep pouring resources into projects that are over budget or missing milestones, reluctant to acknowledge the initial investment as a loss. By doubling down on these sunk investments, companies can end up incurring even greater losses, all in the name of preserving prior commitments. How the sunk cost fallacy shapes decision-making. The sunk cost fallacy reveals itself in countless small ways. Think about food, for instance. When we've paid for a large meal at a restaurant, many of us feel compelled to finish it, even when we're already full. The cost has been paid, but the feeling that we'll get our money's worth keeps us eating, disregarding our physical comfort. Similarly, when we buy tickets to a concert or event we end up not wanting to attend, we may still go just because we spent the money, even if staying home would make us happier. This fallacy isn't limited to the past. It also impacts our ability to make future-oriented decisions. When we focus on sunk costs, we ignore the potential for better outcomes down the line. By remaining loyal to previous choices, we often sacrifice future opportunities, creating a self-imposed barrier to new experiences or more aligned goals. Our minds convince us that abandoning something means admitting failure, when in reality, pivoting may open doors to growth and discovery. The sunk cost fallacy in the digital age. In today's digital world, the sunk cost fallacy has new avenues for influence, especially in online shopping and subscriptions. Consider streaming services. We may pay for a monthly subscription to a service we barely use, but instead of canceling, we justify the expense by occasionally watching something we're only half interested in. The same goes for smartphone apps that offer upgrades or in-app purchases. After spending money on a game or service, we're more likely to keep engaging with it, feeling compelled to get our money's worth, even if our interest has waned. Social media is another fertile ground for this fallacy. Imagine spending hours crafting a post or updating a profile for a particular purpose, only to realize it doesn't serve you as much as expected. Instead of pivoting, people may continue using the platform the same way, investing more time in it simply because of the initial effort put into building a presence. This dedication to sunk costs is not just a financial or emotional drain. It's a use of time and energy that could be better directed elsewhere. How to overcome the sunk cost fallacy. Breaking free from the sunk cost fallacy is challenging because it goes against our natural inclinations. But with conscious effort, we can train ourselves to make decisions based on the future rather than clinging to the past. One of the most effective ways to counter this bias is to shift your perspective to the present. When faced with a decision, ask yourself, if I hadn't already invested in this, would I still choose it today? This question helps separate the past investment from the current choice, allowing you to evaluate it based on present-day relevance and alignment with your goals. By refocusing on the here and now, you can reduce the emotional attachment to past efforts. Another approach is to embrace the idea that not all investments yield returns. Accepting that some ventures will end in loss can actually be liberating. Recognize that learning from a sunk cost can provide valuable insight, even if the investment itself didn't turn out as planned. Every experience, even if it ends in a loss, contributes to personal growth, so you're not truly starting from zero. By framing it as a learning opportunity, you can detach from the feeling of wasted effort and make room for new opportunities. It can also be helpful to envision the potential outcomes of letting go. Ask yourself, what could I gain if I stopped investing in this? Imagining the freedom and possibilities that come from releasing unproductive commitments can shift your focus from loss to opportunity. This reorientation allows you to see that moving on isn't about waste. It's about creating space for growth and alignment with your true goals. Real-world examples of moving past sunk costs. To see the power of letting go, consider a well-known example from the world of technology. When Apple was developing the original iPhone, the company initially focused on using a plastic screen, which was cheaper and easier to manufacture. But halfway through development, Steve Jobs decided that glass would provide a more durable, high-quality product, even though it meant scrapping a significant investment in plastic screen production. Apple cut its losses and switched to glass, a decision that contributed to the iPhone's success. By not succumbing to the sunk cost fallacy, the company was able to make a more future-oriented choice, one that ultimately paid off. Another example can be found in the film industry. Directors and studios often pour enormous resources into films, and some projects prove unworkable or destined for failure. In such cases, production companies occasionally make the difficult decision to halt the project altogether, rather than sinking further funds into a film that may fail to recoup its costs. By cutting their losses, studios protect themselves from greater financial damage, even if the decision to halt feels painful. Embracing change over commitment. The sunk cost fallacy shows us how challenging it can be to let go, even when it's in our best interest. Recognizing that past investments don't determine future success requires a mental shift, one that values adaptability over rigid commitment. When we release the weight of sunk costs, we're able to make choices that genuinely serve us, creating room for growth, exploration, and fulfillment. Each time we let go of a sunk investment, whether it's a project, a relationship, or a habit, we gain a little more clarity and courage for the future. Learning to walk away from things that no longer serve us isn't about giving up. It's about making room for choices that align with our current needs and values. Chapter 7. Overconfidence Bias, the Illusion of Certainty. Picture yourself in a trivia game. The host asks a question you're sure you know the answer to, so you confidently give your response. But when the correct answer is revealed, it's different from what you thought. A mix of surprise and disbelief hits you. How could you have been so sure yet so wrong? This is overconfidence bias at work. The tendency to overestimate our knowledge, abilities, and control over situations. Overconfidence bias isn't just a minor quirk. It's a deeply ingrained cognitive habit that affects decisions big and small. It can lead us to take risks we aren't prepared for, underestimate challenges, or ignore helpful advice. While confidence is an essential quality, enabling us to face challenges and pursue ambitious goals, overconfidence takes it a step further, blurring the line between healthy self-assurance and an inflated sense of certainty. When we fall prey to overconfidence bias, we're likely to make decisions based on our perception of knowing better or being capable, rather than on an accurate assessment of reality. Why overconfidence is so compelling. Overconfidence stems from a complex mix of psychological needs, one of which is the desire for control. By feeling certain about our knowledge or abilities, we gain a comforting sense of command over our lives and surroundings. This need for control is closely tied to self-esteem. Believing in our competence boosts our confidence and helps us feel capable of navigating the world. Yet, this assurance can also blind us to our limitations, making us more prone to take on challenges beyond our current level of skill or preparation. Another powerful driver of overconfidence is social validation. Society values confidence, often associating it with competence, leadership, and decisiveness. People who project confidence, whether grounded in reality or not, tend to be viewed as more capable, which in turn reinforces their own sense of self-belief. This positive feedback loop makes it easy for overconfidence to flourish, as individuals are rewarded for projecting certainty, regardless of whether that certainty is justified. This tendency can be particularly pronounced in high-stakes environments, like business or politics, where the appearance of confidence can carry as much weight as actual expertise. Additionally, our brains are wired to favor stories of success. When we achieve something challenging, the satisfaction reinforces our belief in our abilities. Rarely do we focus on the role of luck, support from others, or circumstances beyond our control. By attributing success mainly to our skill, we build a narrative that promotes overconfidence, making it difficult to recognize the nuanced, often unpredictable factors that influence outcomes. Everyday manifestations of overconfidence. The effects of overconfidence are pervasive, impacting everything from our financial choices to our interpersonal relationships. Consider, for instance, the field of investing. Investors who experience early gains may start to believe in their own financial insight, feeling sure they can predict market trends and time trades accurately. Buoyed by a sense of expertise, they might begin to take bigger risks, investing in volatile stocks or speculative ventures. Unfortunately, this overconfidence often blinds them to the risks, leading to losses when the market shifts unpredictably. It's a common saying in finance that past performance does not guarantee future results, yet overconfident investors frequently disregard this caution, seeing their previous success as proof of future reliability. The professional world is another arena where overconfidence often plays out. A project manager who has successfully led previous initiatives may assume they can tackle increasingly complex projects without necessarily adapting their strategies or seeking additional input. Their past successes provide a sense of certainty, leading them to underestimate new challenges or assume they can overcome difficulties through sheer skill alone. This can lead to misjudgments, inadequate planning, and missed deadlines when unexpected hurdles arise. In academia, overconfidence can sometimes lead students to underestimate the complexity of a subject or overestimate their understanding after a few successful exams. This may lead them to spend less time studying or preparing for future tests, only to find themselves struggling when they encounter more difficult material. A similar phenomenon occurs in sports, where athletes might push themselves too hard or ignore warning signs of injury, assuming their skills or resilience will carry them through. Overconfidence in one's abilities can, in these cases, lead to setbacks or injuries that could have been avoided with a more cautious approach. Relationships, too, are influenced by overconfidence. We may assume we know a friend or partner so well that we overlook changes in their feelings or needs. Overconfidence can lead us to ignore the subtleties of human dynamics, making us blind to problems until they become crises. This bias prevents us from empathizing fully or seeking input, potentially damaging trust and intimacy with others. The risks of overconfidence in high-stakes situations. The impact of overconfidence grows exponentially in high-stakes situations. Think about medical professionals who, despite the immense importance of their work, are not immune to this bias. A doctor who has successfully diagnosed and treated dozens of patients may become overconfident in their diagnostic ability, potentially overlooking a rare condition or dismissing a patient's symptoms because they know what's likely. While medical training emphasizes caution and evidence-based practice, the high level of confidence often necessary in this field can sometimes blur the line, leading even skilled professionals to miss crucial details. Overconfidence also affects leaders and policymakers. History offers ample examples of leaders who believed so strongly in their vision that they ignored or downplayed opposing viewpoints, often with disastrous consequences. For instance, during wartime, political leaders may overestimate their country's military strength or underestimate the resilience of their opponent, leading to strategic missteps. Overconfidence can prevent leaders from considering alternative approaches, acknowledging their own limits, or asking for advice from experienced advisors, resulting in actions that have far-reaching and sometimes devastating consequences. In entrepreneurship, overconfidence often manifests as what's called founder's syndrome. When founders of a startup believe so deeply in their product or vision that they ignore market signals, consumer feedback, or financial limitations, they risk leading the company into unsustainable territory. The desire to see their dream come true makes it difficult for them to acknowledge when changes are needed, whether that's pivoting the product, seeking input from others, or even stepping down to allow more experienced leadership. This form of overconfidence doesn't only endanger the founder's reputation but also the livelihood of employees, investors, and stakeholders who depend on the company's success. The fine line between confidence and overconfidence. It's worth noting that confidence itself is not inherently negative. In fact, confidence is often necessary to pursue challenging goals, lead effectively, and innovate. Confidence enables us to take risks, believe in our abilities, and step outside our comfort zones. The key difference between healthy confidence and overconfidence lies in self-awareness and adaptability. Healthy confidence acknowledges uncertainty. It involves recognizing strengths while also understanding limitations and being open to feedback or alternative perspectives. Confident individuals approach challenges with a sense of curiosity and flexibility, willing to adjust their approach when faced with new information. Overconfidence, on the other hand, is rigid, seeing confidence as synonymous with certainty. Overconfident individuals often ignore feedback, downplay risks, and push forward with their perspective, regardless of contradictory evidence. One way to gauge whether confidence has crossed into overconfidence is to examine the role of ego. Confidence is about trusting one's abilities, while overconfidence often centers around protecting one's self-image or sense of authority. A confident leader can admit when they're wrong. An overconfident leader sees admitting fault as a threat to their identity. Strategies for recognizing and mitigating overconfidence. Overcoming overconfidence bias requires both awareness and intentional strategies. The first step is to cultivate self-reflection. Regularly examining one's past decisions, especially those that didn't go as planned, can provide invaluable insight. Ask yourself questions like, what were my assumptions? Was I ignoring any information that contradicted my view? By analyzing decisions with the benefit of hindsight, you can begin to recognize patterns of overconfidence and take corrective steps. Another effective strategy is to actively seek out opposing perspectives. When faced with a major decision, challenge yourself to consider arguments against your position. This practice, known as counterfactual thinking, helps temper overconfidence by broadening your understanding of potential outcomes. Engaging with diverse opinions, whether from colleagues, mentors, or research, provides a more balanced view and reveals blind spots. Practicing humility is another powerful way to counter overconfidence. By embracing humility, we remind ourselves that no one has a monopoly on knowledge or success. Humility doesn't mean downplaying achievements but rather recognizing that even the most accomplished individuals have room to grow and learn. It's about remaining open to the reality that external factors, timing, and even luck play roles in our achievements, tempering our tendency to attribute everything solely to skill. Finally, developing a habit of curiosity can help keep overconfidence in check. Approaching challenges and projects with a beginner's mind allows us to ask questions, learn from others, and adapt to changing circumstances. Curiosity encourages us to explore new perspectives, creating a buffer against the tunnel vision that often accompanies overconfidence. Overconfidence bias in context, real-world consequences and insights. To illustrate the power of overconfidence, let's look at a famous example from the world of business: Kodak. For much of the 20th century, Kodak was a giant in the photography industry, leading the market in film sales. In the 1970s, however, a Kodak engineer invented the digital camera. Despite this innovation, the company largely ignored it, confident that film photography would remain the dominant format. This overconfidence ultimately contributed to Kodak's downfall. As the digital market expanded, Kodak struggled to adapt, eventually declaring bankruptcy in 2012. Overconfidence in their business model and dismissing digital photography as a passing trend kept Kodak from adjusting to a rapidly changing industry. In the field of aviation, overconfidence can also be a significant hazard. Pilots, especially experienced ones, sometimes fall prey to overestimating their skill, resulting in decisions that put safety at risk. This phenomenon, often referred to as get-there-itis, describes the overconfident drive to push on toward a destination despite adverse weather or mechanical issues. Tragically, this bias has led to avoidable accidents. Today, aviation training places a strong emphasis on humility, teamwork, and risk assessment to combat the effects of overconfidence. Embracing informed confidence. The path beyond overconfidence isn't about doubting ourselves but about refining our confidence to include flexibility, openness, and realism. When we cultivate a balanced sense of confidence, we're better equipped to make thoughtful decisions, learn from our experiences, and grow in ways that rigid overconfidence can never allow. Overconfidence bias teaches us that certainty is often an illusion, one that can prevent us from seeing the world as it truly is. By embracing a confident yet curious mindset, we can approach challenges with a genuine willingness to adapt and learn, even if it means acknowledging when we don't have all the answers. Chapter 8: Hindsight Bias, the "I knew it all along" fallacy. Think back to a time when an unexpected event unfolded. A surprising outcome in a sports match, an unexpected twist in a friend's life, or perhaps a global event you hadn't anticipated. After learning the outcome, did you find yourself thinking, "I should have seen that coming," or "it was obvious all along"? This phenomenon is called hindsight bias, often referred to as the "I knew it all along" fallacy. It's the cognitive bias that leads us to believe, after an event has occurred, that we foresaw it with clarity, even though in reality, we may not have anticipated it at all. Hindsight bias skews our understanding of past events and gives us an inflated sense of predictability. When we look back on a situation with the outcome already in mind, our brains rearrange the narrative, convincing us that we knew the outcome all along. This bias affects not only our perception of the past but also our approach to future decisions, often making us feel overly confident in our ability to predict events. The consequence? We become less open to considering multiple outcomes, overly simplifying complex situations, and underestimating the value of cautious preparation. Why hindsight bias occurs? The roots of hindsight bias lie in our mind's need for coherence. Our brains are natural storytellers, constantly seeking to make sense of the world. When an event's outcome is known, our minds often revise the story to fit that ending. This storytelling impulse satisfies our desire for order, making the sequence of events appear more logical and inevitable. By reshaping the past, hindsight bias gives us a comforting sense of control, as if the world operates in clear, predictable patterns. Unfortunately, this illusion of order can prevent us from seeing the complexities and uncertainties that characterize real-life situations. Another driver of hindsight bias is cognitive ease, our tendency to favor information that's easy to understand and recall. When an event has already occurred, our brains can quickly assemble a simple, cohesive narrative that seems obvious in hindsight. We look back and cherry-pick the signs that match the outcome, creating a neat storyline that feels intuitively correct. This cognitive shortcut simplifies our view of the past but also strips away the complexities that were present before the outcome was known. Emotion plays a significant role in hindsight bias as well. When we experience strong emotions around an event, such as relief, disappointment, or excitement, we tend to remember those emotions vividly. Our brains then retroactively apply this emotional intensity to the lead up to the event, giving us the sense that we knew it would happen, even if that knowledge is entirely constructed after the fact. Everyday examples of hindsight bias. Hindsight bias manifests in many aspects of our daily lives, shaping our perception of events big and small. Take sports, for example. Fans often experience this bias when looking back on a match. After a game ends, particularly if the outcome is surprising, fans will claim they knew the star player would make a winning play or that the underdog team would upset the favorites. They recall moments that seem like telltale signs of the final score and overlook details that contradict the outcome. This revisionist view makes the unpredictable seem predictable, reshaping memories to fit the result. The workplace is another environment where hindsight bias frequently occurs. Consider a manager who hires a promising candidate for a new role. If the candidate excels, the manager might think, "I could tell from the interview that they would be a star." On the other hand, if the candidate performs poorly, the manager may retrospectively notice supposed red flags that hinted at the outcome. By revising their memory to fit the outcome, the manager inadvertently bolsters their sense of insight and predictive ability. Hindsight bias makes both success and failure seem more foreseeable than they were in reality, reinforcing a false sense of expertise. Personal relationships are also susceptible to this bias. Imagine a friend goes through a breakup, and you suddenly recall moments that, in hindsight, appear to have predicted the end of the relationship. Maybe you remember subtle disagreements or moments of discomfort. At the time, these moments seem trivial or unremarkable, but with the breakup in mind, they now appear like clear signs. This tendency not only simplifies complex relational dynamics but can also lead to self-blame or an inflated sense of knowing better after the fact. Hindsight bias also affects larger societal events, such as political shifts or financial crises. After a major event, like an economic recession, people look back and identify signs that should have warned them of the impending downturn. However, before the event, these signs were often ambiguous and interpreted in various ways. Once the outcome is clear, it's easy to overestimate the predictability of complex phenomena, thinking that the warning signs were obvious all along, even though experts and analysts themselves struggled to predict it. The consequences of hindsight bias. While hindsight bias may seem harmless, its effects can be far-reaching. By creating a false sense of predictability, this bias can lead us to become overly confident in our judgments and decisions. If we believe that events are easily foreseeable, we're less likely to prepare for unexpected outcomes or take seriously the uncertainties that exist in any decision. This overconfidence can, in turn, lead to riskier behaviors as we trust that we'll see it coming next time, even though real-world events are rarely so predictable. Hindsight bias also has implications for learning and growth. When we think we knew it all along, we miss opportunities to examine the real reasons behind our decisions and outcomes. Instead of reflecting on the complexities of a situation, we oversimplify, believing that the outcome was inevitable. This can stifle our ability to learn from experiences, as we fail to critically analyze what truly contributed to an outcome. In the workplace, for example, hindsight bias can prevent teams from improving project planning or risk management if they believe that any missteps were obvious and could have been avoided with minimal effort. In legal and medical fields, hindsight bias can have significant consequences. In medicine, for example, healthcare professionals might look back on a misdiagnosis and believe the correct diagnosis was obvious, undermining an understanding of the diagnostic challenges faced in real time. This bias can lead to unfair judgments of medical professionals, as their decision-making processes are judged through the lens of known outcomes rather than the ambiguity of the initial situation. Similarly, in the legal realm, hindsight bias can affect juries and judges, who may see the signs of a defendant's guilt as clear only because they know the final verdict. This can result in unjust judgments, as the complexities and uncertainties of the case are overshadowed by hindsight. Recognizing and reducing hindsight bias. To mitigate hindsight bias, it's important to adopt a mindset of genuine curiosity and openness to uncertainty. Rather than approaching situations with a sense of assumed certainty, try to remain aware of the full range of possibilities, even after an outcome is known. This can be achieved by actively questioning your recollection of events and reminding yourself of the complexities that were present before the outcome was clear. One helpful approach is to revisit your initial thought process. When a situation is resolved, take time to reflect on what you actually knew and felt at the beginning. What assumptions did you make? What options did you consider? By mentally rewinding to your initial perspective, you can gain a more realistic view of how much was actually predictable. This practice keeps you anchored in the reality of uncertainty, making it less likely that you'll fall into the trap of hindsight bias. Journaling can be a powerful tool for reducing hindsight bias. By keeping a record of your thoughts, predictions, and reasons for making certain choices, you create a snapshot of your genuine mindset at the time. When you look back later, these records prevent you from rewriting your memory to fit the outcome. Instead, you can see how your thought process evolved and recognize any biases or assumptions that may have influenced your decisions. Another effective method is to practice counterfactual thinking, where you actively consider alternative outcomes. If something turned out a certain way, imagine what would have happened if conditions had been different. What if another candidate had been hired? What if an investment decision hadn't paid off? By contemplating other scenarios, you cultivate a more flexible perspective, realizing that outcomes are often shaped by numerous unpredictable factors rather than being inevitable. Lastly, acknowledge the role of luck and external factors. Hindsight bias often causes us to overlook the impact of circumstances beyond our control, leading us to assume that outcomes were the result of personal insight or skill alone. By recognizing that luck, timing, and external factors play significant roles in shaping events, you can avoid falling into the trap of seeing outcomes as inevitable. This awareness not only tempers overconfidence but also promotes a balanced understanding of success and failure. Real-world examples of hindsight bias. To see hindsight bias in action, consider the 2008 financial crisis. In the years leading up to it, few analysts, investors, or policymakers accurately predicted the collapse of the housing market and the subsequent recession. However, after the crisis unfolded, many people looked back and claimed that the warning signs were obvious: over-leveraged banks, risky lending practices, and inflated housing prices. In reality, these signs were interpreted in various ways before the crisis, with many experts downplaying the risks or assuming the market would stabilize. Hindsight bias made the crisis seem more predictable than it actually was, influencing subsequent regulatory changes and public perception. Another example is the 2016 U.S. presidential election, which took many analysts and pollsters by surprise. After the election, some commentators claimed they saw it coming all along, pointing to moments during the campaign that, in hindsight, seemed like clear indicators of the final outcome. Yet, throughout the campaign, the election was widely regarded as unpredictable, with fluctuating polls and numerous variables. Hindsight bias simplified the complex dynamics of the election, making it seem as though the result was obvious when, in reality, it was anything but. Moving forward, embracing uncertainty and learning from the past. Hindsight bias teaches us a powerful lesson about the nature of knowledge. What seems obvious in retrospect was rarely so clear in the moment. By acknowledging this truth, we can cultivate a more humble and open-minded approach to understanding events and outcomes. Instead of rewriting the past to fit a narrative of inevitability, we can embrace the uncertainty and complexity that characterize life's twists and turns. Letting go of hindsight bias requires us to develop a genuine respect for uncertainty, recognizing that the future is rarely as predictable as it seems in hindsight. By learning to view past events without the distortion of "I knew it all along," we can better prepare for the future, understanding that the unexpected will always be a part of our journey. Chapter 9: Groupthink, the Pitfalls of Collective Decision-Making. Imagine you're in a meeting with a team at work. The group is discussing a new project proposal, and everyone seems excited. While you have some reservations about potential risks, you hesitate to speak up, noticing how everyone else appears enthusiastic. You tell yourself, maybe I'm overthinking this, and eventually go along with the group's consensus. This scenario exemplifies a powerful psychological bias known as groupthink, where the desire for unity or harmony within a group suppresses individual opinions, critical thinking, and dissent. Groupthink is more than just going with the flow. It's a phenomenon that can stifle independent thought, cloud decision-making, and sometimes lead to serious consequences. When groupthink takes hold, members of a team or community prioritize consensus over quality, often brushing aside doubts or overlooking alternative perspectives. This bias isn't always intentional. It happens subtly as people strive to maintain the cohesion of the group, assuming that agreeing is better than challenging. However, when everyone moves in the same direction without critical examination, the group risks making flawed or even dangerous decisions. Why groupthink happens? Groupthink stems from a mix of social and psychological forces, including our need for belonging, the pressure to conform, and the influence of authority figures. One of the strongest drivers of groupthink is the need for social acceptance. Humans are social creatures by nature, and being part of a group brings comfort and a sense of identity. Expressing disagreement within a group can feel uncomfortable, creating tension and possibly risking exclusion. To avoid standing out or alienating themselves, individuals might suppress personal concerns, choosing instead to conform to the dominant opinion, even if they have doubts. Another significant factor in groupthink is the pressure to conform. When most people in a group appear to be in agreement, individuals often feel compelled to align with the majority view. This tendency can be especially strong in hierarchical environments where people feel reluctant to challenge authority figures or senior members. In a corporate setting, for example, if the CEO or project leader expresses a preference, employees might hesitate to voice differing opinions for fear of seeming disrespectful or uncooperative. This dynamic is known as deference to authority and can stifle open discussion, leading the group to follow a single perspective without fully exploring alternatives. Groupthink is also fueled by a psychological shortcut known as pluralistic ignorance. The belief that because no one else is voicing concerns, everyone else must genuinely agree. In reality, others in the group may also harbor doubts but assume they are the only ones. This assumption creates a cycle where everyone remains silent, reinforcing the appearance of consensus and, ironically, deepening each person's reluctance to speak up. This quiet conformity feeds groupthink, as the group collectively moves forward without considering diverse viewpoints. The consequences of groupthink. The impact of groupthink can be seen in a range of decisions, from everyday business choices to historical events. One of the classic examples is the ill-fated launch of the Space Shuttle Challenger in 1986. Engineers had expressed concerns about the shuttle's O-rings, a critical component that could fail in cold temperatures. However, due to pressure to launch on schedule and a reluctance to push back against the collective momentum, these warnings went unheeded. The shuttle launched as planned, only to tragically disintegrate shortly after liftoff, resulting in the deaths of 7 astronauts. Investigations later revealed that groupthink had played a significant role, as individuals failed to assert their concerns in the face of the group's drive to proceed. Groupthink doesn't only affect large, high-stakes decisions. It also influences more routine choices in workplaces, schools, and social circles. In a corporate setting, groupthink can lead to flawed strategic decisions. Imagine a company launching a new product without adequate testing because everyone in the team believes it will succeed. If dissenting voices are ignored or dismissed, the team may overlook potential issues, resulting in a failed product launch, financial losses, and damage to the company's reputation. Groupthink leads to an echo chamber effect, where only ideas that align with the dominant perspective are considered, leaving little room for critical analysis. Another effect of groupthink is the polarization of opinions. When individuals are surrounded by like-minded voices, their views can become more extreme. In political groups, for instance, groupthink can lead to more radical positions, as each person's ideas reinforce the group's shared beliefs. This dynamic discourages moderation, as those who might otherwise hold nuanced views feel pressured to adopt the group's stance fully. The result is often a rigid and polarized perspective, where alternative solutions or compromise become difficult, if not impossible. In personal relationships, groupthink can show up subtly, as friend groups or families agree on certain views or behaviors without question. This may mean going along with a decision that feels uncomfortable but aligns with the group's expectation, such as making a risky financial choice, adopting a lifestyle change, or choosing activities that don't match everyone's interests. Over time, groupthink can erode individuality within relationships, as people conform to shared expectations rather than expressing personal preferences. Identifying groupthink in real time. Recognizing groupthink as it happens requires acute self-awareness and social awareness. One telltale sign of groupthink is an unusually quick consensus. If a decision seems to gain unanimous approval without much discussion or debate, it's worth pausing to consider whether groupthink may be at play. When everyone agrees instantly, it's possible that individual voices are being suppressed, especially if the decision is complex and could reasonably invite differing opinions. Another red flag is self-censorship, where people hold back dissenting ideas or feedback. You might notice this in meetings where someone seems hesitant to speak or quickly retracts a point after mild pushback. People who engage in self-censorship often feel that voicing their concerns would disrupt the group's harmony or be seen as problematic. They may appear quiet, nodding along without contributing alternative views, as though silently conceding to the majority. Groupthink is also marked by a sense of invulnerability within the group. Members may express unwarranted confidence in their decision, dismissing risks or downplaying potential issues. This "we can't be wrong" attitude prevents the group from realistically assessing challenges or vulnerabilities. In such cases, the group's shared belief in its rightness creates a barrier to critical thinking, making it easy to overlook potential pitfalls or weaknesses. Lastly, mind guards, people who act as self-appointed protectors of the group's consensus, are common in groupthink-prone environments. These individuals may discourage dissent, either subtly or overtly, by redirecting discussions or dismissing opposing viewpoints. Mind guards believe they're helping the group by keeping it on track, but in reality, they're further deepening the groupthink cycle, ensuring that only favorable information reaches the group's attention. Overcoming groupthink, fostering a culture of openness. Counteracting groupthink requires a conscious commitment to creating an environment where diverse ideas are encouraged and valued. One of the most effective strategies is to promote a culture of open dialogue. This means actively inviting feedback and dissenting opinions, particularly from those who may feel uncomfortable challenging the group. Leaders can play a crucial role here by explicitly encouraging differing perspectives, making it clear that thoughtful disagreement is not only accepted but welcomed. Another powerful approach is to appoint a devil's advocate in group discussions. This person's role is to question assumptions, challenge the consensus, and raise potential issues. By designating someone to argue against the group's direction, teams can prevent a premature consensus and ensure that multiple perspectives are considered. The devil's advocate role reduces the risk of groupthink by breaking the illusion of unanimous agreement and allowing others to see that dissent can lead to a more balanced, well-rounded decision. Encouraging individual reflection before group discussions can also help reduce groupthink. When people form their opinions independently before engaging with the group, they are less likely to conform automatically. Individual reflection provides an opportunity for people to develop and voice their own ideas, making it easier to bring unique viewpoints to the table. This practice also helps prevent the echo chamber effect, as each person arrives with a distinct perspective rather than simply mirroring the group. The importance of diverse voices. A key to preventing groupthink lies in actively seeking out diverse voices. Research consistently shows that diversity in teams, whether in terms of background, experience, or perspective, leads to better decision-making. When groups include members with varied viewpoints, it becomes harder for a single perspective to dominate, creating a natural check against groupthink. Diversity encourages healthy debate, as each person brings a unique lens to the discussion, helping the group identify blind spots and consider a broader range of solutions. Companies and organizations that prioritize diversity are often better equipped to avoid groupthink and the costly mistakes it can lead to. For example, in product development, a team composed of individuals from diverse demographic and professional backgrounds is more likely to identify and address flaws that a more homogeneous group might overlook. This is because each person's background informs their perspective, revealing issues that might otherwise go unrecognized. The result is a product or solution that better serves a wider audience and is less prone to oversights or unintended biases. Real-world examples of groupthink and its consequences. One of the most well-known examples of groupthink occurred during the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. The U.S. government, under President Kennedy, planned a covert operation to overthrow the Cuban government, expecting it to be quick and successful. Advisors around Kennedy, reluctant to challenge the consensus or voice doubts, allowed the plan to proceed despite clear risks. The operation ended in disaster, with many analysts later pointing to groupthink as a critical factor. In this case, the desire for unity and support for the president led advisors to suppress their doubts, resulting in a flawed and costly decision. In corporate history, the collapse of Enron also highlights the dangers of groupthink. Enron's leaders fostered a culture of aggressive growth and risk-taking, creating a highly competitive environment where employees felt pressured to conform to the company's vision. Those who raised concerns about the company's financial practices were marginalized or ignored, reinforcing a culture of unchecked ambition. This culture of conformity contributed to Enron's eventual downfall, as employees continued to ignore red flags until the company's financial misdeeds became impossible to conceal. Embracing independent thinking and constructive dissent. Understanding groupthink reminds us of the importance of cultivating independent thought and constructive dissent within any group, team, or community. While unity and harmony are valuable, they should never come at the cost of critical thinking or open debate. Learning to recognize and counteract groupthink empowers us to make better, more informed decisions, particularly when the stakes are high. Moving beyond groupthink isn't about encouraging conflict for conflict's sake, but rather about fostering an environment where questioning and discussion are seen as tools for growth and improvement. By valuing independent thinking and promoting diversity of thought, groups can avoid the pitfalls of conformity and make decisions that are truly reflective of all voices involved. Chapter 10: Combating Cognitive Bias, Strategies for Better Thinking. As we've journeyed through the world of cognitive biases, from confirmation bias to groupthink, we've seen how these mental shortcuts shape our perceptions, influence our decisions, and sometimes lead us astray. These biases are, at their core, natural human tendencies, designed to simplify the complex task of navigating an uncertain world. Yet, while they can be helpful, they often cloud our judgment and limit our potential for growth and clear thinking. Now, in this final chapter, we'll focus on practical strategies for recognizing and counteracting these biases in our daily lives, empowering ourselves to make more thoughtful, objective, and well-informed decisions. The path to better thinking is not about eradicating biases entirely, which is neither possible nor desirable. Rather, it's about developing self-awareness and cultivating habits that allow us to question, reflect, and approach situations with a more open and balanced mind. Through a blend of mindfulness, critical thinking, and intentional practices, we can reduce the influence of biases, bringing clarity and objectivity to our thought processes. The power of self-awareness. The foundation of overcoming cognitive bias lies in self-awareness. Awareness enables us to catch biases in action, giving us the chance to pause, reflect, and question our initial judgments. Without awareness, biases remain hidden, subtly shaping our thoughts and actions without our realizing it. Cultivating self-awareness requires us to consistently observe our own thinking, asking ourselves questions like, why am I drawn to this perspective? Am I dismissing other viewpoints too quickly? One powerful method for building self-awareness is mindfulness meditation. Mindfulness encourages us to become more attuned to our thoughts, emotions, and reactions, helping us observe our mental processes without judgment. This practice creates a mental space between ourselves and our thoughts, allowing us to examine them more objectively. Over time, mindfulness can reveal patterns in our thinking, showing us where certain biases like confirmation bias or overconfidence tend to arise. By developing this level of insight, we can learn to recognize bias as it emerges and make a conscious choice to respond differently. Another way to build self-awareness is to keep a decision journal. In this journal, you can record significant decisions, noting your reasoning, expectations, and any emotions you felt at the time. Then, after the outcome unfolds, revisit your notes to see if biases played a role in your thought process. This practice not only helps uncover patterns of bias but also allows you to learn from your decisions, refining your judgment over time. The simple act of writing down your thought process encourages you to slow down, reflect, and consider alternative perspectives, fostering a more deliberate approach to decision-making. Practicing intellectual humility. Intellectual humility is the recognition that we don't have all the answers and that our knowledge and understanding are limited. This humility doesn't mean downplaying our abilities. Rather, it means remaining open to learning, questioning, and re-evaluating our beliefs. When we cultivate intellectual humility, we become more willing to acknowledge the possibility of error and more receptive to alternative viewpoints, making it easier to combat biases like overconfidence or confirmation bias. One effective way to practice intellectual humility is to actively seek out information that contradicts your views. For instance, if you have strong opinions on a particular topic, make a habit of reading reputable sources with opposing perspectives. This doesn't mean you need to adopt these views, but by exposing yourself to diverse viewpoints, you become less entrenched in your own beliefs and more open to seeing the strengths and weaknesses in all arguments. Over time, this practice tempers the impact of confirmation bias, helping you make decisions based on a fuller understanding of the situation. In discussions or debates, practicing intellectual humility involves asking more questions than giving answers. Instead of asserting your viewpoint, try to understand the other person's reasoning by asking open-ended questions like, how did you come to that conclusion? What factors influenced your perspective? This approach not only broadens your understanding but also fosters a more collaborative, respectful exchange of ideas. Intellectual humility teaches us that listening is as valuable as speaking and that often, the wisest choice is to approach conversations with curiosity rather than certainty. Embracing critical thinking. Critical thinking is one of the most effective tools for reducing cognitive bias. At its core, critical thinking involves evaluating information logically, assessing evidence, and questioning assumptions. By practicing critical thinking, we can identify and challenge biases before they cloud our judgment. One helpful critical thinking technique is the 5 whys method. When faced with a decision or a belief, ask yourself why 5 times to dig deeper into your reasoning. This process helps uncover the assumptions underlying your thought process, bringing biases to the surface. For example, if you're confident that a project will succeed, ask yourself why you believe this. Each why response should go deeper, revealing potential blind spots or areas where biases like overconfidence may be influencing your perspective. By forcing yourself to articulate your reasoning, the 5 whys method encourages you to examine your assumptions critically and thoroughly. Another effective approach is to reframe your perspective by considering the opposite. Known as considering the opposite, this technique involves intentionally exploring the reasons why your belief or assumption might be wrong. For instance, if you're certain that a plan will succeed, challenge yourself to list reasons it might fail. This exercise forces you to look beyond your initial impression and consider factors you might have overlooked, providing a more balanced view. By training yourself to think critically in this way, you can guard against biases like confirmation bias and the halo effect, which often lead us to ignore conflicting information. Creating a culture of feedback and dissent. In group settings, one of the most effective ways to prevent biases like groupthink is to encourage a culture of feedback and constructive dissent. When everyone feels comfortable sharing their opinions, even if they differ from the majority, the group benefits from a broader range of perspectives, reducing the risk of flawed decision-making. This culture doesn't just emerge on its own. It requires leaders and team members to actively create an environment where all voices are respected and heard. One powerful way to foster this culture is to appoint a devil's advocate in group discussions. The devil's advocate's role is to question assumptions, challenge the group's direction, and highlight potential flaws in the reasoning. By formalizing dissent, the devil's advocate makes it acceptable, even expected, to voice disagreement. This technique not only breaks up the consensus effect but also encourages each team member to think more critically, preventing premature agreement and fostering a more balanced decision-making process. Another strategy is to implement structured decision-making processes that encourage input from all members before any consensus is reached. For instance, you can ask each person to write down their thoughts independently before sharing them with the group. This ensures that individual perspectives are preserved, rather than conforming to the first dominant idea that arises. Structured methods help counteract biases like anchoring and the bandwagon effect, both of which can lead people to adopt opinions based on the initial voices they hear. Practicing mindful decision-making. In the fast-paced, decision-filled world we live in, biases often arise because we make choices too quickly. Mindful decision-making is the practice of slowing down and bringing intentionality to our thought processes. By taking the time to examine our assumptions, weigh evidence, and consider alternatives, we can make more informed decisions. To practice mindful decision-making, start by creating a habit of pausing before making important choices. In these moments, ask yourself a few key questions. Am I rushing this decision? Could I benefit from more information? Are there any biases influencing my perspective? By incorporating this pause, you create space to reflect, increasing the chances of identifying potential biases before they shape your actions. Visualization can also be a powerful tool in mindful decision-making. Imagine a range of possible outcomes, both positive and negative, for any significant decision. Picture yourself in each scenario and consider how it might feel, what challenges might arise, and what benefits you'd experience. This exercise helps you move beyond a singular vision of success or failure, giving you a clearer picture of the risks and rewards involved. Visualization also tempers the effects of biases like overconfidence and optimism bias, as it reminds us of the unpredictable nature of reality. Seeking diverse perspectives. When we engage only with people who share similar backgrounds, beliefs, or experiences, our worldview becomes narrow, reinforcing our existing biases. Actively seeking out diverse perspectives challenges us to think differently, question our assumptions, and expand our understanding. Exposure to different viewpoints doesn't just broaden our thinking. It also creates a more balanced approach to decision-making, making it harder for biases to thrive. Engaging with people from different fields, cultures, or ideologies can provide valuable insights that you wouldn't gain from within your own echo chamber. For example, if you're facing a tough business decision, talking with someone from a completely different industry or background might reveal options you hadn't considered. Diversity fosters innovation and creativity, as varied perspectives introduce ideas and solutions that challenge conventional thinking. By actively seeking diverse voices, you equip yourself with a well-rounded view, which is invaluable in avoiding biases that stem from limited perspectives. Accepting ambiguity and embracing uncertainty. Finally, one of the most effective ways to reduce cognitive bias is to embrace the uncertainty and ambiguity of life. Many biases, such as hindsight bias or the availability heuristic, arise because we crave certainty and predictability. But the reality is that life is filled with uncertainty, and outcomes are often shaped by unpredictable factors. Instead of striving to eliminate uncertainty, try to become more comfortable with it. Accepting that you can't always predict or control outcomes fosters a mindset of openness and adaptability. This acceptance helps reduce biases that arise from the desire for control or certainty, allowing you to make decisions based on what's actually known, rather than what feels certain. This approach also makes us more resilient, as we're less likely to be thrown off course by unexpected events or disappointed when things don't go as planned. A lifelong practice of mindful thinking. Combating cognitive bias is not a one-time effort. It's a lifelong practice of self-reflection, curiosity, and humility. By implementing these strategies, cultivating self-awareness, practicing intellectual humility, embracing critical thinking, fostering open-minded discussions, and embracing uncertainty, we develop the tools to recognize and reduce biases in our lives. As we move forward, let's remember that the goal is not to eliminate biases entirely but to keep them in check. When we strive for clearer, more balanced thinking, we make choices that are more aligned with reality, allowing us to navigate life's complexities with greater wisdom and integrity. By approaching each decision with mindfulness and a commitment to growth, we empower ourselves to see the world, and ourselves, more clearly. In closing, remember that the journey to better thinking is ongoing. Every choice, reflection, and interaction is an opportunity to practice awareness and refine our understanding. Through patience and practice, we can cultivate a mindset that values truth over certainty, curiosity over convenience, and growth over comfort. Let this journey toward mindful thinking be a guiding force, opening doors to more thoughtful, intentional, and fulfilling experiences in every aspect of life. Conclusion: embracing awareness in a biased world. Throughout this journey into the world of cognitive biases, we've uncovered the many ways our minds can deceive us. From confirmation bias and the halo effect to groupthink and overconfidence, each chapter has revealed how these invisible forces shape our thoughts, judgments, and decisions. We've seen that biases are not merely quirks of the mind but deeply ingrained mechanisms that affect everything from our personal relationships to global events. The challenge isn't to eliminate these biases, an impossible task, but to recognize them and manage their influence, striving for clarity and balance in our thinking. Cognitive biases are part of being human. They evolved to help us make quick decisions in a complex world. In many ways, they served our ancestors well, helping them survive and adapt in environments where swift action was critical. Yet, in today's world, where we are inundated with information and face increasingly complex decisions, these same shortcuts often lead us astray. The good news is that with awareness, intention, and practice, we can learn to navigate our biases more effectively, making choices that are thoughtful and aligned with our real goals and values. The power of awareness. The first and most crucial step in combating cognitive bias is awareness. It's about acknowledging that biases are not something other people experience. They are a universal part of human cognition. This recognition empowers us to observe our own thinking patterns without judgment. Rather than seeing bias as a flaw, we begin to understand it as a natural but sometimes misguided process that can be corrected with the right tools. By developing a habit of self-reflection, we can start to catch biases as they occur. This isn't always easy, and it requires patience and humility. It means becoming comfortable with the idea that our initial impressions, no matter how confident or logical they may seem, could be shaped by factors we aren't fully aware of. It means pausing before making a decision, questioning our assumptions, and being willing to adjust our views when new information comes to light. The importance of flexibility and adaptability. In addition to awareness, flexibility and adaptability are crucial in managing cognitive biases. Biases often thrive in rigid thinking, where certainty and routine override curiosity and openness. Developing a flexible mindset involves being open to changing one's mind, adapting to new information, and questioning long-held beliefs. This approach doesn't mean being indecisive or lacking conviction. It means cultivating a willingness to adjust and grow, understanding that the world is complex and constantly evolving. Flexibility also means accepting that ambiguity and uncertainty are part of life. Many biases, such as hindsight bias and the availability heuristic, arise because we crave predictability and seek to make sense of events in ways that feel certain. However, life rarely offers neat, predictable patterns. By embracing uncertainty, we can move beyond the illusion of control, making decisions that are more realistic and grounded. This openness allows us to better navigate challenges, respond to unexpected outcomes, and remain resilient in the face of ambiguity. Embracing diversity in thought. To truly manage cognitive bias, we must also recognize the value of diversity in thought. Engaging with people who have different perspectives, backgrounds, and experiences broadens our understanding of the world and helps us identify our own blind spots. When we surround ourselves with diverse voices, we create a buffer against the echo chambers and groupthink dynamics that reinforce biases. Organizations, communities, and social groups thrive when they prioritize diversity and open dialogue. Diverse teams make better decisions because they draw from a wider range of experiences and viewpoints. This principle holds true on an individual level as well. By actively seeking out different perspectives, engaging in challenging conversations, and learning from people whose experiences differ from our own, we can build a more nuanced and balanced view of the world. Building a bias-resilient mindset. One of the most powerful takeaways from understanding cognitive biases is the opportunity to build a bias-resilient mindset. This means developing habits and strategies that make us less vulnerable to the influence of biases. Practicing mindfulness, as discussed, helps us observe our thoughts without immediate judgment, creating space to recognize when biases are affecting our thinking. Another key aspect of a bias-resilient mindset is intellectual humility. Acknowledging that we don't have all the answers and that our understanding is always evolving keeps us open to learning and growth. Humility encourages us to seek feedback, consider alternative explanations, and question our own assumptions, helping us to stay grounded and receptive to new information. A bias-resilient mindset also involves practicing patience, especially in decision-making. By slowing down and taking the time to consider various angles, gather more information, and reflect on potential outcomes, we can counteract the tendency to jump to conclusions based on initial impressions. This deliberate approach not only improves our decisions but also trains our minds to resist the pull of cognitive shortcuts that may lead us astray. The journey beyond bias. While we can't completely eliminate cognitive biases, the goal is not perfection but progress. Each step toward greater awareness and understanding of our mental processes brings us closer to making decisions that reflect our true values and goals. It's an ongoing journey, one that requires continuous learning, self-reflection, and openness to change. In practical terms, this journey means creating habits that reinforce unbiased thinking, regularly exposing ourselves to new ideas, engaging in self-reflection, practicing mindfulness, and seeking feedback from others. It means acknowledging our biases when they appear, not as failures, but as opportunities to grow and learn. The more we practice these habits, the more naturally they become integrated into our everyday thinking, helping us make clearer, more thoughtful choices. The world is full of uncertainty and complexity, but by embracing a mindset that values awareness, flexibility, and diversity, we can navigate these challenges with greater clarity and purpose. Cognitive biases will always be part of the human experience, but they don't have to control our lives. With the right tools, we can manage their influence, leading us to more balanced, informed, and meaningful outcomes. Embrace the process, not the perfection. Ultimately, the goal is not to eliminate biases completely but to develop a process that helps us manage them effectively. This process involves a commitment to self-awareness, critical thinking, and an openness to the perspectives of others. It's about embracing the journey of understanding our minds and using that knowledge to navigate our lives with intention. In a world where information is abundant and opinions are plentiful, the ability to think clearly and critically is more valuable than ever. By committing to a path of self-awareness and growth, we not only improve our own lives but also contribute to a culture where thoughtful, informed, and unbiased thinking is the norm. Embrace the journey, embrace the process, and let a deeper understanding of the mind guide you toward a more fulfilling, balanced, and intentional life. Mars, The Next Giant Leap for Mankind. Written and published by Ciro Ermisai. Feel free to subscribe for more content. Now let's get into the book. Introduction: Humanity's New Frontier. For millennia, humans have gazed up at the night sky, their imaginations captured by the glowing red dot that is Mars. From ancient mythology to modern science fiction, the red planet has long held a special place in our collective consciousness. Now, for the first time in history, we stand on the brink of turning that ancient curiosity into a reality. The next giant leap for mankind isn't just about walking on another planet, it's about expanding the very horizons of human possibility. Mars represents far more than just another destination in the solar system. It's the boldest expression of our drive to explore, to push the limits of what we know and what we can achieve. Reaching Mars would not only demonstrate the incredible advancements in science and technology that we've made in recent decades but would also pave the way for an entirely new era of space exploration. Beyond that, the mission to Mars challenges us to think deeply about the future of humanity, about survival, adaptation, and the long-term sustainability of our species beyond Earth. But Mars is no easy frontier. The journey to the red planet is fraught with complex scientific, technological, and human challenges. The vast distance, over 200 million kilometers at its farthest, poses significant logistical hurdles, while Mars' harsh environment makes long-term survival difficult. But where there are challenges, there are also opportunities for innovation, collaboration, and new ways of thinking. This book explores what it will take to get humans to Mars and, perhaps more importantly, what it will mean for humanity when we get there. We'll delve into the science behind the mission, the groundbreaking technologies being developed, and the extraordinary people who will make it happen. We'll also consider the profound ethical questions that arise when we consider setting foot on a new world. Questions about who gets to go, what impact we might have on the planet, and how this new chapter in space exploration might shape the future of civilization. In many ways, the mission to Mars is not just about Mars. It's about our collective ambition as a species, our drive to explore, to innovate, and to build a future that extends beyond the boundaries of our home planet. It is a testament to the enduring human spirit of discovery, one that has carried us from the caves to the stars. As you turn the pages of this book, you'll be invited to imagine a future where humans live and work on Mars, where space is no longer the final frontier, but the next step in our journey. Welcome to the new frontier of humanity, Mars. Chapter 1: Why Mars? The science behind the choice. Mars. Of all the celestial bodies in our solar system, why has this red, desolate planet captured the imagination of scientists, explorers, and dreamers alike? Why not Venus, with its similar size and proximity to Earth, or one of the moons of Jupiter or Saturn, which may harbor oceans beneath their icy surfaces? The answer to why Mars is the next frontier for human exploration lies in a combination of factors: its geological features, its relative accessibility, and the tantalizing possibility that it might have once harbored life, or might even do so now. Planet both familiar and alien. Mars is in many ways both strikingly similar to Earth and dramatically different. It's the planet most like ours in the solar system, with a day that lasts just over 24 hours and seasons that shift with the tilt of its axis, much like Earth's. Its surface is home to valleys, deserts, and polar ice caps. The largest volcano in the solar system, Olympus Mons, and the deepest canyon, Valles Marineris, are both found on Mars. These features make it an intriguing target for study and exploration, offering a landscape that, despite its alien nature, feels oddly familiar. But Mars is also a planet of extremes. Its atmosphere is a thin wisp of carbon dioxide, with less than 1% of the density of Earth's, making it impossible for humans to breathe without assistance. The average surface temperature is a bone-chilling -60 degrees Celsius, -80 degrees Fahrenheit, and powerful dust storms can envelop the planet for weeks at a time. Water, the essential ingredient for life as we know it, exists mostly in frozen form at the poles or locked beneath the surface. Yet, despite these challenges, Mars is uniquely positioned as a candidate for exploration. Unlike Venus, where crushing atmospheric pressure and scorching temperatures make human missions nearly impossible, Mars offers a surface we can actually land on and explore. Unlike the distant moons of the gas giants, Mars is close enough to Earth to be within our reach with current technology, yet far enough to represent a new frontier of discovery. The quest for life. One of the most compelling reasons to explore Mars is the possibility of finding life, or at least evidence that life once existed there. Over the last few decades, robotic missions like NASA's rovers have revealed that Mars was once a very different place. Billions of years ago, it had rivers, lakes, and perhaps even a vast ocean covering much of its northern hemisphere. Where there was water, there might have been life. Today, the search for life on Mars continues, with missions designed to probe the surface and subsurface for signs of microbial life. While the planet's surface is harsh and irradiated, underground environments might offer better protection for life forms. Some scientists speculate that microbial life could still survive in subsurface pockets of water, shielded from the planet's harsh surface conditions. Finding life on Mars, or even evidence that it once existed, would be one of the most profound discoveries in human history. It would fundamentally reshape our understanding of biology, evolution, and the uniqueness, or lack thereof, of life on Earth. It could even provide clues about how life on Earth began, offering insights into the conditions that allow life to flourish. Preparing for the future of space exploration. Mars is not just a target for exploration, it's a stepping stone for the broader goal of space colonization. If humans are to live and work beyond Earth, Mars represents the most logical place to start. Its relative proximity to Earth means we can get there within months rather than years. It has the resources, like water, ice, and carbon dioxide, that we can potentially use to create fuel, air, and even building materials. And with its gravity being about 1/3 that of Earth's, it offers a more hospitable environment for long-term human habitation than the airless moon. Mars is also a testing ground for the technologies we will need to explore even further into the solar system and beyond. Establishing a human presence on Mars will require innovations in spacecraft design, life support systems, and sustainable resource utilization. These advances will not only benefit future Mars missions but also pave the way for deeper space exploration, to the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, and perhaps one day to other star systems. Mars as humanity's backup plan. In recent years, the idea of Mars as a backup planet for humanity has gained traction. As Earth faces increasing environmental challenges, from climate change to overpopulation to the potential for natural or man-made disasters, some visionaries see Mars as a potential second home for humans. While this idea is still far from being a reality, the concept of planetary insurance is a powerful motivator for many space exploration advocates. Elon Musk, founder of SpaceX, has famously spoken about making humanity a multiplanetary species, with Mars as the first step. The logic is simple. If something were to happen to Earth, having a self-sustaining human colony on Mars could ensure the survival of our species. This doesn't mean abandoning Earth, but rather expanding our presence in the universe to increase our chances of long-term survival. The challenges ahead. Of course, the idea of colonizing Mars is not without its critics. The challenges are immense, and some question whether the billions or trillions of dollars required for a manned mission to Mars might be better spent addressing problems here on Earth. There are ethical questions too about the impact humans might have on Mars' environment and the potential contamination of the planet, especially if we find life there. But despite these challenges, the pursuit of Mars remains a powerful symbol of human ambition and curiosity. The journey to Mars is about more than just exploration. It's about pushing the boundaries of what we know and what we're capable of. It's about the desire to reach for the stars and discover what lies beyond the next horizon. Mars is the planet that makes sense scientifically, strategically, and philosophically. It offers the potential for groundbreaking discoveries, both in terms of understanding our place in the cosmos and in pushing the limits of human ingenuity. In the next chapter, we'll delve into the history of Mars exploration, tracing the steps that have brought us to the threshold of this new era of space exploration. Chapter 2: The History of Mars Exploration. The story of Mars exploration begins long before humanity had the technology to send rockets into space. It is a tale that stretches back to ancient civilizations, through centuries of scientific discovery, and into the modern era of robotic missions. The history of our fascination with Mars is one of curiosity, imagination, and relentless pursuit of knowledge. An ongoing journey that has culminated in the real possibility of sending humans to the Red Planet. Ancient observations and early theories. Mars has captivated human beings for thousands of years. Ancient Egyptians were some of the first to observe Mars, tracking its movements across the night sky over 3,500 years ago. The Babylonians, Greeks, and Romans also noted the planet's unusual reddish hue, associating it with their gods of war, Ares in Greece, Mars in Rome. This connection with war and conflict persisted across cultures, making Mars a symbol of both mystery and power. Early astronomers struggled to understand the motion of Mars. Unlike the stars, which followed regular patterns, Mars appeared to move erratically, sometimes even seeming to reverse its course in the sky. This phenomenon, known as retrograde motion, puzzled astronomers for centuries. It wasn't until the 16th century when Nicholas Copernicus proposed the heliocentric model of the solar system, with the Sun at the center, that we began to understand why. Mars, like Earth, orbits the Sun, and its apparent backward motion is simply the result of Earth overtaking Mars in their respective orbits. In the 17th century, the invention of the telescope opened a new chapter in the study of Mars. Italian astronomer Galileo Galilei became the first person to observe Mars through a telescope in 1610, and in the years that followed, astronomers like Christian Huygens and Giovanni Cassini made detailed drawings of the planet's surface, identifying its polar ice caps and speculating about the possibility of water, the Martian canals, and early speculations of life. By the late 19th century, Mars had become a focal point for speculation about extraterrestrial life. Italian astronomer Giovanni Schiaparelli's observations in 1877 led to one of the most enduring and controversial ideas in Mars history, the canals of Mars. Schiaparelli observed what appeared to be long, straight lines crisscrossing the surface of Mars, which he referred to as canali, meaning channels or grooves. However, this term was mistranslated into English as canals, sparking wild speculation that these features were artificial structures built by an advanced Martian civilization. American astronomer Percival Lowell took this idea and ran with it. In the 1890s, Lowell published a series of books arguing that the canals were evidence of intelligent life on Mars. According to Lowell, the canals were part of a vast irrigation system designed to bring water from Mars' polar ice caps to the planet's arid equatorial regions. Although Lowell's theories were eventually discredited as optical illusions, they captured the public imagination and cemented the idea of Mars as a potentially inhabited world in popular culture. This period of speculation also inspired some of the earliest works of science fiction, most notably H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds, 1898. Wells' vision of a Martian invasion of Earth reflected both the fascination with and fear of the unknown that characterized humanity's relationship with Mars at the time. The idea of life on Mars became a staple of science fiction, from Edgar Rice Burroughs' Barsoom series to Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles. The space age, from flybys to landers. The dawn of the space age in the mid-20th century brought the first real opportunities to explore Mars up close. In 1965, NASA's Mariner 4 spacecraft performed the first successful flyby of Mars, sending back 21 images of its surface. These images shattered many of the romanticized notions of Mars as a world teeming with life. Instead of green vegetation or Martian cities, Mariner 4 revealed a barren landscape covered in impact craters, more akin to the Moon than Earth. Despite this, interest in Mars only grew. NASA's Viking missions of the 1970s marked a major milestone in Mars exploration. Viking 1 and Viking 2 became the first spacecraft to successfully land on Mars, each carrying instruments designed to search for signs of life. While the Viking experiments did not find definitive evidence of biological activity, they provided unprecedented data on Mars' atmosphere and surface conditions. The 1990s and 2000s saw a resurgence in Mars exploration, driven by advances in technology and a renewed interest in the possibility of water and life on Mars. The Mars Global Surveyor, launched in 1996, mapped the entire surface of Mars, revealing evidence of ancient river valleys, lake beds, and flood channels. NASA's Mars Pathfinder mission, which landed in 1997, introduced the world to Sojourner, the first rover to explore the surface of another planet. The era of rovers, a new chapter in exploration. Mars exploration took a giant leap forward in 2004 with the arrival of NASA's twin rovers, Spirit and Opportunity. These robotic explorers were designed to search for signs of past water activity on Mars, and they exceeded all expectations. Opportunity, in particular, far outlasted its intended 90-day mission, exploring the Martian surface for nearly 15 years. It discovered clear evidence that Mars had once been home to liquid water, further fueling the possibility that Mars could have supported life in the past. Following Opportunity's success, NASA's next-generation rover, Curiosity, landed on Mars in 2012. Curiosity was equipped with more advanced scientific instruments, allowing it to analyze the chemical composition of Martian rocks and soil in greater detail. One of Curiosity's key findings was the detection of organic molecules, complex carbon-based compounds that are the building blocks of life. This discovery suggested that Mars may have once had the right conditions for life to arise. In 2021, NASA's Perseverance rover continued the tradition of robotic exploration. Unlike its predecessors, Perseverance is specifically designed to search for signs of ancient microbial life. It is equipped with a drill to collect samples of Martian rock and soil, which future missions may return to Earth for analysis. Perseverance also brought along a small helicopter named Ingenuity, which became the first aircraft to fly on another planet. International efforts and the road ahead. Mars exploration is not limited to NASA. In recent years, space agencies from around the world have joined the quest to unlock the mysteries of the Red Planet. The European Space Agency, ESA, has contributed with missions like the Mars Express Orbiter, which continues to study Mars' atmosphere and geology. India's Space Agency, ISRO, successfully launched its Mars Orbiter mission in 2013, becoming the first Asian nation to reach Mars. China's Tianwen-1 mission, launched in 2020, became the first mission to include an orbiter, lander, and rover all in one. The mission's rover Zhurong has been exploring Mars' Utopia Planitia region, further expanding humanity's understanding of the planet. As we look to the future, the next great challenge is clear: sending humans to Mars. Space agencies and private companies alike are working on plans for crewed missions, with NASA's Artemis program and SpaceX's ambitious Starship project aiming to make this dream a reality within the next few decades. A journey of discovery. From ancient observations to modern robotic missions, the history of Mars exploration has been one of continuous discovery. Each new mission has brought us closer to answering the big questions. Did Mars once harbor life? Could it still? And perhaps most exciting of all, what will it take to make Mars humanity's next home? Chapter 3: The Technological Challenges of Reaching Mars. Sending humans to Mars is one of the most ambitious goals humanity has ever pursued. The journey to the Red Planet isn't just about distance. It's about overcoming a vast array of technical and human challenges. While robotic missions have given us valuable insights into Mars, sending humans there is a different level of complexity. It's not only about the rockets that get us there, but also about keeping people alive for months in space and on a planet that's hostile to life as we know it. In this chapter, we'll dive into the technical hurdles that must be cleared before the first human sets foot on Mars. These challenges test the limits of our current technology and require innovations in everything from propulsion systems to life support and habitat construction. As daunting as these obstacles may seem, progress is being made, bringing humanity ever closer to this monumental achievement. The distance problem. The most immediate challenge of reaching Mars is the sheer distance between Earth and the Red Planet. Unlike the Moon, which is a mere 384,000 kilometers away, Mars can be over 200 million kilometers from Earth, depending on the alignment of the planets. This means that, even with the fastest rockets we have today, a one-way trip to Mars would take between 6 and 9 months. That's 6 to 9 months of astronauts traveling through deep space, cut off from the resources and support systems of Earth. In space, there's no room for error. Every system, from the engines that propel the spacecraft to the equipment that provides food, water, and air, must function perfectly for the entire duration of the mission. The long journey also exposes astronauts to significant risks, including radiation from the sun and cosmic rays, which can damage their health over time. One solution being explored is advanced propulsion systems, such as nuclear thermal propulsion or ion drives, which could shorten the travel time significantly. These technologies are still in development, but they offer hope for faster and more efficient journeys to Mars. Reducing the time astronauts spend in transit not only lowers their exposure to radiation but also reduces the amount of food, water, and other supplies they would need to bring along, lightening the load on the spacecraft. Radiation, the invisible enemy. Space is not a friendly environment for human life. Beyond Earth's protective magnetic field and atmosphere, astronauts are exposed to high levels of cosmic radiation. On a trip to Mars, this radiation could pose serious health risks, including increased cancer rates and damage to the brain and other organs. Long-term exposure to space radiation is one of the most significant challenges we face in sending humans to Mars. Scientists and engineers are exploring several strategies to mitigate this risk. One approach is to build spacecraft with better radiation shielding, using materials that can block or absorb harmful particles. Some concepts even propose using water or other supplies as shielding, packing them around the crew's quarters to create a protective barrier. Another idea is to develop spacecraft that can generate artificial magnetic fields to mimic Earth's protective bubble, though this technology is still in its infancy. Once on Mars, the radiation problem doesn't go away. Mars lacks a strong magnetic field and has a very thin atmosphere, meaning its surface is constantly bombarded with radiation from space. Any long-term habitats on Mars will need to be built with this in mind, perhaps underground or covered in thick layers of regolith, the Martian soil, to shield the occupants from radiation. Sustaining life, air, water, and food. Keeping astronauts alive on the journey to Mars is one thing. Ensuring they survive once they get there is another. Mars' environment is extremely hostile to human life. The planet's atmosphere is composed mostly of carbon dioxide, with only trace amounts of oxygen. The air pressure on Mars is also less than 1% of Earth's, meaning astronauts won't be able to step outside without wearing pressurized suits. One of the most critical challenges is providing astronauts with a steady supply of oxygen. While we can send oxygen with them from Earth, a long-term mission requires a more sustainable solution. One promising technology is called MOXIE, Mars Oxygen In Situ Resource Utilization Experiment, which is designed to produce oxygen from the carbon dioxide in Mars' atmosphere. MOXIE was successfully tested on NASA's Perseverance rover and could pave the way for larger systems capable of supporting human life. Water is another essential resource. While Mars has water ice at its poles and potentially in underground reservoirs, it's not as readily accessible as it is on Earth. Future missions will need to develop ways to extract, purify, and store water on Mars. Technologies that recycle water, such as those used on the International Space Station, will also play a crucial role. As for food, growing crops on Mars presents a significant challenge. The Martian soil is not ideal for farming, lacking the nutrients that plants need to thrive. However, researchers are working on ways to modify the soil and use hydroponic or aeroponic systems, which allow plants to grow without soil, using nutrient-rich water or air. These systems could provide a sustainable source of food for future Martian settlers. The challenges of transportation and landing. Getting to Mars is one thing, but landing on the planet presents a whole new set of challenges. Mars' thin atmosphere makes landing much more difficult than on Earth. While there's enough atmosphere to create friction and heat during descent, it's not thick enough to slow down a spacecraft effectively. Large parachutes, heat shields, and retro rockets will all need to work in perfect harmony to bring a human mission safely to the Martian surface. Current robotic missions, like the Curiosity and Perseverance rovers, have used sophisticated landing techniques, such as the sky crane system, to lower the rovers onto the surface. However, landing humans and the much larger equipment they will need is a far more complex task. Engineers are working on ways to safely land heavier payloads on Mars, which will be crucial for transporting habitats, vehicles, and supplies. Once on the surface, astronauts will need vehicles to explore the planet and transport equipment. These vehicles must be able to operate in Mars' harsh conditions, including its dust storms and extreme temperatures. They must also be powered by renewable energy, as the ability to bring large amounts of fuel from Earth will be limited. Building a home on Mars. The final piece of the puzzle is constructing habitats where humans can live and work on Mars. These habitats will need to protect astronauts from the planet's extreme cold, low pressure, and radiation. They will also need to be self-sustaining, recycling air, water, and waste to minimize the need for resupply missions from Earth. Several concepts for Martian habitats are being explored, ranging from inflatable structures that can be transported and deployed on the surface, to underground bases carved into Mars' natural landscape. 3D printing technology could also play a role, allowing habitats to be built using materials found on Mars itself, such as regolith. This would reduce the need to transport heavy building materials from Earth, making the mission more feasible and cost-effective. Ultimately, building a base on Mars isn't just about surviving, it's about thriving. The goal is to create an environment where astronauts can live for extended periods, conduct scientific research, and even begin the process of making Mars more habitable for future generations. This could involve everything from growing food to experimenting with new technologies for resource extraction and energy production. The road ahead. Reaching Mars is not just a question of overcoming one big obstacle. It's about solving countless smaller problems, each of which presents its own unique challenges. The technology we're developing today, whether it's advanced propulsion systems, life support innovations, or sustainable habitats, will lay the foundation for humanity's future on Mars. But the journey to Mars is not just a technical challenge. It's a testament to the human spirit of exploration, to our unrelenting desire to push beyond the boundaries of the known world and discover what lies beyond. With every new breakthrough, we move one step closer to making Mars the next home for humanity. Next, we'll look at the detailed planning process that goes into preparing for a mission to Mars. How do scientists and engineers prepare for such an epic journey, and what strategies are being developed to ensure its success. Chapter 4. The First Steps, Mission Planning and Preparation. Sending humans to Mars isn't just a grand vision. It's an intricate dance of logistics, timing, and precision that requires years, even decades, of planning. Every aspect of the mission, from the design of the spacecraft to the landing procedures, must be meticulously prepared and tested. The stakes are incredibly high and there's little room for error. For Mars, every detail matters. But beyond the technical challenges, there's something deeper driving the mission: the need to ensure that humanity's journey to Mars is not just a one-way trip, but a sustainable venture that could one day open the door to permanent human settlement. In this chapter, we explore how mission planners are tackling this massive undertaking, how they prepare for every contingency, and how the dream of Mars is being translated into concrete action. Launching windows and timing the journey. Mars isn't always within reach. In fact, it only comes close to Earth every 26 months, in an event known as a launch window. During these windows, the orbits of Earth and Mars align in such a way that the distance between the two planets is minimized, making it the ideal time to send spacecraft. Planning a mission to Mars begins with these windows because missing one means waiting another 2 years to try again. Mission planners carefully calculate the trajectory of the spacecraft, using the alignment of the planets to their advantage. This process, known as the Hohmann transfer orbit, allows a spacecraft to slingshot from Earth to Mars, using the least amount of fuel possible. It's a precise calculation where timing is everything, both in leaving Earth and arriving at Mars. A slight miscalculation could result in a spacecraft overshooting the planet or arriving at a time when landing conditions are unfavorable. The launch itself is another crucial moment. Rockets capable of carrying a crew and all their necessary supplies need to be powerful enough to break free from Earth's gravity, while also being able to transport equipment that will keep astronauts alive on the long journey. This requires rockets much larger than those used for previous missions to the Moon or Mars robots, which is why vehicles like NASA's Space Launch System, SLS, and SpaceX's Starship are being developed specifically with Mars in mind. The journey, surviving space. Once the spacecraft is launched and on its way, astronauts face one of the most challenging phases of the mission: the months-long journey through deep space. This voyage is not a simple road trip but a survival test in one of the most unforgiving environments imaginable. Spacecraft designed for this journey must be equipped with everything the crew needs for survival: air, water, food, power, and protection from space's many dangers. One of the greatest threats during the journey is radiation. Without Earth's atmosphere and magnetic field to protect them, astronauts will be exposed to cosmic rays and solar radiation for an extended period. The spacecraft will need to be shielded from this radiation, and mission planners are also exploring ways to use innovative materials or structures that can offer additional protection, perhaps even using water tanks or supplies as barriers. Life support systems are also a key part of the planning. Astronauts will need a steady supply of oxygen, and waste, whether solid, liquid, or gas, will need to be carefully managed. Every drop of water and every breath of air must be recycled and reused as efficiently as possible, because there's no resupply station in space. Technologies developed for the International Space Station (ISS), which recycles almost all of its water, are being adapted for Mars missions to ensure sustainability. Meanwhile, keeping the crew healthy, both physically and mentally, is another challenge. In the weightless environment of space, muscles and bones weaken, and astronauts need to exercise daily to combat these effects. The isolation and distance from Earth, with no immediate help in case of emergencies, adds a psychological strain. Planners are exploring ways to provide support and comfort for the astronauts, ensuring they stay mentally sharp for the challenges ahead. Landing on Mars, a complex task. Perhaps the most nerve-wracking moment of any Mars mission will be the landing. Getting a spacecraft safely onto the Martian surface has been one of the biggest challenges in space exploration, as evidenced by the mixed success rate of past robotic missions. Mars' thin atmosphere doesn't provide enough friction to slow a spacecraft down as it would on Earth, but there's just enough atmosphere to require heat shielding during descent. This creates a tricky balance for engineers to solve. For humans, landing on Mars will be even more challenging. The spacecraft will be heavier, requiring more sophisticated landing technology. In robotic missions, NASA has experimented with various systems: parachutes, heat shields, and even sky cranes, but these technologies will need to be scaled up significantly to accommodate human missions. One possible solution being developed is using inflatable heat shields that expand as the spacecraft enters the Martian atmosphere. These would increase drag, slowing the spacecraft down without the need for massive parachutes. At the same time, landing systems will need to ensure that the spacecraft can touch down in a safe area, free from boulders or steep slopes, that has been scouted by orbiters or earlier missions. But landing isn't just about touching down, it's about touching down in the right place. Where humans land on Mars will have a major impact on the mission's success. Planners are targeting locations near water ice deposits or areas with geological interest, places where the astronauts can conduct scientific experiments while also ensuring access to essential resources. Staying alive on Mars. Once on Mars, astronauts will face an entirely new set of challenges. The planet's thin atmosphere offers no protection from cosmic radiation, and temperatures can plummet to deadly lows. Mars' gravity is about 1/3 that of Earth's, which will affect how astronauts move, work, and adapt physically over time. And then there's the issue of air. There's none to breathe. To survive, astronauts will need habitats that protect them from the harsh conditions. These habitats must be capable of recycling air and water, generating power, and providing a stable environment for months, if not years. Early habitats may be pre-packaged and transported from Earth, designed to be inflated or assembled on Mars. Others may be built on-site, using materials found on Mars itself, like the planet's abundant dust and rock, through 3D printing or other construction methods. Power is another essential element. Solar panels are the most obvious choice, but Mars receives less sunlight than Earth, and its frequent dust storms can cover panels for weeks at a time. As a result, mission planners are also exploring nuclear power as a reliable backup, ensuring that astronauts have the energy they need, no matter what Mars throws their way. Communication with Earth is another hurdle. Given the vast distance, it can take up to 20 minutes for a signal to travel from Mars to Earth. This means real-time communication isn't possible, and astronauts will need to be highly autonomous, able to solve problems on their own without immediate guidance from mission control. Planning for contingencies. As with any complex mission, one of the most critical parts of the planning process is preparing for the unexpected. What happens if a spacecraft malfunctions en route? What if a key system breaks down while on Mars? How do astronauts deal with a medical emergency millions of kilometers away from Earth? Mission planners are designing the Mars mission with contingencies in mind. Redundancy is key. Every system will have backups, and astronauts will be trained to handle a wide range of scenarios. Moreover, technologies like 3D printing could allow astronauts to manufacture replacement parts on Mars, reducing their reliance on Earth for resupply. Another consideration is the possibility of aborting the mission. While everyone hopes this won't be necessary, it's essential to have a plan for returning to Earth safely, whether that means cutting the mission short or finding ways to extend it until help can arrive. The path forward. The journey to Mars will be humanity's most daring adventure yet, requiring unprecedented levels of preparation, technology, and cooperation. The planning phase is as critical as the mission itself, laying the groundwork for everything that will follow. Every decision made now will determine the success or failure of the mission, and every solution we develop will help build the future of human exploration. We are no longer just dreaming of Mars, we are actively preparing to make it a reality. As the plans come together and technology continues to advance, the path to Mars becomes clearer, with each step bringing us closer to this incredible leap for humankind. Chapter 5. Living on Mars, Habitats, Resources, and Sustainability. Living on Mars will require a combination of ingenuity, technology, and adaptability. The environment is unlike anything we've experienced, and building a self-sustaining presence there will push the boundaries of what we understand about life off Earth. On Mars, the air is too thin to breathe, the temperatures are too cold for human comfort, and the surface is bombarded by radiation. Yet, despite these challenges, the dream of making Mars a home for humanity is alive, and achievable. This chapter explores what life on Mars might look like, focusing on how astronauts will build, maintain, and live in habitats designed to protect them from the planet's harsh conditions. It will also examine how we plan to utilize the planet's resources to create a sustainable environment where humans can not only survive but thrive. Building a home in a hostile environment. One of the first and most critical challenges is creating habitats that can withstand Mars' extreme conditions. The thin atmosphere offers almost no protection from radiation or meteor strikes, and temperatures can drop to -60 degrees Celsius or lower at night. So, the question is, how do we build a home in such a place? The first step will likely involve prefabricated habitats sent from Earth. These structures will be lightweight, easy to assemble, and designed to be airtight, protecting astronauts from the unbreathable Martian atmosphere. However, these early habitats are just the beginning. For longer-term missions, sustainability is key, and that means using Mars' natural resources to reduce dependence on Earth. Scientists and engineers are exploring the possibility of building with Martian materials. The idea is to use what's already available, namely the planet's abundant soil known as regolith. 3D printing technology could play a crucial role in this effort. By combining Martian regolith with binders, future habitats might be printed layer by layer, creating thick, insulated walls that can protect against radiation and temperature swings. Mars' gravity, which is about 1/3 that of Earth, also impacts how habitats are designed. Structures won't need to support the same weight as they would on Earth, allowing for more innovative designs that could stretch the limits of what we imagine a home on Mars might look like. But habitats aren't just about protection. They must provide everything astronauts need to live. Inside these structures, life support systems will generate oxygen, recycle water, and manage waste. These systems are critical as they will enable astronauts to live semi-independently from Earth, reducing the need for constant resupply missions. Harnessing local resources, the key to sustainability. Perhaps the most exciting aspect of living on Mars is the potential to use the planet's resources to support human life. This concept, known as in situ resource utilization (ISRU), will be central to creating a sustainable presence on Mars. Without it, astronauts would be entirely dependent on supplies from Earth, making long-term missions impractical. Water is one of the most important resources, and there's evidence that Mars has a significant amount of it, though not in liquid form. Much of Mars' water is locked in ice, either at the poles or below the surface. Future missions will likely focus on locating and extracting this water. Once extracted, water can be used for drinking, growing food, and even split into hydrogen and oxygen, which could serve as rocket fuel and breathable air. Mars' atmosphere, while thin, is rich in carbon dioxide. Technologies like the MOXIE experiment, currently being tested on the Perseverance rover, have already shown that we can convert Martian CO2 into oxygen. Scaling up this technology would be essential for providing breathable air in habitats and supporting human life over the long term. The planet's abundant sunlight, despite being weaker than on Earth, can also be harnessed for energy. Solar panels are already being used by rovers and landers, and they will likely be a primary power source for Martian habitats. However, Mars' infamous dust storms, which can last for weeks, pose a challenge for solar energy. To address this, mission planners are exploring backup options such as nuclear power, which could provide a reliable energy source even during periods of low sunlight. Growing food on Mars, feeding the pioneers. No mission to Mars can succeed without a sustainable food supply. Shipping food from Earth isn't feasible in the long run, so astronauts will need to grow their own food on the red planet. The good news is that scientists are already experimenting with ways to grow crops in environments similar to Mars. Martian soil, while not naturally fertile, could be treated or supplemented with nutrients to support plant life. Experiments on Earth using simulated Martian soil have shown that plants like potatoes and certain grains can grow in this environment, although they need considerable help. Hydroponic farming, growing plants in nutrient-rich water rather than soil, may be a more effective method as it eliminates the need for soil altogether. This method also allows for more control over the growing conditions, which is important in the unpredictable Martian climate. The goal is to create a closed-loop system where food can be grown using recycled water and nutrients from waste products. This kind of self-sustaining ecosystem would be a game-changer for long-term missions, reducing reliance on Earth and allowing astronauts to stay on Mars for extended periods. Astronauts will also need to adapt to a diet based on what can be grown in such an environment. Fresh fruits and vegetables will be a luxury, and meals may consist mostly of grains, legumes, and other crops that are easy to grow in controlled conditions. While this may seem limiting, the psychological benefits of eating fresh, homegrown food on an otherwise barren planet cannot be overstated. The psychological and social challenges of isolation. Living on Mars isn't just a physical challenge, it's a psychological one. The isolation of being millions of kilometers from Earth, in an environment where one mistake could be fatal, will test the mental resilience of astronauts in ways we have never seen before. Communication with Earth will be delayed by up to 20 minutes each way, making real-time conversations impossible. This delay forces astronauts to solve problems independently, relying on their training and each other for support. Moreover, living in close quarters with the same small group of people for months or years can create tension. Mission planners are well aware of the social dynamics that could arise, and crew selection will be critical. The astronauts chosen for Mars will not only need to be highly skilled, but also adaptable, with strong communication skills and emotional resilience. To mitigate the psychological effects of isolation, astronauts will likely have access to virtual reality systems that allow them to escape to more familiar environments, even if just for a few minutes a day. They'll also maintain regular contact with family and mission control, albeit delayed, to stay connected with life back on Earth. Creating a sense of purpose and routine will also be essential. Astronauts will be constantly engaged in scientific experiments, maintenance of their habitat, and preparing for exploration missions on the surface. This sense of ongoing discovery and contribution to a greater goal could be one of the key motivators that helps them push through the inevitable difficulties of life on Mars. The first Martians, what life could look like. As we imagine what life on Mars will be like, we must consider that the first humans to live there will be pioneers in every sense of the word. Their experience will be entirely unlike anything we've known before. They will be astronauts, scientists, engineers, and settlers all at once, working not only to survive but also to lay the foundation for a future where humans might one day live on Mars permanently. Every aspect of life on Mars will require adaptation. From how they work to how they sleep, how they interact with each other, and how they cope with the reality of being on a different planet. But these pioneers will also be doing something incredible. They will be the first humans to create a home on another world. While life on Mars will be difficult, it will also be filled with moments of wonder. Imagine standing on the surface of Mars, watching a sunset through the thin, pink-tinged atmosphere, knowing you are farther from Earth than anyone has ever been. Imagine conducting groundbreaking research that could answer some of the most profound questions about life in the universe. These are the experiences that will make the hardships worth it. The road to self-sufficiency. The ultimate goal of living on Mars is not just to survive but to thrive. Over time, habitats will become more advanced, and the need for resupply from Earth will diminish as we master the art of using Mars resources. Eventually, the goal is to establish a self-sustaining colony, where humans can live, work, and even raise families. This vision is still a long way off, but every mission to Mars brings us closer. The first steps are about learning how to live in this alien environment, how to build, grow, and adapt. But with each success, we move closer to the day when Mars is not just a place we visit, but a place we call home. Next, we'll look at the psychological and physical impacts that living on Mars could have on astronauts. What does it take, mentally and physically, to thrive on a planet so far from Earth? Chapter 6. The psychological and physical impact on astronauts. Living and working on Mars will not just challenge the mind, it will push the human body and psyche to their limits in ways we've never fully experienced. While technology will play a crucial role in ensuring survival, the true heart of any Mars mission lies in the people sent to live there. These individuals will face months of isolation, an unfamiliar landscape, and the weight of representing all of humanity on a foreign planet. The psychological and physical toll of such an experience will be immense, and understanding and preparing for these impacts will be key to ensuring the mission's success. Mental strain of isolation. One of the most profound challenges astronauts will face on Mars is isolation. 4 months, they will live in confined spaces, cut off from Earth by millions of kilometers and time delays that make real-time communication impossible. Every problem they encounter will need to be solved by the crew, with limited immediate support from mission control. This level of isolation, with no chance of returning to Earth quickly, creates a unique psychological environment. Astronauts on the International Space Station (ISS) experience isolation, but their situation is not comparable to what the first crew on Mars will face. The ISS orbits Earth in low Earth orbit, and astronauts there can see their home planet, communicate in real time with mission control, and return to Earth within hours if necessary. On Mars, however, there will be no such comfort. The sheer distance from Earth will make home feel like a distant memory, with only delayed video messages and transmissions to remind the crew of the world they left behind. The psychological strain of isolation can manifest in many ways: loneliness, depression, anxiety, and even tension among crew members. Each individual will need to cope with the mental challenge of living so far from everything they know, without the possibility of escape. To prepare, astronauts undergo rigorous psychological training to help them manage stress, develop coping mechanisms, and learn how to communicate effectively in tight-knit groups. Coping with confinement and monotony. In addition to isolation, there is the challenge of confinement. Mars will not offer the expansive living spaces we enjoy on Earth. The crew will spend the majority of their time in small, pressurized habitats, working in limited spaces with the same people day after day. While the landscape of Mars itself is vast and awe-inspiring, astronauts will only occasionally venture outside for brief, carefully controlled exploration missions. Confinement has been shown to affect mood, productivity, and interpersonal relationships. Astronauts will be trained to deal with the monotony of a routine that will likely be predictable. Sleep, eat, work, repeat. Unlike Earth, where the environment constantly changes and we have the freedom to move around and experience novelty, life on Mars will be far more static. Days will blend together, and maintaining mental stimulation will be critical to avoiding burnout or boredom. To combat these challenges, mission planners are developing ways to break the monotony. One approach involves creating a structured daily schedule that balances work, exercise, social interaction, and downtime. Virtual reality (VR) might play an important role in this process, allowing astronauts to escape into simulated environments that offer mental breaks from their confined reality. Whether it's exploring Earth landscapes, playing games, or even virtually socializing with friends and family back home, VR could be a powerful tool in maintaining mental health on Mars. Interpersonal dynamics. Living in such close quarters, interpersonal relationships will be tested. The team dynamic is essential to the success of any space mission. On Mars, conflicts or breakdowns in communication could have disastrous consequences. Unlike on Earth, there will be no immediate outside intervention to resolve disagreements or tensions. The crew must learn to handle these situations on their own, relying on trust, empathy, and conflict resolution skills. Astronaut selection is therefore critical. Crews will be chosen not only for their technical expertise but for their ability to function in high-stress environments over long periods. Emotional intelligence, resilience, and the capacity to work well in a team are just as important as scientific or engineering skills. Before departing, astronauts undergo extensive psychological testing and team-building exercises to ensure they can function harmoniously under pressure. It's not just about getting along, though, it's about forming a bond strong enough to endure the highs and lows of life on another planet. Shared experiences, a sense of collective purpose, and regular communication will be key to maintaining a positive crew dynamic. Astronauts will also need to stay aware of their own emotional and mental states, recognizing when they need to take a break, ask for help, or provide support to others. The physical toll of Mars' environment. Mars presents a unique set of physical challenges. The planet's gravity is only about 1/3 of Earth's, which will have profound effects on the human body. Over time, exposure to low gravity can lead to muscle atrophy and bone density loss, as the body no longer has to work as hard to support its own weight. This effect has been observed in astronauts on the ISS, where regular exercise is required to mitigate these effects in microgravity. On Mars, while gravity is stronger than on the ISS, it is still much weaker than Earth's. This means that astronauts will need to engage in daily exercise routines designed to maintain muscle mass and bone strength. Equipment like resistance machines and treadmills will be vital, helping the crew keep their bodies in shape despite the reduced gravitational load. The Martian environment also poses other physical risks. The atmosphere is not breathable, so every excursion outside the habitat will require a pressurized suit and an oxygen supply. These spacesuits will need to be flexible enough for astronauts to perform tasks while offering protection from Mars' cold temperatures and radiation. Over time, prolonged use of these suits, combined with the daily routine of living in a pressurized environment, could lead to fatigue and stress on the body. Radiation is another major concern. Without Earth's protective magnetic field, astronauts on Mars will be exposed to much higher levels of cosmic radiation. This exposure increases the risk of cancer and other health issues. Mission planners are exploring ways to mitigate this risk, including building habitats underground or using the Martian soil, regolith, as a shield. Even so, radiation will remain a long-term challenge for human health on Mars. Adaptation and resilience. Despite these challenges, the human body and mind are remarkably adaptable. Throughout history, people have thrived in some of Earth's most extreme environments, from polar regions to the depths of the ocean. On Mars, astronauts will rely on this same adaptability. Over time, their bodies will adjust to the lower gravity, and they will develop routines and coping mechanisms to deal with the psychological stress of isolation and confinement. Astronauts are chosen for their resilience, their ability to remain focused and positive even in the face of adversity. But they will not face these challenges alone. NASA and other space agencies will provide them with ongoing support, including regular psychological check-ins, communication with loved ones, and tools to manage stress and mental health. As the mission progresses, new technologies and strategies will be developed to make life on Mars more comfortable and sustainable. What's more, the sheer magnitude of the mission, the knowledge that they are part of one of the greatest human endeavors in history, will provide astronauts with a sense of purpose that can help them overcome even the most difficult moments. They are not just surviving on Mars, they are paving the way for future generations of explorers. A new type of human experience. Life on Mars will redefine what it means to be human. Astronauts will live in an environment where the familiar rules of Earth no longer apply. Time, distance, and even gravity will have different meanings. But in adapting to these new realities, astronauts will gain a deeper understanding of both Mars and themselves. Their experience will teach us more than just how to survive in space. It will reveal what we are truly capable of as a species. The challenges of isolation, confinement, and physical hardship will push human limits, but they will also expand them. In the process, the first Martians will lay the foundation for a future where humans not only explore distant worlds but learn to live on them. Next, we'll explore the possibility of terraforming Mars. Is it science fiction, or could humanity one day transform the planet into a more Earth-like environment? Chapter 7: Terraforming Mars. Science fiction or future reality? As we think about living on Mars, one idea consistently sparks the imagination: the possibility of transforming the red planet into something more like Earth. Could we, in time, create an environment on Mars where humans can walk outside without spacesuits, where plants grow freely, and where lakes and rivers flow under blue skies? This concept, known as terraforming, is a bold vision that has captivated scientists, science fiction writers, and dreamers alike. Yet, as exciting as the idea of terraforming is, it remains a monumental challenge, one that sits at the crossroads of science, engineering, and philosophy. Transforming an entire planet requires not only technological innovation but a deep understanding of the complex environmental systems that make a planet habitable. While some see terraforming as the ultimate goal of human expansion into space, others argue that the sheer scale and uncertainty make it closer to fiction than reality. Let's explore the concept of terraforming Mars and consider the possibilities, challenges, and ethical questions that surround it. The vision of a transformed Mars. Terraforming Mars at its core is about creating a self-sustaining Earth-like environment on a planet that currently cannot support human life. The most critical challenge is Mars' thin atmosphere. With atmospheric pressure less than 1% of Earth's, and composed primarily of carbon dioxide, Mars is inhospitable to humans and most known life forms. If we could thicken the atmosphere, increase its temperature, and introduce oxygen, Mars might become more suitable for human habitation. The process would begin by warming the planet. Mars is much colder than Earth, with average surface temperatures around -60 degrees Celsius. Warming the planet would allow for liquid water to exist on the surface, a key requirement for sustaining life. Scientists have proposed several ways to accomplish this, from releasing greenhouse gases to trapping more heat, to installing giant mirrors in orbit that reflect sunlight down to the planet's surface. These methods, while theoretically possible, would require significant technological advances and large-scale engineering efforts. Once the temperature rises and ice starts to melt, we could begin the next phase, creating a breathable atmosphere. This would involve increasing the oxygen levels, either through the use of photosynthetic organisms or advanced chemical processes. Oxygen is a byproduct of plants and microorganisms, and some scientists envision using specially designed plants or microbes to slowly convert carbon dioxide into oxygen. However, this process could take centuries, if not millennia, to create an atmosphere thick enough for humans to breathe without assistance. Ultimately, the goal would be to establish a balance where the planet's atmosphere and ecosystems can maintain themselves, much like Earth's. The dream is not just to survive on Mars but to thrive, to build cities, grow forests, and perhaps even establish a new Earth-like environment where future generations can live, work, and grow. The science and the challenges. While the vision of a terraformed Mars is compelling, the science behind it reveals significant hurdles. Mars is a planet that has fundamentally different conditions from Earth, and these differences pose serious challenges to any large-scale transformation efforts. One of the biggest challenges is Mars' lack of a magnetic field. On Earth, the magnetic field protects us from harmful cosmic radiation and solar winds. Mars, however, lost its magnetic field billions of years ago, which is one of the reasons its atmosphere is so thin today. Solar winds have slowly stripped it away. Without this natural shield, any atmosphere we create on Mars could be vulnerable to the same process. This raises the question: even if we managed to thicken Mars' atmosphere, could it be sustained over time? Another challenge is the amount of energy and resources needed. Warming the planet, thickening the atmosphere, and introducing oxygen would require a massive, continuous input of energy. Some proposals suggest using nuclear fusion or solar power to generate the energy needed for these processes, but these technologies are still in their infancy. Moreover, the scale of the operation, covering an entire planet, means that the task would take centuries if not longer. Water is another critical component. While there is water ice on Mars, it's locked in polar ice caps and possibly underground. Melting this ice and creating a stable water cycle would be essential for terraforming, but it's unclear how much accessible water Mars really has, or how difficult it would be to manage once released. Water is crucial not just for life but for regulating the climate. Without enough of it, creating Earth-like conditions would be impossible. Then there's the question of sustaining plant life. Mars soil is rich in toxic chemicals called perchlorates, which would need to be neutralized before any Earth plants could grow. In addition, the planet's low gravity could affect how plants grow and thrive. Even if we managed to modify the atmosphere, we would need to address these challenges to make Mars truly habitable for Earth's ecosystems. Is terraforming ethical? The idea of transforming an entire planet raises profound ethical questions. Mars is a world unto itself, with its own history and potentially its own forms of life, albeit microbial or hidden in its subsurface. Terraforming would irreversibly alter this planet, potentially destroying any native ecosystems that exist. One key ethical question is, do we have the right to alter another planet? Some argue that as humans venture into space, we should act as stewards, not conquerors, preserving Mars in its natural state for future generations to study and explore. Others counter that if Mars is lifeless, transforming it into a habitable environment could be the ultimate act of creating life. After all, we would be taking a dead or dormant world and bringing it to life in a way that benefits humanity and the broader ecosystem. Another consideration is the potential for unintended consequences. On Earth, we've seen how human activities can disrupt natural systems, leading to environmental degradation and climate change. If we attempt to terraform Mars, we risk creating a situation we cannot fully control. The complexity of planetary ecosystems means that small changes can lead to unpredictable outcomes, which could make Mars less hospitable than it is now, or worse, lead to catastrophic failure. The idea of Mars as a second home for humanity also raises questions about equity and access. Who would have the right to live on a terraformed Mars? Would it be limited to a select few, those with the resources to afford it? Could the drive to terraform Mars distract from efforts to address the environmental challenges we face on Earth? These are questions that we will need to grapple with as we move forward with space exploration, a far future dream. At present, terraforming remains firmly in the realm of the future, a goal that even in the most optimistic scenarios would take centuries to achieve. The idea is inspiring and pushes us to think about humanity's role in the universe, but it's also a reminder of how much we still have to learn about the planets around us and the complex systems that make life possible. For now, our focus is on learning how to live on Mars as it is, adapting to the planet's current conditions rather than reshaping them. But even as we work on these practical, near-term goals, the dream of terraforming Mars continues to inspire scientists, engineers, and thinkers to push the boundaries of what's possible. Terraforming Mars may one day represent the pinnacle of human ingenuity, a symbol of our ability to create, explore, and adapt. Or it may serve as a cautionary tale about the limits of our ambition and the unforeseen consequences of large-scale planetary engineering. Either way, the idea of turning Mars into a living, breathing world reminds us of the extraordinary possibilities that await humanity in the vastness of space. Next, we'll explore how Mars could serve as a stepping stone for the broader colonization of space. What lessons could we learn from establishing a foothold on Mars, and how might they shape our future beyond the Red Planet? Chapter 8: Mars and the Future of Space Colonization. The idea of Mars as humanity's next home is more than a vision for our immediate future. It represents the first step towards something even larger, the colonization of space. Mars is not just a destination, it's a testing ground for what may come next. The knowledge we gain from living and working on the Red Planet could be the foundation for human expansion beyond our solar system. But what makes Mars so essential in this grand narrative? And how can we use it as a stepping stone for deeper exploration? Mars, the gateway to the stars. Mars presents an opportunity like no other. Its proximity to Earth and its relatively familiar environment make it a logical first step for human colonization. While incredibly hostile compared to Earth, Mars is far more accessible than other worlds in our solar system. Establishing a human presence on Mars could teach us how to live on planets with harsh climates, different atmospheres, and challenging conditions. Mars allows us to practice living off Earth in a way that the Moon cannot. While the Moon is closer, its lack of atmosphere and extreme temperature fluctuations make it less of a candidate for long-term human settlement. Mars, with its atmosphere, however thin, seasons, and evidence of water, gives us a better shot at creating a self-sustaining colony. If we can thrive on Mars, we can apply that knowledge to even more extreme environments elsewhere in the solar system or beyond. The technological advancements developed for Mars, habitat construction, resource extraction, sustainable life support systems, are not just useful for this planet alone. They are prototypes for how humanity could live on the moons of Jupiter or Saturn, or perhaps on planets orbiting other stars. Mars is the proving ground for humanity's future as an interplanetary species. Lessons from Mars: sustainability and self-sufficiency. One of the biggest challenges for space colonization is the need for sustainability. On Earth, we have easy access to air, water, and food, but none of these will be freely available on Mars. Colonizing Mars will require us to learn how to live in an environment that doesn't naturally support human life. The goal is not just to survive but to create a thriving, self-sufficient colony that can exist without constant resupply from Earth. This is where Mars becomes the ultimate test for sustainability. From producing oxygen and water to growing food in Martian soil or hydroponic systems, everything will need to be managed carefully. Over time, the colony would need to generate its own power, maintain its infrastructure, and provide for the needs of its inhabitants without relying on Earth. The lessons learned from this experience could be applied to future colonies on even more distant worlds. Living sustainably on Mars will force us to rethink how we use resources. Recycling will be essential, not just for water and air but for materials used in construction and everyday life. This closed-loop system, where everything is reused and nothing is wasted, could have enormous implications for how we approach resource management back on Earth as well. In a sense, Mars might teach us how to be better stewards of our own planet by pushing us to invent more sustainable practices. The psychological leap, expanding human horizons. Moving to Mars will change not only how we live but also how we think about our place in the universe. For centuries, humanity has been bound to Earth, with the idea of living on another world existing only in the realm of science fiction. Colonizing Mars would represent a profound shift in human consciousness. No longer would we be limited to one planet. Mars would mark the beginning of a future where humans are truly a spacefaring species, capable of living in multiple places across the galaxy. The psychological leap that comes with colonizing Mars cannot be underestimated. Living on another planet will reshape how we view ourselves and our relationship with the universe. It will inspire new cultural, social, and philosophical perspectives. What does it mean to be human when we are no longer tied to a single world? How will life on Mars influence art, literature, and our understanding of society? These questions will become central to the human experience as we expand our reach into the cosmos. Moreover, the experience of colonizing Mars could pave the way for new forms of governance and social structures. How will we organize ourselves on a new planet? Will Martian colonies be extensions of Earth governments, or will they develop their own systems of self-rule? These challenges are more than technical. They are deeply human questions about identity, belonging, and the future of civilization. Mars as a blueprint for future colonies. If we succeed in establishing a human presence on Mars, it will provide a blueprint for future colonies in even more distant and challenging environments. The moons of Jupiter and Saturn, such as Europa and Titan, are intriguing candidates for future exploration. Europa's subsurface ocean and Titan's dense atmosphere make them prime targets for potential colonization, but they pose even greater challenges than Mars. The techniques developed on Mars, using local resources, creating livable habitats, and maintaining a self-sufficient environment, will be essential as we look to these outer moons. While living on Titan or Europa may seem like science fiction today, the same could have been said about Mars just a few decades ago. As we push the boundaries of what's possible, each new step becomes a platform for the next. Beyond our solar system, Mars could serve as a stepping stone for interstellar exploration. The idea of sending humans to planets orbiting distant stars may seem like a far future dream, but Mars could be the first step in developing the technologies and skills needed to make it a reality. Colonizing Mars is not just about expanding within our solar system. It's about setting the stage for humanity's broader journey into the cosmos. The moral and philosophical questions of colonization. As we consider colonizing Mars and beyond, there are deeper moral and philosophical questions that must be addressed. What is our responsibility to the places we colonize? Should we treat Mars and other planets as blank slates, free to be reshaped and inhabited as we see fit, or should we approach them with a sense of stewardship, preserving their natural environments? These questions will become increasingly important as we expand our reach into space. There is also the question of who gets to go. Space colonization will likely begin with a select few, chosen for their skills, health, and ability to withstand the rigors of living in extreme environments. But as colonization expands, issues of equity and access will come to the forefront. How do we ensure that the benefits of space colonization are shared by all of humanity, rather than just a privileged few? These ethical questions, though challenging, are essential to the future of space exploration. As we venture into new worlds, we must think not only about how to survive but about how to build societies that reflect our highest ideals. The path forward. Mars as the next frontier. Mars is not just a distant goal, it's the next frontier in humanity's quest to expand beyond Earth. The challenges are immense, but the potential rewards are even greater. As we move closer to sending humans to Mars, we are laying the groundwork for a future where humans can live on multiple planets, each colony a new chapter in the story of human exploration. The journey to Mars is a journey of discovery, not just about the red planet but about ourselves. It will test our ability to adapt, innovate, and cooperate on a global scale. And as we learn how to live on Mars, we will open the door to a future where the stars are no longer out of reach, but part of the human experience. Chapter 9. International Cooperation in the Mars Mission. Reaching Mars is not something any one country or organization can achieve alone. The scale of the mission, the resources required, and the risks involved make it clear that international cooperation will be essential. The journey to Mars represents one of the most ambitious endeavors in human history, and it will demand contributions from across the globe. Collaboration between space agencies, governments, private companies, and research institutions will shape the mission's success, as well as its impact on the future of space exploration. As humanity looks to Mars, the challenges and opportunities will bring nations together in ways that extend beyond technological expertise. The mission will require shared vision, pooled resources, and coordinated efforts, uniting countries with different goals, capabilities, and cultures under a common banner. This chapter explores how international cooperation is shaping the Mars mission, what it means for the future of space exploration, and the challenges that come with such a massive collaborative effort. The global nature of space exploration. From the earliest days of space travel, international cooperation has played a crucial role in advancing human knowledge. The International Space Station, ISS, stands as the most visible symbol of what nations can achieve when they work together in space. For over 2 decades, the ISS has been a model of international collaboration, with astronauts from the United States, Russia, Japan, Canada, and the European Space Agency living and working side by side. They have conducted research, tested new technologies, and learned how to live in space for extended periods, all invaluable lessons for a future mission to Mars. Mars, however, is a far greater challenge than the ISS. The sheer distance from Earth means that it will take not just a few nations but a global effort to get there. No single country has all the resources, technology, or funding to make it happen alone. And while some nations like the United States, Russia, and China have space programs capable of sending probes and rovers to Mars, putting humans on the red planet requires far more collaboration. Different countries bring different strengths to the table. NASA has been at the forefront of robotic Mars exploration, while Russia has decades of experience in long-duration space missions. The European Space Agency, ESA, contributes sophisticated scientific instruments, while Japan's Space Agency, JAXA, offers expertise in robotics and planetary exploration. China's rapidly advancing space program has already successfully landed a rover on Mars, and India's Space Agency, ISRO, has made significant strides with its Mars orbiter mission. Together, these nations and others can pool their knowledge and capabilities to tackle the immense task of reaching and sustaining life on Mars. The role of private companies. While governments have traditionally led space exploration efforts, private companies are increasingly playing a pivotal role in the journey to Mars. Companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Boeing are developing the rockets and spacecraft that could one day carry humans to the red planet. SpaceX, in particular, has captured global attention with its ambitious plans to colonize Mars. Elon Musk's vision of a multi-planetary future, driven by the development of the Starship spacecraft, has sparked a new wave of interest in space travel. Private companies bring several key advantages to the Mars mission. They often operate with more flexibility and speed than government agencies, and they have the ability to attract private investment, reducing the financial burden on taxpayers. SpaceX's reusable rocket technology, for example, has dramatically lowered the cost of launching spacecraft, making Mars missions more financially feasible. Meanwhile, companies like Blue Origin are focusing on creating sustainable lunar infrastructure that could serve as a stepping stone for deeper space exploration. The relationship between public agencies and private companies is evolving into a powerful partnership. NASA, for instance, has partnered with SpaceX to transport astronauts to the ISS, and these kinds of partnerships are expected to continue as the Mars mission develops. Governments can provide regulatory support, scientific expertise, and funding, while private companies can innovate, build, and deploy new technologies quickly and efficiently. This collaboration between public and private sectors marks a significant shift in the space industry. As we move toward Mars, it's clear that the future of space exploration will involve a blend of governmental oversight and private sector creativity. Challenges of global collaboration. While international cooperation is essential, it is not without its challenges. Space exploration has always been a field marked by national pride, geopolitical competition, and strategic interests. The Cold War space race between the United States and the Soviet Union, for example, was driven as much by political rivalry as by scientific curiosity. Even today, nations see space as an extension of their strategic influence, with countries like China and India investing heavily in their space programs to assert their technological leadership. When it comes to a mission as complex and costly as sending humans to Mars, these competitive instincts must be balanced with the need for collaboration. The question of who will lead the mission, who will provide the funding, and how the benefits of Mars exploration will be shared are all critical issues. Nations may have different priorities and timelines, which could complicate the coordination of resources and efforts. For example, while NASA aims to send humans to Mars in the 2030s, other countries may have different goals or may not yet have the technology to participate fully. Balancing these timelines and expectations will require strong international agreements and a shared commitment to the mission's success. The sharing of technological advances and scientific discoveries is another potential point of contention. The technology needed to reach Mars, such as propulsion systems, life support, and habitat construction, represents valuable intellectual property. Some countries may be reluctant to share these innovations, while others might see space exploration as a national security issue, particularly when military technologies overlap with space technologies. Despite these challenges, the history of space exploration shows that cooperation is possible, even in difficult political climates. The ISS, for instance, was developed and maintained through collaboration between countries that have not always had the easiest diplomatic relationships, such as the United States and Russia. If the Mars mission is to succeed, it will require similar agreements, built on trust, transparency, and a shared vision of exploration. The spirit of global unity. Despite the complexities of international collaboration, the mission to Mars represents a unique opportunity to unite humanity around a common goal. The Red Planet doesn't belong to any one nation, it's a frontier for all of humanity. As we set our sights on Mars, we are reminded that space exploration is, at its core, a human endeavor, one that transcends borders, ideologies, and cultures. There is something deeply powerful about the idea of people from different countries working together to push the boundaries of what's possible. The mission to Mars can serve as a reminder that we are all part of the same species, living on the same fragile planet. The challenges of space, whether it's finding new resources, understanding the universe, or protecting Earth from cosmic threats, are challenges we all share. The global cooperation required for Mars could also set the tone for future space exploration, teaching us how to work together in ways that benefit all of humanity. As we move toward an era where humans live and work on other planets, these collaborations will become even more important, not just for scientific progress but for maintaining peace and cooperation in an increasingly interconnected world. A shared journey to the Red Planet. In the end, the journey to Mars will not be about one country planting its flag on the Red Planet, it will be about all of us taking the next giant leap together. The mission will require contributions from every corner of the globe, from engineers and scientists to policymakers and visionaries. Each step will bring us closer to understanding not just Mars but our place in the universe. As we look forward to the day when humans set foot on Mars, it's clear that this mission will represent the best of what humanity can achieve when we work together. It will show that when we come together to face the unknown, we are capable of extraordinary things. And perhaps as we set our sights on the stars, we will learn to appreciate the fragile, beautiful planet we all share. Chapter 10: The Ethical Dilemmas of Mars Exploration. As humanity prepares to embark on one of its greatest adventures, sending people to Mars, we must confront not only the technical and logistical challenges but also the profound ethical questions that come with exploring and potentially colonizing another world. Mars, a planet untouched by human hands, presents both an opportunity and a responsibility. Our actions there will not only shape the future of space exploration but also reflect how we value life, environments, and our role in the universe. The mission to Mars offers the chance to expand human knowledge and create a new chapter in our history, but it also comes with moral complexities that we cannot ignore. How we approach the exploration of Mars will set a precedent for the exploration of other planets and moons in the future. This chapter explores the key ethical dilemmas that we must address as we step onto the red planet for the first time. The question of life, protecting potential Martian ecosystems. One of the most significant ethical questions surrounding Mars exploration is the possibility of life on the planet. While no definitive evidence has been found, Mars has conditions that suggest it could have once supported life, and might still, in the form of microbes hidden beneath its surface. If life does exist, even in the simplest form, we must consider our responsibility to protect it. The discovery of life on Mars would be one of the most profound scientific achievements in history, reshaping our understanding of biology, evolution, and the uniqueness of Earth. However, it also raises difficult ethical questions. Should we alter or potentially harm an ecosystem, no matter how primitive, just to satisfy our own curiosity or needs? If Martian life exists, it may be fragile and vulnerable to contamination from Earth organisms, which could disrupt its natural development or even drive it to extinction. Planetary protection protocols, developed by agencies like NASA, aim to prevent the contamination of other planets with Earth-based life. These protocols are designed to ensure that any spacecraft or human missions are sterilized to the highest standards. But as we plan to send humans to Mars, the risk of contamination increases. Unlike robotic missions, human presence introduces a much greater chance of accidentally introducing Earth microbes to the Martian environment. On the other hand, if no life is found on Mars, should we still protect its environment? Some argue that a lifeless Mars is fair game for human colonization, while others believe that even a barren planet deserves careful stewardship. Mars, in its natural state, is a geological time capsule, holding clues to the history of our solar system. Altering it could erase valuable scientific information, preventing future generations from studying Mars as it is today. Terraforming and the right to alter a planet. The idea of terraforming Mars, modifying its environment to make it more Earth-like, is a bold vision that has captivated scientists and space enthusiasts alike. But it raises deep ethical concerns. Do humans have the right to change an entire planet to suit our needs, even if it is currently uninhabited? What are the long-term consequences of such actions, both for Mars and for our own understanding of our place in the cosmos? Terraforming would require large-scale interventions, such as releasing greenhouse gases to warm the planet, melting polar ice to create liquid water, and introducing oxygen-producing organisms. These changes could potentially make Mars habitable for humans, but they would also permanently alter the planet's natural state. Supporters of terraforming argue that transforming Mars could be humanity's next great achievement, offering a solution to overpopulation or environmental challenges on Earth. They see it as a step toward becoming a multiplanetary species, ensuring our survival in the event of a catastrophe on Earth. Mars, they argue, is a barren world and giving it life would be a positive act. However, critics point out that the ethical implications of such an undertaking are enormous. Altering a planet's climate and surface could have unpredictable consequences, and there is no guarantee that we could control the outcome. Furthermore, by reshaping Mars, we might lose the opportunity to study it in its natural form, depriving future scientists of valuable knowledge about its history and evolution. Terraforming also forces us to confront our relationship with nature. On Earth, humanity has already transformed much of the planet, often with devastating environmental consequences. Should we carry these same patterns of exploitation and transformation into space, or should we take a more restrained, respectful approach? These are questions that go beyond science and technology, touching on philosophy, ethics, and the very definition of progress. Who owns Mars? The politics of space. Another fundamental ethical dilemma is the question of ownership. As humans venture beyond Earth, we must decide who has the right to claim, govern, and benefit from the resources of other planets. Mars, like the Moon, is governed by international agreements such as the Outer Space Treaty, which was signed in 1967. The treaty states that outer space, including Mars, is the province of all mankind and cannot be claimed by any single nation. However, as we move closer to actual human settlement on Mars, the legal framework surrounding space exploration becomes more complex. Who will control the colonies on Mars? Will they be governed by Earth-based nations or international organizations? How will we ensure that Mars resources are shared fairly, rather than exploited by a few wealthy nations or corporations? Conclusion: the new era of space exploration. The mission to Mars represents more than just a bold scientific endeavor. It's the next step in humanity's ongoing quest to explore, to learn, and to push beyond the boundaries of what we thought possible. As we stand at the edge of this new frontier, Mars invites us to imagine a future where humans live on multiple worlds, where our reach extends beyond the confines of Earth, and where space becomes a natural part of human existence. Mars is the most immediate and attainable goal, but it's also a gateway to the future. The knowledge and experience we gain from setting foot on the red planet will set the stage for even greater journeys. We are preparing not just to visit another planet, but to make a home there, to build a life on Mars that goes beyond the brief footprints left by astronauts and extends to the possibility of a permanent human presence. The significance of Mars for humanity. Exploring Mars is not just about curiosity or scientific discovery, though those are important elements. It's about survival, growth, and the expansion of human potential. Earth has been our home for millennia, but as our planet faces increasing environmental challenges, overpopulation, and limited resources, Mars offers us an opportunity to think about the future of humanity in a new way. The mission to Mars is a symbol of our capacity to adapt, innovate, and thrive in even the most hostile environments. It reflects our deep desire to learn more about our place in the universe and to find out if life exists, or has ever existed, beyond our planet. The search for signs of life on Mars touches on some of the most profound questions about who we are and where we come from. Are we alone in the cosmos, or is life a fundamental part of the universe? But Mars also represents something deeper: hope. It's a chance to start fresh, to build a new world where we can apply the lessons we've learned from Earth. The challenges we face today, environmental destruction, social inequality, political divisions, remind us that Earth is fragile. Mars gives us a chance to think about how we might build a better society, one based on cooperation, sustainability, and shared responsibility. The lessons we learn from living on Mars could very well help us solve some of the problems we face here on Earth. A collective human endeavor. The journey to Mars is not one that any single person, company, or nation can take alone. It requires the efforts of scientists, engineers, astronauts, policymakers, and dreamers from around the world. It is a collective human endeavor, a project that belongs to all of us, regardless of nationality, culture, or background. Mars can be a unifying force, bringing together nations and communities in pursuit of a shared goal. The international cooperation required to make this mission a reality is an inspiring reminder of what we can achieve when we work together. This kind of collaboration extends beyond technical expertise. It touches on the very essence of what it means to be human, to explore, to challenge the unknown, and to do it with others. Looking ahead, the success of the Mars mission could set the tone for future space exploration. The partnerships we form today between governments, private companies, and international organizations will lay the groundwork for how we approach space as a shared resource in the future. Mars is a chance for us to prove that space doesn't have to be a battleground of competing interests, but a domain where we can work together for the betterment of all. A new chapter in human history. In the grand sweep of human history, the decision to send humans to Mars will be remembered as a defining moment. It will mark the point at which we became a truly spacefaring species. no longer confined to one planet but capable of reaching out to others. Mars will be a chapter in the larger story of human exploration, one that began when early humans first walked across continents, crossed oceans and looked to the stars. We are driven by the same instinct that pushed those early explorers, a desire to understand the world, to see what lies beyond, and to find new opportunities. But now we are no longer limited to our own planet. Mars is the next step, but it won't be the last. The technological innovations and lessons we gain from Mars will open doors to deeper exploration, perhaps to the moons of Jupiter or Saturn, or even to planets beyond our solar system. The future is vast, and Mars is just the beginning. Mars, a vision of what's possible. As we stand on the brink of the Mars mission, we are reminded of how far we've come. From our first steps on the Moon to the development of international space stations, to the rovers that now traverse Mars' dusty surface. Each step has brought us closer to this moment, where humans will cross the greatest frontier we have ever known. Mars is not just a destination. It's a symbol of what's possible when we dare to dream big and work hard to make those dreams a reality. It represents our capacity for innovation, resilience, and wonder. And as we prepare to take that next giant leap, we carry with us not just the tools and technologies that will make it possible, but the hopes and aspirations of all humanity. Mars will change us, not just as individuals but as a species. It will expand our understanding of the universe and our place in it. And it will remind us that no matter how vast the challenges, we are capable of meeting them together. This is the dawn of a new era of space exploration, one that will take us farther than we have ever imagined. And it starts with Mars. Positive Psychology, Building a Life of Meaning. Written and published by Ciro Ermisai. Feel free to subscribe for more content. Now let's get into the book. Introduction. The Foundation of Positive Psychology. Welcome to Positive Psychology, Building a Life of Meaning. You're here because you're seeking more than just a fleeting sense of happiness. You want something deeper, a life filled with purpose, joy, and resilience. Positive psychology, a field rooted in science, is dedicated to understanding and fostering those very qualities that make life truly worth living. In our world, where the pace of life keeps accelerating, it's all too easy to lose sight of what really matters. Sometimes we chase achievements, success, or momentary pleasures, hoping they will lead to lasting happiness. But as research in positive psychology shows, true well-being doesn't come from external rewards alone. It springs from within us. It's about cultivating strengths, finding meaning in daily experiences, and nurturing authentic connections with others. This book is your guide to discovering the elements of well-being that science has identified as essential to a fulfilling life. As we journey through concepts like resilience, mindfulness, gratitude, and purpose, you'll encounter practical exercises, real-life stories, and evidence-based strategies to help you apply these ideas to your own life. Here's what to expect. You'll explore happiness as more than a pleasant emotion. Instead, we'll dive into the habits and mindsets that nurture a lasting sense of contentment. You'll learn how positive emotions expand your thinking, how to find flow in your passions, and how developing meaningful relationships enriches your life. Each chapter builds on the last, offering tools to apply at your own pace. With each section, you'll find small but powerful actions that will lead to meaningful shifts. Whether you're seeking a renewed sense of purpose, a way to handle life's inevitable ups and downs, or simply an understanding of what it means to thrive, positive psychology has something to offer. This is your opportunity to step into a more engaged, resilient, and fulfilling life. Let's get started on the path to a life rich with meaning, connection, and joy. Chapter 1. Defining Happiness, Beyond the Pursuit of Pleasure. When we talk about happiness, most of us picture joyful moments, laughter, or a sense of ease. But is that all there is to it? True happiness, as positive psychology reveals, goes far beyond momentary pleasure. It's a deep, sustainable well-being that we can cultivate, one that doesn't depend solely on circumstances but on our approach to life itself. In this chapter, we'll explore the essence of happiness, dissecting it from the fleeting, pleasure-seeking emotions that come and go. Understanding the two types of happiness. Positive psychology often distinguishes between two types of happiness: hedonic happiness and eudaimonic happiness. Hedonic happiness is the kind we experience when we indulge in something enjoyable. Whether that's a delicious meal, a fun day with friends, or buying a new item we've been wanting. These moments are delightful, but as you've probably noticed, they don't last long. The joy fades as soon as the novelty wears off. Then there's eudaimonic happiness, which goes beyond surface pleasure. It's the kind of happiness rooted in meaning and purpose, often linked with living in alignment with our values and contributing to something larger than ourselves. Research shows that people who prioritize eudaimonic pursuits, like personal growth, meaningful work, or supporting their communities, report higher life satisfaction and a more enduring sense of well-being. The happiness myths. Why more isn't always better. One of the most common misconceptions about happiness is that it's tied to more. More wealth, more success, more possessions. Society often bombards us with messages that happiness is waiting at the next milestone or at the end of the next shopping spree. But science tells us otherwise. Once our basic needs are met, increasing wealth or possessions has little impact on our long-term happiness. This phenomenon, known as the hedonic treadmill, reveals how we quickly adapt to new circumstances, always returning to a baseline level of happiness regardless of external gains. In fact, studies have shown that experiences, not material things, bring us closer to lasting happiness. When we invest in experiences, we gain memories, connection, and a sense of life enriched through new perspectives and stories. Reframing happiness. What really matters? If we shift our focus from seeking pleasure to cultivating meaning, happiness starts to look different. Researcher Martin Seligman, one of the founders of positive psychology, introduced the PERMA model as a framework for understanding well-being. PERMA stands for 1. Positive emotion, finding joy, gratitude, and kindness. 2. Engagement, being deeply absorbed in what we're doing, often referred to as flow. 3. Relationships, building authentic, supportive connections. 4. Meaning, serving something larger than ourselves. 5. Accomplishment, setting and achieving goals that matter. This approach encourages us to view happiness not as a destination but as a process, a way of living that honors all aspects of human experience. We learn to find joy not only in good times but also in personal growth, learning, and connection. Cultivating inner happiness, a practical guide. So how do we begin cultivating this deeper, more meaningful happiness? Here are some exercises you can try. 1. Identify your sources of eudaimonic happiness. Take a moment to reflect on the things that truly bring you satisfaction. Think about activities or goals that leave you feeling fulfilled rather than just entertained. It might be spending time with family, volunteering, or pursuing a personal passion. 2. Challenge the hedonic treadmill. Notice when you're tempted to buy something or pursue an achievement just for the thrill of it. Ask yourself, will this make me happy long-term, or am I looking for a quick boost? Try to shift some of your time and energy to activities that have lasting value. 3. Reflect on your core values. Happiness is often linked to living authentically. Write down your top 3 values, and think about how you can align your daily actions with them. If creativity, kindness, or growth are important to you, how can you incorporate them into your everyday life? 4. Practice gratitude. Simple but powerful, gratitude is one of the quickest ways to shift into a more positive state. Keep a gratitude journal where you jot down 3 things you're thankful for each day. This practice helps train your mind to focus on the positives, even during challenging times. Embracing the journey. Happiness, especially the kind that lasts, is not a constant high. It's a steady presence in the background, built over time through mindful choices, meaningful connections, and personal growth. By redefining happiness from the pursuit of momentary pleasures to the cultivation of deeper fulfillment, we lay the groundwork for a life that isn't just enjoyable but truly meaningful. Chapter 2. The Power of Positive Emotions. Imagine you're on a beautiful hillside, gazing out at a landscape bathed in sunlight. You feel a gentle warmth and a sense of peace wash over you. In that moment, something remarkable happens. Your mind feels open and free, worries shrink, and possibilities seem to expand before you. This is the magic of positive emotions. Positive emotions, which include joy, gratitude, hope, serenity, and love, are often seen as pleasant but fleeting experiences, quick moments that add spark to life's routine. Yet, research in positive psychology reveals a surprising truth. Positive emotions are far more than momentary pleasures. They play a vital role in our well-being, fueling resilience, inspiring growth, and even helping us to connect more deeply with others. In this chapter, we'll explore why positive emotions matter, how they work, and ways to cultivate them intentionally, broadening our minds and building our resources. In the late 1990s, psychologist Barbara Fredrickson developed the broaden and build theory to describe how positive emotions impact us. Unlike negative emotions, which tend to narrow our focus, think of how fear makes us hyper-alert to potential threats. Positive emotions broaden our perspective. They open us up to new ideas, encourage exploration, and help us see beyond immediate obstacles. When we experience joy, we're more creative and open-minded. When we feel hope, we're more willing to take risks. When we experience love, we're more connected and empathetic. This broadening effect doesn't just shape our immediate experience, it also builds enduring personal resources. Think of it like this. Each time we embrace a positive emotion, we lay a small building block in our foundation of resilience, self-awareness, and emotional intelligence. Over time, these resources accumulate. When challenges arise, we find that we're better equipped to handle them, not because we're forcing ourselves to stay positive, but because we've trained ourselves to approach life with a broadened, more resourceful mindset. The ripple effect of positive emotions. Positive emotions don't exist in isolation. One of the most remarkable findings in positive psychology is that our emotions influence those around us in powerful ways. When we smile, others often smile back. When we express gratitude, it's likely to inspire kindness in return. Research shows that emotions are contagious, rippling through social networks like stones cast in a pond. Imagine how transformative this can be. When you nurture positive emotions within yourself, you're also subtly encouraging positivity in others, creating a supportive, uplifting environment. This ripple effect is especially strong in close relationships. Families, friendships, and communities built on shared joy, appreciation, and mutual respect have a unique resilience. They are better equipped to weather tough times because positive emotions have strengthened the social bonds that hold them together. Practical ways to cultivate positive emotions. While positive emotions can arise spontaneously, we can also cultivate them intentionally. Here's how we can invite more positivity into our lives. 1. Savoring small moments. Savoring is the practice of lingering on a positive experience and fully immersing yourself in it. This could be as simple as taking an extra few minutes to enjoy your morning coffee, truly feeling its warmth, tasting its richness, and breathing in its aroma. Savoring transforms ordinary moments into sources of joy. By slowing down and appreciating these experiences, we train ourselves to recognize and enjoy the good around us. 2. Practicing mindful gratitude. Gratitude isn't just about listing things we're thankful for, it's about connecting emotionally with why we're grateful. When you take a moment to appreciate the people, experiences, or even small comforts in your life, focus on the feeling of gratitude itself. Notice how it brings a sense of warmth or peace. Mindful gratitude has a cumulative effect. The more often we practice it, the more naturally it surfaces in our thoughts, shifting our focus from what's missing to what's already here. 3. Cultivating hope through visualization. Hope is a powerful positive emotion, especially in uncertain times. Visualization can help cultivate it. Spend a few moments picturing a future that excites you. Not a perfect future, but one filled with purpose and possibility. Imagine the details, the sights, sounds, and feelings associated with your ideal outcome. This isn't about creating unrealistic expectations. It's about fostering a hopeful mindset that motivates you to take positive steps in the present. Building emotional resilience. Positive emotions aren't about ignoring life's hardships. They're about building resilience. When we cultivate positive emotions, we're essentially creating a toolkit that helps us handle life's inevitable difficulties with greater ease and flexibility. Imagine positive emotions as the support beams of a house. When the wind blows, the house may sway, but it doesn't collapse because it's built on a strong foundation. Resilience doesn't mean avoiding sadness, disappointment, or anger. In fact, resilience requires that we experience the full range of emotions and learn from them. However, positive emotions give us the emotional breathing room to step back and assess challenges from a place of strength and calm. We learn to see setbacks as temporary, failures as opportunities for growth, and obstacles as part of the journey. Positive emotions and physical health. The impact of positive emotions reaches beyond our mental state. It also affects our physical health. Studies show that people who regularly experience positive emotions have lower levels of inflammation, better cardiovascular health, and stronger immune systems. Joy, gratitude, and love don't just make us feel good. They actively support our body's ability to heal and protect itself. For example, research shows that laughter reduces stress hormones and boosts immunity. Even brief moments of joy can have physiological benefits. When we make positive emotions a habit, we contribute to our overall health in subtle but meaningful ways, reducing the risk of chronic diseases and promoting longevity. Embracing positivity without forcing it. It's important to note that cultivating positive emotions doesn't mean forcing yourself to think positive all the time. Life is complex and every emotion has its place. Acknowledging sadness, anger, or disappointment is essential for emotional health. What positive psychology teaches us, however, is that by intentionally cultivating positive emotions, we can create a buffer, a way to navigate difficult times with a bit more grace and resilience. Chapter 3: Building Resilience, Bouncing Back from Life's Challenges. Life is unpredictable, filled with moments of joy as well as unexpected setbacks. No matter how much we plan, prepare, or strive, challenges find their way into our lives, often when we least expect them. What makes the difference isn't the absence of hardship but how we respond to it. Resilience, the ability to bounce back, adapt, and grow stronger after setbacks, is one of the most valuable qualities we can develop. This chapter explores the science and art of resilience, revealing how we can build this essential skill to thrive, not despite but often because of life's challenges. Understanding the nature of resilience. Resilience is frequently misunderstood as toughness, as if resilience means showing no pain or vulnerability. However, resilience is not about being impervious to difficulties. It's about finding a way to move through them with strength and self-compassion. In fact, research in positive psychology reveals that resilient people aren't necessarily born with an innate toughness. They develop it through experiences, mindset shifts, and an intentional commitment to growth. Resilience has layers. It begins with self-awareness, as understanding our reactions and emotions allows us to approach difficulties with clarity. It includes self-regulation or the ability to calm our minds and think before we react. At its core, resilience is about perspective, seeing setbacks not as insurmountable roadblocks but as temporary hurdles that we have the strength to overcome. The growth mindset, a key to resilience. Psychologist Carol Dweck introduced the concept of the growth mindset, a powerful approach to life that has revolutionized the way we understand resilience. People with a growth mindset believe that abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort, learning, and perseverance. Rather than viewing failure as an endpoint, they see it as part of the learning process. A growth mindset transforms the way we respond to challenges. When we view difficulties as opportunities to grow, they lose some of their power over us. This mindset enables us to embrace change, adapt to new situations, and keep going even when things get tough. Imagine, for instance, a person who encounters a career setback. With a fixed mindset, they might see this as evidence of failure and feel discouraged. With a growth mindset, however, they might reflect on what they could learn, seek new skills, or try different approaches, using the experience as a stepping stone rather than a wall. Resilience and the role of support systems. One of the most important elements in building resilience is connection. Resilience isn't solely an individual trait, it is also nurtured in relationships. Support systems, whether family, friends, or communities, play a crucial role in helping us manage stress and regain our balance after difficult experiences. Positive psychology research shows that strong social connections can be a buffer against life's adversities. When we share our struggles, we feel understood, validated, and less alone, all of which strengthen our ability to cope. Social support offers more than just comfort. It also provides perspective. Trusted friends or family members can help us see our challenges from a different angle, reframing a setback as something manageable. Through these relationships, we're reminded of our strengths, encouraged to keep going, and empowered to reframe our narratives from "I can't handle this" to "I can get through this with the support of those around me." Cultivating emotional flexibility. Resilience requires a degree of emotional flexibility, the ability to experience and accept the full range of our emotions without getting stuck in any one feeling. People often assume resilience means pushing away difficult emotions, yet it's actually the opposite. Resilient individuals allow themselves to feel sadness, frustration, or anger, understanding that these emotions are natural reactions to hardship. Instead of trying to avoid pain, they acknowledge it, learn from it, and move through it. Emotional flexibility involves a gentle acceptance of our feelings. This doesn't mean wallowing or allowing negative emotions to consume us, but rather observing them without judgment. Mindfulness practices are especially effective in cultivating this type of flexibility. By simply noticing our emotions without reacting impulsively, we create space for them to exist without taking over. Over time, this approach builds emotional resilience, as we become better equipped to process our emotions and return to a place of calm. Finding meaning in adversity. One of the most powerful aspects of resilience is our ability to find meaning in adversity. Studies show that people who are able to interpret difficult experiences in a meaningful way tend to be more resilient. When we see challenges as part of a broader journey, we become more capable of enduring and even appreciating the lessons they bring. Consider the story of Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist who survived the Holocaust and later wrote Man's Search for Meaning. Frankl observed that those who survived the unimaginable hardships of concentration camps often had something to live for: a purpose, a loved one, or a goal. This doesn't mean that every difficulty in life needs to have a silver lining or hidden purpose. Rather, it shows that when we can extract meaning from our experiences, even painful ones, we build a foundation of resilience. Meaning gives us something to hold on to, a sense of purpose that keeps us moving forward. Finding meaning in adversity doesn't require grand gestures. It can be as simple as asking, "What is this teaching me?" or "How can I grow from this experience?" Sometimes the answers aren't immediately clear, and that's okay. Resilience includes patience and faith that, in time, the meaning will reveal itself. Building a resilient mindset. Resilience isn't a single quality, nor is it built overnight. It's a mindset that develops gradually through life's ups and downs. Each time we encounter a challenge, we have a choice: to let it define us, to ignore it, or to use it as an opportunity to grow. Resilient people choose the latter, not because it's easy but because it's empowering. A resilient mindset includes self-compassion. We are often our own harshest critics, especially when things go wrong. By cultivating kindness toward ourselves, we give ourselves permission to be human. Self-compassion means acknowledging that setbacks are a part of life, that mistakes are natural, and that we are still worthy even when things don't go as planned. This gentle approach bolsters resilience, allowing us to face challenges with a sense of worth and dignity. It also involves reframing our internal dialogue. Instead of "I failed," we might say, "This didn't go as expected, but here's what I learned." Instead of "I can't handle this," we can remind ourselves, "I've faced challenges before, and I can find a way through this one." Reframing helps us see possibilities where we might initially see limitations, encouraging us to keep going even when things seem bleak. Embracing resilience as a lifelong journey. Resilience isn't about never struggling. It's about moving forward, learning, and growing stronger. It's a process of embracing life's full spectrum: joy and pain, ease and challenge. Each time we face a hardship, we have the opportunity to build resilience, to grow a little stronger, and to deepen our understanding of ourselves. As we move forward, resilience becomes not just a response to life's difficulties but a way of life. We learn to expect that challenges will come, and we develop the confidence to meet them head-on. By embracing resilience as a journey, we give ourselves the freedom to evolve, adapt, and build a life that reflects our deepest values and strengths. Chapter 4. Mindfulness and Presence in Everyday Life. Imagine a moment in which you feel completely connected to what you're doing, fully absorbed in the present, with no rush or distraction. In that moment, there's a sense of calm and clarity as if time has slowed down. This state of mindful presence is something many of us experience only briefly, perhaps on a quiet walk or during a rare break from our busy schedules. However, mindfulness, the art of being fully present, can be cultivated and integrated into daily life, becoming a powerful tool for peace, resilience, and genuine well-being. In this chapter, we explore mindfulness as more than a trend or technique. It's a way of being that transforms our relationship with ourselves and with the world around us. By cultivating mindfulness, we learn to approach each moment with openness and curiosity, noticing life's subtle richness and navigating difficulties with grace. The nature of mindfulness, being here now. Mindfulness is often defined as paying attention on purpose, in the present moment and without judgment. It sounds simple, but in a world filled with constant noise and demands, true mindfulness can be elusive. Most of us live on autopilot much of the time, moving from task to task with our minds scattered across past regrets, future worries, and the never-ending to-do list. Mindfulness breaks this cycle by bringing us fully into the here and now. When we're mindful, we're not just present physically, we're present mentally and emotionally. This means that instead of judging, overthinking, or analyzing, we're simply observing. For example, if you're eating a meal mindfully, you're not multitasking or thinking about what's next. You're noticing each bite, savoring each flavor, and appreciating the nourishment. This may seem trivial, but when applied to different aspects of life, mindfulness becomes a deeply enriching experience. Mindfulness doesn't mean ignoring thoughts, feelings, or distractions. Instead, it invites us to observe them without being controlled by them. This skill of observation, allowing thoughts and feelings to pass without judgment or reaction, gives us a sense of freedom. Over time, we start to realize that we are not defined by fleeting emotions or passing worries. This realization is profoundly liberating and lies at the heart of many mindfulness practices. The benefits of mindfulness, more than just calm. The benefits of mindfulness are far-reaching, affecting both mental and physical health. Numerous studies show that practicing mindfulness can reduce stress, improve focus, and boost emotional resilience. When we're mindful, we engage with life more fully, and this deep engagement enhances our overall well-being. But beyond these measurable benefits, mindfulness changes how we relate to ourselves and the world. One of the key impacts of mindfulness is an increase in emotional awareness. By paying attention to our thoughts and feelings without judgment, we become more attuned to our inner landscape. This awareness allows us to respond to life's challenges rather than react impulsively. Imagine, for example, a moment of frustration. Without mindfulness, we might lash out or let that frustration ruin our day. With mindfulness, we notice the frustration, observe how it feels, and choose how to respond, perhaps by taking a few deep breaths or shifting our focus. Mindfulness also cultivates compassion both for ourselves and for others. When we practice being present without judgment, we naturally become kinder in our internal dialogue. We stop criticizing ourselves for every mistake and begin to approach our experiences with acceptance. This shift is powerful, as it helps us to treat others with the same understanding and patience we offer ourselves. Practicing mindfulness in everyday life. Many people think of mindfulness as something that happens only in meditation. However, mindfulness can be woven into the fabric of our daily lives. The beauty of mindfulness is that it doesn't require special equipment, a quiet room, or a particular setting. All it requires is a willingness to be fully present, whatever the activity may be. Consider a simple task like washing dishes. Ordinarily, we might rush through it thinking about something else entirely. Practicing mindfulness means bringing our full attention to the experience, feeling the warmth of the water, noticing the sound of the running tap, observing the sensation of our hands moving over the plates. By fully engaging in this activity, we transform it from a mundane chore into a moment of calm and focus. This approach can be applied to almost any aspect of life: walking, listening, talking, or working. When we practice mindfulness, even brief moments of presence accumulate, and we begin to find peace in ordinary activities. Life, after all, is made up of countless small moments, and when we bring mindful presence to these moments, we enrich our entire experience of living. The role of breath in mindfulness. One of the most accessible and powerful anchors for mindfulness is our breath. The breath is always with us, a constant rhythm that can help bring us back to the present when our minds start to wander. In mindfulness practice, we often use the breath as a focal point, paying attention to its natural flow, its rise and fall without trying to change it. Breath awareness has a calming effect, helping to soothe the nervous system. When we're stressed or anxious, our breathing becomes shallow and rapid. By consciously breathing slowly and deeply, we send signals to our body that it's safe to relax. This simple act, returning to the breath, can be a powerful way to center ourselves in moments of stress or overwhelm. Over time, this habit builds resilience as we learn to ground ourselves amidst life's pressures. The challenge of mindfulness, facing distractions and discomfort. Mindfulness is simple but not always easy. One of the biggest challenges we encounter in mindfulness practice is distraction. Our minds are naturally restless, often jumping from one thought to the next, and in today's fast-paced world, we're surrounded by endless sources of distraction. As we practice mindfulness, we'll notice how often our minds wander. This is normal and part of the process. The goal of mindfulness is not to eliminate thoughts or achieve perfect concentration. Instead, it's about noticing when we've become distracted and gently guiding our attention back to the present. Over time, this muscle of returning to the present moment strengthens, and we become better at staying focused. Mindfulness can also bring discomfort, as it encourages us to face our inner world without avoidance. In the quiet space of mindfulness, unresolved emotions, worries, or memories may surface. This can feel unsettling, but it's also an opportunity for healing. By observing these emotions with compassion, we learn to process them rather than pushing them away. In doing so, we create a sense of inner peace that isn't dependent on external circumstances. The power of presence in relationships. Mindfulness isn't just a solo practice. It transforms the way we connect with others. When we bring mindful presence into our relationships, we become better listeners, more empathetic, and less reactive. Have you ever had a conversation where you felt truly heard, where the other person was fully present with you? These moments of connection are deeply nourishing because they allow us to feel seen and understood. Practicing mindfulness in relationships means giving our full attention to the person in front of us, setting aside distractions, and listening without interrupting or planning our response. This presence allows us to respond with empathy, seeing the other person's perspective more clearly. Over time, mindfulness enriches our relationships, creating bonds of trust and understanding that deepen our sense of belonging. Mindfulness as a path to greater freedom. Ultimately, mindfulness is about liberation. It frees us from the constant pull of regrets about the past and worries about the future. By anchoring ourselves in the present moment, we gain a sense of control over our inner state, even when external circumstances are beyond our control. This freedom is deeply empowering. It allows us to live with intention, clarity, and purpose, rather than being swept along by the currents of distraction or stress. As we continue on this journey, remember that mindfulness is not about perfection. There will be days when your mind feels scattered or when life's demands make it hard to find a moment of quiet. Yet each time you return to mindfulness, even if only for a few breaths, you strengthen your capacity for presence. Over time, mindfulness becomes not just a practice but a way of life, a foundation upon which you can build a life of resilience, joy, and meaning. Chapter 5. Flow, Finding Purposeful Engagement. Imagine you're so engrossed in an activity that time seems to disappear. Hours pass, but it feels like minutes. The outside world fades away and you're completely immersed in what you're doing. This state of profound engagement, where we lose our sense of self and become fully absorbed in an activity, is known as flow. First described by psychologist Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, flow is often called being in the zone, a state of peak experience that merges focus, enjoyment, and skill in an almost magical way. Flow isn't just a pleasant experience. It's a gateway to deeper satisfaction, creativity, and meaning. In this chapter, we'll explore what flow is, how it works, and why it's such a powerful contributor to well-being. By learning to cultivate flow, we can bring a heightened sense of purpose and fulfillment into our daily lives, transforming mundane tasks into meaningful experiences. What is flow? Understanding the state of full engagement. Flow is a unique psychological state that combines deep concentration, effortless focus, and enjoyment. When we're in flow, our actions feel smooth and we don't have to overthink them. It's as if everything aligns perfectly, creating a seamless experience where there's no room for worry, self-doubt, or distraction. In flow, we feel energized, capable, and completely present. Csikszentmihalyi's research on flow has shown that it occurs when there is a balance between challenge and skill. If an activity is too easy, we might feel bored. If it's too difficult, we might feel anxious. But when the level of challenge matches our skills, we enter a state of focused effort that allows us to stretch and grow without feeling overwhelmed. Flow can happen in a variety of activities, from creative pursuits like painting or writing to physical activities like sports, cooking, or even gardening. The key is not the activity itself but the way we engage with it. People in flow often report a loss of self-consciousness and a deep sense of immersion. It's a paradoxical state in which we feel both intensely focused and relaxed at the same time. The benefits of flow. Enrichment through engagement. Flow doesn't just feel good. It has profound benefits for our mental and emotional well-being. When we experience flow, we enter a state of harmony where our mind and body are fully aligned. This immersion leads to a sense of fulfillment and joy that isn't dependent on external rewards. Flow can make us feel alive, helping us to connect with a sense of purpose and authenticity that's often missing in our daily routines. In fact, people who regularly experience flow report higher levels of happiness and life satisfaction. Flow gives us a break from the pressures and distractions of modern life, allowing us to focus on something intrinsically rewarding. This state of focused engagement strengthens our resilience, as it encourages us to approach challenges with curiosity and commitment rather than fear or frustration. Moreover, flow boosts our creativity. In flow, we're not held back by self-doubt or perfectionism. Instead, we're free to explore and experiment. This freedom allows us to tap into innovative ideas, see problems from new perspectives, and find creative solutions. Whether we're solving a complex problem at work or expressing ourselves through art, flow enhances our capacity for original thought. Cultivating flow, setting the stage for deep engagement. Though flow is a spontaneous experience, we can create conditions that make it more likely to occur. Flow requires both focus and intention. It's not something we can force, but it's something we can invite. Here are some principles to help cultivate a state of flow. 1. Identify meaningful activities. Flow is more likely to occur in activities that matter to us. When we're doing something we genuinely enjoy or find meaningful, we're more willing to engage fully and invest effort. Think about activities that absorb your attention naturally, those where you lose track of time because you're so immersed. For some, it might be working on a craft, while for others, it might be solving a complex puzzle or engaging in a physical activity. 2. Set clear goals and focused intentions. Flow thrives on clear goals. Before you start an activity, set a specific intention like improving a skill or completing a task. This gives your mind a clear direction and reduces distractions. Goals don't have to be ambitious. They just need to provide a sense of purpose for the activity. If you're cooking, for example, your goal might be to try a new recipe and enjoy the process. 3. Create an environment conducive to flow. Distractions are the enemy of flow, so creating an environment that minimizes interruptions is essential. Whether you're working, creating art, or engaging in physical activity, find a space that allows you to focus. This might mean turning off notifications, setting a specific time for the activity, or even choosing a quiet place where you won't be disturbed. Setting up your environment is an act of intention, a signal to your mind that you're fully committed to the task. 4. Balance challenge and skill. Flow is most likely to occur when an activity challenges you just enough to engage your skills without overwhelming you. Pay attention to how you feel during the activity. If you're bored, try increasing the difficulty. If you're stressed, take a step back and simplify. Adjusting the level of challenge helps maintain the focus and excitement that drive flow. For example, if you're learning to play an instrument, Start with pieces that are slightly above your current level. They'll stretch your ability without causing frustration. Flow in everyday life, turning the mundane into the meaningful. Flow isn't limited to extraordinary moments, it can be found in the everyday. Simple tasks, when approached with attention and intention, can become sources of flow. This shift is often about mindset, viewing tasks not as chores to get through but as opportunities for engagement. Consider something as routine as cleaning. Normally we might rush through it, but when approached mindfully, even cleaning can become a flow-inducing activity. As you focus on each movement and notice the results of your efforts, you can experience a sense of satisfaction. This is the essence of flow in daily life, fully committing to each task however small and finding fulfillment in the process. Another example might be found in physical exercise. Running, swimming, or cycling can easily bring us into flow because they combine physical exertion with rhythmic movement. When we're in flow during physical activities, we're not just moving our bodies, we're connecting deeply with our physical presence, tuning into the sensations of movement and rhythm. In these moments, there's no room for worry or mental clutter, only the simplicity of action. Overcoming flow blockers. Managing distractions and self-doubt. One of the biggest barriers to flow is distraction. In our digital age, distractions are nearly constant, from messages on our phones to the pull of social media. To cultivate flow, we need to consciously set boundaries around our time and attention. Creating periods of digital silence, where we put away devices and focus fully on the present task, can make a significant difference in our ability to enter flow. Self-doubt is another common barrier to flow. When we're focused on whether we're doing something right or worrying about outcomes, it's hard to stay present. Flow requires letting go of perfectionism and embracing the process. When you notice self-doubt creeping in, try to shift your focus back to the immediate task. Remind yourself that flow is about engagement, not perfection. The transformative potential of flow. Flow has the power to transform not only our experience of individual tasks but our approach to life itself. When we make flow a priority, we're committing to a life of purpose and engagement. Flow encourages us to be fully alive, to embrace each moment with energy and curiosity. This isn't just a pathway to personal fulfillment, it's a way of aligning with our values, finding meaning in the present, and connecting with the joy of being. Flow also offers a unique resilience. When we're in flow, we're not thinking about past mistakes or future worries. We're here now doing something that absorbs and energizes us. This is a form of rest for the mind, a break from the mental chatter that often depletes our energy. Over time, flow strengthens our ability to stay centered, even during life's challenges. Flow is a lifelong practice. Flow isn't a fleeting experience, it's a skill that deepens with practice. The more we cultivate it, the easier it becomes to slip into flow states, to find joy and satisfaction in all areas of life. By prioritizing flow, we learn to live in alignment with our strengths and passions, transforming routine activities into sources of meaning and fulfillment. Chapter 6. Cultivating meaningful relationships. At the heart of a fulfilling life are the relationships we build and nurture. We can experience success, financial stability, and personal growth, but without meaningful connections, something essential is missing. Humans are inherently social beings, hardwired for connection and belonging. Positive psychology highlights that our relationships, with family, friends, partners, and communities, are not just add-ons to life's journey, they are central to our well-being, resilience, and happiness. In this chapter, we'll explore how meaningful relationships enhance our lives, what it takes to cultivate them, and how they can provide strength and solace during life's inevitable ups and downs. Meaningful relationships aren't necessarily defined by quantity or frequency of interaction, but by depth, mutual respect, and authenticity. The role of relationships in well-being. Relationships are a unique blend of support and challenge. They provide comfort, joy, and companionship, but they also require work, understanding, and compromise. Research consistently shows that people with strong social connections are healthier, happier, and live longer. These relationships act as emotional buffers, helping us cope with stress and navigate life's challenges with resilience. A landmark study on adult development conducted by Harvard over the course of 80 years found that the quality of close relationships was the strongest predictor of happiness and health in later years. Those who reported having meaningful, trusting relationships were better able to manage stress, stay healthier, and feel more satisfied with their lives. These connections, whether with a partner, family, or close friends, function as emotional anchors. Meaningful relationships create a sense of security and acceptance. When we feel loved and valued, we're more likely to approach the world with openness and courage. On the other hand, when relationships are lacking, we may struggle with loneliness, a condition that research has linked to poor mental and physical health outcomes. Cultivating connections with others, therefore, isn't just an emotional preference. It's a foundational element of a healthy, fulfilled life. Authenticity, the foundation of deep connection. One of the most important ingredients of meaningful relationships is authenticity. Authenticity means showing up as our true selves, with our strengths and vulnerabilities, without hiding behind masks of perfection. It's about letting others see who we truly are, embracing both our light and shadow. Authentic relationships are built on trust, respect, and understanding. When we feel safe enough to be vulnerable, relationships deepen. We stop worrying about judgment and instead focus on genuine connection. Think about moments when you felt free to share your fears, dreams, or doubts with someone who listened without judgment. These are moments of authentic connection, where the bond between two people is strengthened through shared vulnerability. Cultivating authenticity in relationships requires courage and self-awareness. It means being honest about our needs, respecting boundaries, and acknowledging the needs of others. This balance, being open without overstepping, is key to forming relationships that are both nourishing and sustainable. When we build connections on the foundation of authenticity, we create relationships that withstand the test of time, providing support through all of life's seasons. Active listening, the art of being fully present. In today's world, where distractions are constant, the simple act of truly listening is rare and powerful. Active listening goes beyond hearing words. It's about being fully present, attentive, and responsive. When we listen actively, we give others the space to express themselves fully, without interruption or assumption. This type of listening fosters mutual respect and understanding, two essential ingredients for deep connection. Active listening isn't just a skill, it's an intentional act of respect and care. When we listen without the need to respond immediately or steer the conversation, we communicate that the other person's thoughts and feelings matter. This presence allows us to empathize and connect with others on a deeper level. In meaningful relationships, it's not always about offering advice or solutions but simply being there to witness someone's experience. Listening actively can be transformative. It can turn a simple conversation into a profound exchange. In friendships, partnerships, or family dynamics, when people feel truly heard, they feel valued. This sense of validation strengthens the connection and encourages openness, fostering a relationship where both parties feel safe and supported. Empathy and emotional support, the power of compassion. Empathy, or the ability to understand and share the feelings of others, is at the heart of meaningful relationships. Empathy goes beyond sympathy. It's about putting ourselves in another person's shoes and seeing the world from their perspective. When we practice empathy, we create a space where others feel accepted and understood, even in their most challenging moments. Empathy isn't about fixing someone else's problems but about being present with them through their journey. In moments of sadness, anger, or confusion, empathetic support can make a world of difference. It's about saying, "I'm here with you," rather than, "Here's how to fix it." By offering this kind of support, we strengthen the emotional bond that underpins meaningful relationships. Empathy also involves recognizing and respecting the individuality of others. Each person has their own set of experiences, beliefs, and emotions, and empathy means accepting these differences without judgment. When we offer compassion and understanding, we build relationships that are both supportive and resilient. This mutual respect becomes especially important during times of disagreement, as empathy allows us to navigate conflict with a mindset of cooperation rather than competition. Navigating conflict, growth through understanding. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship. However, it doesn't have to be destructive. In fact, it can be a catalyst for growth. Meaningful relationships aren't defined by the absence of conflict but by how effectively it's handled. When approached with respect and a willingness to understand each other's perspectives, conflict can deepen a relationship by fostering trust and openness. In navigating conflict, the goal isn't necessarily agreement but understanding. When both parties approach disagreements with an open mind, they can see each other's points of view and find common ground. This requires emotional intelligence, the ability to manage our emotions and respond thoughtfully, rather than react impulsively. Healthy conflict resolution involves open communication, where both parties feel heard and valued. It also requires accountability, the willingness to acknowledge mistakes and make amends. In meaningful relationships, conflict becomes a shared problem to solve, rather than a battle to win. This approach not only resolves immediate disagreements but also builds a stronger foundation of trust and respect, building a network of support and belonging. While individual relationships are invaluable, having a network of meaningful connections enriches our lives even further. This network might include family, friends, mentors, colleagues, and community members, each bringing something unique to our sense of belonging and support. Building a network of support requires intentionality. It involves seeking out people who uplift and inspire us, who share our values and who encourage our growth. Positive psychology emphasizes the importance of these high-quality connections, relationships that energize and bring out the best in us. These connections don't need to be numerous. Even a few high-quality relationships can provide a sense of belonging and stability. Having a strong network of supportive relationships provides a safety net during challenging times. These connections remind us that we are not alone and that help is available when needed. Beyond support, this network also brings joy, offering shared experiences and memories that enrich our lives. Deepening relationships through shared experiences. Shared experiences are powerful bonding agents in relationships. Moments of joy, adventure, or even hardship can strengthen connections, creating memories and a sense of togetherness that deepen our bonds. These shared experiences don't have to be grand. They can be as simple as a conversation over coffee, a walk in nature, or cooking a meal together. When we create shared memories, we build a common history that brings us closer. These experiences become part of the relationship's fabric, reminders of the moments we've supported each other, laughed together, or overcome obstacles side by side. In meaningful relationships, these memories are treasures, a collection of moments that sustain us during both joyful and difficult times. The transformative power of meaningful relationships. Meaningful relationships have the power to transform our lives in profound ways. They ground us, giving us a sense of identity and belonging. They offer support, reminding us that we are valued and seen. And they challenge us, encouraging us to grow, understand, and evolve. When we invest in meaningful relationships, we are investing in our own well-being, as well as in the well-being of those we care about. These relationships become our sources of resilience, providing comfort and strength during times of hardship. They are our sources of joy, adding richness to life through laughter, shared dreams, and mutual understanding. In nurturing these connections, we are reminded of what it means to live a life of depth, purpose, and fulfillment. Chapter 7. Living a life of purpose and meaning. Every person at some point in their life asks the profound question, what is my purpose? This quest for meaning is deeply human, stemming from a desire to feel that our lives matter and contribute something beyond ourselves. Living with purpose isn't about reaching a single destination. It's a journey, an evolving path of aligning our actions, values, and passions with a greater sense of meaning. In this chapter, we explore what it means to live a life of purpose and how cultivating a sense of meaning enhances our happiness, resilience, and sense of fulfillment. Understanding purpose, more than a goal. Purpose is often misunderstood as a grand, singular goal, something that we must find or achieve to give life meaning. But purpose isn't confined to one specific ambition or achievement. Instead, it's a direction, a guiding light that influences our choices, relationships, and how we engage with the world. Purpose is about living intentionally, focusing on what truly matters to us, and orienting our lives toward these core values. In positive psychology, purpose is understood as a form of intrinsic motivation, an inner drive that gives our actions depth and coherence. Unlike goals, which are finite and can be checked off a list, purpose is ongoing. It's a reason for doing what we do, a sense of alignment that keeps us moving forward, even during difficult times. Purpose is not something that we simply find one day. Rather, it is something we shape and grow over time through reflection, experience, and action. A life of purpose doesn't mean every moment is filled with profound insight or productivity. Instead, it means that there is a larger framework guiding our actions, a sense that our lives are contributing to something beyond ourselves. This framework provides a grounding sense of meaning, helping us to navigate challenges with resilience and celebrate successes with humility. The role of values in shaping purpose. Our values, the principles that we hold dear and that define our sense of right and wrong, are the foundation of a meaningful life. When we are clear about our values, we can make choices that align with them, creating a life that feels authentic and fulfilling. Purpose and values are closely intertwined. Purpose is often the outward expression of our deepest values in action. For example, someone who values compassion might find purpose in a helping profession, like healthcare or education, where they can express that compassion daily. Another person who values creativity might find purpose in the arts or innovation, using their talents to bring new ideas into the world. Understanding our values allows us to see where we derive meaning and helps us make decisions that bring us closer to our purpose. The process of clarifying our values requires reflection. It's about asking ourselves what truly matters, what brings us joy, and what principles we would stand by, even if they came at a cost. When we align our lives with these core values, our purpose becomes clearer, our choices more intentional, and our actions more fulfilling. Finding purpose in everyday life. Purpose isn't limited to monumental achievements or life-altering decisions. It can be found in everyday moments and interactions. Many people assume that purpose is reserved for those in extraordinary professions or high-impact roles, but purpose can be woven into all aspects of life, regardless of what we do. A teacher finds purpose in inspiring young minds, a parent in nurturing their children, and a craftsman in creating something of quality and beauty. Each of these purposes brings value to the world and meaning to the person's life. For many, finding purpose is about connecting with others and contributing in small, meaningful ways. Purpose doesn't require a dramatic gesture. It grows in simple acts of kindness, consistency, and presence. A meaningful life is built through repeated actions, each one reinforcing a sense of direction and commitment to our values. By approaching each day with intention, we can cultivate purpose in the smallest tasks, infusing even routine activities with a sense of importance and care. Imagine the difference between approaching work simply as a job to get through and seeing it as an opportunity to make a positive impact, however small. Purpose doesn't erase the challenges or frustrations we might encounter, but it reframes them, turning obstacles into opportunities to reaffirm our commitment to what matters most. Purpose as a source of resilience. Life is filled with inevitable challenges, setbacks, and moments of uncertainty. During these times, purpose serves as a stabilizing force, a compass that helps us navigate even the roughest waters. When we are anchored by purpose, we find it easier to persist, even when the path forward isn't clear or easy. Purpose strengthens our resilience because it provides a reason to endure, to face adversity with a sense of determination and hope. Think of purpose as a kind of inner fuel. When we know why we're doing something, we're more willing to face difficulties, setbacks, and sacrifices. Imagine an athlete who trains tirelessly, enduring grueling workouts and mental strain. For them, the purpose of reaching their personal best or representing their community is a source of strength. Similarly, a social worker who faces daily emotional challenges finds resilience in the purpose of helping others find safety and hope. When life feels overwhelming or uncertain, reconnecting with our purpose can help us regain perspective. Purpose reminds us that challenges are temporary and that they often bring valuable lessons. This perspective doesn't eliminate hardship, but it provides a sense of continuity and hope, helping us see each difficulty as a part of a larger, meaningful journey. Growing purpose through self-reflection and adaptation. Purpose isn't static. It changes and evolves as we grow and experience new things. The purpose we hold in one stage of life may shift as our circumstances and understanding of the world expand. This evolution is natural and reflects the dynamic nature of a meaningful life. To nurture and deepen our sense of purpose, self-reflection is essential. Reflective practices like journaling or quiet contemplation provide a space to ask ourselves key questions. Am I living in alignment with my values? Are my actions contributing to a purpose that feels meaningful to me? By revisiting these questions regularly, we remain connected to our evolving purpose and open to adapting as we gain new insights. Life events, both joyous and challenging, often lead us to reevaluate our purpose. For instance, becoming a parent may deepen someone's sense of responsibility and redefine their purpose as they begin to prioritize family and legacy. Alternatively, a difficult experience like a job loss might prompt a person to reflect on what truly brings fulfillment, leading to a new sense of direction. Purpose grows as we do, shifting and adapting to meet the demands of each new chapter in our lives. Cultivating purpose through service to others. One of the most profound sources of purpose comes from serving others. When we contribute to the well-being of those around us, we transcend our individual needs and connect with something greater. This doesn't mean we must abandon our own goals or dreams. Rather, it means recognizing that our actions have the potential to positively impact others. Service can take many forms, from volunteering in the community to offering support to friends in times of need. Even small acts like showing kindness to a stranger or helping a neighbor can bring a sense of purpose. When we serve, we step outside ourselves and engage with the world in a meaningful way. This connection provides a profound sense of fulfillment, reminding us that our lives contribute to something larger and more enduring. Studies in positive psychology show that acts of kindness and service enhance well-being, both for the giver and the recipient. This shared benefit underscores the idea that purpose isn't just about individual fulfillment. It's about creating positive ripples in the world around us. When we live with purpose rooted in service, we uplift both ourselves and others, fostering a sense of unity and shared humanity. Purpose as a lifelong journey. Purpose is not something we achieve once and hold on to forever. It is a continuous, evolving journey that grows alongside us. Living a life of purpose means remaining open to change, embracing new experiences, and seeking meaning in the ordinary as well as the extraordinary. It is a journey that calls us to remain true to ourselves, to act with intention, and to approach each day with a sense of curiosity and openness. The journey of purpose doesn't require grand gestures or perfection. It simply asks that we show up fully with our values and intentions guiding the way. By committing to this journey, we create a life that is rich with meaning, resilience, and joy. We may not always know where our purpose will lead us, but as long as we continue to walk this path with sincerity, we will find fulfillment in each step. Chapter 8: Strengths-Based Living, Leveraging Your Best Qualities. Imagine a life where you're able to do what you're naturally good at every day. A life where your unique talents and skills are fully engaged, and you feel both challenged and satisfied by what you accomplish. This is the essence of strengths-based living. Identifying and cultivating our core strengths, those qualities and talents that come most naturally to us and bring a sense of flow and satisfaction. Positive psychology emphasizes the power of living in alignment with our strengths. When we leverage our strengths, we're more likely to experience positive emotions, engage deeply in our activities, and feel a greater sense of purpose and fulfillment. This chapter explores what it means to live with a strengths-based mindset, how to discover and nurture your strengths, and why doing so is essential for a meaningful and balanced life. Understanding strengths, the foundation of authentic living. Each of us possesses unique strengths, qualities that make us who we are and influence how we engage with the world. Strengths aren't just skills we learn. They are innate capacities that reflect our authentic selves. Some people have a natural strength for empathy, easily connecting with others' emotions. Others might be naturally curious, constantly seeking new knowledge and understanding. For some, their strength lies in resilience, while others excel in creativity, problem-solving, or leadership. Living in alignment with our strengths doesn't mean ignoring areas where we can improve or refusing to face challenges. Instead, it means recognizing and valuing our core strengths and using them as a foundation for growth. By focusing on our strengths, we build a life that feels genuine and fulfilling, one where our actions are a true reflection of who we are. When we tap into these core qualities, we're not forcing ourselves to be something we're not. Instead, we're expanding on the best parts of ourselves, creating a life that feels aligned, satisfying, and authentic. Discovering your strengths. The path of self-awareness. Identifying our strengths requires a process of self-discovery, reflection, and experimentation. While some strengths might be obvious, qualities you've relied on for as long as you can remember, others may be subtler, hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. Many of us overlook our strengths because they come so naturally. We assume everyone else can do them just as easily. This is why recognizing strengths is as much an exercise in self-awareness as it is in self-appreciation. One powerful way to begin discovering your strengths is to reflect on moments of genuine enjoyment and satisfaction. Think about times when you felt in the zone, when you lost track of time because you were so engaged in what you were doing. These moments often reveal our strengths in action. For example, if you find deep satisfaction in solving complex problems, critical thinking or creativity may be a core strength. If you derive joy from helping others, empathy or kindness could be among your key qualities. Another valuable way to discover strengths is to seek feedback from trusted friends, colleagues, or family members. Often, others can see our strengths more clearly than we can. They may notice qualities in us that we take for granted or don't fully recognize. When others consistently recognize certain qualities, whether it's perseverance, humor, organization, or compassion, it's likely that those qualities are part of our core strengths. The power of applying strengths. Living with purpose and fulfillment. Once we've identified our strengths, the next step is to apply them intentionally in different areas of life: work, relationships, personal growth, and community. Applying strengths brings a sense of purpose and engagement to what we do, transforming routine tasks into opportunities for growth and satisfaction. Imagine, for instance, someone who has identified empathy as one of their strengths. In a work setting, this person might find purpose in roles that involve understanding and supporting others, such as counseling, teaching, or customer service. Their empathetic nature allows them to connect with others in a meaningful way, making their work more fulfilling. Conversely, someone whose strengths lie in strategic thinking and planning might thrive in roles that involve solving complex problems, making them feel engaged and challenged. Living with a strengths-based approach doesn't mean every moment is easy. In fact, applying our strengths can sometimes be challenging, as we stretch and deepen these qualities through practice. However, by focusing on our strengths, we build a life where our efforts align with our natural capacities, creating a sense of coherence and satisfaction that might otherwise be lacking. Rather than struggling to fit into roles that don't suit us, we create a life that reflects our true selves, allowing us to thrive both personally and professionally. Strengths and resilience. Building confidence and adaptability. Living in alignment with our strengths doesn't only contribute to personal fulfillment, it also strengthens our resilience. When we face challenges from a place of strength, we are more likely to feel capable, confident, and adaptable. Instead of viewing obstacles as threats, we see them as opportunities to apply and expand our strengths. Consider someone whose strength is adaptability. When faced with unexpected change, this person is likely to remain calm, using their ability to adjust quickly as a source of resilience. Another person, whose strength is perseverance, might approach challenges with unwavering determination, refusing to give up even when the path is difficult. Each of these strengths provides a unique approach to resilience, helping us to navigate life's uncertainties with a sense of confidence and self-assurance. Strengths also help us to build a sense of identity. When we know our strengths, we know who we are and what we can rely on. This self-knowledge is especially valuable during times of change or transition, as it provides a stable foundation amidst uncertainty. By understanding and valuing our strengths, we build a resilient mindset, one that is grounded in self-belief and a clear sense of our capabilities. Strengths in relationships. Deepening connections and mutual growth. Strengths are not only personal assets, they also play a crucial role in our relationships. When we bring our authentic strengths into relationships, we enhance our connections and create a foundation for mutual respect and growth. For example, someone with a strength in empathy might naturally create a safe space for others to share their thoughts and feelings. This strength deepens the relationship as it fosters trust and open communication. Living authentically with strengths in relationships also encourages others to recognize and appreciate their own unique qualities. When we share our strengths, we create an environment where others feel comfortable doing the same. This dynamic brings mutual enrichment, as each person's strengths contribute to a shared experience of growth and understanding. Rather than competing or comparing, we celebrate each other's unique contributions, creating relationships that are both supportive and resilient. In close relationships, an awareness of each other's strengths can also reduce misunderstandings and conflict. When we recognize our own and each other's strengths, we begin to understand why we approach situations differently. For example, someone with a strength in organization might naturally plan and structure their time, while someone with a strength in spontaneity prefers flexibility and openness. By appreciating these differences as strengths, we avoid friction and learn to respect each other's approaches, building harmony and mutual understanding. Strengths-based growth. Cultivating new skills with confidence. A strengths-based approach doesn't mean limiting ourselves to what we're already good at. It means using our strengths as a foundation for growth. When we approach new challenges with confidence in our strengths, we are more willing to take risks, try new things and push beyond our comfort zones. Strengths provide a platform from which we can grow and expand, helping us to develop new skills and explore new interests. For instance, a person with a strength in creativity might decide to learn a new art form or experiment with different techniques. Their strength in creativity provides a sense of confidence, making them more open to trial and error as they learn. Similarly, someone with a strength in leadership might seek out new opportunities to mentor or guide others, using their strength as a foundation for personal and professional growth. By embracing a strengths-based approach, we transform the way we learn and grow. Instead of focusing on our weaknesses or trying to fix ourselves, we build on what is already strong, creating a life that feels authentic, empowered, and aligned with our natural capacities. The joy of strengths-based living. Embracing authenticity and fulfillment. At its core, strengths-based living is about embracing who we are. It's a mindset that shifts our focus from what we lack to what we already possess, creating a sense of joy and fulfillment that comes from living authentically. When we lead with our strengths, we create a life that feels true to us, a life where our actions reflect our values, and our efforts bring both satisfaction and meaning. This approach to life is deeply empowering. When we live in alignment with our strengths, we no longer feel pressured to fit into roles or expectations that don't resonate with us. Instead, we create our own path, one that honors our unique qualities and brings us closer to a sense of purpose and connection. By valuing our strengths and using them as a foundation, we build a life that feels meaningful, fulfilling, and genuinely our own. Chapter 9. Altruism and the Power of Giving. In a world that often emphasizes personal success and individual goals, it's easy to overlook the power of giving. Yet, the act of giving, whether through kindness, compassion, or generosity, transforms both the giver and the receiver. Positive psychology underscores that altruism, the selfless concern for the well-being of others, plays a crucial role in enhancing our own happiness, deepening our connections, and instilling a sense of purpose that goes beyond individual fulfillment. Altruism adds dimension to our lives, reminding us that we are part of a broader human experience, one in which our actions and choices ripple out, influencing the lives of others. In this chapter, we'll explore how altruism fosters a sense of connection and well-being, why giving enriches our lives as much as it benefits others, and how we can incorporate more kindness and service into our daily lives in meaningful ways. The psychological benefits of giving. When we give selflessly, something remarkable happens within us. Altruistic acts trigger the release of endorphins, chemicals in the brain that generate feelings of happiness and reduce stress. This phenomenon is often referred to as the helper's high, a surge of positive feelings that comes from making a positive impact on someone else's life. Studies have shown that people who regularly engage in acts of kindness report higher levels of life satisfaction and lower levels of depression and anxiety. Giving creates a sense of connection and empathy. When we reach out to help someone, we step outside ourselves and broaden our perspective, becoming more attuned to the needs and struggles of others. This expansion of empathy fosters a deeper sense of shared humanity, dissolving the barriers that often separate us. The very act of giving opens our hearts, inviting us to experience a bond with others that goes beyond superficial interactions. It's as though in giving, we access a universal sense of belonging, one that reminds us we're all in this together. Beyond individual benefits, altruism also strengthens our resilience. People who regularly engage in helping others tend to cope better with their own life challenges. When we offer kindness to others, we cultivate a mindset of abundance, one that believes there is always something to give, no matter our own circumstances. This perspective fosters resilience, as we come to see ourselves as capable of making a difference regardless of our own difficulties. In turn, this mindset helps us view our own struggles with greater perspective and strength. Altruism and purpose, giving as a path to meaning. Altruism gives us a sense of purpose that goes beyond personal achievement. When we contribute to others, we are reminded that our lives hold value not just for ourselves but also for those we impact. This sense of purpose is deeply fulfilling. It allows us to see our lives as part of a greater tapestry, one woven from countless acts of kindness and connection. Knowing that our actions have the power to improve someone else's life brings a sense of meaning that material success alone cannot provide. Purpose through giving is not confined to large gestures. Small, everyday acts of kindness, holding the door for someone, offering a listening ear, or helping a colleague, can be profoundly meaningful. In these moments, we align our actions with our core values, expressing compassion and empathy in simple yet impactful ways. These acts become anchors of purpose, grounding us in the knowledge that each day holds opportunities to make a positive difference, however small. Furthermore, purpose driven by altruism endures even through difficult times. When we dedicate ourselves to the well-being of others, we discover a purpose that transcends the challenges of the moment. People who find purpose in serving others report feeling a greater sense of resilience, as they know their actions contribute to something lasting and worthwhile. Even when faced with personal setbacks, this sense of purpose keeps them moving forward, motivated by the positive impact they bring to others' lives. The ripple effect of kindness. One of the most beautiful aspects of giving is its tendency to inspire further kindness, a ripple effect that extends far beyond the initial act. When someone receives kindness, they're more likely to pay it forward, passing on that goodwill to others. This ripple effect creates a chain of compassion that spreads across individuals and communities, fostering a culture of empathy and generosity. Imagine the impact of a single act of kindness. A stranger offers a smile, a helping hand, or an encouraging word. That one small act has the power to brighten someone's day, shifting their outlook and prompting them to extend kindness to others. The ripple effect of kindness transforms not only individuals but also entire communities, creating an atmosphere of trust, understanding, and mutual support. Altruism doesn't just inspire kindness in those who receive it, it also influences those who witness it. Research shows that people who observe acts of kindness experience an increase in positive emotions and are more likely to engage in helpful behaviors themselves. This phenomenon, often referred to as moral elevation, highlights the contagious nature of compassion. By choosing to give, we become catalysts for positive change, igniting a chain reaction that extends far beyond our immediate interactions. Giving as a practice, incorporating altruism into daily life. While altruism often arises spontaneously, it can also be cultivated as a daily practice. By intentionally incorporating acts of kindness into our routines, we make altruism a cornerstone of our lives, transforming it from occasional gestures into a way of being. This practice doesn't require grand or time-consuming efforts. In fact, some of the most meaningful acts of kindness are simple and spontaneous, woven into our day-to-day interactions. One way to incorporate altruism into daily life is by practicing random acts of kindness. These acts don't need a particular reason or occasion. They are simply expressions of goodwill that brighten someone else's day. Examples include leaving a kind note for a friend, offering to help a coworker, or complimenting a stranger. These small gestures remind us that kindness is a choice we can make at any moment, one that enriches our lives as much as it uplifts others. Another approach to incorporating altruism into daily life is through the practice of mindful giving. Mindful giving involves being fully present and intentional in our acts of kindness, paying attention to the impact of our actions on others. When we give mindfully, we're not simply checking off a list. We're genuinely connecting with the experience of giving and appreciating the connection it fosters. This mindful approach deepens our empathy and allows us to fully appreciate the joy and fulfillment that comes from helping others. The balance of giving and receiving. For many people, giving comes naturally, yet receiving can be more challenging. We often feel more comfortable offering help than accepting it, perceiving the act of receiving as a sign of weakness or dependency. However, the balance of giving and receiving is essential for genuine connection and well-being. Just as we enrich our lives through acts of kindness, we also grow by allowing others to support us when needed. Receiving with gratitude honors the giver and strengthens the bond between people. When we accept help, encouragement, or compassion from others, we acknowledge that we are part of a community, one in which mutual support is not only natural but necessary. This reciprocity enhances our sense of belonging, creating relationships built on trust and understanding. Just as we are willing to give, we allow others to experience the joy of giving by opening ourselves to receive their kindness. This balance also prevents burnout. When we give without allowing ourselves to receive, we risk depleting our energy and resources, leading to feelings of exhaustion or resentment. By embracing both sides of altruism, giving and receiving, we cultivate a sustainable practice of kindness, one that benefits both ourselves and those we seek to support. Altruism and the journey of self-discovery. Engaging in altruistic acts not only connects us with others, it also brings us closer to ourselves. Each time we give, we gain insight into our values, passions, and strengths. We learn what matters to us, what brings us joy, and what we're willing to stand up for. In this way, altruism becomes a path of self-discovery, guiding us to a deeper understanding of our own identities. Through giving, we often find purpose in ways we hadn't expected. For instance, volunteering at a local shelter or helping a friend through a difficult time may reveal a deep sense of compassion or leadership we hadn't fully recognized. Altruism reveals the parts of ourselves that we can only see in relation to others, helping us understand how we fit into the larger human family. This sense of connection to our own values and strengths brings a unique kind of fulfillment, one that enhances our sense of self while fostering a bond with the world around us. As we engage in altruistic acts, we come to see ourselves as agents of change, people who have the power to make a positive difference. This sense of agency is empowering, as it reminds us that our lives are not solely shaped by external circumstances. We have the ability to impact the world through our choices and actions. By embracing altruism, we cultivate a life of purpose, one that reflects not only who we are but also the legacy we wish to leave behind. The lasting legacy of altruism. Altruism is a legacy we create every day. Each act of kindness, no matter how small, contributes to a world that is more compassionate, understanding, and connected. By living with a spirit of giving, we leave a positive imprint on the lives we touch, a legacy that extends far beyond our individual lives. The impact of altruism is enduring as kindness, once given, continues to echo through the lives of those who receive and pass it on. This legacy of giving reminds us that we are part of something larger than ourselves. In choosing to give, we create a life that is meaningful, connected, and abundant, one that reflects our highest values and aspirations. Altruism enriches not only our lives but also the world around us, transforming the simple act of giving into a profound source of purpose and joy. Chapter 10. Gratitude and Life Appreciation. Imagine a morning where you wake up with a sense of calm, your mind quietly tuned into the small yet profound blessings surrounding you. You feel the warmth of the sunlight as it streams through your window, the softness of your bed, and the quiet rhythm of your breathing. In that moment, a sense of gratitude washes over you, not for anything grand or monumental but for the simple beauty of being alive. This is the essence of gratitude, a profound appreciation for life as it is, right here and now. Gratitude is more than simply saying thank you or counting blessings. It is a perspective, a way of seeing the world that brings us closer to life's richness and beauty. Gratitude has the power to transform ordinary moments into sources of joy and satisfaction, connecting us to the present and helping us savor each experience. In this chapter, we'll explore how gratitude enhances our well-being, why it's a cornerstone of a fulfilling life, and how we can cultivate a daily practice of thankfulness to deepen our connection to ourselves and the world around us. The power of gratitude, shifting focus from lack to abundance. At its core, gratitude is a shift in focus, a conscious choice to look beyond what we lack and instead acknowledge what we have. In a culture that often emphasizes what's missing, what could be better, or what we should achieve next, gratitude brings us back to a place of fullness. Rather than focusing on what we don't have or what could go wrong, gratitude invites us to recognize the value of what already exists in our lives. This shift from lack to abundance has profound effects on our mental and emotional health. Research shows that people who regularly practice gratitude experience lower levels of stress, anxiety, and depression. Gratitude cultivates a positive outlook, helping us to see each day as a gift filled with small wonders. When we approach life with a grateful heart, we notice beauty and goodness where we might otherwise see only routine or imperfection. Gratitude also expands our perspective, allowing us to see our lives in a broader context. We begin to realize that even in moments of hardship, there are things we can appreciate: the support of loved ones, our own resilience, or the lessons learned from challenging experiences. By cultivating gratitude, we create a foundation of emotional strength, one that sustains us through both joyful and difficult times. How gratitude deepens our connection to the present. Gratitude is inherently tied to the present moment. To feel truly grateful, we must be present, aware of our surroundings, and receptive to the experience of life as it unfolds. In this way, gratitude serves as a powerful anchor, grounding us in the here and now. When we're focused on what we appreciate, our minds are less likely to wander into worry about the future or regret over the past. Gratitude helps us let go of distractions and savor the moment at hand. Consider the act of savoring a meal. When we approach eating with gratitude, we're not simply consuming food, we're experiencing the flavors, textures, and aromas with a sense of wonder and appreciation. Each bite becomes an invitation to enjoy the present, to notice the care that went into preparing the food, and to feel grateful for the nourishment it provides. This mindful approach to gratitude extends beyond meals to any activity or interaction, enriching our lives by turning ordinary moments into opportunities for presence and joy. In this way, gratitude also strengthens our capacity for mindfulness. When we practice gratitude, we train our minds to focus on the positive aspects of each moment. Over time, this focus becomes a habit, one that increases our awareness and deepens our appreciation for even the simplest experiences. By embracing gratitude as a daily practice, we cultivate a life rich with meaning, grounded in the beauty of the present. The transformative effect of gratitude on relationships. Gratitude doesn't only enhance our individual well-being, it also transforms the way we relate to others. When we express gratitude in our relationships, we acknowledge the importance of those around us, showing appreciation for their presence, support, and kindness. This acknowledgement strengthens our bonds, creating a sense of mutual respect and trust. People who feel appreciated are more likely to open up, communicate honestly, and reciprocate kindness, fostering a culture of care and understanding. Expressing gratitude to others also brings humility into our relationships. When we take the time to say thank you or recognize someone's efforts, we shift the focus from ourselves to those who enrich our lives. We begin to see that we're not alone in our achievements or successes. We are supported by a network of family, friends, colleagues, and even strangers. This perspective encourages us to approach others with empathy and respect, recognizing that their contributions have shaped who we are. Gratitude also makes relationships more resilient. In difficult times, expressing gratitude reminds us of the positive aspects of our connections, helping us to focus on what we value rather than on disagreements or challenges. By cultivating gratitude in our relationships, We create a foundation of appreciation that supports us during both good times and bad, fostering a deep and enduring sense of connection. Gratitude as a pathway to personal growth. Gratitude isn't just about appreciating what is, it also opens the door to personal growth and self-compassion. When we practice gratitude, we're not only thankful for the positives, we also learn to find value in our challenges and setbacks. Instead of viewing difficulties as purely negative, gratitude encourages us to see them as opportunities for growth, resilience, and learning. This perspective doesn't minimize the pain or difficulty of our struggles, but it allows us to extract meaning from them, turning hardship into a source of wisdom. Gratitude also fosters self-compassion. By recognizing our achievements, strengths, and the progress we've made, we build a more positive relationship with ourselves. Instead of focusing on our shortcomings, we begin to appreciate our efforts, our courage, and the ways we've grown. This self-gratitude nurtures a sense of worthiness, reminding us that we are enough as we are, regardless of external circumstances. Over time, gratitude becomes a powerful tool for transformation. By finding meaning and value in all aspects of life, both the highs and the lows, we cultivate a mindset of openness, resilience, and acceptance. This growth-oriented approach empowers us to face each day with curiosity and appreciation, viewing life not as a series of obstacles to overcome but as a journey of continuous learning and discovery. Practicing daily gratitude, building a habit of appreciation. While gratitude can arise spontaneously, it can also be cultivated intentionally. Developing a daily gratitude practice helps us strengthen our appreciation, making it an integral part of our perspective on life. This practice doesn't require a grand ritual. It can be as simple as taking a few moments each day to reflect on what we're thankful for. By making gratitude a habit, we train our minds to notice and savor the positive aspects of life, transforming gratitude from a fleeting feeling into a lasting mindset. One common approach is to keep a gratitude journal. Each day, write down 3 things you're grateful for. These can be big or small, from meaningful interactions with loved ones to small pleasures like a warm cup of coffee or a beautiful sunset. Over time, this practice shifts our focus, helping us recognize that each day holds moments of value and beauty, even amidst challenges. Another way to cultivate gratitude is through intentional reflection. At the end of each day, take a moment to reflect on the experiences, people, and opportunities that brought you joy, peace, or inspiration. This reflective practice encourages mindfulness and helps us end each day on a positive note, reinforcing the habit of appreciation and setting the stage for a restful night. Gratitude as a lifelong journey. Gratitude is not a destination but a journey, a lifelong commitment to seeing the world through a lens of appreciation. Each day brings new opportunities to practice gratitude, to open our hearts to the beauty and goodness around us, and to deepen our connection to the present. The more we practice, the easier it becomes to find gratitude in even the most challenging situations, transforming our lives from the inside out. Gratitude enriches not only our present but also our memories and aspirations. When we look back with gratitude, we appreciate the people, places, and experiences that have shaped our lives. And when we look forward with gratitude, we approach the future with a sense of hope, excitement, and anticipation, trusting that life will continue to bring us experiences worth savoring. As we close this chapter, let us remember that gratitude is a choice, a decision to focus on the gifts that surround us no matter how small. By embracing gratitude as a way of life, we create a world filled with appreciation, connection, and peace, a world where each moment is recognized as precious and each experience as meaningful. In the concluding chapter, we'll reflect on how these practices of positive psychology, joy, resilience, presence, purpose, and gratitude come together to create a life of meaning and fulfillment. Through these practices, we find that the journey toward happiness and purpose is not a final destination but an ongoing, deeply enriching process that allows us to live fully and meaningfully each day. Conclusion: creating a legacy of positive impact. As we reach the end of this exploration into positive psychology, let's take a moment to reflect on the journey we've traveled together. We've explored concepts like resilience, mindfulness, gratitude, purpose, and strengths, each a powerful tool that, when woven together, can lead us to a life of meaning and fulfillment. Positive psychology teaches us that happiness and well-being aren't fleeting emotions we chase. They are the outcomes of living in alignment with our values, strengths, and a deeper sense of purpose. They emerge from the choices we make, the connections we nurture, and the mindset we cultivate each day. Living a meaningful life is not about eliminating hardship, achieving constant joy, or arriving at a destination where everything falls perfectly into place. It's about embracing life's complexity, finding purpose in our actions, and remaining connected to what truly matters. Positive psychology doesn't promise a life free from pain or struggle. Instead, it offers us ways to navigate these challenges with resilience and grace. By applying these practices, we create a life that is both fulfilling and resilient. A life that allows us to grow, learn, and contribute in ways that echo far beyond our individual experiences. The legacy of small moments, the power of daily choices. One of the most profound lessons of positive psychology is that our impact is built not only in the grand moments but in the countless small choices we make each day. These choices, how we approach challenges, interact with others, or express gratitude, shape our lives and influence those around us. Legacy is often thought of as something monumental, a final mark we leave on the world. But in truth, our legacy is created each day in the way we live, the kindness we show, and the values we uphold. Consider the impact of a single, consistent act of kindness. Imagine someone who chooses to smile and greet others warmly each day. This small, simple gesture may seem insignificant, yet over time, it creates an atmosphere of warmth and connection. Those who experience this kindness are uplifted, even if briefly, and may pass on that goodwill to others. This ripple effect transforms the world in small, profound ways, proving that our daily actions matter. Our legacy is also evident in the relationships we build. Each positive connection, moment of empathy, and act of support contributes to a world that is more compassionate and connected. Through our relationships, we leave behind not only memories but also a model of kindness and respect that others carry forward. The trust, love, and mutual understanding we cultivate with others form a legacy of connection. A reminder that even in a fast-paced world, we are deeply interwoven, influencing one another in countless ways. Meaning in the journey, the value of lifelong growth. Living a life of meaning is not about reaching a final state of happiness or fulfillment. It's an ongoing journey. We grow, change, and learn with each new experience, and this growth brings a richness to our lives. Each chapter of our lives presents new challenges and opportunities for growth, deepening our understanding of ourselves and the world. This process of growth doesn't require perfection. It requires openness, a willingness to explore, and a commitment to living in alignment with our highest values. The journey of lifelong growth also teaches us the power of resilience. Resilience is not about avoiding pain or never experiencing setbacks. It's about cultivating the strength to adapt, to face life's difficulties with courage, and to emerge wiser and more compassionate. Each time we overcome a challenge, we add another layer to our resilience, becoming better equipped to handle future difficulties. This resilience is a gift not only to ourselves but to others as we become role models, demonstrating that hardship can be met with hope and determination. Our personal growth contributes to our legacy as well. By continually seeking to improve, understand, and connect, we inspire others to do the same. Our willingness to learn and adapt shows that life is a journey of discovery, one where each step holds potential for meaning and insight. When we live with this mindset, we become agents of positive change, helping to create a world where growth, empathy, and compassion are valued. A life of contribution, the impact of purposeful living. Purposeful living is at the heart of a life of positive impact. When we connect our actions to a sense of purpose, we find meaning in even the most ordinary tasks. Purpose allows us to transcend our individual needs, guiding us toward contributions that uplift others and improve our communities. Whether through our work, our relationships, or our daily choices, living with purpose connects us to something greater than ourselves, reminding us that we are part of a shared human journey. Living with purpose often means embracing our unique strengths and talents and using them to make a difference, however small. Each of us has gifts that can benefit others, a skill, a perspective, or a quality that, when shared, enriches the world. By focusing on our strengths, we create a life that feels both authentic and impactful, one where our contributions reflect who we truly are. This sense of alignment brings joy and fulfillment, as we know that our efforts are both meaningful and genuine. Purposeful living also fosters a legacy of inspiration. When we pursue what we believe in and dedicate ourselves to contributing positively, we encourage others to do the same. Purpose is contagious. Our passion and commitment can ignite similar dedication in those around us, creating a ripple effect of meaningful action. Through our example, we show others that life can be purposeful and fulfilling, a journey of giving and growth. Embracing each moment, gratitude and appreciation. As we reflect on the principles of positive psychology, gratitude emerges as a central theme, a reminder to appreciate the beauty of each moment, the connections we've built, and the lessons life offers us. Gratitude is the bridge that connects us to the present, allowing us to savor the journey and find joy in both simple pleasures and significant achievements. When we live with gratitude, we acknowledge that life, in all its complexity, is a gift. Gratitude also reminds us that meaning and fulfillment are not destinations but states of being. Each day, each interaction, and each experience holds potential for appreciation. By embracing gratitude, we cultivate a mindset that finds value in the present moment, creating a life that feels abundant and full. In this way, gratitude enriches our legacy as it encourages us to approach life with kindness, openness, and a genuine appreciation for the journey. Moving forward, living a life of positive impact. As you continue on your own journey, remember that each day is an opportunity to live with intention, compassion, and joy. Positive psychology offers us tools to enhance our lives, but it is ultimately our choices, actions, and mindset that shape our experience. By embracing resilience, practicing gratitude, cultivating meaningful relationships, and living with purpose, we create a life that is both fulfilling and impactful, a life that reflects our highest values and aspirations. Your legacy is not something to be achieved in a single act or a final moment. It is a tapestry woven from the countless choices and connections you create along the way. By choosing to live with meaning, kindness, and authenticity, you leave a mark on the world that extends far beyond your individual life. This legacy of positive impact is a gift to future generations, a reminder that a meaningful life is built on love, purpose, and connection. As you move forward, may you continue to grow, give, and find joy in the journey. May your life be a testament to the power of positive psychology, a life rich with purpose, resilience, and appreciation for each moment. And in doing so, may you inspire others to embrace their own journey of meaning and fulfillment, creating a world that is more compassionate, connected, and alive with possibility. The Law of Attraction Journal. Daily practices to align your energy with your desires. Written and published by Ciro Ermisai. Feel free to subscribe for more content. Now let's get into the book. Introduction. Understanding the Law of Attraction. Welcome to the Law of Attraction Journal. If you're here, it's probably because you're curious about how to turn your thoughts into reality, align with your desires, and maybe even make the universe work for you, rather than against you. We've all had those days, right? You've come to the right place. But before we dive into the daily practices that will supercharge your manifesting power, let's take a moment to understand what the Law of Attraction really is, why it works, and why your energy is at the heart of everything you attract. The basics. What is the Law of Attraction? In the simplest terms, the Law of Attraction is based on the idea that like attracts like. The energy you put out into the world through your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs is what you will attract back into your life. Think of your thoughts like a magnet. When you're radiating positivity, abundance, and belief in yourself, you naturally draw positive experiences and opportunities. But, and this is a big but, when you're focused on lack, fear, or negativity, guess what? You attract more of that too. Sounds almost too simple, right? Well, simple doesn't always mean easy. This is where a lot of people get stuck. They think, I'll just wish for $1 million and boom, it'll appear. But as you may have guessed, it doesn't quite work that way. The Law of Attraction is not about making random, empty wishes and hoping for the best. It's about aligning your energy, your thoughts, emotions, and actions, with your desires and then trusting the process. The universe loves clarity and so do you. Why energy is everything. Here's the thing. Everything in the universe is made up of energy. And I mean everything. From the chair you're sitting on to the thoughts in your head, it's all vibrating at different frequencies. Now, I know that might sound a little woo, but stay with me here. This is the fun part. Your thoughts, whether positive or negative, carry a certain energy or vibration. When you think a thought repeatedly, especially if it's backed by strong emotions like excitement or fear, it creates a pattern of energy that starts to radiate from you. In essence, you become a walking, talking magnet for the experiences, people, and situations that match your energetic frequency. Have you ever noticed how, on those days when you wake up feeling amazing, everything just seems to go your way? Your coffee tastes better, traffic clears up just in time, and even that person at work who never smiles suddenly gives you a compliment. That's because you're vibrating at a high positive frequency, and the universe is matching that vibe like a cosmic dance partner. Now flip the script. On those days when you stub your toe getting out of bed, spill your breakfast, and end up stuck in a traffic jam, it feels like the whole world is conspiring against you. The truth is, you're emitting a low negative frequency, and the universe is responding accordingly. The beauty of the law of attraction is that once you understand how energy works, you can change it. You can consciously raise your vibration, align with what you truly desire, and start attracting the experiences, people, and opportunities that reflect your highest good. Sounds exciting, doesn't it? How this journal will help you. Okay, let's be real for a second. If manifesting your desires was as easy as just thinking about them, we'd all be living in luxury mansions, never having to worry about a thing. But the truth is, creating the life you want requires consistent effort. You have to stay in alignment with what you want, and that takes practice. This journal is designed to help you do just that, day by day, step by step. Each chapter of this book is filled with daily practices that will help you fine-tune your energy and mindset, turning you into a master of manifestation. Think of this journal as your personal guide, your cheerleader, and maybe even your gentle reminder when you need to get back on track. Whether you're just starting out or you've been on this journey for a while, these practices will help you deepen your understanding of the law of attraction and make it work for you in powerful ways. And here's the best part. You don't need to completely overhaul your life or personality to see results. These practices are designed to fit into your existing routine, and over time, they'll help you build a life that feels more aligned with who you really are and what you truly want. The real secret, it's all about alignment. Chapter 1. Setting Clear Intentions. Welcome to the first step in your manifestation journey, setting clear intentions. Now, before you roll your eyes and think, I already know what I want, hang tight. This chapter isn't just about casually wishing for things like you'd make a shopping list. No, this is about learning how to powerfully declare your desires to the universe in a way that commands attention. We're going from vague wishing to laser-focused, crystal-clear asking. If you've ever tried to manifest something and felt like the universe put you on hold, chances are it wasn't because the universe wasn't listening, it's because your ask wasn't clear. The universe loves clarity. It doesn't do well with kinda, sorta, maybe. It needs specifics. So, let's dive into how to get crystal clear on what you really want, and how to set intentions that make the universe sit up and take notice. What's an intention anyway? Let's start with the basics. What exactly is an intention? It's more than just a goal or a desire. An intention is the energy and focus you put behind your desires. It's like sending out a signal that says, this is what I want, and I'm ready to receive it. The key here is that your intention has to be clear and strong. When you set a clear intention, you align your energy with what you want and direct your focus toward making it happen. Think of your intention like programming a GPS. If you just tell it, I want to go somewhere nice, it's not going to know what to do. But if you say, take me to 123 Manifestation Avenue, boom, the GPS knows exactly where to go and starts plotting the route. The same goes for your intentions. The more specific you are, the easier it is for the universe to guide you toward your destination. The problem with vague intentions. Here's where a lot of people trip up. They set intentions like, I want to be happy, or I want more money, but those are super vague. What does happiness actually look like for you? Is it about having more free time? Feeling more connected in your relationships? Finding a career that fulfills you? And when it comes to money, how much more? $100? A million? When you're vague, the universe doesn't know what to deliver. It's like going to a restaurant and telling the waiter, just bring me some food. Sure, you'll get something, but who knows what'll end up on your plate. Maybe you're dreaming of a juicy steak and they bring you tofu. Nothing against tofu, but it might not be what you had in mind. Here's the deal, vague intentions get vague results. If you're wondering why your manifestations seem fuzzy or incomplete, it's probably because your intentions were fuzzy too. So let's fix that. How to set clear, powerful intentions. Now that we've established that clarity is key, let's talk about how to set intentions that are as clear as a sunny day. 1. Be specific. Start with the what. What do you really want? The clearer you can be about this, the better. Instead of saying, I want more money, try, I intend to receive $10,000 in the next 3 months. Instead of, I want to be happy, say, I intend to feel joyful, peaceful, and fulfilled in my job and relationships. Being specific doesn't just help the universe, it helps you too. When you know exactly what you want, it becomes easier to focus your energy and take aligned actions toward it. And don't worry, if your desires change along the way, you can always adjust. The universe is flexible. 2. Focus on the feeling. When you set your intention, don't just think about what you want, think about how it will feel when you have it. The law of attraction works by aligning your vibration with your desires, and feelings are one of the fastest ways to raise your vibration. Close your eyes and imagine that you've already manifested what you want. What does it feel like? Exciting? Peaceful? Empowering? Really soak in that feeling, because that's the frequency you want to be on. The more you can feel the emotions of having what you want, the faster you'll attract it. Pro tip: when you're trying to manifest something, always focus on the feeling more than the details. Sometimes the universe has an even better version of what you want in store, but it's the feeling that matters. So if you're manifesting love, for example, don't get hung up on what your future partner looks like. Focus on how it feels to be in a loving, fulfilling relationship. 3. Use the present tense. Here's a fun trick. When you set your intentions, talk about them as if they've already happened. Instead of saying, I want to find a new job, say, I am working in a job that I love, where I feel valued and excited every day. This signals to the universe and to your subconscious mind that your desire is already on its way. It might feel a little weird at first, like you're lying to yourself, but stick with it. The more you can embody the energy of already having it, the more you'll attract it into your life. 4. Let go of the how. This is a big one, and it trips a lot of people up. When you set an intention, it's easy to get obsessed with figuring out how it's going to happen. You might start trying to control the process or overthink every step. But here's the thing, you don't need to know how it's going to happen. That's the universe's job. Your job is to stay focused on what you want and take inspired action when opportunities arise. But you don't have to micromanage the universe. In fact, the more you let go of the how, the more room you give for magic to happen. Example: if you're manifesting a new home, don't stress about every little detail, like how much the down payment will be or how you're going to find the perfect realtor. Focus on what you want, a home that feels peaceful and abundant, and trust that the universe will line up the right people, places, and opportunities to make it happen. The power of commitment. Setting an intention is like making a promise to yourself and the universe. But here's the thing, it's not a half-hearted, I'll try and see what happens kind of deal. It's a firm, unshakable decision that you're ready for what you're asking for. Once you set an intention, you have to commit to it. That means staying focused on your desire, even when things don't seem to be happening right away. The universe doesn't always work on your timeline, but that doesn't mean your manifestation isn't on its way. Sometimes things are happening behind the scenes that you can't see yet. So, make a commitment to yourself right now. Say, I am committed to manifesting, insert your desire here, and I trust that the universe is bringing it to me in perfect timing. Practice your daily intention setting. Here's a simple but powerful practice you can start doing every day to set clear intentions and get your energy in alignment with what you want. 1. Morning intention setting. Each morning, take 5 minutes to set an intention for the day. It doesn't have to be something huge, just something that aligns you with your desires. For example, I intend to feel peaceful and focused today, or I intend to attract opportunities that support my goals. 2. Write it down. There's something magical about writing down your intentions. It makes them feel more real. So grab a journal or use this one and jot down your intention for the day. Be specific and don't forget to include how you want to feel. 3. Feel it. After you've written your intention, close your eyes and spend a minute really feeling the emotions of already having it. Imagine your day going exactly the way you want. Smile. Breathe it in. 4. Let it go. Once you've set your intention and felt it, release it. Don't obsess over it or try to control every detail. Trust that the universe has your back, and go about your day knowing that your intention is already manifesting. The bottom line: setting clear intentions is the first step in mastering the law of attraction. It's about being specific, focusing on the feeling, using the present tense, and committing to your desires without obsessing over the how. When you do this, you send a powerful signal to the universe that you're ready to receive what you've asked for. So, what's your intention for today? Write it down, feel it, and then let the universe work its magic. You've got this. Chapter 2: Daily Gratitude Practice. If there's one secret sauce to manifesting your desires with the law of attraction, it's gratitude. Seriously, if you could bottle gratitude and sell it, you'd be rich. Though to be fair, practicing it regularly might help you manifest that abundance anyway. But why is gratitude so powerful when it comes to attracting what you want? Well, let's dig in and find out. Gratitude, in its simplest form, is the act of appreciating what you already have. It's acknowledging the good in your life, even when things aren't perfect. And here's the magic of it. When you focus on what's good, you automatically shift your energy to a higher vibration. And as we already know from Chapter 1, higher vibrations attract more positive things into your life. It's like the universe is a cosmic copycat. It sees you vibing on gratitude and says, "Oh, they like this good stuff? Let's give them more." So, let's explore how a daily gratitude practice can supercharge your manifesting power and turn you into a magnet for your desires. Why gratitude works like a magnet. Here's the thing: when you feel grateful, you're not in a state of lack. And lack, feeling like you don't have enough, is one of the biggest blockers to manifesting your desires. When you're constantly thinking, "I don't have this," or "I wish I had that," you're focusing on what's missing. And what happens when you focus on lack? You attract more lack. Not cool, right? Gratitude flips the script. When you focus on what's already good in your life, you're telling the universe, "I'm so happy with what I have, and I'm open to receiving even more." You're no longer coming from a place of scarcity but from a place of abundance. And that shift in energy makes a huge difference in what you attract. Think of it like tuning into a radio station. If you're stuck on the lack frequency, you'll keep hearing the same old static about what's missing from your life. But when you tune into the gratitude frequency, suddenly you're hearing music. The sweet sound of abundance, opportunity, and all the good things the universe has in store for you. The science of gratitude, yes, really? Okay, so we've talked about the energetic side of gratitude, but did you know there's also scientific research that backs up the benefits of practicing gratitude? Yep, it's not just woo stuff. There's real science behind it. Studies have shown that people who regularly practice gratitude experience greater levels of happiness, reduced stress, and even better physical health. It turns out that when you focus on what's good in your life, it actually rewires your brain. Gratitude activates the reward centers in your brain, releasing feel-good chemicals like dopamine and serotonin. Over time, this makes it easier for you to feel positive and optimistic, which, guess what? Raises your vibration and helps you attract more of what you want. It's like you're giving your brain a little tune-up, making it work with you instead of against you. And when your brain is in alignment with the universe, magic happens. How to start your daily gratitude practice. Now that we've established how powerful gratitude is, let's talk about how to make it part of your daily routine. This isn't about throwing out the occasional thank you and calling it a day. It's about building a regular practice that shifts your mindset and keeps you in a state of high vibration. Here are some simple but effective ways to start incorporating gratitude into your life every single day. 1. Morning Gratitude Ritual. One of the easiest ways to start your day on the right foot is to spend a few minutes in the morning focusing on gratitude. Before you even get out of bed, take a moment to think about 3 things you're grateful for. It could be something as big as your family's love or as simple as the sunshine streaming through your window. The key here is to really feel the gratitude. Don't just rattle off a list in your head, connect with the feeling of appreciation. Close your eyes and imagine your heart expanding with gratitude for these things. Feel that warmth in your chest? That's your vibration rising. Example: I'm so grateful for the peaceful sleep I had last night. I'm grateful for the fresh cup of coffee I'm about to enjoy. And I'm grateful for the opportunities this day will bring. It doesn't have to be complicated. Just start your day with a grateful heart and watch how your mood shifts. 2. Gratitude journaling. Writing down what you're grateful for is a powerful way to make gratitude a regular habit. You can do this in the morning, before bed, or any time during the day when you feel the need to recalibrate your energy. Grab a journal, maybe this one, and make a list of at least 3 things you're grateful for. You can do this every day or even throughout the day if you're feeling extra appreciative. The more specific you can be, the better. Instead of just saying, I'm grateful for my family, try, I'm grateful for the way my partner made me laugh today, or I'm grateful for the fun conversation I had with my friend. Pro tip: keep your gratitude journal by your bed so it's easy to reach in the morning or at night. That way it becomes part of your daily routine and you're less likely to forget. 3. Gratitude walks. Sometimes the best way to connect with gratitude is to get outside and move. Taking a gratitude walk is a great way to combine physical movement with positive energy. As you walk, consciously focus on things you're grateful for, both in your immediate environment and in your life. Example: I'm so grateful for the fresh air I'm breathing right now. I'm grateful for the strength in my legs that lets me walk. I'm grateful for this beautiful tree I'm walking past. Walking in nature helps you ground yourself in the present moment, and it's easier to feel gratitude when you're connected to the world around you. Plus, the exercise will give you an extra boost of those feel-good chemicals we talked about earlier. 4. Express gratitude to others. One of the most powerful ways to cultivate gratitude is to express it to the people in your life. This could be as simple as sending a quick text to a friend or loved one to let them know you appreciate them, or it could be something more thoughtful, like writing a letter of gratitude. When you take the time to express gratitude to others, you not only raise your own vibration, but you also lift the energy of the person receiving your gratitude. It creates a ripple effect of positive energy, which can come back to you in unexpected ways. And remember, the universe loves a good ripple effect. Example: hey, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you. Thank you for being such a supportive friend. Your kindness really makes a difference in my life. The ripple effect of gratitude. One of the coolest things about practicing gratitude is that it doesn't just affect you. It creates a ripple effect that impacts everyone around you. When you're consistently grateful, people can feel that positive energy. It's contagious. You might notice that people start treating you more kindly, new opportunities seem to pop up out of nowhere, and life just feels a little bit brighter. This ripple effect is especially powerful when you're manifesting. As your gratitude grows, so does your alignment with abundance. You'll find that the more you appreciate what you already have, the more the universe will send your way. It's like saying, hey, I'm really enjoying this, let's keep it going. And the universe is happy to oblige. Practicing gratitude when things aren't perfect. Okay, let's get real for a second. Some days it's going to feel hard to be grateful. Maybe things aren't going your way, or you're in a tough situation that makes it difficult to see the silver lining. But here's the deal. Those are the days when gratitude is most important. When things aren't perfect, that's your chance to really lean into gratitude. You don't have to pretend everything is great, but you can still find small things to appreciate, even in the toughest situations. Maybe it's a lesson you're learning, or maybe it's simply that you have the strength to get through it. Example: I'm grateful for this challenge because it's teaching me resilience. I'm grateful for the support I have, even though this is hard right now. It's not about sugarcoating life. It's about finding something, no matter how small, to be grateful for. When you do that, you shift your energy and even difficult situations can start to improve. Practice your daily gratitude routine. Here's a simple gratitude routine you can incorporate into your day to keep your vibration high and attract more good things into your life. 1. Morning gratitude. Before you get out of bed, think of 3 things you're grateful for. 2. Gratitude journal. Write down at least 3 things you're grateful for in your journal. Do this in the morning, at night, or both. 3. Gratitude walk. Take a walk and as you go, consciously focus on things you appreciate. Let nature help you ground into your gratitude. 4. Express it. Reach out to someone today, whether it's a friend, family member, or colleague, and let them know you appreciate them. The bottom line. Gratitude is one of the simplest yet most powerful tools you can use to align your energy with abundance. When you make gratitude a daily practice, you open yourself up to receiving even more of the good things you already appreciate. Remember, what you focus on grows, so why not focus on what's already amazing in your life? So, what are you grateful for today? Take a moment to feel that gratitude and watch how it transforms your energy. The universe is listening and it's ready to send even more your way. Chapter 3: Visualization Techniques for Manifestation. So, you've got your intentions clear and you're practicing gratitude daily. Awesome. Now let's take things up a notch with one of the most powerful tools in your manifesting toolkit: visualization. If setting clear intentions is like placing an order with the universe, visualization is the process of giving it detailed instructions on exactly what you want that order to look like. It's a way of aligning your energy with your desires by immersing yourself in the feeling of already having what you want. But there's more to it than just imagining things vaguely in your mind. In this chapter, we're going to dive into how to effectively visualize so that the universe can't help but say, "Yep, let's make that happen." Why visualization works. At first glance, visualization might seem like a daydreaming exercise. You close your eyes, imagine something nice, and hope it comes true. But it's far more than that. It's a proven method to align your subconscious mind, thoughts, and emotions with the reality you want to create. Neuroscience has shown that when you vividly imagine an experience, your brain fires the same neural pathways as if you were actually living that experience. In essence, your brain can't tell the difference between real life and a well-imagined thought. This is huge. By regularly visualizing your desired outcome, you're training your brain to see that outcome is real and possible. Over time, your brain starts to form new beliefs around your ability to achieve this goal. And when your brain believes something is possible, you begin to act in ways that naturally move you toward it. Beyond your brain's role, visualization works on an energetic level too. When you repeatedly visualize your desires and immerse yourself in the positive emotions that come with them, you raise your vibration to match the energy of what you want to attract. It's like tuning into the right frequency on the radio. Suddenly, everything you've been trying to manifest becomes clearer and more accessible because your energy is aligned with it. The power of feeling. One of the most important aspects of successful visualization is feeling the emotions of your desired outcome. It's not enough to simply picture the things you want, you need to feel what it's like to have them. The universe responds to energy, and emotions are one of the most powerful forms of energy you can emit. Think about it like this. If you're trying to manifest a new job, don't just visualize yourself sitting at a desk. Visualize how it feels to walk into that office every day, excited and fulfilled by the work you're doing. Feel the pride, the confidence, the joy of knowing you're in the right place. The more deeply you can connect with those feelings, the more magnetic your energy becomes. The universe picks up on those emotions and starts sending experiences that match them. This is where many people go wrong with visualization. They focus too much on the physical aspects of what they want and not enough on how it will make them feel. It's not about the shiny car or the big house. It's about the sense of freedom, joy, or accomplishment that comes with it. When you focus on the feeling, you open yourself up to even better possibilities than you might have imagined. How to visualize effectively. Now that you understand why visualization works and the importance of feeling, let's break down how to do it effectively. Visualization is a skill, and like any skill, it gets stronger with practice. You don't have to be a pro right out of the gate, but by incorporating a few key techniques, you can dramatically improve your ability to manifest through visualization. The first step is to find a quiet space where you won't be disturbed. You want to be able to focus fully on your visualization without distractions. Sit or lie down comfortably, close your eyes, and take a few deep breaths to center yourself. This will help you relax and clear your mind of any clutter from the day. Once you're relaxed, begin by thinking about your desired outcome. It could be a specific goal, like a new relationship or career opportunity, or it could be a more general feeling like abundance or joy. Start to paint a vivid mental picture of that desire. What does it look like? What colors, textures, or shapes come to mind? The more detailed you can be, the better. Now shift your focus to how it feels. Imagine yourself in that desired scenario and pay attention to the emotions that come up. Are you excited, peaceful, or proud? Let yourself fully feel those emotions as if everything you want has already come to pass. The goal is to create a mental movie where you're the star, and everything is going exactly the way you want it to. As you visualize, allow yourself to enjoy the experience. Don't rush it. Spend as much time as you need immersing yourself in the details and emotions of your desired outcome. The more frequently you practice this, the easier it will become to tap into those feelings, and the more naturally you'll start attracting experiences that align with them. When to visualize. Timing can play an important role in visualization. While you can and should visualize your desires anytime you feel inspired, there are certain times of day when your mind is more open to suggestion. These windows of time make it easier for your subconscious to absorb the images and feelings you're projecting, which enhances the power of your visualization. One of the best times to visualize is right before you go to bed. At this time, your brain is transitioning from the active beta state into the more relaxed alpha state, which is ideal for accessing your subconscious mind. By visualizing just before sleep, you're planting seeds of intention that your mind will work on throughout the night. Similarly, the first thing in the morning is another great time to visualize. Your mind is still in that receptive alpha state after waking up, which means it's primed to absorb the positive images and feelings you project. By starting your day with visualization, you're setting a high vibrational tone that can influence the rest of your day. Of course, you don't have to limit visualization to these times. You can also practice it during breaks at work, while meditating, or even while exercising. The key is to make it a regular part of your routine so that you're consistently aligning yourself with your desires. Visualization and action. While visualization is a powerful tool, it's not a magic wand that makes things happen on its own. Visualization works best when it's combined with aligned action. This means that after you visualize your desired outcome, you also need to take steps in the physical world that support that outcome. Let's say you're visualizing a new job. You imagine yourself in the role, feeling excited and fulfilled. But if you're not updating your resume, applying for jobs, or going to interviews, it's going to be much harder for the universe to deliver what you want. Visualization sets the energetic wheels in motion, but action is what brings those manifestations into reality. Think of it like planting a seed. Visualization is the act of planting that seed in fertile soil, but action is the sunlight and water that help it grow. Without both, your desires will struggle to take root. Don't worry though, this doesn't mean you have to work yourself to the bone. Aligned action is about taking steps that feel good and are in harmony with the energy you're putting out through your visualizations. When you're in alignment, the right opportunities will show up, and you'll feel naturally drawn to take action that supports your goals. Common mistakes to avoid. As with any manifesting technique, there are a few common pitfalls to avoid when it comes to visualization. One of the biggest mistakes people make is treating visualization as a one-and-done process. They visualize once, feel good for a moment, and then get frustrated when nothing happens immediately. Manifestation requires consistency. Just like you wouldn't expect to go to the gym once and come out with six-pack abs, you can't expect one visualization session to transform your entire life. Make visualization a regular habit, whether it's daily or a few times a week, and trust that the results will come with time. Another mistake is letting doubt or impatience creep in. After visualizing, it's important to let go of any attachment to how or when your desire will manifest. If you start questioning whether it's going to happen or worrying about the timeline, you lower your vibration and create resistance. Trust that the universe is working behind the scenes, even if you can't see the progress right away. Practice visualization exercise. Let's wrap up this chapter with a powerful visualization exercise you can start using right away. Find a quiet space where you can relax for at least 10 minutes. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths. Picture your desired outcome as vividly as possible. See it, feel it, and immerse yourself in it completely. Imagine every detail, from the sights and sounds to the emotions you'll feel when you've achieved it. As you visualize, allow your emotions to rise. Feel the excitement, joy, or peace that comes with manifesting your desire. Spend a few minutes basking in these positive emotions, then slowly bring your awareness back to the present moment. Trust that the universe is working on your behalf and let go of any need to control the outcome. Repeat this exercise regularly, and over time, you'll notice how much easier it becomes to tap into the energy of what you want. With consistent practice, you'll be amazed at how quickly the universe responds. The bottom line: visualization is one of the most powerful tools for aligning your energy with your desires. By vividly imagining your desired outcome and immersing yourself in the positive emotions that come with it, you raise your vibration and become a magnet for what you want. Combine your visualizations with aligned action, and you'll be well on your way to manifesting the life of your dreams. Are you ready to start visualizing your desires into reality? Let's make it happen. Chapter 4: Affirmations to Reprogram Your Subconscious. By now you've gotten clear on your intentions, built a daily gratitude practice, and explored the powerful tool of visualization. Each of these practices helps align your energy with your desires, but there's another crucial piece of the puzzle when it comes to manifestation: your subconscious mind. This chapter dives deep into using affirmations as a method to reprogram your subconscious and eliminate the limiting beliefs that might be blocking you from manifesting your dreams. Your subconscious mind is like the engine running in the background of your life. It stores your beliefs, habits, and experiences, both positive and negative, and these beliefs shape the way you see the world and what you think is possible for you. Here's the kicker: many of these beliefs were formed long ago, often in childhood, without you even realizing it. And some of them, they're not doing you any favors. That's where affirmations come in. Affirmations are positive, present-tense statements designed to reshape your subconscious mind, replacing those old limiting beliefs with empowering ones. They help you align your thoughts and feelings with what you want to create, making it easier to manifest your desires. So, let's explore how affirmations work and how you can use them to unlock your full potential. The subconscious mind and its role in manifestation. Before we dive into the practical side of affirmations, let's take a moment to understand the role your subconscious mind plays in the manifestation process. Think of your subconscious as the fertile soil where all your beliefs, thoughts, and emotions take root. Whatever you plant in that soil, whether it's positive or negative, will grow and shape your reality. Here's the tricky part: while your conscious mind is aware of your day-to-day thoughts, your subconscious operates on autopilot, processing thousands of bits of information every second. This means that if you've been carrying around limiting beliefs like "I'm not good enough" or "I'll never be successful," your subconscious is quietly working to reinforce those beliefs, even if you consciously want something different. For example, you might consciously set an intention to attract financial abundance, but if deep down your subconscious believes money is hard to come by, you'll unconsciously sabotage your efforts. The good news is that your subconscious mind is not fixed. It can be reprogrammed, and that's exactly where affirmations come into play. How affirmations work. Affirmations work by directly addressing your subconscious mind, feeding it new, positive beliefs that align with your desires. When you repeat an affirmation consistently, you're essentially planting a new seed in the soil of your subconscious. Over time, that seed takes root, replacing old negative beliefs with new, empowering ones. It's important to note that affirmations work best when they are phrased in the present tense. This is because your subconscious mind doesn't understand time the way your conscious mind does. It operates in the here and now, so when you say, "I am abundant," your subconscious accepts that as your current reality and starts aligning your thoughts, emotions, and actions accordingly. The more you repeat an affirmation, the stronger its impact on your subconscious. And when your subconscious mind truly believes in the affirmation, you'll start to notice shifts in your external reality. Opportunities that once seemed out of reach will begin to show up, and your actions will become more aligned with your goals. Choosing the right affirmations. Not all affirmations are created equal. The most effective affirmations are those that resonate deeply with your personal desires and goals. You want to choose affirmations that feel meaningful to you and speak directly to the areas where you're looking to create change. For example, if you're working on attracting love into your life, an affirmation like "I am worthy of a loving, healthy relationship" can help dissolve any subconscious beliefs about unworthiness or fear of intimacy. If you're manifesting financial success, you might use "I am a magnet for wealth and prosperity." It's also important that your affirmations feel believable to you. If an affirmation feels too far from your current reality, it might trigger resistance rather than support. For instance, if you're deeply in debt and you try to affirm, "I am a millionaire," your subconscious might reject that statement because it feels too far from the truth. Instead, you could start with something more accessible like, "I am attracting more financial abundance every day." As you continue to work with affirmations, you can gradually expand them to reflect larger goals, but the key is to start where you are and build up from there. Embodying your affirmations. Simply repeating affirmations is a powerful start, but to truly unlock their potential, you need to embody them. This means more than just saying the words, it means feeling the truth of those words as you say them. Your emotions play a crucial role in reprogramming your subconscious, and the more emotion you can bring to your affirmations, the more effective they will be. When you say, "I am confident and capable," don't just recite it flatly like a line in a script. Say it with conviction. Stand tall, breathe deeply, and imagine what it feels like to already be confident and capable. The more you can embody the feeling of the affirmation, the faster it will become your reality. Here's why this works. Your subconscious mind responds to feelings more than it does to logic. If you can convince yourself to feel the emotions of having what you want, whether it's confidence, abundance, love, or success, your subconscious starts to believe that those feelings are real, and it will work to create experiences that match those emotions. This is why affirmations, when combined with strong emotions, can be so transformative. You're not just telling your subconscious mind what you want, you're showing it how it feels to already have it. Repetition and consistency. Like any habit, reprogramming your subconscious mind with affirmations takes time and consistency. You can't expect to say an affirmation once and suddenly see your entire life transform, although that would be nice. The key is to repeat your affirmations regularly, making them a part of your daily routine. One of the best times to use affirmations is in the morning, right after you wake up. At this time, your mind is still in a relaxed, receptive state, making it easier for affirmations to reach your subconscious. You can also use them at night, just before you go to sleep, as your brain is transitioning from conscious to subconscious processing. Throughout the day, whenever you catch yourself thinking a limiting thought, like "I'll never be able to do this," replace it with a positive affirmation. Over time, this practice will train your mind to automatically shift from negative to positive thinking, reinforcing the new beliefs you're cultivating. If you want to take your affirmation practice to the next level, try incorporating them into other activities. For example, you can say your affirmations while exercising, walking, or even while doing household chores. The more frequently you repeat them, the stronger their impact will be. Tackling resistance. It's completely normal to encounter resistance when you first start working with affirmations. If you've spent years or decades holding on to limiting beliefs, your subconscious mind might initially reject the new positive messages you're feeding it. You might feel silly, uncomfortable, or even frustrated when you first start saying affirmations. That's okay. The key is to acknowledge the resistance without letting it stop you. Think of resistance as your subconscious mind trying to protect the old programming that it's familiar with. It's not that your subconscious is against you, it's just used to the old story you've been telling yourself. Your job is to gently but persistently introduce the new story through affirmations. Over time, as you continue to repeat your affirmations and embody their feelings, the resistance will fade. Your subconscious will start to accept the new beliefs, and those old limiting beliefs will lose their power over you. Affirmation examples for different areas of life. Let's explore a few examples of affirmations you can use to reprogram your subconscious in different areas of your life. Feel free to customize these to fit your specific desires and goals. For abundance, I am a magnet for wealth and prosperity. Opportunities for financial success flow to me effortlessly. For love and relationships, I am worthy of a loving, fulfilling relationship. I attract love into my life with ease and joy. For confidence and self-worth, I am confident, capable, and unstoppable. I fully believe in myself and my abilities. For health and well-being, my body is strong, healthy, and full of energy. I honor my body and nourish it with love and care. For success and achievement, I am successful in everything I do. I attract opportunities that help me grow and thrive. Practice. Daily affirmation routine. To make the most of your affirmations, try this simple daily routine. Start your day by choosing 2 or 3 affirmations that resonate with your current goals. Stand in front of a mirror, take a few deep breaths, and say each affirmation out loud 3 to 5 times. As you speak the words, really focus on feeling the emotions associated with each affirmation. Visualize yourself living the truth of those words, and let that feeling sink into your mind and body. Throughout the day, whenever you notice a negative thought creeping in, counter it with a positive affirmation. Don't worry if you don't fully believe it at first, just keep repeating it. With time, your subconscious will begin to accept the new belief, and the old limiting thoughts will fade away. End your day by repeating your affirmations one last time before bed. This reinforces the positive beliefs in your subconscious as you sleep, helping them take root even deeper. The bottom line. Affirmations are a powerful tool for reprogramming your subconscious mind and aligning your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs with your desires. By consistently repeating positive, present-tense statements, you can dissolve limiting beliefs and replace them with empowering ones that support your goals. Remember, the key to successful affirmation practice is repetition, emotion, and consistency. The more you embody the truth of your affirmations, the more they'll shape your reality. You've got everything you need to start using affirmations to create lasting change. So what are you waiting for? Begin today by choosing your affirmations, repeating them daily, and watch how your life begins to shift in incredible ways. Chapter 5. Letting Go of Resistance. You've set your intentions, you're practicing gratitude, you're visualizing your desires, and you've started using affirmations to reprogram your subconscious mind. But there's one more crucial element that can make or break your manifesting journey: letting go of resistance. This chapter is all about learning how to release the inner blocks that are standing between you and the life you want to create. Resistance can take many forms: doubt, fear, worry, attachment, and even old limiting beliefs you didn't realize were still hanging around. And here's the tricky part. Sometimes you may not even know you're resisting. You might be diligently practicing all the law of attraction techniques, but if you're holding on to resistance in any form, it can create a barrier that prevents your desires from flowing into your reality. Letting go of that resistance is like opening the floodgates. It allows the energy of what you want to come to you with ease. What is resistance? Before we get into how to let go of resistance, let's first understand what it actually is. Resistance is any thought, belief, or feeling that contradicts your desires. It's the little voice in your head that says, "This isn't going to work," or "I don't deserve this," or even, "What if things don't turn out the way I want?" It's the fear that creeps in when you think about stepping into a bigger, more abundant version of your life, and it's the attachment to how things should unfold. Resistance often stems from your subconscious mind, which is programmed to protect you based on past experiences and beliefs. If you've been carrying around limiting beliefs for a long time, like the idea that success is hard or that you're not worthy of love, your subconscious will resist any new experiences that challenge those beliefs. It's not that your mind is trying to sabotage you. It's simply trying to keep you in what it perceives as a safe, familiar zone. However, when it comes to manifesting, resistance acts like a brick wall between you and your desires. No matter how much you visualize or affirm, if there's resistance in the form of fear, doubt, or attachment, it slows down the manifestation process or blocks it entirely. To attract what you want, you need to release that resistance and allow the energy of your desires to flow freely. Identifying your resistance. The first step in letting go of resistance is recognizing where it's showing up in your life. Sometimes resistance is obvious, like when you feel anxious or doubtful about whether your desires will manifest. Other times, it's more subtle, hiding beneath the surface in the form of procrastination, perfectionism, or even self-sabotage. For example, let's say you've set the intention to manifest a new job. You're visualizing yourself in the role, using affirmations to boost your confidence, and applying for positions. But deep down, there's a little voice telling you, "I'm not really qualified for this," or "What if I fail?" That's resistance. It's the subconscious fear of stepping into something new and unknown, and it can hold you back from taking the actions needed to manifest your goal. Another form of resistance is attachment, becoming so fixated on how and when your desires will manifest that you actually create tension around them. If you're constantly checking for signs, obsessing over the outcome, or trying to control every detail, you're sending out the energy of lack and desperation, which creates even more resistance. The good news is that once you're aware of your resistance, you can start to release it. Awareness is the first step to change, and it opens the door to the possibility of letting go. Letting go of fear and doubt. Fear and doubt are two of the most common forms of resistance. They often go hand in hand, showing up when you're stepping out of your comfort zone or aiming for something bigger than you've experienced before. Fear might tell you that you're not capable of achieving your goal, while doubt whispers that it's not possible for you. To let go of fear and doubt, the first thing you need to do is acknowledge them. It might seem counterintuitive, but resisting fear only makes it stronger. Instead of trying to push it away, recognize it for what it is, a natural response to change. Say to yourself, I see you, fear. I know you're trying to protect me, but I'm choosing to move forward anyway. By acknowledging your fear, you take away its power. Next, challenge the beliefs behind your fear and doubt. Ask yourself, is this really true? For example, if your fear is telling you that you're not qualified for a job, take a moment to look at the evidence. Do you have skills and experience that make you a strong candidate? Are there people in similar roles who have a similar background? More often than not, fear is based on an exaggerated or false belief. Once you question it, you start to see that it doesn't hold as much weight as you thought. Visualization and affirmations can also help you dissolve fear and doubt. By repeatedly seeing yourself in your desired situation and affirming your worthiness, you reprogram your subconscious mind to believe in the possibility of your goal. Over time, the fear will fade and you'll start to feel more confident in your ability to manifest what you want. Releasing attachment. Attachment is another sneaky form of resistance that can block your manifestations. It happens when you become so focused on the outcome, on getting exactly what you want in exactly the way you want it, that you create a sense of urgency or desperation. You might find yourself checking constantly for signs that your manifestation is on its way, feeling anxious about how it's going to happen, or even getting frustrated when things don't seem to be moving fast enough. The problem with attachment is that it creates resistance by sending out the energy of lack. When you're overly attached to a specific outcome, you're essentially telling the universe, I don't have this yet and I'm afraid I won't get it. That energy of fear and lack blocks the flow of your desires, making it harder for them to manifest. The key to releasing attachment is to focus on the feeling of your desire rather than the specifics of how it will unfold. Remember, the universe has infinite ways of delivering what you want, and sometimes it brings you something even better than you imagined. By letting go of the need to control every detail, you open yourself up to receiving in ways you might not have expected. One powerful way to release attachment is to practice detachment. Detachment doesn't mean giving up on your desire. It means trusting that the universe is working on your behalf, even if you can't see the results right away. It's about having faith that everything is unfolding in perfect timing, and that what's meant for you will always find its way to you. When you feel yourself getting attached to a specific outcome, take a deep breath and remind yourself, I trust the process. The universe knows what I want, and it's bringing it to me in the best possible way. This simple shift in mindset can help you let go of the tension and allow your desires to flow. The power of surrender. At the heart of letting go of resistance is the practice of surrender. Surrendering doesn't mean giving up or becoming passive. It's about releasing your need to control the how and when of your manifestations. It's about trusting that the universe has a bigger, more complete view of your life, and that it's guiding you toward what's best for you, even if it doesn't look the way you expected. Surrender is the ultimate act of faith. It's saying, I know what I want, but I trust that the universe has my back and will deliver it to me in the right way and at the right time. When you surrender, you let go of resistance and create space for miracles to happen. You stop trying to force things into existence and instead allow them to unfold naturally. Surrendering can feel scary at first, especially if you're used to being in control. But the more you practice it, the more you'll start to see how powerful it is. When you let go of the need to control every detail, you allow the universe to work its magic, and often, it delivers something even better than you could have imagined. A helpful way to practice surrender is through meditation or mindfulness. Spend a few minutes each day sitting quietly, focusing on your breath, and allowing yourself to simply be. As you meditate, release any thoughts or worries about how your manifestations will come to pass. Just be present in the moment, trusting that everything is working out for your highest good. Trusting divine timing. One of the hardest parts of letting go of resistance is trusting the timing of your manifestations. When you set a goal or intention, it's natural to want it to happen as quickly as possible. But sometimes the universe has other plans. There may be factors at play that you can't see, or lessons you need to learn before your desire can manifest fully. Trusting in divine timing means accepting that everything is happening exactly as it should, even if it doesn't match your timeline. It means recognizing that delays or detours are often blessings in disguise, opportunities to grow, shift your perspective, or prepare for something even better. When you find yourself feeling impatient or frustrated with the timing of your manifestations, remind yourself that the universe is always working on your behalf, even when you can't see the evidence. Trust that what you've asked for is on its way, and in the meantime focus on enjoying the journey. After all, the path to your desires is just as important as the destination. Practice releasing resistance. Here's a simple practice to help you release resistance and allow your desires to flow more easily. Take a moment to sit in a quiet space where you won't be disturbed. Close your eyes and take a few deep breaths, allowing your body and mind to relax. Now, think about a desire you've been trying to manifest. Notice if any resistance comes up, whether it's fear, doubt, or attachment. Acknowledge the resistance without judgment. Say to yourself, I see this resistance and I choose to release it. As you breathe, imagine the resistance dissolving like mist, leaving your body and mind clear and open. Once you've released the resistance, affirm to yourself, I trust the universe. I trust the process. I am open to receiving in the perfect way and at the perfect time. Spend a few moments sitting with that feeling of trust and surrender, knowing that everything is working out in your favor. The bottom line. Letting go of resistance is a crucial part of the manifestation process. By releasing fear, doubt, attachment, and the need to control, you allow your desires to flow into your life with ease. Trust in the universe, trust in the timing, and most importantly, trust in yourself. The more you let go, the more you'll find that what you want comes to you naturally, effortlessly, and often in ways even better than you imagined. You've done the work. Now it's time to relax, let go, and allow the universe to take care of the rest. Chapter 6. Mindfulness and Present Moment Awareness. If there's one thing that can amplify your manifesting abilities and help you align more deeply with your desires, it's mindfulness and present moment awareness. You've probably heard the phrase, be here now, and while it might sound simple, living in the present moment is one of the most powerful, and often overlooked, tools in the law of attraction. In this chapter, we're going to explore how mindfulness can transform not only your manifesting journey but your entire approach to life. When we talk about mindfulness, we're talking about the practice of fully engaging with the present moment, being aware of what's happening in and around you without judgment. It's the art of paying attention, intentionally and without getting caught up in the mental chatter that often pulls you into the past or projects you into the future. And when you learn how to stay grounded in the present, you align yourself with the natural flow of the universe, creating a powerful state of allowing. Why the present moment is key to manifesting. The present moment is where your true power lies. Everything you think, feel, and do happens in the now. Your point of attraction, meaning the energy you're emitting to the universe, comes from your present state of being, not from something that happened in the past or something you hope for in the future. When you're fully engaged with the present, you're connected to your deepest source of power. This is the space where you can choose your thoughts, consciously direct your emotions, and align your energy with your desires. It's in this state that you can intentionally create your reality. On the flip side, when you're dwelling on the past, regretting decisions, reliving painful experiences, or holding on to old disappointments, you're pulling your energy into a place where you have no control. Similarly, when you're overly focused on the future, worrying about what might happen, feeling anxious about what's yet to come, you're leaking energy and moving out of alignment with the present, where true manifestation occurs. In other words, the more you can bring your awareness to the present moment, the more aligned and powerful you become. Manifesting isn't about wishing for something to happen in the future. It's about aligning your energy right now with what you want, trusting that the future will take care of itself. The monkey mind and how to tame it. One of the biggest challenges people face when trying to stay present is dealing with the monkey mind, That constant mental chatter that jumps from one thought to another, swinging between worries about the past and anxieties about the future. The monkey mind thrives on distraction, and its favorite habit is pulling you out of the present moment. You've likely experienced this in your own life. You sit down to meditate or you're trying to stay focused on a task and suddenly, your mind is wandering off to something that happened last week or something you need to do tomorrow. This is normal. The mind's job is to think, to analyze, and to try to solve problems. But when left unchecked, it can create a lot of unnecessary noise and tension. The key to mindfulness is not about stopping your thoughts entirely, that's impossible, but learning to observe them without getting caught up in them. When you can notice your thoughts without judgment, you create space between you and the mental chatter. In that space, you have the power to bring your attention back to the present. This practice is like building a muscle. The more you work at it, the easier it becomes to catch your wandering thoughts and gently guide them back to the here and now. And when you can quiet the monkey mind, even for brief moments, you open yourself up to a deeper connection with your intuition, your desires, and the flow of the universe. Mindfulness as a tool for aligning with your desires. Mindfulness is more than just a practice of staying present. It's a powerful tool for aligning your energy with what you want to manifest. When you're mindful, you become aware of the thoughts and emotions that are driving your current reality. Instead of operating on autopilot, reacting to life based on old habits and patterns, you can consciously choose thoughts that support your desires. For example, let's say you're working on manifesting a new relationship. If you're not mindful, you might unconsciously fall into old patterns of thinking, such as, "I never meet the right person," or "I'm not good enough for a healthy relationship." These thoughts, whether you realize it or not, are sending out the vibration of lack, fear, or unworthiness. But when you practice mindfulness, you become aware of these limiting thoughts as they arise. Instead of getting swept away by them, you can observe them, acknowledge them, and choose to shift your focus. You might catch yourself thinking, "I'll never meet anyone," and in that moment, you can consciously redirect your thoughts to something more aligned with your desires, such as, "I'm open to love, and I trust that the right person is coming into my life." In this way, mindfulness helps you become a deliberate creator of your reality. By staying present and aware, you can spot the thoughts and emotions that are out of alignment with your goals and consciously choose ones that support your manifestations. The power of presence in everyday life. Practicing mindfulness isn't something that only happens during meditation or when you're sitting in silence. True mindfulness is about bringing awareness to everything you do, whether you're eating, working, walking, or even having a conversation. When you can approach everyday activities with a sense of presence, you start to experience life on a much deeper, richer level. For example, the next time you're eating a meal, try bringing your full attention to the experience. Notice the colors, textures, and flavors of the food. Savor each bite and notice how your body feels as you nourish it. By fully engaging with the act of eating, you not only enhance your enjoyment of the meal, but you also cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude for the nourishment you're receiving. This simple act of mindfulness can be applied to every aspect of your life. When you're present in your daily activities, you stop rushing through life on autopilot and start savoring each moment. This presence creates a sense of peace and contentment that naturally raises your vibration, making it easier to attract what you want into your life. Mindful awareness of emotions. Another crucial aspect of mindfulness is becoming aware of your emotions in the present moment. Emotions are a powerful indicator of your vibrational state, and they give you instant feedback on whether you're in alignment with your desires or not. By practicing mindfulness, you can learn to observe your emotions without judgment and use them as a guide for shifting your energy. Let's say you're working on manifesting abundance, but you notice that every time you think about money, you feel anxious or stressed. That emotion is a sign that you're out of alignment with the energy of abundance. Instead of pushing the emotion away or trying to suppress it, mindfulness allows you to simply observe the feeling. You might think, I'm noticing some anxiety around money. That's interesting. By observing the emotion without judgment, you create space for it to dissolve naturally. Once the emotion has passed, you can choose to refocus your attention on thoughts and feelings that are more aligned with abundance, such as gratitude for what you already have or excitement for the financial opportunities that are on their way to you. This practice of observing your emotions without getting caught up in them helps you maintain a high vibrational state, even when challenges arise. Instead of letting negative emotions pull you out of alignment, mindfulness allows you to gently guide yourself back to a place of peace, trust, and allowing. The connection between mindfulness and trust. One of the most beautiful aspects of mindfulness is how it helps you cultivate a deeper sense of trust in the universe. When you're fully present, you stop worrying about what's going to happen in the future or dwelling on what went wrong in the past. You realize that the only thing you can control is how you show up in the present moment, and that's enough. This awareness brings a profound sense of peace and trust. You start to see that everything is unfolding perfectly, even if you can't see the full picture yet. Mindfulness helps you surrender the need to control every detail of your life and instead trust that the universe is always working in your favor. As you practice mindfulness, you'll notice that the more present you are, the more synchronicities and opportunities start to appear in your life. This is because when you're fully engaged with the present moment, you're in a state of allowing. You're no longer resisting or trying to force things to happen. You're simply flowing with the energy of life, and the universe responds by bringing you what you need. Practical mindfulness techniques. Now that you understand the importance of mindfulness in the manifestation process, let's explore some practical ways you can incorporate mindfulness into your daily life. One of the easiest ways to start is with a simple mindful breathing exercise. Whenever you feel your mind wandering or your emotions getting the best of you, take a moment to pause and focus on your breath. Inhale deeply through your nose, feeling the air fill your lungs, and then exhale slowly through your mouth, releasing any tension. As you breathe, bring your attention fully to the present moment. Notice the sensation of the air as it moves in and out of your body. If your mind starts to wander, gently guide it back to the breath. This simple practice can help you reset your energy and bring your focus back to the here and now. Another powerful technique is mindful walking. The next time you go for a walk, instead of letting your mind race with thoughts of the past or future, bring your attention fully to the act of walking. Feel the ground beneath your feet, notice the rhythm of your steps, and pay attention to the sights, sounds, and smells around you. This practice not only helps you stay present, but it also grounds your energy and connects you with the natural flow of life. For a deeper mindfulness practice, try incorporating meditation into your daily routine. Even just 5 to 10 minutes of meditation each day can have a profound impact on your ability to stay present and aligned with your desires. As you meditate, focus on your breath, or choose a mantra or affirmation to repeat silently in your mind. The goal is not to empty your mind completely, but to observe your thoughts and emotions without getting attached to them. The bottom line: mindfulness and present moment awareness are essential tools for aligning your energy with your desires and living a more peaceful, joyful life. When you practice mindfulness, you bring your focus back to the here and now, where your true power lies. By staying present, you can consciously choose thoughts, emotions, and actions that support your manifestations, while releasing the mental chatter that pulls you out of alignment. Remember, manifesting isn't just about visualizing the future. It's about being fully engaged with the present moment and trusting that everything is unfolding perfectly. The more you practice mindfulness, the more you'll notice how effortlessly your desires flow into your life. So, take a deep breath, bring your attention back to the now, and watch how the universe responds. Chapter 7. Journaling for clarity and focus. In the world of manifestation, clarity is power. The more clear and focused you are on what you truly want, the more efficiently you align your energy with your desires and attract them into your life. One of the most effective ways to cultivate that clarity and focus is through journaling. This simple but transformative practice allows you to organize your thoughts, explore your emotions, and get in touch with your deepest desires in a way that few other tools can. In this chapter, we'll dive deep into how journaling can enhance your manifesting abilities by providing you with the clarity and focus needed to create your ideal reality. Journaling isn't just about writing down your thoughts or keeping a record of daily events. It's a powerful tool for self-discovery. It helps you process what's going on in your mind and heart so you can remove the mental and emotional clutter that often gets in the way of your manifestations. By putting your thoughts on paper, you not only gain insight into your true desires, but you also create a stronger connection between your conscious and subconscious mind, making it easier to align your energy with what you want. Why journaling is essential for manifestation. One of the main reasons journaling is so effective for manifestation is that it forces you to slow down and reflect. In a world that moves at a rapid pace, it's easy to get caught up in distractions, stress, and a constant stream of thoughts. When your mind is cluttered, it's difficult to get clear on what you truly want, and without clarity, manifestation becomes a hit or miss process. Journaling creates a dedicated space for you to focus on your desires, explore your thoughts, and gain the clarity needed to set powerful, intentional goals. Moreover, journaling helps you bring awareness to any limiting beliefs or fears that may be blocking your manifestations. When you write down your thoughts, you can often spot patterns that you might not notice otherwise. These patterns can reveal where you're holding yourself back, whether it's through doubt, fear, or old stories you've been telling yourself. Once you identify these blocks, you can work on releasing them and replacing them with more empowering beliefs. In essence, journaling acts as a mirror, reflecting your inner world back to you. It shows you where you're in alignment with your desires and where you may need to make adjustments. And by consistently journaling, you reinforce the energy of your intentions, making it easier for the universe to respond to your desires. Journaling as a manifestation practice. When used as a manifestation tool, journaling becomes more than just a space for random thoughts or reflections. It becomes a sacred practice for intentional creation. Every time you put pen to paper with the intention of manifesting, you're sending a clear signal to the universe. You're declaring what you want and aligning your thoughts and energy with that desire. There's a special kind of power in writing things down. Studies have shown that people who write down their goals are significantly more likely to achieve them than those who don't. This is because writing engages both your conscious and subconscious mind, helping you solidify your desires and create a roadmap for how to achieve them. When you write about your goals and dreams as though they are already happening, you bring them into your reality with greater clarity and focus. Journaling also helps you stay committed to your desires. It's easy to get excited about a goal in the moment but then lose focus or motivation over time. By regularly journaling about your desires, you keep them front and center in your mind, reinforcing the energy and intention behind them. It's like planting a seed and watering it daily. You're nurturing your desires and helping them grow. Different approaches to journaling for manifestation. There are many different ways to use journaling for manifestation, and the beauty of this practice is that you can tailor it to fit your personal style and preferences. Whether you enjoy free-flow writing, structured prompts, or creative visual exercises, journaling provides a flexible way to deepen your manifesting practice. One popular method is scriptwriting. In this approach, you write about your desired future as though it's already happening. You describe in vivid detail how your life looks and feels once your manifestations have come to fruition. The key here is to immerse yourself in the emotions and sensations of having already achieved your desires. This not only strengthens your belief in what's possible but also aligns your energy with the feeling of your desires being real. For example, if you're manifesting a new home, you could write, "I wake up in my beautiful new house, feeling peaceful and grateful. The morning light streams through the windows and I walk out onto the balcony, sipping my coffee and enjoying the serene view. I feel so at home here, so supported and comfortable in this space that is truly mine." The more detailed you are in your scriptwriting, the more real it becomes in your mind. This vivid description helps you embody the energy of already having your desire, which is one of the most powerful ways to manifest. Another effective approach is gratitude journaling. In this practice, you focus on writing about all the things you're grateful for, both what you currently have and what you're manifesting in the future. Gratitude has a unique ability to shift your vibration to a higher frequency, making it easier to attract more positive experiences. When you express gratitude for your desires as though they've already manifested, you're reinforcing the belief that they're on their way. For instance, if you're manifesting financial abundance, you might write, "I am so grateful for the abundance that flows into my life every day. Money comes to me easily and effortlessly, and I am always supported in achieving my financial goals. I am thankful for the freedom and security that wealth brings, and I trust that more is always on its way." This practice not only boosts your mood but also helps you stay in the vibration of abundance, which naturally attracts more of what you want. You can also use affirmation journaling as a way to reprogram your subconscious mind and reinforce positive beliefs. In this practice, You write down affirmations that align with your desires and repeat them consistently in your journal. Affirmation journaling helps you anchor your intentions, shifting your mindset to one of empowerment and possibility. As you write these affirmations, visualize yourself embodying their truth. For example, if you're manifesting a successful business, you might write affirmations like, I am a successful entrepreneur. I attract loyal clients who love my work. My business grows and thrives effortlessly, and I am confident in my ability to lead it to even greater success. Over time, as you continue to write and affirm these beliefs, they become ingrained in your subconscious mind, helping you manifest from a place of certainty and confidence. Using journaling to overcome limiting beliefs. One of the most valuable aspects of journaling is its ability to help you identify and release limiting beliefs that may be blocking your manifestations. These beliefs often lurk in the background, influencing your thoughts and actions without you even realizing it. Through journaling, you can bring these beliefs to the surface, examine them, and replace them with more empowering thoughts. A powerful technique for this is belief exploration journaling. Start by writing down a specific desire you're working on manifesting, then ask yourself, what beliefs do I currently hold about this area of my life? Be honest and open with yourself as you explore these beliefs. For example, if you're trying to manifest a promotion at work, you might uncover beliefs like, I'm not smart enough for this role, or other people are more qualified than I am. Once you've identified these limiting beliefs, the next step is to challenge them. Ask yourself, is this belief really true? Where did it come from? Is there evidence that contradicts it? By questioning your limiting beliefs, you start to weaken their hold over you. Then replace them with more empowering beliefs by writing affirmations that reflect your new mindset. For instance, if you've discovered a belief that says, I'm not smart enough for this promotion, you can reframe it as, I am highly capable and deserving of success. My skills and talents make me the perfect candidate for this promotion. The act of writing these new beliefs in your journal helps solidify them in your mind, making it easier to shift your energy and create new possibilities in your life. Journaling as a tool for reflection and growth. Beyond helping you manifest specific desires, journaling is also a powerful tool for reflection and personal growth. It allows you to track your progress, notice patterns in your thoughts and emotions, and gain insight into your overall manifesting journey. By regularly reviewing your journal entries, you can see how far you've come, celebrate your successes, and course correct where needed. For instance, you might look back at entries from a few months ago and realize that something you wrote down as a goal has already manifested. This not only reinforces your belief in the power of manifestation but also gives you the motivation to keep going. Journaling also helps you spot areas where you might still be holding on to resistance or doubt, giving you the opportunity to address those blocks and realign with your desires. Journaling can also be a space for you to explore your feelings about the process of manifestation itself. Maybe you've been feeling frustrated because your desires haven't manifested as quickly as you'd like, or perhaps you're dealing with self-doubt about whether manifestation really works for you. Writing about these feelings can help you process them, release them, and shift back into a state of trust and allowing. Practice. Creating a daily journaling routine. To get the most out of journaling as a manifestation tool, it's important to make it a regular part of your routine. Set aside time each day, even if it's just 10 or 15 minutes, to sit down with your journal and write. You can start by reflecting on your current thoughts, emotions, and desires, then dive into one of the journaling techniques we've explored, such as scriptwriting, gratitude journaling, or affirmations. The key to successful journaling is consistency. The more often you write about your desires and reflect on your thoughts, the more clarity and focus you'll gain. Over time, journaling will become a powerful tool for both manifestation and personal growth, helping you align more deeply with your goals and create the life you desire. The bottom line. Journaling is one of the most powerful tools you can use to gain clarity and focus on your manifesting journey. By putting your thoughts, desires, and beliefs on paper, you create a clear roadmap for the universe to follow. Whether you're using scriptwriting to visualize your future, gratitude journaling to align with abundance, or affirmations to reprogram your subconscious, journaling helps you stay connected to your desires and empowers you to manifest with greater ease and confidence. Make journaling a regular part of your routine, and watch how it transforms not only your manifesting practice but your overall sense of clarity, purpose, and alignment. Chapter 8. Surrounding yourself with positive energy. One of the most crucial, yet often overlooked, elements in the manifestation process is the energy of the environment that surrounds you. While your internal thoughts, emotions, and beliefs are undeniably powerful, the energy of your external environment plays an equally important role in determining what you attract into your life. In this chapter, we will explore how your surroundings, whether it's the physical spaces you inhabit, the people you interact with, or even the media you consume, affect your ability to manifest, and how you can consciously cultivate positive energy around you to support your desires. Energy is contagious. Whether you're aware of it or not, the energy of your environment influences your mood, thoughts, and actions. If you're surrounded by negativity, whether from toxic relationships, cluttered spaces, or fear-driven media, it becomes much more challenging to maintain the high vibration state necessary for manifesting your desires. On the other hand, when you surround yourself with positive, uplifting energy, you naturally raise your vibration, making it easier for you to stay aligned with the energy of abundance, love, and success. This chapter will guide you through practical steps to ensure that the energy of your environment is in harmony with your manifesting goals, so you can create an atmosphere that fully supports your desires. The power of your physical environment. Your home, office, and any other physical spaces you spend time in are like extensions of your energy field. The state of these environments has a direct impact on how you feel and, therefore, on the energy you're emitting to the universe. If your space is cluttered, disorganized, or filled with objects that carry negative associations, it can create stagnant or negative energy that weighs you down emotionally and energetically. This, in turn, blocks your ability to manifest effectively. Think about how you feel when you walk into a messy room versus a clean, organized space. In a cluttered room, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, distracted, or stressed. In a tidy, well-organized space, you're more likely to feel calm, focused, and at peace. The same principle applies to manifesting. When your environment is cluttered or chaotic, it can reflect a scattered, unfocused energy that hampers your ability to attract what you want. One of the simplest yet most effective ways to raise the energy of your physical environment is to clear clutter. This doesn't just mean getting rid of unnecessary items or organizing your home, although those are important steps. It also means letting go of objects that carry negative emotional energy. For instance, if you're holding on to items that remind you of past failures, heartbreaks, or disappointments, their energy may be dragging you down without you even realizing it. By decluttering and creating a space that feels light, open, and aligned with the life you want to create, you naturally elevate your energy and open yourself up to receiving more positive experiences. Each time you release something that no longer serves you, you create energetic space for new opportunities, relationships, and abundance to flow into your life. In addition to decluttering, it's helpful to consciously design your space in a way that reflects the energy you want to attract. Surround yourself with objects that inspire and uplift you, whether it's artwork, plants, crystals, or anything else that resonates with your vision of your ideal life. Choose colors and decor that make you feel joyful, peaceful, or energized, depending on what you're manifesting. Your physical environment should feel like a reflection of your highest self, and every time you step into it, it should remind you of your goals and help you stay aligned with the energy of what you want to manifest. The influence of people in your life. Just as your physical environment influences your energy, so too do the people you spend time with. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and our emotions and thoughts are deeply affected by those around us. If you're constantly surrounded by negative, pessimistic, or critical people, their energy can drain you and pull you into a lower vibrational state. On the other hand, when you surround yourself with positive, supportive, and inspiring individuals, their energy lifts you up and encourages you to stay focused on your desires. It's often said that we become the average of the 5 people we spend the most time with, and while this may not be a hard and fast rule, it highlights an important truth. The people in your life significantly impact your energy and, by extension, your ability to manifest. If you're regularly around people who doubt your goals, criticize your efforts, or operate from a place of fear, it becomes much harder to maintain a high vibration. Their energy can seep into your mindset, causing you to question yourself or lose faith in your abilities. Conversely, when you're surrounded by people who believe in you, who encourage your dreams, and who operate from a place of love, optimism, and abundance, you feel supported and empowered. Their energy reinforces your own positive energy, helping you stay aligned with the vibration of what you want to manifest. While it's not always possible to completely avoid negative people, after all, we all have coworkers, family members, or acquaintances who may be less than positive, it is possible to be intentional about how much time and energy you give to these relationships. You can choose to set healthy boundaries, limiting your exposure to people who drain your energy and instead prioritizing relationships that nourish and uplift you. In addition to consciously choosing who you spend time with, you can also cultivate a supportive community of like-minded individuals who share your values and goals. Whether it's through joining a group, attending workshops, or connecting with mentors, being part of a community of positive, growth-oriented people can provide you with invaluable support, inspiration, and accountability on your manifesting journey. Media and its impact on your energy. In the digital age, we are constantly bombarded with information from all directions: news, social media, entertainment, advertisements, and more. While we may not always realize it, the media we consume has a profound impact on our energy and mindset. If you're regularly consuming content that is fear-based, negative, or filled with drama, it can lower your vibration and keep you stuck in a state of anxiety, fear, or lack. For example, watching the news for hours a day, especially when the news is focused on tragedy, conflict, or disaster, can easily make you feel overwhelmed, fearful, or hopeless about the state of the world. This, in turn, can cause you to focus on negative outcomes and reinforce the energy of scarcity or fear in your life. Similarly, spending excessive time on social media, particularly if you're constantly comparing yourself to others or engaging in negative online interactions, can drain your energy and shift your focus away from your own goals. When you're caught up in the drama, gossip, or negativity of others, you're no longer aligned with your own desires and the positive energy required for manifestation. The good news is that you have control over the media you consume. By being intentional about the content you allow into your mind and body, you can create a media diet that supports your manifesting goals. This might mean limiting your exposure to negative news, unfollowing social media accounts that make you feel bad about yourself, or choosing to consume uplifting and inspiring content instead. There are countless books, podcasts, movies, and online platforms that provide positive, educational, and motivational content designed to help you grow, evolve, and stay focused on your goals. By filling your mind with uplifting stories, ideas, and perspectives, you raise your vibration and keep your energy aligned with your desires. Cultivating positive energy through daily practices. While decluttering your space, surrounding yourself with positive people, and being mindful of the media you consume are all important steps, it's also crucial to have personal daily practices that help you cultivate and maintain positive energy. These practices act as anchors, keeping your energy high and your focus clear, regardless of what's happening around you. One of the simplest but most powerful daily practices is meditation. Even just 5 to 10 minutes of meditation each day can help you clear your mind, calm your nervous system, and raise your vibration. Meditation allows you to quiet the mental chatter, release any negative energy, and tune into your inner guidance. It's a way of reconnecting with the present moment and your higher self, helping you stay grounded and aligned throughout the day. In addition to meditation, engaging in activities that bring you joy and help you feel centered is essential. Whether it's spending time in nature, exercising, practicing yoga, journaling, or even just listening to music that uplifts your mood, these activities help you maintain a positive vibration and replenish your energy reserves. The more you prioritize these activities, the more naturally you'll stay in alignment with your desires. Another powerful practice for maintaining positive energy is visualization. By regularly visualizing your goals and imagining yourself already living the life you desire, you create a strong energetic connection to your manifestations. Visualization helps you stay focused on what you want, while also generating the positive emotions of excitement, gratitude, and joy that attract your desires to you. Finally, remember that gratitude is one of the highest vibrational states you can embody. When you cultivate gratitude for what you already have and for the manifestations that are on their way, you align yourself with the energy of abundance and possibility. Make it a daily practice to write down or reflect on at least 3 things you're grateful for, and notice how this simple habit shifts your energy in profound ways, raising the vibration of those around you. As you work to cultivate positive energy in your own life, you also have the power to positively influence the energy of those around you. Just as you can absorb the energy of others, they can absorb yours as well. When you consistently radiate positivity, kindness, and love, you become a beacon of light in your environment, naturally raising the vibration of the people you interact with. Whether it's offering words of encouragement, practicing active listening, or simply being present with others, your energy can help uplift those who may be struggling with negativity or doubt. And as you give out this positive energy, you'll find that it returns to you in unexpected and beautiful ways. However, it's important to remember that you cannot control other people's energy or force them to change. Your job is not to fix others, but rather to maintain your own high vibration and allow your light to shine. When you lead by example, you inspire others to raise their own energy naturally. The bottom line: surrounding yourself with positive energy is a vital part of the manifestation process. Your physical environment, the people you interact with, and the media you consume all influence your vibration and your ability to manifest your desires. By consciously cultivating a positive, high-vibrational environment, both internally and externally, you create the ideal conditions for your manifestations to come to life. Whether it's decluttering your space, choosing supportive relationships, or practicing daily habits that raise your vibration, every step you take towards surrounding yourself with positive energy brings you closer to your goals. The energy you cultivate today shapes the reality you experience tomorrow. So make it a priority to fill your life with positivity, love, and joy. Chapter 9: The Role of Action in Manifesting Desires. You've probably heard the saying, thoughts become things. While this is true, there's a crucial piece of the manifestation puzzle that often gets overlooked: action. Manifestation isn't just about thinking positive thoughts or feeling good about your desires. It's about taking aligned action that moves you toward those desires. In this chapter, we'll explore the vital role action plays in the manifestation process, and how you can take steps that are in harmony with your intentions to accelerate the realization of your dreams. Manifesting your desires is a co-creative process between you and the universe. While your thoughts, beliefs, and emotions send out the energetic signal for what you want, action is what grounds those desires in reality. Think of your intentions like seeds. Positive thinking, visualization, and affirmation are the sunlight and water that help those seeds grow, but without planting the seeds in the soil, without taking tangible steps in the physical world, your desires remain in the realm of possibility, never fully taking shape. The beauty of aligned action is that it doesn't have to feel forced or overwhelming. When you're in alignment with your desires, the right actions will often feel inspired, natural, and even exciting. This chapter will guide you through understanding what aligned action looks like, how to recognize and act on opportunities, and why action is the bridge that turns your dreams into reality. Manifestation and the law of action. The law of attraction is often discussed as the primary force behind manifestation, but it's important to remember that it works hand in hand with the law of action. While the law of attraction states that like attracts like, meaning the energy you put out attracts similar energy back to you, the law of action asserts that taking concrete steps toward your goals is essential for turning those dreams into reality. Imagine you're trying to manifest a new job. You can visualize your ideal role, affirm your worthiness, and feel excited about your future, but if you never apply for positions, update your resume, or go to interviews, it's unlikely that your dream job will just fall into your lap. The universe can create opportunities for you, but you still need to take action to meet those opportunities halfway. In other words, manifestation isn't about waiting for a miracle. It's about actively participating in the process of creation. That's where the law of action comes into play. It encourages you to take steps in the direction of your dreams, trusting that each action you take is moving you closer to your desired outcome. This doesn't mean you have to have everything figured out or that you need to work tirelessly. It simply means that you're willing to take inspired actions that align with your intentions. What is aligned action? Not all actions are created equal. When we talk about manifesting through action, it's important to distinguish between random, unfocused activity and aligned action. Aligned action comes from a place of clarity and connection with your desires. It's not about doing just anything to feel like you're making progress. It's about taking steps that feel purposeful and in tune with your higher vision. Aligned action often feels intuitive, like a nudge from the universe pointing you in the right direction. It doesn't have to be grand or complicated. It could be as simple as making a phone call, sending an email, or signing up for a class. What makes it aligned is that it's directly connected to your desire and flows naturally from the energy you've been cultivating through your thoughts, emotions, and intentions. For instance, if you've been visualizing financial abundance, aligned action might look like creating a budget, exploring new income streams, or seeking financial advice. If you're manifesting love, aligned action could involve putting yourself in situations where you can meet new people, working on self-love, or joining a group that aligns with your interests. The key is that these actions feel like a natural extension of your desire, rather than a forced or desperate attempt to make something happen. When you take aligned action, you're signaling to the universe that you're serious about your desires. You're showing up for yourself, and in doing so, you create momentum that attracts more opportunities and support from the universe. The balance between action and allowing. While action is a critical part of manifesting, it's also important to strike a balance between action and allowing. Manifestation isn't about controlling every detail or forcing things to happen through sheer willpower. In fact, too much attachment to the outcome can create resistance, blocking the very thing you're trying to manifest. Allowing means trusting that the universe is working on your behalf, even when you can't see immediate results. It's about being open to receiving your desires in unexpected ways and trusting in the timing of their arrival. When you allow, you let go of the need to micromanage the process and instead focus on staying in alignment with your energy and intentions. The most effective way to manifest is to combine aligned action with a sense of surrender. Take the steps that feel right, but don't become attached to how or when your desires will manifest. After all, the universe may have a better, more efficient way of delivering your dreams than you can imagine. When you trust that your actions, combined with the universe's guidance, will lead you to your desired outcome, you create a powerful flow of energy that accelerates your manifestations. Recognizing opportunities and signs. As you take aligned action toward your desires, the universe will often send you signs, synchronicities, and opportunities to guide you along the way. These signs can show up in many forms, perhaps as a chance meeting with someone who has the information you need, or an unexpected email that opens a door you hadn't considered. Recognizing and acting on these opportunities is a key part of the manifestation process. When you're in alignment with your desires, you'll notice that things seem to fall into place more easily. This is often referred to as being in flow. Instead of having to struggle or force things to happen, opportunities begin to present themselves naturally. Your job is to remain open and aware, paying attention to the signals that the universe is sending you. For example, let's say you've set the intention to start a new business. You've been visualizing success, setting clear goals, and taking steps to develop your business plan. One day you randomly meet someone at a coffee shop who happens to be an expert in the field you're entering. This isn't a coincidence, it's the universe responding to your energy. In that moment, you have the opportunity to act on that sign by initiating a conversation, asking for advice, or exchanging contact information. It's important to stay present and aware of the synchronicities around you. The more you tune into these signs, the more easily you'll be able to recognize the opportunities that are aligned with your desires. And when those opportunities arise, be ready to act. Whether it's a small step or a big leap, taking action in response to the universe's guidance strengthens your alignment with your goals. Overcoming fear and procrastination. One of the biggest barriers to taking action is fear. Whether it's fear of failure, fear of success, or fear of the unknown, these feelings can paralyze you and keep you from moving forward. The thought of stepping outside your comfort zone, especially when you're manifesting something big, can be intimidating, and it's natural to feel apprehensive about taking the next step. However, it's important to remember that fear is often a sign that you're on the right track. When you feel fear, it usually means that you're about to grow or expand in a way that aligns with your desires. The key is to acknowledge the fear without letting it stop you. Taking even the smallest step toward your goal, despite your fear, sends a powerful message to the universe that you're ready to move forward. Another common barrier to action is procrastination. Sometimes we put off taking action because we're waiting for the perfect moment or until we feel fully ready. But here's the thing, there's never a perfect moment. The conditions will never be exactly right and you'll likely never feel 100% ready to step into something new. Waiting for perfection is just another form of resistance. The best way to overcome procrastination is to simply start. Even if you're unsure of the exact path, taking one small action, whether it's sending an email, making a phone call, or writing down a plan, creates momentum. Once you're in motion, it becomes easier to keep moving. The more you take action, the more confident you'll feel, and that confidence will fuel your ability to take even bigger steps. Trusting the process and enjoying the journey. As you take action toward your desires, it's essential to trust the process and enjoy the journey. Manifestation isn't just about reaching the destination. It's about who you become along the way. Each action you take, each challenge you face, and each step forward is part of your growth and evolution. It's easy to become so focused on the end result that you forget to appreciate the process of getting there. But when you cultivate a sense of joy and gratitude for the journey itself, you raise your vibration and attract even more positive experiences into your life. Every action you take brings you closer to your desires, and by embracing the journey, you stay in a state of flow and alignment. Trust that every step you take is leading you exactly where you need to go. Even if things don't unfold exactly as you expected, know that the universe has a bigger plan for you. Sometimes, what appears to be a detour or delay is actually a redirection toward something even better than you imagined. When you can find peace and excitement in the process, rather than becoming fixated on the outcome, you'll find that your manifestations flow to you more easily. The journey itself becomes a rewarding experience, and by the time you reach your destination, you'll have grown in ways that make the fulfillment of your desires even more meaningful. Practice taking aligned action. To integrate action into your manifestation practice, begin by reflecting on your current goals. Ask yourself, what actions can I take today that align with my desires? These actions don't need to be big or complicated, they simply need to move you in the direction of your goals. Once you've identified an action, take it immediately without overthinking. After taking your first step, stay open to signs and opportunities from the universe. Notice how the energy around you shifts, and trust that your actions are creating momentum. If fear or procrastination arises, acknowledge it but don't let it stop you. Keep moving forward, knowing that each action is bringing you closer to your dreams. The bottom line. Taking aligned action is a critical part of the manifestation process. While your thoughts, emotions, and intentions create the energetic foundation for your desires, action is what grounds those desires in reality. By taking inspired, purposeful steps toward your goals, and balancing that action with trust and allowing, you co-create with the universe in powerful ways. Remember, manifestation is a journey. Each action you take, no matter how small, is a sign of your commitment to your dreams. So keep moving forward, stay open to the signs and opportunities around you, and trust that your actions, combined with the universe's support, will bring your desires to life. Chapter 10. Trusting the universe's timing. One of the most challenging yet essential aspects of manifestation is learning how to trust the timing of the universe. In our fast-paced world, we often want results immediately. We set intentions, visualize our desires, take action, and then we wait, sometimes growing impatient when our dreams don't materialize as quickly as we'd hoped. But here's the key to manifesting with ease. The universe works in perfect timing, even if that timing doesn't align with our expectations. In this chapter, we'll explore the importance of trusting the process, letting go of the need to control the timeline, and cultivating patience as you align with the flow of divine timing. Manifestation is not just about asking for what you want and receiving it instantly, it's about aligning with the universal flow that governs the unfolding of events. Often, the universe has a bigger plan in mind than we can see, and sometimes what seems like a delay is actually a necessary part of the process. When you learn to trust in divine timing, you create space for your desires to come to you in the best possible way, and often at a time when you're truly ready to receive them. The illusion of control. As human beings, we love the idea of being in control. We like to think that if we just plan well enough, work hard enough, or push the right buttons, we can make things happen exactly when and how we want. But manifestation doesn't work that way. While you have control over your thoughts, emotions, and actions, the how and when of your desires manifesting are in the hands of the universe. The universe operates according to its own rhythm, a flow of energy that we can't always see or predict. It's like planting a seed in the soil. You can water it, nurture it, and give it sunlight, but you can't force it to grow any faster than nature intends. If you try to dig up the seed every day to check on its progress, you'll only disrupt the process. When it comes to manifestation, letting go of control means surrendering the timeline to the universe. It means releasing the need to micromanage every detail and trusting that everything is unfolding perfectly, even if it's not happening on your schedule. This doesn't mean you stop taking action or pursuing your goals. It simply means that you trust that the right opportunities, people, and circumstances will appear at the right time. The gift of divine timing. There's a reason things don't always happen as quickly as we'd like. Divine timing is about more than just receiving what you want. It's about receiving it in a way that serves your highest good. Sometimes, the universe is orchestrating events behind the scenes that need time to come together. Other times, delays happen because you need to grow, learn, or prepare before you can fully step into the life you're manifesting. Consider a situation where you've been manifesting a new career opportunity. You've set clear intentions, taken aligned action, and you're excited about the possibilities. But for some reason, the perfect job offer hasn't come through yet. It's easy to feel frustrated or question whether your manifestation is working, but the truth is, there may be factors at play that you're not aware of. Perhaps there's a company restructuring happening at the place where you're meant to work, and the ideal position for you isn't ready yet. Or maybe there's a skill or experience you need to develop before you can fully step into the role. Divine timing ensures that you receive your desire when all the pieces are in place, and when you're fully prepared to embrace it. What often feels like a delay is really the universe's way of saying, not yet, but soon. Trusting in this timing allows you to stay open to the best possible outcome, rather than rushing into something that may not be right for you. Letting go of attachment to time. One of the biggest sources of frustration when manifesting is becoming too attached to when things will happen. It's natural to want to know how long it will take for your desire to manifest, but becoming overly focused on the timeline can create resistance. When you're constantly checking for signs of progress or worrying that things aren't happening fast enough, you're sending out the energy of impatience and lack. This energy can actually block the flow of your manifestation. Letting go of attachment to time means trusting that your desires will manifest at the perfect moment, not a moment too soon or too late. It's about releasing the need to constantly monitor your progress and instead shifting your focus to the present moment. The more you can enjoy where you are right now, the easier it becomes to allow the universe to work its magic. A powerful way to release attachment to time is by cultivating faith in the process. When you trust that the universe knows exactly when and how to deliver your desires, you free yourself from the anxiety of waiting. Instead of obsessing over the timing, you can focus on living your life, staying aligned with your goals, and allowing the universe to do the rest. The practice of patience. Patience is one of the most important qualities to develop when working with the law of attraction. It's also one of the most difficult, especially in a culture that values instant gratification. We're used to getting what we want quickly, whether it's fast food, next-day delivery, or instant downloads. But manifestation doesn't always happen on a fast track, and that's where patience comes in. Patience isn't just about waiting for your desires to manifest, it's about waiting with trust. It's about understanding that the process of manifestation unfolds in its own time, and that each step along the way is valuable. When you practice patience, you create a sense of calm and peace within yourself, which in turn raises your vibration and aligns you with the flow of the universe. Think of patience as a way of telling the universe, I trust you. I know you've got this. When you approach your desires with patience, you allow them to manifest with ease, without the pressure of deadlines or expectations. This state of surrender not only speeds up the manifestation process but also makes the journey more enjoyable. One way to cultivate patience is by focusing on small daily wins. Instead of constantly looking ahead to the final outcome, take time to celebrate the progress you're making each day. Whether it's completing a task, learning something new, or simply feeling more aligned with your desires, Acknowledge each step as a sign that you're moving closer to your goals. This practice helps you stay present and grounded in the process, rather than becoming fixated on the future. Enjoying the process of becoming. One of the greatest lessons in trusting divine timing is learning to enjoy the process of becoming. Manifestation isn't just about getting what you want, it's about who you become along the way. Each step of the journey is an opportunity for growth, self-discovery, and transformation. Often, the universe uses the time before your manifestation arrives to help you prepare mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. You may be learning lessons in patience, resilience, or self-worth that are essential for you to fully appreciate and embrace the manifestation when it comes. Instead of viewing the wait as an obstacle, try to see it as an integral part of your journey. Every delay or detour you experience has a purpose. Perhaps the universe is giving you time to refine your vision, strengthen your belief in yourself, or cultivate the skills you'll need for the next phase of your life. When you approach the process with this mindset, you'll find that you not only enjoy the journey more, but you also become more aligned with the energy of your desires. Trusting that setbacks are part of the plan. It's easy to lose faith when things don't go according to plan, especially when you encounter setbacks or challenges. You might wonder if the universe has forgotten about you or if you're doing something wrong. But the truth is, setbacks are often an essential part of the manifestation process. Sometimes what appears to be a setback is actually a redirection. The universe may be guiding you away from something that isn't in your highest good or toward a better, more aligned opportunity. Other times, challenges arise to help you grow or learn a necessary lesson before you can fully step into what you've manifested. For example, if you've been manifesting a new relationship and you experience a breakup, it can feel like a setback. But in reality, that breakup may be clearing the space for a relationship that's more aligned with your true desires. Similarly, if you're manifesting a new job and you don't get the first position you applied for, it may be because a better opportunity is just around the corner. Trusting the process means understanding that even when things don't go as expected, the universe is always working in your favor. Each setback is an opportunity to grow, reflect, and realign with your desires. When you embrace this perspective, you'll find that challenges become stepping stones rather than obstacles. Faith as the ultimate manifesting tool. At the heart of trusting the universe's timing is faith. Faith is the belief that, no matter what is happening in the present moment, your desires are on their way. It's the knowing that the universe is always working behind the scenes to bring you what you want, even if you can't see the evidence yet. Faith is what allows you to let go of the need to control the process and instead trust that everything is unfolding perfectly. It's what keeps you grounded and optimistic, even when things seem to be moving slowly or when you encounter obstacles. Faith is the foundation of manifestation because it's the energy of trust and certainty that aligns you with your desires. Cultivating faith takes practice, especially if you're used to relying on external validation for reassurance. But the more you trust in the unseen forces at work, the more easily you'll be able to surrender to the flow of the universe. Faith allows you to relax, enjoy the journey, and stay aligned with the energy of your desires, knowing that everything is working out in divine timing. The bottom line. Trusting the universe's timing is an essential part of the manifestation process. While it's natural to want things to happen quickly, true manifestation requires patience, surrender, and faith. By letting go of the need to control the timeline and trusting that the universe knows the best way and time to deliver your desires, you create the space for your manifestations to unfold with ease. Remember, the journey toward your desires is just as important as the destination. Every step along the way is an opportunity for growth, self-discovery, and transformation. When you trust in divine timing, you allow yourself to fully enjoy the process, knowing that everything is unfolding perfectly, exactly when it's meant to. Conclusion: embracing your power to create. As you reach the end of this journey through the law of attraction, one thing should be clear. You are a powerful creator. Every thought, emotion, belief, and action you take contributes to the reality you experience. The ability to manifest your desires lies within you. It's always been there, waiting for you to fully embrace it. This final chapter is about taking everything you've learned and putting it into practice with a deeper sense of trust, confidence, and understanding of your own creative power. The law of attraction is not a quick fix or a magical formula. it's a way of life. It's a practice of aligning yourself with the energy of what you want, trusting the universe, and stepping into the role of a conscious co-creator. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes. What might have once seemed like a struggle or mystery now becomes a flow, an effortless way of moving through the world as you attract more of what you truly desire. In this chapter, we will explore how to continue integrating these principles into your daily life, deepen your relationship with the universe, and fully step into the powerful creator you were always meant to be. Trusting yourself and the universe. One of the biggest shifts you've likely experienced throughout this journey is the realization that the universe is always working in your favor. You've learned how to trust that the universe knows exactly how to deliver your desires and when to bring them into your life. But just as importantly, you've learned to trust yourself, your intuition, your inner guidance, and your ability to navigate the manifestation process. Trusting yourself means listening to that quiet inner voice that tells you when to take action, when to rest, and when to let go. It's about knowing that you are deeply connected to the flow of life and that you have the power to influence your reality. The more you practice trusting yourself, the more confidence you'll build in your ability to manifest your desires. But trust also requires patience. The universe doesn't always work on the timeline you expect, and sometimes you'll be asked to wait, to let go, or to take a leap of faith. The more you can lean into this trust, both in yourself and in the universe, the more easily you'll manifest. When you trust, you stop forcing things to happen and instead allow life to unfold naturally, guided by your intentions. The importance of consistency. Manifestation is not a one-time act, it's a practice. Just like any skill, the more consistent you are in applying the principles of the law of attraction, the more effective you become at creating the life you desire. This doesn't mean you need to be perfect, but it does mean staying committed to your journey. Consistency in your daily practices, whether it's setting intentions, expressing gratitude, visualizing your goals, or using affirmations, helps you stay in alignment with your desires. These practices aren't just exercises, they're ways of conditioning your mind, emotions, and energy to stay focused on what you want, even in the face of challenges or setbacks. It's easy to lose focus when life gets busy or when things don't seem to be happening as quickly as you'd like. But the key is to keep going. Every day you engage with the law of attraction, you're building momentum, even if you can't always see the immediate results. The energy you put out is always working in the background, and with time, that energy comes back to you in the form of opportunities, synchronicities, and manifestations. Consistency also helps you stay tuned into your intuition. The more you practice aligning with your desires, the more easily you'll recognize the signs and nudges from the universe guiding you along your path. Celebrating small wins and progress. One of the most overlooked aspects of manifestation is the importance of celebrating small wins along the way. Manifestation is not just about reaching the big goals or achieving your ultimate desires, it's about the journey, and that journey is made up of countless small steps, shifts, and victories. When you take time to celebrate even the smallest signs of progress, you reinforce the energy of success and gratitude. This might look like acknowledging when you've shifted a limiting belief, when you've received an unexpected opportunity, or even when you've simply felt more aligned with your desires. These small moments are just as important as the final manifestation because they show you that you're moving in the right direction. By celebrating progress, you also stay in a state of gratitude and appreciation, which are powerful vibrational frequencies that attract more of what you want. Every time you pause to acknowledge how far you've come, you strengthen your belief in your ability to manifest and deepen your connection with the universe, continuing to grow and evolve. The beauty of manifestation is that it's not a static process, it's a continual evolution. As you grow, your desires will grow with you. What you want today may change as you learn more about yourself, as you experience new opportunities, and as you expand your sense of what's possible. Manifestation is a journey of self-discovery, and with each new desire you bring to life, you gain more clarity about who you are and what you're truly capable of. This growth is part of the process. Sometimes your desires may shift because you've outgrown them, or because the universe shows you a path that's even better than you imagined. Instead of clinging to a fixed vision, stay open to this evolution. Trust that the universe is always guiding you toward your highest good, even when the path looks different than you expected. As you continue to grow and evolve, so too will your manifestation practice. You might find new ways of connecting with the energy of the universe, discover deeper layers of your own intuition, or develop practices that resonate more strongly with your current state of being. The key is to stay open to learning and evolving, knowing that manifestation is a lifelong practice that will continue to serve you as you move through different phases of life. Embracing abundance and worthiness. One of the most important lessons you've learned throughout this journey is the power of worthiness. At the heart of manifesting your desires is the belief that you are worthy of receiving everything you want. Abundance, love, success, health, all of these things are available to you, not because you've worked hard enough or proven yourself, but simply because you are inherently worthy of them. Many people struggle with feelings of unworthiness, believing that they need to earn their desires or that they don't deserve to have what they want. These beliefs create energetic blocks that prevent manifestations from flowing freely. But as you've learned, worthiness is not something you have to prove. It's something you already possess. As you continue to practice manifestation, remind yourself daily that you are worthy of all the abundance the universe has to offer. This belief is foundational to attracting your desires, because when you know you're worthy, you open the doors to receiving. When you believe that you deserve love, abundance, and joy, the universe responds by sending you more of it. Living in alignment with your highest self. At the core of manifestation is the idea of living in alignment with your highest self. Your highest self is the version of you that is fully connected to your intuition, your purpose, and the flow of the universe. It's the part of you that knows without a doubt that you are a powerful creator and that your desires are meant to be manifested. Living in alignment with your highest self means making choices that reflect your deepest values and desires. It means listening to your intuition, following your heart, and trusting the guidance that comes from within. When you live in alignment, you naturally attract opportunities, relationships, and experiences that are a match for the energy you're putting out. This doesn't mean you'll never face challenges or setbacks, but it does mean that you'll approach those challenges from a place of empowerment and trust. You'll know that everything you encounter is part of your journey, and that you have the power to navigate it with grace and wisdom. Manifesting from a place of joy. Ultimately, the most powerful state from which to manifest is one of joy. Joy is a high vibrational frequency that attracts more of what you want into your life. When you approach manifestation from a place of joy, excitement, and love, you amplify your ability to create and attract. Living joyfully doesn't mean that every day is perfect or that you never experience difficulties. It means finding joy in the process, in the small moments, and in the journey of becoming the person who can hold the desires you're manifesting. It means choosing to focus on what lights you up, what makes you feel good, and what brings you into alignment with your true self. When you manifest from a place of joy, you're no longer chasing your desires out of fear or lack. You're attracting them because they're an expression of the joy that already exists within you. This shift in perspective makes all the difference in how quickly and easily your manifestations come to life. The bottom line. As you continue your journey with the law of attraction, remember that you are a powerful creator capable of manifesting anything you desire. The principles you've learned in this book, setting clear intentions, practicing gratitude, visualizing, letting go of resistance, and taking aligned action, are tools that will serve you for the rest of your life. But beyond these practices, the most important lesson is this: you are worthy of all the abundance, love, and success that life has to offer. Trust in yourself, trust in the universe, and embrace the process of becoming. With consistency, patience, and a deep sense of joy, you will manifest the life you desire, and in doing so, you'll inspire others to step into their own power as creators. You've got everything you need. Now, it's time to fully embrace your role as a co-creator with the universe and continue manifesting your dreams into reality. The Law of Cause and Effect. Creating Your Reality. Written and published by Ciro Ermisai. Feel free to subscribe for more content. Now let's get into the book. Introduction. The Power of Cause and Effect. How we shape our lives. Have you ever stopped to think about how the smallest decisions can ripple out into your life? Maybe it was that day you chose to take a new route to work, and it led to meeting someone who changed your life. Or perhaps it was a time when you decided to break an unhealthy habit, and suddenly, everything started improving. These moments aren't just coincidences. They're reflections of a powerful universal law at work. the law of cause and effect. At its core, this law is simple. Every action has a reaction. In other words, everything we do sets into motion a series of events that shapes our future. Think of it as a cosmic chain reaction, where each of our thoughts, words, and deeds sends ripples out into the universe, eventually returning to us in some form. Understanding this law gives us a profound insight. We are the creators of our reality. Now let's pause for a moment and let that sink in. You have the power to shape your life starting from this very second. Every decision you make, whether big or small, matters. When we start becoming more aware of the choices we make and the energy we put out, life begins to respond in amazing ways. The law of cause and effect shows us that our current situation, whether it's our relationships, our career, or our health, is not just happening to us. It's the result of our past thoughts and actions. And here's the exciting part. If we don't like where we are, we can change it. This book is about empowering you with the knowledge and tools to take control of your life. We'll explore how this universal law operates and how you can use it to your advantage. You'll discover that by understanding cause and effect, you can break free from limiting patterns, create healthier relationships, and even manifest the success you've always dreamed of. But this isn't just about lofty ideals or abstract concepts. We're going to get practical. You'll learn how to apply these principles in real, everyday situations, because the law of cause and effect doesn't just work in grand, life-altering moments. It's in the small daily choices we make, how we respond to challenges, how we treat others, and even how we speak to ourselves. And here's where it gets truly exciting. Once you become conscious of this law, life becomes a thrilling journey of creation. You'll start to see how every choice sets off a chain of events, and with that awareness, you'll be able to shape the life you truly want. Throughout this book, we'll dive deep into the different aspects of the law of cause and effect. We'll look at how it influences your relationships, your career, your personal growth, and more. Together, we'll uncover practical strategies for aligning your thoughts and actions with the life you want to create. By the end of this journey, you'll be equipped not only with knowledge but with the inspiration and confidence to take charge of your life. You'll understand that no matter where you are now, you can set into motion new causes that will lead to the results you desire. So, if you're ready to take responsibility for your reality and start creating the life you've always dreamed of, let's begin this journey together. Your future is waiting, and it all starts with the choices you make today. Chapter 1. The Foundations of Cause and Effect. Imagine for a moment that life is like a giant web. Each thread you touch sets off vibrations that travel across the web, affecting every part of it. The actions, decisions, and even thoughts you contribute to this web create ripples, which in turn influence what comes back to you. This is the essence of the law of cause and effect. At its heart, this law is incredibly straightforward. For every action, there is a corresponding reaction. It's not just about what happens on the physical level, but also what occurs in the realms of thought, emotion, and energy. Whether you're aware of it or not, every choice you make, whether it's something as simple as choosing to smile at someone or as complex as changing careers, sends energy out into the universe, which eventually comes back to you in some form. But understanding this law goes beyond just knowing it exists. It's about recognizing how deeply intertwined it is with every aspect of your life and how it can be used to your advantage. Cause and effect in action. Let's take a look at a simple, everyday example of cause and effect. Think back to a time when you've been kind to someone even in a small way. Maybe you held the door open for a stranger or complimented a coworker. Did you notice how their mood shifted? That's cause and effect in action. Your act of kindness, the cause, created a positive reaction in the other person, the effect. Now let's take it a step further. That person, feeling uplifted by your kindness, might go on to perform their own small act of kindness for someone else. And the cycle continues, creating a ripple effect far beyond your initial action. This works on the negative side too. If you've ever let frustration or anger get the best of you, you've likely noticed how that energy comes back. Maybe you snapped at someone and they responded in kind. One negative moment often breeds another. The key takeaway here is this: whether positive or negative, every action you take produces an effect. And the effects you experience in life are a direct reflection of the causes you set in motion, consciously or unconsciously. The subtle forces at play. What's fascinating about the law of cause and effect is that it doesn't just operate on the obvious physical level. It's also deeply tied to our thoughts and emotions. Our internal world is constantly sending out energy, which influences the outcomes we experience. If you're harboring negative thoughts or limiting beliefs, for example, those thoughts will manifest in your reality in ways you might not immediately recognize. Let's say you have a belief that nothing ever works out for me. If you hold on to this thought long enough, it begins to shape your reality. Maybe you start to notice more failures or missed opportunities. But this isn't just coincidence, it's the law of cause and effect in action. Your belief, the cause, creates situations, the effects, that reinforce that belief. On the flip side, when you cultivate positive thoughts and focus on what you want to achieve, you set in motion a chain of events that aligns with those intentions. The law of cause and effect rewards positive causes with positive effects, though they may not always manifest immediately. The key is to remain patient and persistent, trusting that your efforts will eventually yield results. Taking control of your life. Here's where the law of cause and effect becomes a powerful tool for transformation. Once you understand that your actions and thoughts are the causes that create your reality, you can start making intentional choices to bring about the results you want. It's easy to fall into the trap of thinking that life just happens to us, that circumstances are beyond our control. But the truth is, we are constantly creating our lives through the causes we set in motion. Whether it's in relationships, health, finances, or personal growth, the choices we make today determine the reality we experience tomorrow. This means that if you're not satisfied with your current situation, you have the power to change it. The first step is becoming aware of the causes you're currently putting out into the world. Are they aligned with the life you want to create, or are they leading you in a direction you don't want to go? The power of small causes. It's important to remember that not every cause has to be a grand gesture. Sometimes, the smallest actions can create the biggest effects. Think about planting a seed. At first, it seems insignificant, just a tiny speck of potential. But with time, water, and sunlight, that seed grows into a massive tree. The same principle applies to the choices you make. A small act of kindness, a single shift in mindset, or one new habit can set off a chain of events that leads to profound change. The key is consistency. Over time, these small causes compound, leading to big results. Living with intention. So how can you start applying the law of cause and effect more intentionally in your life? It all begins with awareness. Start paying attention to the causes you're setting in motion, both through your actions and your thoughts. Ask yourself, are these causes aligned with the reality I want to create? If the answer is no, don't worry. The beauty of this law is that it's always at work, which means you can start making different choices at any moment. By setting more positive causes into motion, you'll begin to see positive effects in your life. It may not happen overnight, but with time and consistent effort, you'll start to notice the shifts. Conclusion. You are the creator of your reality. The law of cause and effect is a reminder that you are never powerless. Every day, with every choice you make, you have the opportunity to create the life you desire. By becoming more mindful of the causes you're setting into motion and aligning them with your goals and values, you'll start to see the effects unfold in your favor. In the next chapter, we'll dive deeper into the choices you make and how they shape your life. You'll discover how to align your actions with your true intentions, ensuring that the causes you create lead to the outcomes you desire. Remember, every action you take today shapes your tomorrow, so let's start creating with purpose. Chapter 2. Every action has a reaction. How choices shape your reality. Every day we make countless decisions, some small, others life-altering. We often don't give these choices a second thought, but the reality is that every action you take sends ripples through your life. These ripples are the effects, and they reflect the causes you've put into motion, whether consciously or unconsciously. The law of cause and effect teaches us that nothing happens by accident. The life you are living today is the result of the decisions and actions you've taken up until this point. This may sound overwhelming at first, but there's immense power in this realization. Why? Because it means you're not at the mercy of external circumstances. You are, in fact, the architect of your life. With this understanding, you can begin to make more deliberate, aligned choices that shape your future in positive and fulfilling ways. The impact of daily choices. Let's start with something simple. Imagine you wake up in the morning and decide to hit the snooze button. It feels harmless enough, right? But that choice sets off a chain of events. By snoozing for an extra 15 minutes, you may find yourself rushing to get ready, feeling frazzled and stressed before the day has even begun. Perhaps you skip breakfast or forget something important, and as a result, your day continues in a chaotic or disorganized way. Now, think about an alternative scenario. You wake up with your alarm, take a moment to breathe deeply, and get out of bed with intention. You take the time to eat a healthy breakfast and prepare for your day. That choice sets a different series of events into motion. You start your day feeling centered, focused, and ready to tackle whatever comes your way. Neither choice is inherently right or wrong, but each leads to vastly different outcomes. The lesson here is that even the smallest, seemingly insignificant decisions have the potential to shape our day, and over time, our life. The domino effect of actions. It's not just the small daily choices that matter. Larger, more significant decisions create even more profound ripple effects in your life. Think about the last major decision you made, whether it was moving to a new city, changing jobs, or ending a relationship. How did that one choice alter the course of your life? The truth is, every decision is a domino that sets off a chain reaction. When you take one step in a new direction, it leads to another opportunity or challenge, which then leads to another, and so on. Often, we don't realize the full impact of a choice until much later, but the cause is always there, shaping the path ahead. This is why it's so important to make decisions from a place of awareness. When you understand that every action has a reaction, you begin to consider your choices more carefully. You start asking yourself, what will this decision lead to? How will this choice impact my future? Conscious versus unconscious decisions. A key factor in the law of cause and effect is whether the choices we make are conscious or unconscious. Far too often, people go through life on autopilot, making decisions based on habit, fear, or societal conditioning, rather than from a place of clarity and intention. When we operate this way, we often end up feeling stuck, as if life is happening to us instead of being something we actively shape. But when you begin making conscious choices, decisions that align with your goals, values, and vision for your life, you'll notice a shift. The effects of these choices are different because they're rooted in your true desires, rather than in reaction to external pressures or unconscious habits. For example, unconscious choice. You stay in a job you dislike because it's safe or because it's what you've always done. The effect. You remain unfulfilled and may even experience stress, burnout, or stagnation. Conscious choice. You decide to pursue a career that aligns with your passion and skills, even if it means stepping outside your comfort zone. The effect. You create opportunities for growth, fulfillment, and long-term satisfaction. The difference is clear. Conscious choices lead to outcomes that reflect your authentic self, while unconscious choices often keep you in patterns that no longer serve you. The role of intention behind every action. What you may not realize is that it's not just what you do that matters, it's the intention behind your actions that holds significant power in shaping the effects you experience. Every action you take carries energy, and that energy is influenced by your underlying motivation and mindset. Let's say, for instance, you offer to help a friend. If your intention is rooted in genuine care and a desire to support them, the energy you put out will likely result in positive effects, such as deeper trust and a stronger relationship. But if your intention is driven by a need for validation or the expectation of receiving something in return, that energy may come back to you in ways you don't expect. Perhaps feelings of resentment or unfulfillment if your expectations aren't met. This is why it's crucial to become aware of your intentions before taking action. Ask yourself, why am I doing this? Am I acting out of love, fear, obligation, or something else? By aligning your actions with positive, authentic intentions, you ensure that the effects you experience are aligned with your highest good. How to make empowered choices. So, how do you ensure that your actions lead to the outcomes you desire? It all starts with awareness and intentionality. Here are a few practical steps to help you make empowered choices that will shape your reality in positive ways. 1. Pause and reflect. Before making any decision, big or small, take a moment to pause and reflect. Ask yourself what the potential outcomes of this decision might be. Does this choice align with your values and long-term goals? 2. Consider the ripple effect. Think about how your decision will impact not only you but those around you. Remember, every action has a ripple effect, influencing your relationships, work, and overall life experience. 3. Align with your intentions. Get clear on your underlying intentions. Are you making this choice out of fear or love, obligation or desire? By aligning your actions with positive, authentic intentions, you'll create more favorable effects. 4. Trust the process. Sometimes we may not see the immediate results of our choices, but that doesn't mean the effects aren't unfolding. Trust that the causes you set in motion will lead to the outcomes you're working toward, even if they take time to manifest. Owning the outcomes of your choices. One of the most empowering aspects of understanding the law of cause and effect is recognizing that you are responsible for the outcomes in your life. This might feel daunting at first, but it's actually incredibly liberating. When you fully accept that you are the creator of your reality, you step into a position of power. You realize that you're not a victim of circumstance, but an active participant in shaping your life. This doesn't mean that everything will always go perfectly. Sometimes, despite our best intentions and efforts, things don't turn out the way we'd hoped. But even in these moments, there's an opportunity to learn and grow. Every outcome, whether it's exactly what you wanted or not, offers valuable feedback. By paying attention to the effects of your actions, you can make adjustments and continue moving forward with greater clarity. Shaping your future one choice at a time. The choices you make today are shaping your future. Every action, every decision, and every intention you put out into the world is creating a chain of events that will ultimately define the life you live. By becoming more aware of the causes you set in motion, and by making empowered, intentional choices, you can create the reality you desire. In the next chapter, we'll dive deeper into the power of intention and how aligning your inner world with your actions can amplify the effects you experience. Remember, every action has a reaction, so let's make sure your actions are leading you toward the life you truly want to create. Chapter 3. The Role of Intentions, Aligning Your Inner World with Your Actions. Every action you take starts with a thought, but deeper than that, every action is driven by an intention. Whether you're aware of it or not, your intentions shape the energy behind your actions, and that energy has a significant impact on the outcome. The law of cause and effect is not just about the physical actions you take. It's also about the invisible forces that guide them. So, what exactly is intention? Simply put, it's the underlying reason or motive behind your actions. It's the why that drives the what. While actions create the outward cause, intentions shape the subtle energy that influences the effect. Understanding and aligning your intentions with your desired outcomes is key to mastering the law of cause and effect. When your intentions are clear, positive, and aligned with your true values, you naturally create more favorable and meaningful outcomes in your life. The power of pure intention. Let's start with the most important concept: pure intention. Pure intention comes from a place of authenticity, honesty, and alignment with your true self. It's the kind of intention that has no hidden agendas, no manipulative undercurrents, and no fear-based motivations. When you act from a place of pure intention, your energy is clear and direct, and the universe responds in kind. Example: imagine you decide to help a friend move to a new home. If your intention is simply to support them because you care, and you have no expectation of receiving anything in return, that's a pure intention. The effect: likely, your friend will feel genuine appreciation and your relationship will be strengthened. You've sent out positive energy and it will come back to you in ways you might not even expect. Perhaps in the form of deeper trust, goodwill, or even someone helping you in the future when you need it most. But let's say you help your friend move because you secretly want to earn their favor or because you hope they'll feel indebted to you. This intention carries a different energy. The effect: you might feel disappointed or frustrated if your friend doesn't respond the way you expected. The energy you sent out wasn't entirely pure, and the effect is less fulfilling. The lesson here is simple: the purer your intention, the clearer and more positive the effect. When you take action from a place of love, kindness, or genuine support, the universe mirrors that energy back to you. When intentions and actions misalign, sometimes we find ourselves acting in ways that don't quite align with our intentions. This misalignment can lead to mixed results or effects that don't feel satisfying. For example, imagine you're in a job that you dislike, but you stay because it pays the bills. Your intention is to maintain financial stability, which is a reasonable goal, but your actions, going to work every day without enthusiasm or passion, may send out a different energy. This can create feelings of frustration, lack of fulfillment, or even burnout. Your intention, financial